decodes. Sit back and enjoy. As we dive deeper down into the rabbit hole and into the unknown.
Sorry, I forgot to read us. I'm like, why are we not on screen? I've got an excuse. I'm very tired. So thank you and welcome. Can you not hear me now? Oh, can you hear me, Chris?
I can hear you, yeah.
Right, just let me check the audio. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, microphone's fine. You getting nothing, Paul? Do you want to go out and come back in again? It's like turning it off and back on, isn't it?
Can you hear me, Paul?
Have you got... Can you message Paul? You guys in the chat can hear, can't you? Paul, can you go out and then come back in? He got it. Wow.
Good job I didn't go like that.
Off. Yeah.
That's one for the British viewers.
Yeah. Thank you for letting me have that half hour, 35-minute break. Perfect time. Give me a chance to get changed, get a wash, go use the bathroom, grab something to eat, and get set up here. So I'm here now until finish. Huh?
You've changed your hat. Have you?
Yeah,
changed
the other one's
your
just
hat?
there near my feet. Changed my top as well.
I've changed the background.
I've changed background. I literally changed room. The reason I wore that hat, that's the one that I bought when I was in New York. I got it from a little crappy like dollar store.
Yeah.
It wasn't $1, it was like $8 or whatever. Can you hear us now, Paul?
Yeah, I'm fine, thank you.
Yay. There we go. And I've not wore it, and it's like it'll be 5 years this year since I went to America. So I thought I need to start wearing it. It's just been hung up on the back of the door.
Yeah.
So I think because it's still, I suppose, new, it was digging in my head a bit. So I thought I might be giving me a headache. Anyway, right. I have messaged Philip Kinsella, who's supposed to be coming on. He has acknowledged the link that I sent him yesterday because I sent it to everyone at the same time. I just went through the list and da-da-da. So, and it was about 10:30 last night that he did a thumbs up. So, Leslie's been delayed, which obviously does happen. Happens to us all. Should we just crack on with it?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I think Paul should make everyone jealous and show us the view out of your window. Please, because we've had to suffer this.
I think that's cruel.
No, trust me, it's not. If I was you, I'd be outside doing it from the pool.
There you go.
That.
The view from our balcony right now.
Bognor Regis has changed, hasn't it?
Gone up a class.
So yeah, it's been lovely weather here. So we've missed it all. It's been fabulous.
Wow.
Perfect timing.
Well, while I was doing through the night, obviously I had to go downstairs in the living room. We got kicked out of here. It was like really bad wind. I could hear everything moving around in the back garden, and torrential rain. I'm like, all I need now is for the internet to cut off, and that's it. I'm done.
Don't say that.
No, but it's all good. I've wired the PC to the router. I had to buy a 20-meter cable to go. Yeah, like Spaghetti Junction. Just
That
one
was
wire.
my biggest worry of being here in the hotel. Is
Yeah, you were
occasionally,
saying that.
Wi-Fi does drop off, and it was like, can't do anything about it, so we just go with it and see what happens.
Yeah. I just want to say hello and thank you to everyone in the chat. There's a lot of you guys that have stayed right the way through. Few ones that are dipping in and out. So thank you for all your support, and just thanks for being there and helping us out. Right. So, Paul, do you have a book coming out by any chance?
Well, no, I've had one that's come out, and it's funny because I was having the conversation with Mr. Mantle yesterday, because he's putting things together with his new book. And I'm not spoiling anything by saying we just discussed one of the incidents that he's putting in his book. But the part of the thing that came up in conversation was maybe writing another book. And he said, well, he said there's no pressure. He says if it happens, it happens. But for me, what I tried to do was, with my book, was just do what I wanted, which was the overview, basically, of what I thought how things work, with some of little anecdotal stories and my sightings and things like that. Because obviously there are so many other investigators, Philip Kinsella, Paul Sinclair, young Mr. Ebbers there, that all these others that have done much more in-depth on specific cases, which has been, to me, wonderful work, and it's nice that these people are out there doing that.
Yeah.
But it doesn't further what I was doing. So for me now, I think the way forward, and I think it's true of ufology and with what's happening in the world around us at the moment, is moving to a more spiritual footing, a more interdimensional footing. And I think this is something that's happened gradually over the last few decades, where we've moved more from the flying saucers from outer space to interdimensional and more psychic and more, can I just say, more spiritual footing that things have moved forward onto. And I think that's a natural progression as we become more aware and advanced in the field of ufology. What do you guys think?
Yeah, it's a lot of people use the term organic, which is pretty much the same as what it is, but I know what you mean with the spiritual side. It's more like saying like light beings, and like I know, Chris, you do mention it a lot about the nuts and bolts side to like the UFOs, but this is more like the light energy.
Right.
I think.
Yeah. But to go on with from what Chris has written, it's, for me, you see, when I first started, the very first thoughts in my head was, after my experience, there was that connection. And immediately for me, it was, I wanted to know the nuts and bolts. I wanted to know how it could work. And I think that's where we get this more organic connection as well. Because one of the things that crops up again and again with abductees and other people, shall we say, experiences, they get that connection, but also to move forward, we'll just use the Rendlesham Forest one as an example. Putting his hand on the craft and he got that download, and it was the other people that say it was like a living thing, the craft, and it's because it's all energy, it's all connected, whatever's controlling that, it's all part and parcel of the same thing. And it's just because we haven't crossed that threshold yet, we haven't moved into that, we're still on the mechanics side of things, rather than being able to move on to that next step. And because they're several steps in front of us, It's just making that connection for us,
Yeah.
the understanding of it.
I understand why people are going more to the let's call it the spiritual side, interdimensional side. I certainly understand that. But what if they're both sides? What if they are nuts and bolts craft that can only travel here once every so many decades, 100 years, centennials, millennia, whatever, and what if they are a spiritual type device as well? What if there are two? Because they can't all be coming from one place.
No.
What if they are both types of craft? That would make all of us right, really, I suppose.
Yeah.
Not that we're looking to be, well, we are looking to be right, but we're not looking to argument, and prove other people wrong, because at the end of the day, we're all looking for the same answer.
Yeah.
And Chris, we Yorkshiremen, so we think we're right. But for me, it's
The other side of the Pennines, sorry.
yeah, there's always somebody from the dark side, but we have to balance things.
Yeah. It's like Lincolnshire people, mate, are all yellow bellies, aren't they?
So
There's some in the chat. You're going to get lynched later.
I don't mind. I'm from home.
I'll lead
That's me, sir.
I'll lead the revolution to your house.
But
Sorry,
I think
go on.
from what you were just saying then, Chris, I think one of the things that I explain in my book is how these dimensions, these vibrations, these energies are all there all the time. And to them, same as to us in our bit, our ordinary matter that we deal with on a daily basis, that's physical nuts and bolts for us. And I think it's physical nuts and bolts for them. It's just at such an advanced level that to us, that's how it presents, how it does.
Yeah, to take the governments out of the equation and just concentrating on whatever these things are, wherever they're coming from. Do you think they're, like you said, it's a gradual thing, it's like evolution, that they're showing us bits at a time, rather than if they was to go, right, this is what we are, this is the end product, we wouldn't be able to cope with that. So it's like drip feeding of their technology. So we get to, like, step by step. It's like learning anything. You do it in steps. You learn something, you take it in, you remember it, then you do the next one and the next one. Do you think that they could be doing that so that it's not too much that our brains can't take it and we get a better understanding of what's actually going on?
What do you think, Chris?
My own personal opinion here is, you see, I'm not 100% certain myself, because I think you both know, I'm more nuts and bolts, as I've said before. But what if they're actually coming from underneath the oceans? Would they use a spiritual type craft? Do you understand what I mean by that expression? Would they be just? Would they need a nuts and bolts craft if they are coming from underneath the ocean? Because we know about 5% of we know more of the surface of the moon than we do underneath our own oceans. So they could be coming from underneath there. And I know that has been said by many people in the past. And I tend to think they are a nuts and bolt type vehicle craft, that maybe just does come from underneath the ocean. But where underneath the ocean, I have not got a clue. But if I'm wrong, I'm wrong, and I'll accept that. And then I'll look into the more interdimensional spiritual side of things.
Maybe they need the solid nuts and bolts vehicle to travel through whatever it is they're going through, whether it's energy fields, maybe if they are organic or spiritual, that they can't get through these energy fields. There could be some sort of not contamination, confliction between the makings of them and these energy fields, because everything's made up of energy anyway, as we were saying. Maybe there's a confliction and they can't get through. It's like trying to walk through a brick wall. Do you know what I mean? It's not possible for them to do it without some sort of solid vehicle to get through them, like as a protection.
Yeah. Well, what if you let me sort of try and explain what I believe is when I've said we work with our nuts and bolts on our physical level, on our ordinary matter. ET, I'll just use that as a cover-all phrase, for want of a better term. But ET users, and there are different ETs, and Chris could be absolutely correct where he said they could be coming from under the ocean. But the thing is, they may not be using the ocean as we think of it. This is what we have to sort of, this boundary we've got to get through. Because if you look at sightings all over the world, that our lakes, our oceans, our rivers, our mountains, volcanoes, space, and our normal air don't seem to be any barrier to them. They just go from one to the other, and people say, well, I saw that, and I said, how can you explain that? And it's, again, it's adjusting that dimension, adjusting their frequency that they can understand and we can't, because we're stuck on our vibration, on our ordinary matter. So it's quite logical that if you've got these different levels and these different dimensions, it's absolutely physical and solid as ours is to us, as you're in your studio now, Andy. They could be in exactly the same in their craft, and that's their physical nuts and bolts, but it's on a higher frequency to us, and so it's not even on our level at all. We can't even detect it. So it's quite possible that something could advance. All this dark energy and dark matter that they're now saying majority of the universe is made up of can be these different dimensions and different energies, and it all comes down to energy. And if they're able to completely understand it and can use it and manipulate it, then quite logically, why can't they have undersea bases? Why can't they have bases on the moon, bases on the earth that just are not in our dimension, but they just use our seas and things like that to move about so that we can't detect it? And it's a way to get from A to B without us, because they obviously know what level we can detect them at.
Yeah.
So it's the way they can get from A to B without just using those frequencies that we can see. So they just leapfrog it and do it that way.
Yeah.
Could that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
So there you go.
That's
well,
a
thanks
good,
a lot, Paul.
See you, mate. Yeah, no, it's like it's about like using the back door, isn't it?
Yeah. Well,
that's how I read that.
And the thing is, they're into door. If you're familiar with it all and know, and that is why they present to us like they do. If Philip comes in later on, he'll say the same. And that's why they can appear at the side of people. That's why they can move people. That's why they can. All our energies, all our memories, all our thoughts, even right now, are an energy. So because they understand that and we don't, we're literally just scratching the surface of it now with our ECGs, EEGs and all the rest of it. We just do the absolute basics. But if they can completely understand it and manipulate it, there's no wonder that people don't recall it. And we'll just use Calvin Parker with the latest book. He naturally only remembered the one occasion when he was with Charlie Hickson at Pascagoula. But subsequent investigation and regressive hypnotherapy with Kath Marden unfolded another 3 occasions. So he'd actually been abducted on 4 occasions, but he weren't aware of the other 3. So it's just things like that where they can manipulate what you can freely remember or not, as the case may be.
Why do you think, Paul? Sorry, Paul. Right. Why do you think they actually allow some people to remember the abduction scenario, and as you've just mentioned with Calvin, they had several away? Why do you think they do that? What is it about that individual person that makes them remember the abduction?
Yeah. Well, again, I think that comes on a personal level as well. We are all evolving spiritually as we go through our lives. And I think we're all growing and learning as we go through our lives and maybe moving into the person that we always should have been to start with. But we all learn and we all, but going back to that, I think that's another energy thing. We're all evolved on our soul, if you like, our higher self is evolving. Whether we're aware of it or not is totally relevant. It's happening. But what they can do is, with the individual, it depends on the individual, I suppose, how far they are up the evolutionary scale. And you've got to think of it from ET's point of view. I'm using ET again, but from their point of view, it's like us. You can have a good day at work and you can have a bad day at work. So if you have a good day at work, they don't remember, and if you have a bad day at work, they will remember. So they're just as fallible as we are, and I think it's like a universal constant. So whether you're a fish in the ocean, or the lowest of the low, or as highly evolved as some of the ET races are, I still believe that it's a universal thing where everybody progresses and everybody has that spiritual and vibrational and energy moving forward and progression.
So if we all have this spiritual development, let's call it, and we're all going up to this higher plane, well, how do we know when we've got there? Why do we die if we're all supposed to be going up to this higher plane?
Right, you don't die, Chris. It's only this body that dies, that body that dies. Everything is all based on the different energies and different energy levels. So because we're on this earth on this level, we've got a body that suits this vibration, this frequency. When we die, it's just like getting out of your old Ford Cortina and getting into a new Mondeo. You just get rid of the old one and get into a new one.
Can't I have a Sierra instead, Paul?
Oh, I had a Sierra. I had the estate and I loved it.
Oh yeah, good. I used to like them, mate. Good cars. Yeah, Ford Sierra. sorry to digress like that. But,
but that's how it is. You move forward, Chris, and it's just this physical thing has to stay on this physical level, and as you move forward and as you progress, it's the same every time. Right. But the catch is, and this is the catch, you can't remember because you have to do it now. You have to do it by your thought processes now, by your morals, your ethics, the way you conduct yourself with other people and things like that. And so it's a thing where, yes, you say people mature and they get better and you're more learned and you get wiser as you get older. But also you have this where it is an energy that you're bringing up and growing to the person that you always should have been, type of thing.
Yeah. You mentioned the word soul. What do you mean by the term soul?
Right. I would say that is your true self, your true being, your higher energy. And this is the thing that we come across constantly with within ufology, the paranormal, cryptids, whatever. And I think everybody will experience things differently. And that is why you'll get some groups and will see the same things, but they'll report it differently. That's why you get the children at the, with the Reverend and the other school kids that saw the UFOs, even the ones that Philip documented in Normanton, they still do slightly different drawings and slightly different aliens. Yes, they all experience the same thing, but it's a difference in energy, and it's the same the world over. And because of that is why everybody experiences things to a certain extent different to somebody else.
Yeah. I tell you why I ask that, Paul, because the term soul can mean so many different things.
Oh yeah.
you know, it can mean, as I've said before, I'm sure with Andy, and I think me and you may have spoken about this before. You know, the term, I'll look at it from the biblical standpoint of the term soul, which some people say is a wispy thing that leaves your body, goes up to heaven or goes down to hell, you know, when you pass on. Now, let's not debate death and all that lot, because, well, we could be here till the end of the evening, you know, talking about that alone, you know. But I'll look at the term soul, according to the Bible, is based on an ancient Hebrew word, which is nephesh. Now, nephesh, looking up in various scholastic books and articles on the internet, the term nephesh means a living, breathing individual. It's not something wispy that dies. For example, there's an article, but I think this is the most famous one that I've mentioned before, which is in the Bible, and it talks about Paul, who was Saul, leaving you know, Jerusalem and Syria, that area, traveling over sea to Malta in a boat when they came across a storm. Now, the Bible describes them all in the boat as souls. There were, I think, something like 122 souls in the boat. Now, if the soul is something that leaves your body when you die, then obviously they're already dead in the boat, because there are souls in the boat. You know, but if you take the word nephesh, it makes more sense to mean a living, breathing individual who was in the boat, maybe rowing or sailing the boat, etc. So this is where we have to be careful, I think, when we use certain words. But, you know, I do understand what you're saying about the term soul, you know, and how you've related to it, but we've got to be very, very careful.
Yeah. You see, the other thing as well, Chris, is a lot of the things that we would take for granted, the way we were brought up as kids, because I was brought up with quite a strict religious upbringing that I've now, dare I say, grown out of, which might annoy some people, but to me, religion is completely man-made.
Oh, absolutely.
And religion
Completely agree.
Religion to me was something that was, Jesus wasn't a Christian, and in my opinion, I think Jesus would be appalled that he came down here as an example, as a perfect example of how you should live your life, and this is, you should follow me. And he didn't mean follow me in a religious sense, he meant follow me as an example and do as I do and learn to get over these obstacles and move forward in that sense. But what the Constantine and the Roman Catholic Church that they started at the time, to me, you have to think of the times that were in. Yeah. Now the Roman Empire was in decline, and this was the new up and coming thing. So it was a way of, for them, it was a business model and a way of keeping the coffers coming in. And then by going out and spreading the word, it sort of cemented it in. And because people, I mean, innocent ignorance is a really true phrase even now. And it's this, a way of controlling the population, a way of keeping the coffers full, and a way of just keeping people at arm's length, but keeping them happy, you know.
Yeah. With me and Andy and the others earlier I'm saying this evening, but it's morning now.
Some point last week, wasn't it? I don't know.
I think so, Andy. Yeah, we actually discussed a little bit about this, you know, and we spoke about Constantine and in 312 him becoming emperor, and shortly after that Christianity was coming in anyway. It was beginning to take over as the dominant religion, you know, in the Roman Empire. And I'm certain that he used that to, you know, get his way and turn people over to him. But, you know, since then, religion has kept people under the thumb and not allowed them to progress, you know, because of the beliefs and how they're being pushed down people's throats. And, you know, I'll quote one scripture. You know, it says in the Bible that you know, didn't I say, Lord, Lord, unto you? In other words, didn't I come to you and do your prayers, do your work, etc.? But then, you know, Jesus turns round and said, but I didn't know you. In other words, he didn't know them, because we are in the exact same situation today, in that there are so many Christian sects and religions alone, never mind, you know, Baha'i, Islam, you know, Judaism, etc., etc. So which one was the right one doing the right word for him? You know, but yeah, religion has kept people under the thumb.
Yeah. So this is, I mean, just touching back on that for a second, but that's when Jesus sort of said, the only way to God is through me, because as an example of us all trying to progress on a spiritual level as well as everything else, but by advancing on a spiritual level, Jesus was here as, I'm not saying a perfect example, but a damn good one. So it was like, you have to reach my level to get to God, you know. So this is what he meant. He didn't mean worship me as a Christian. But also, to go back to what we were talking earlier about the soul, your soul, your essence, your being, your higher self, you're not aware of it now, but that's your intuition, your gut feeling. That's constantly with you all the time. And that, to me, is what, going back to ufology, cryptozoology, whatever, paranormal, this is where we physically get that experience, where somebody can experience something and they become afraid because their soul knows they're crossing that boundary between one dimension and another. When you cross that threshold, where we've all heard the reports of people that see UFOs and they get the sudden silence, and it's the same with cryptids and the paranormal, and it's because they're entering that other physical reality, they're entering that other dimension. And as Paul Sinclair's investigating now in his neck of the woods, there are these geographical locations all over the world, Skinwalker being a good example in America, where they're able to short circuit this system. And that's why UFOs are seen there, because they just use that as a shortcut from one dimension to another. But also, that is where you get a lot of this paranormal, a lot of poltergeist, a lot of cryptids, dogmen, a lot of UFO activity. But it's where people cross that barrier and their soul becomes aware that they're not in the vibration that they need to be in. They're not where the body is. So because you get that conflict there, that's why people suddenly become afraid. People suddenly become terrified, and they do become terrified. And the soul remembers it. Even how many times do we say people go back to the scene and they don't like being there? They don't want to go back. And it's because they know they're entering that location again where they can cross that dimension and the soul isn't where it should be. Does that make sense?
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah. Thanks for explaining that, Paul. Much appreciated.
So my question, a lot more, well, I'll say the question's simple. I don't know if the answer is going to be, why is it, or why do you think that we're less advanced than these other races?
That's just, but we'll be more advanced than others. There's a whole...
But is this like a progressive thing going on? Obviously, we start at the bottom and work our way to the top. So the level that we're at now is like one step away from the bottom by the sounds of it.
Yeah, absolutely. But that's the thing. It's like anything else. How are you going to progress if you start at the top? You've got to start at the bottom.
Yeah.
And it's by your efforts that you raise that vibration. Become aware of it and move forward in that sense. And it's not just on a spiritual level. That's when your morals and your ethics and everything else come into it as well.
Yeah.
But if you go back to spiritualism or even regressive hypnotherapy, people like Dolores Cannon, Bud Hopkins, who I've very fortunately met, and more recently, John Mack even, and Kath Marden, and they say that for them to contact us and to come through and speak to us, they lower their vibration to get onto our level, and that it can be difficult for them to come down to speak, if you get what I mean.
Ah, right, okay.
And that's something that seems to be across the board, and we've been hearing them say that for decades. I mean, my goodness, I can't remember when Bud Hopkins passed away, but I saw him in Sheffield, had lunch with him in Sheffield, but that's quite a few years ago now.
Yeah.
So it is just a thing. You can't start at the top. You've got to start at the bottom. And I'm not saying where we are is the bottom by any stretch of the imagination, because I think there are levels below us and there are levels above us.
Yeah.
But it's all, and this is where we get that mixture of going back to the paranormal and elementals, poltergeists, and all sorts of things, dogmen. What I mean, again, going back to Paul Sinclair, what is the experience that is coming across now? And there's things like that, and I believe that they are at a lower level than us. But then again, you get spiritual levels and ET that are at higher levels than us. Now again, I'm using Paul again, the truth with no proof, because how can you possibly prove it when we don't even have the mechanics, we don't have the facilities, we don't have the engineering, we don't have any means of equipment to monitor it or look at it or measure it or anything.
Yeah. Would you say as we go up these levels, is that more of a light energy than a dark energy as we progress? So we're moving away from the dark into the light.
Yeah. One of the analogies that I use in the book is that our ordinary matter that we're on is an LP, the old vinyl record. But there's a whole stack of records. So you've got all these different energies that are just as real to them. So we'll just say we're a quarter of the way up this stack of records. So there are levels below us. But everything, all those grooves that are on the LP, if you like, are a lesson, are a life that we're experiencing. And that's where we are now, somewhere on one of those grooves.
Yeah.
But it's by learning these lessons and moving forward that you move these grooves towards the center. You move away from evil, if you like, and the bad things at the edge, and you move towards the soul, the God, whatever you want to call it, the purity that's the hole in the center where you put the record onto the turntable.
Yeah.
So it's by our efforts that we are slowly moving up towards the center of the record. And I think ET's on exactly the same journey. And it's a way of just for people to visualize this is the sort of journey that we're on. And it may be, I may be, missing the mark, and I may be sort of only telling half the story, but I think that's a way of people can visualize where we are in the vibrational fields, if you like, within the ordinary matter and the dark energy and dark matter, and why we experience what we do and why we have to move forward.
Yeah.
I know of a religious organization, at least one anyway, that uses the same analogy of either a record going round, or, for example, you know the old we used to call them roundabouts here in Hull, where you push them round and you jump on, and you spin a
spinning wheel of death.
spinning wheel thing kind of thing, But they used to say that, taking the analogy of the record, the closer you get to the center of the record, the more stable it becomes and the slower it moves around.
Well, if you think about it logically, when you're looking at all these shaman, these Buddhist monks and all these other people that are, what can I say, they seem to be more stable people, if you like. And that's a spiritual thing. And I think that just comes with experience and knowledge and being able to quieten yourself. And so, and it's a goal that we all hope to achieve, but you have to do it yourself.
Yeah. So why is I probably know what you're going to say, but I might be wrong. Why is this not common knowledge? Why are we not being told that this is what's happening? Is it because of control and
No. It's
oh
that's the natural way that your mind works, the natural way that your evolution works, because it's the getting your mindset into the right place.
right?
I mean, we've all been teenagers, we've all been and had a good time, we've all been idiots, But it's again, and as I said earlier, it's something that you grow into as you get more
Yeah.
mature, and you think, well, that was a stupid thing to do, or whatever. And
Yeah.
you do things then that you would never dream of doing now. And it's the same with life. It's just a natural progression, I think.
Yeah. Yeah. It's a big learning curve, isn't it?
Oh my God, yeah.
Big learning curve. But like you say, even as you get older and like older, like as old as Chris, you're still learning. Sorry, Chris. Getting me on back from before.
You can go off people,
All right, what would it be?
But yeah, well, I mean, it doesn't matter how old you are, you're still learning each day. Doesn't matter how much you know or what you know.
Yeah.
You're still learning whatever it is that you need to know.
A thought just occurred to me, actually. I probably owe Chris a belated an apology, because we were all at Bempton a few years ago now with Paul Singer. You were interviewing him for the magazine. Maybe, I can't remember, probably about 15 of us there, something like that.
Yeah, right, yeah.
And Chris is trying to be really serious and interviewing Paul out on the decking overlooking the sea. And the rest of us were just milling about and trying to have quiet conversations. But to illustrate one of the points where people going sky watching will often see a flash of light in the sky. Now, if you just see it and you're on your own, this is one of the things I cover in my book. If you see it on your own, well, you might have high blood pressure, you just see a flash,
Yeah.
There are all sorts of medical conditions that can give you a flash in your eyesight. But if there might have been 3, 4, 5 of us at a time while Chris was interviewing Paul, and we saw a flash in the sky. So there were 3 or 4 of us all going, "Woo!" when he's in the middle of talking, and we're all shouting out, "Whoa!" And it's just a way that craft UFO move from one frequency to another. So just for that second, as they move down that stack of records, so just for that 1 second as they move from one to another, they cross our visible spectrum. So that's when you see that flash, and then they're gone because they're physically not there again. So if there's a group of you that see it, then that's a good sign. That's a fair comment. But if you're on your own, then it's much more difficult to quantify.
Right. Can I throw a curveball?
I certainly don't remember that, Paul, so I don't remember that.
Can't have been that bad then.
I thought he was going to say he was going to push him off the cliff, but
I will do next time if he does that.
Right. Bit of a curveball. It might have no meaning whatsoever to what you've just been talking about. But what if you're going up the wrong stack of records? Does that make sense?
No.
No?
Because there's only one stack of you can't go into. If you're going into a wrong frequency, you're going downhill. You're going into a lower energy.
Right, okay.
So it's a natural progression to move up.
Right, got you.
Now, it's all by free choice, and people make mistakes, and people will move down, and people will move towards the edge rather than towards the centre, whichever frequency they're on. And that's a natural thing that people do. And some people make wrong decisions in their life and take the wrong influences, and that does happen. But generally speaking, that's why I'm sort of generalising here, but that is why people sort of get older and wiser, because it's part of your natural growth that you become more aware of things and more aware of your spirituality and more aware of doing the right thing.
Yeah. As I keep getting told, you're grumpy and you're old.
Yeah, I've got
t-shirts. But that's pretty much what it is, though, isn't it?
Yeah.
Because you're not doing the fun things that you did when you was younger. Or you're not doing them as much.
Yeah.
Can't
Go
go
on,
out
then.
that
I'll
way.
give you that.
Just
But-
so you're aware, Andy, I've actually emailed Philip.
Oh,
Hopefully he'll
sorry,
get a
I have
response.
spoke to him. He's
Oh,
not
right, yeah.
well. He's having to go to hospital. His shoulders
Oh,
started
right.
up again.
Right.
So he's got a
Okay.
hospital appointment in about 11 minutes. So he does
Right.
apologise, but
Okay.
it's obviously that's more important than this.
Yeah, absolutely.
So yeah, so it's just the three of us. Unless there's anyone else in the ufology world that'd like to come on and give their points, if that's all right with you two.
Of course, yeah.
Well,
I'm
I've
happy with it being us.
I've got another question to ask Paul, actually. But
Go on.
me and Paul have spoken recently because you may be aware, I know you're aware, Andy, and some of the viewers may be aware that Paul is coming to speak at the next conference here in Hull. And I know he's got a talk coming up fairly soon in the Hull area, but I'm not going to ask him to give the details or the dates or anything like that, because I understand it could be a bit of a private do. But I just wanted to talk to Paul and ask him if he could give us some kind of idea of what that was going to consist of, what his talk would be.
Well, it's sort of the talk I was going to give was essentially what I will do at the conference, but obviously it was tailored. It'll be tailored more to this group who were more into the spiritual side of things, rather than the ufological and paranormal side of things. But I don't think they all tie together, and it's just for me is just nudging people out of their little comfortable boxes and making them think that little bit and thinking, well, yeah, maybe, and it's just that. And what you tend to get is people, and it happens everywhere, they get a good experience with something. Now, whether that's investigating the paranormal, investigating UFOs, whether it's meditation and whatever, people, if they have a good experience with that, they'll follow it through. So they may just carry on and doing yoga and meditation and never actually look at the bigger picture. And it's the same with people investigating the paranormal, people investigating poltergeist activity, or people investigating UFOs. They might go on a skywatch and get a really good skywatch, see several unexplained things and think, oh, this is for me, I might enjoy that. But you're missing out on the other pieces of the pie, if you like. And that is one of the things that I wanted to bring into people. So what my talk is going to be sort of a bit on the disclosure side of things. We can talk about that if you wish, but it's just towards, for them, the other talk is going to be more on the spiritual and personal advancement side of things, where on for the conference in Hull, it'll be more tailored towards paranormal and ufology.
Well, I do know, and I know I've told you before, Paul, that a lot of people came to me after your first presentation at the Outer Limits magazine conference a couple of years ago now, and said to me how much they actually enjoyed your presentation. So I can say, for one, I'm definitely looking forward to you coming across the Hull. Maybe in a couple of weeks' time. Maybe in September. Well, definitely in September. But I'm looking forward to seeing you again.
Right. And I'm sort of penciled in at the end of February, so when I've got something confirmed, I'll let you know, Chris.
Okay.
Yeah, I was going to say, if you want to send it to me and I'll share it. Yeah, I'll stick it on the group and my Facebook and what have you.
All right. Thank you, Andy. Yeah.
No, it's a pleasure. Got a couple of questions.
Yeah.
That's that. One's going back to what we was talking about earlier about dying. So this is from Brian. He's asking, are any of you afraid of death? I'm not. Just a type of ride. Just a type of ride out. Lol.
No, not at all.
Chris.
When I was younger, it was I think it's something that most of us think quite serious. God, what happens? Oh God.
Yeah.
What happens? After that final breath, etc., etc. But I think as you get older, you come to accept it a little bit more in the fact that it's going to happen at some point, you know. And if Paul is correct, you know, then it's a new beginning for something else, you know. But my own personal feeling is that once you're gone, and that is it. You know, I don't know of anybody who's
in the mood, why don't you?
I could kind of say I can't think of anybody that has come back and said, well, you know, I was dead and this happened, you know. So, yeah, unless you, of course, you believe in reincarnation, which is another completely different subject altogether.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, to go on to that, yeah, I don't fear death at all, because it's just this body that I suppose I could fear the way that I was gonna die. Like, I don't want to be in pain or anything like that. But at the end of the day, it's just a natural progression, moving from an old model into a new model, an old dimension into a new dimension.
Yeah.
And I think part of the growing up, and it's usually when kids are younger, in the teens maybe, or early teens, even like that, when the realization hits that, yeah, I'm not infallible, you know, I am going to die at some point. But that's a normal psychological thing that people normally get over, and it's not a big part of your life. Yes, some people do get hung up about it, but reincarnation is the way that people get hung up on that. That's, I'm not going to say wrong, but misconstrued, is people coming back in a different body and things like that. And I'm going to come back as this, or I'm going to come back as that. That can't happen. What will happen is you move into another frequency, you move into another groove of the record, might move up a record. So with your natural progression, you will move into a place that's more suitable for your growth. And that's what we're all doing here now. And it's a natural thing, but it's like anything else. People are totally unaware of it because it's not physically here and now. It's not part of our materialistic lives that's happened. You know, I suppose if you went back a few hundred years, you'd be more in survival mode because it was much more difficult. Now we seem to have, I know with all the corruption and all the rest of it that's about, but we're in a world of plenty, and there is enough for everybody if it had been managed properly.
Yeah.
And it's like a lot of the things that people are conned by, like not enough food, not enough space. You know, we're overpopulated, for goodness sake. Just as an instance on this, several people have put things out, but if it's not going to happen, but we'll just to put it into perspective, if we could be divided into a nuclear unit of 4, a mum, a dad, and 2 children, right? The whole of the world population, and those 4 people were given 1 acre of land to grow their own fruit and veg, keep chickens, whatever they wanted in. The whole of the world's population now would fit into the size of Australia, and the rest of the world would be empty. That's how much, you know, land there is. Now, I know obviously it's not all usable and agricultural and, you know, can't be farmed and all the rest of it. However, it just shows how sparsely populated the world really is, you know. So that's one of the other things. One of the more recent things, the way that they're going on about climate change, we do not affect, to the tiniest degree, what's happening with the normal cycles of the world's energy. And like there were Al Gore for one, and blooming John Kerry. I'm not going to say any more about them, but they're totally delusional and being paid a lot of money to say the wrong things. But just as an argument, Chris will know, Scarborough, on about rising sea levels, Scarborough Lifeboat Station is the 3rd oldest lifeboat station in the world, and it has been in exactly the same spot for 223 years. It started in 1801, and the sea level's still right for it. It still works. But they still say the sea levels are rising, but they're not at all. But there's a lot of things like that where people are using people's ignorance, and it's not a bad thing that people being ignorant, because again, people are just trying to survive and do whatever. But if it don't come into your life, it's like the paranormal and ufology. Unless you physically see a spirit or a ghost, or you see a UFO or something, or experience poltergeist, it don't come into your life. It's just one of those, dare I use the word, fringe things that you know about but never experienced. And this is the same, and they use that as a tool, if you like. And there's so much corruption about at the minute with governments as well, where they use that to scare people, these scare tactics.
Fear factor.
Yeah, it's like this year, no, I'm telling lies, last year, because it was 2023, they moved the goalposts, and air temperature readings used to have to be taken in a closed box, so there was no direct sun on it, no wind on it, and it was at least, I believe it was 2 meters above the ground. Now they've changed it where it can be measured at ground level, so all of a sudden all these temperature levels have gone up. And they were even, I've got a wonderful clip of somewhere in Spain where they were saying they had this heat wave and it was 42 degrees, right? And as the camera pans round, there's, you know, these chemist signs they have all over the Mediterranean with the green flashing.
Yeah, and it has the temperature outside just below it.
And it's saying on the screen, it's saying 42 degrees, whatever. And then as it pans past, it's 32 degrees on this pharmacy, you know, and it's things like that. But the problem is, because people aren't aware of it, they don't do the research, they think that's happening, you know.
Yeah, they just believe what they're told.
Yeah, you get these old biddies, and bless them, they don't know any better. They've always watched the BBC, and they sat at home and they're, oh, it was 52 degrees there and all this, and it was like, no, it wasn't, but that's what they're telling you, because that's what they're being paid to do.
Yeah.
So, yeah, we're going off at a tangent there, but yeah, this is what is happening.
But it's all interesting because, you know, it's all, well, let's talk about for the next half an hour or so, you know, and it keeps the conversation flowing, which is brilliant.
Yeah. But this is the problem we see as people investigating ufology and the paranormal, is people are getting tarred with the same brush, and it's always been this subject of ridicule and this plausible deniability, like Rendlesham Forest. If you talk to the people that were there, talk to Charles Holt, as Chris has done, you know, there's no way they knew about the lighthouse shining through the trees. And there's a few of us have been there. They knew about it. There's no way with that. And it was the other things that are covered up afterwards as well. Because for somebody that isn't there, it becomes a legitimate answer. So that's the easily accepted thing, and that's the normal thing people do. It's a natural human thing to rationalise and accept a mundane explanation rather than accept a bizarre explanation.
Yeah. Yeah, it makes it more acceptable to them as individuals, perhaps, as well.
Yeah, because they can just cross it off and carry on with their normal lives without any intrusion and without interrupting the path that they're on, and you know.
Yeah, but like you said, Paul, when they said about Rendlesham, because I've been to Rendlesham, and you're saying about the lighthouse, how many people are going to go down and see where this supposed UFO was to where the lighthouse was?
Yeah,
and
they're not.
I know the lighthouse isn't there anymore, but from where the UFO landing was, which isn't that far off, or it was not the main road, but the road that cuts through. Is it East Gate Drive or something? I can't. The park just at the side.
No, I can't remember the name.
I can't remember the name. Yeah, but wherever it is, anyway. And it's like, unless they've moved that lighthouse and shrunk it, that was not a lighthouse.
No,
I've never seen a lighthouse fly through the sky either.
No,
all through the trees.
Yes,
a land behind the trees, just short of the field.
Yeah. And everything else that went with it. You see, this is one of the things where I've been asked by many people, how do you know it's not just a meteor or something, a light in the sky? And one of the things is, it's a shame Philip's not here actually, because I'm sure he'd agree with me. When I had my very first sighting and I saw those 2 UFOs, I got that voice in my head, and I got that connection, and that's the connection that you get. And immediately after the event, my first reaction was, well, I knew about it all along, you know. It was almost like a confirmation that, yeah, this has been going on all the time. But then the other side of the coin was, again, for me, as I said earlier, was I wanted to know the nuts and bolts, was how could something look like that? How could something move like that? And that was the hook that got me into the ufology from then on. But it's that connection that there is, because ET is aware of your presence. ET is aware of your energy.
Yeah.
Often it'll just breeze by and whatever. But if you get that connection, it's a proper connection. You know they're directly communicating with
Yeah,
you.
it's that individual connection.
Yeah.
Or even a group collective. I know it's done both, but I've had the individual connection where I'll just tell you quickly, seeing what looked like a ball bearing in the sky, gone out one morning, feed the animals, come back in next morning, same time, went out again, check the rabbits. I thought, oh, I'll have a look, see if that thing's there again. I looked, and I was telling Chris about it when he was on last, and I got the most awful feeling through my body. It was like they're watching me, even though they're however far away they was, say a mile, 2 miles.
Yeah.
I know that they're there and they're watching me and nobody else. I couldn't get back in the house quick enough. It was
Yeah.
the most
Well,
chilling feeling I've ever had, or one of them anyway.
Yeah, and it's personal to you, isn't it?
Yeah. Yeah.
You feel threatened.
Yeah.
Yeah. Now,
Yeah.
there's a couple of instances of this, which I just briefly cover in my book. My sister, with 2 cousins, girls, the same age as us, and both now, we're all of us getting sort of low, middle 60s, but every year they'll rent a cottage somewhere and they'll go off and they'll go and have a girly weekend somewhere. And one year they were in North Wales, and they'd rented a cottage in the middle of nowhere, because they used to like going off walking. And one night they'd been out, they came back, and they saw these lights above a forest. And the girls watched them for a little while they were getting things out and getting a drink and the supper ready. And then one of the girls suddenly got up, went to the curtains, and there was one of my cousins were already stood there watching, and she closed the curtains, and immediately all of them felt afraid of the lights, like they shouldn't be watching them. And again, there was that connection and that threat.
Yeah.
We shouldn't be watching it. And and I said, didn't you go back and look? And they went, no. Because it was like they cut it off and they knew they shouldn't be watching it, so they didn't go back to look. And the same thing happened. I have a younger brother who's got 2 boys, and one of them works on vessel protection in the Gulf.
Right.
So he's on vessel protection, big roughy toughy soldiers, and they go out under the cover of darkness, they don't run in with no lights. And he said, we're supposed to be the big bad guys out there, just protecting from any pirates or anything else.
Yeah.
But he said, the night sky is absolutely fantastic. And he said, there's usually a few of us on duty at any time. And 3 or 4 of us were laid on the deck one night, and he saw what he described as a mothership. Now, he called it a mothership because it was a big white light, like a globe in the sky.
Yeah.
And he said smaller ones, like little orbs, he said, were coming and going all the time. And he said it were like in the distance, he said, but it were quite large. And he said, we're laid on the deck, fantastic sky, watching this thing. He said, but we're actually sailing towards it. And he said, we sort of, he says, to me, he says, it like they crossed this barrier, this threshold, and immediately they got that close to it, and they'd crossed that threshold. All 3 of them that were sat there suddenly became scared of it. And he said,
Yeah.
well, we literally, he says, we hardly said anything to each other. He says, but we jumped up, went below decks, battened the hatches down, and none of us went back up on the deck again. And he said it was just that feeling that we got that we shouldn't be watching, and it was a threat. So immediately, and he said, we're supposed to be the big, rough, tough guys out there, you know. He says, but that way, he says it was beyond what we could do, you know.
Yeah, mine was just a little bit different than that. It's like I knew that they were watching me, but after the second morning, when I acknowledged what was going on, that I was at the point then that they knew that I knew, so I couldn't go back out. Do you know what I mean?
Yeah. Well,
And
it's funny. One of the things that I also wrote in my book, for about a 6-month period, I used to start work at 5 o'clock in the morning. And it was 23 miles away. I lived in Selby then, and I worked in the medical centre at Frickley Pit. It don't exist anymore. But with one of the other guys that works there, we both worked in the medical centre. The normal start time was 6 o'clock. But for a few months, we used to do an early shift, a late shift, and a night shift. But he wanted to be home early from nights. So I said, okay, you do my hour there, and I'll come in an hour early. And that's what we did. So we just swapped over. And so I had to be there for 5 o'clock. So I used to leave home at 4:30. And I'd be off. And when I travelled then, I was sort of travelling, you could say, parallel with the A1. Going south.
Yeah.
But looking over towards, from where I was living in Selby, if I looked over towards the west, I was looking towards Pontefract, Normanton, that sort of area.
Yeah.
And for quite a few mornings, I was seeing lights early in the morning, and it'd just sort of be dawn, just getting light. And you could see these lights in the distance in the sky. Now, opposite to what you were just saying, Andy, I felt a connection, but it was like they were doing their own business over there, and they didn't mind as long as I wasn't interfering or whatever. And I even got to the point where I'd be watching out for them. And this went on for months. I bet I must have seen 15, 20 times. There'd be 1 or 2 lights, occasionally 3 lights, and sometimes they'd be white, sometimes they'd be red. And I would even have a conversation with them. I'd sort of get to work at 5 to 5, whatever. But I would have seen them before then, and I'd just sort of say, good night, and that was it. And I'd just go off to work, and that was. But then it stopped happening. But for those few months, it was almost a daily occurrence where if I wanted to, I could see these lights. I mean, and obviously there was no aircraft flying from Leeds Bradford or, at 5 o'clock in the morning, 4:30 in the morning. So
no.
Yeah, I can back up to a certain extent, Paul, what you the kind of message, the kind of thing that you're trying to say, because with my sighting, my first one in 74, granted it was a pinprick of light up in the sky, but when I got up and I shouted to all my friends, look guys, there's a UFO up in the sky, well, it was directly over me, completely clear sky, lived on a council estate in the Hull area, which was literally brand new, not many street lights at all, but this light just blinked out, and it didn't carry on in the same direction, in the same manner that it did do. And I've always said right from then that there was some kind of interaction. I've always thought it could hear what I was saying. Or perhaps even think it could hear me thinking. Who knows?
Yeah.
Hey, it was Andy. He was inadvertently showing his age there. He said a new council estate.
I know.
Oh, that's I just got my own back on you then, mate. That's me thinking.
Yeah, thought process.
Yeah.
That must have been a while ago, Chris.
Yeah, it was there several weeks ago, mate.
Yeah, but no, it's just that initial feeling when it hits home as to what's going on. Not just with like UFOs, but like when we go out investigating and something happens. It's that that moment of realization. I think that's the scary thing, is that exact point in time.
Yeah, I think in some instances, I mean, who knows what they're doing and why they're doing it and all the rest of it, and why you can see when you do see. But I think there are, because I've had so many sightings, there are sightings when you get a strong connection, and a sighting when you know you're allowed to observe it, but you're not involved, if that makes sense.
Yeah.
And there were one occasion, the video that I took, that was the weirdest thing, because immediately we got a connection. And this is 3 o'clock, 3:30 in the morning. I've been working nights. And me and another guy I worked with for the ambulance service, because you sat in front of a computer for 12 hours, if you got a break, I'd made a point of going for a walk, because otherwise you'd be sat on your backside for 12 hours. So I always used to make a point of having a bit of exercise and going for a walk, whatever time it was. So this is the industrial estate at junction 41, M1, M62 junction almost. So there's a lot of background light, a lot of interference.
Yeah.
But you can just see sort of the main constellations. Anyway, we'd been out, we'd just been talking, and myself and this Liam were coming back towards the ambulance headquarters. And as we're walking back up, there was a small cloud near the horizon, looking due east, sort of along the M62 corridor. So from where we were, it'd probably be over Normanton Way, that sort of. But again, difficult to tell the distance. But it appeared like an aircraft coming out of a cloud. So it was slightly dimmer, then it became brighter as an aircraft would coming in with its landing lights on. And it was on the normal flight path coming into Leeds Bradford Airport. I mean, completely wrong time, like 3:30 in the morning or whatever it was. But we watched this come towards us, and I don't know why, but again, don't know why, but we got this connection, and straight away I thought it was odd, I thought it was strange. And I got my phone out, my pocket, and I just held my phone up and just stood still. Not you can tell I'm stood still with the way it's moving about, but I stood still and I started videoing. And it came out of this cloud, and it looked like an aircraft. At this point, I'm still thinking it's an aircraft. And it didn't move. It was just stationary. And it was just like white oval light with different flashes of light within it. And I thought it'll sort of, maybe it's just in a bit of hazy cloud or something, and it'll come clearer as it comes towards us. But it remained stationary. And I videoed it for 18 seconds. That's how long the video lasts. And then I stopped videoing because I wanted to look at it instead of looking at my phone, you know. And I'm looking, I put my phone down, turned it off. And as I did, it literally remained there for the odd second or two. And then it just moved sideways and went back into the cloud where it came from and disappeared, and we never saw it again. And it was, and afterwards, the thought, I mean, it sounds stupid, I know, but it sounded like it allowed us to see it and video it and then went on its way again. And that was it.
Yeah.
But why would it do that, you know? But that was the impression I got.
Yeah. Because usually you don't get that chance to video or take a photograph.
No.
You don't, like, different theories, but one of them is they put a thought in your head to not think about doing that, even when you've got your phone in your hand.
Yeah.
Or when you go to take a photo, you take it even on a camera, on your mobile, and nothing's showing, or there's no photograph there whatsoever.
Yeah.
So they're stopping it from going through. But for them to allow you to do it, that's just something on its own, isn't it, really?
Yeah. Well, there's more to this, because if I try and explain a little bit, if you think about what I was saying earlier about the different levels, different vibrations, different frequencies, as they're moving from one frequency to another, they will cross through our visible spectrum. But also, if you think about it logically, this is why it's very difficult for anyone, myself included, to get a clear picture of a UFO, because you're not getting the whole picture. You're not getting the whole thing, because if it's moving from one place to another, you're not seeing the whole thing because the frequency is moving, and as it moves down the stack of records or up the stack of records, you're not seeing the whole thing. And I've said this all along, why it becomes difficult to photograph or video UFOs, because if they're moving through the frequencies, you don't always see everything that's there. And this is true, using the Robert Taylor case, if you like, at Decmont Woods, where it was invisible to start with, and then it slowly became solid in front of him before the ball dropped out. Or the other case that I use in my book was the Gaffney case, Gaffney in America, which was quite a big case, and there were a lot of police saw and chased the UFOs, but a couple were actually parked up. Now, reading between the lines, I think they'd had a bit of an argument, and they parked up and they were giving it this, having a go at each other. And then this UFO, like the outline of it, appeared in front of them, beyond some trees, moving towards them. And as it sort of solidified and became real as it got near the trees. But as it did so, the trees and the bushes around it burst into flames. Now, the thing carried on and zoomed off, and that was it. They were like, oh my God, rang the police and the fire department. The fire department came, put the fire out, and the police took a statement, and that was it. But if you think about it logically, as you're moving up or down these frequencies, for us, as you're moving up the frequencies, going from a lower energy to a higher energy, where our visible spectrum is, the one just to the lower end is infrared, which generates heat. So if something's coming through the infrared into our visible spectrum, it'll be generating heat, and that's why the shrubbery and all the trees burst into flames. Now, it's just an example that I've used, but it's a poor plausible explanation, if you like.
Yeah, that does make a lot of sense.
Yeah, it does. It definitely.
And like you say, and not just for UFOs either, even with cryptids and spirits. So I suppose the same sort of thing. They're going to be moving frequencies and shifting through.
Yeah. You see, that's why you get a lot of people that, when they say they're afraid or say it's gone quiet, even the television programs, and I can't remember what it's called now, is it Expedition Bigfoot, where they've got this scientist and these other people that are going out, and there's a few occasions where they've said, suddenly there's no sound, and it's because they're entering that bubble, they're entering that Paul Sinclair area of strangeness where the cryptids are. So because you're entering that, that's why suddenly you're not in your normal acoustic spectrum. You're in this other one. So you're not going to be able to hear anything. That's why they always say it's complete silence. That's why they always say there's no birds, there's no trees, there's no wind, there's no background hum of traffic, because they can't hear it, because they're on a different frequency.
Yeah. I've never thought of it like that before.
No, I haven't. I've got to say, it makes solid sense, to be quite honest with you, Paul.
Yeah. Something else to think about.
Yeah, just takes a Yorkshireman to think of it.
Well, you've been let down.
So there are a lot of examples of that within the paranormal, the cryptids, and ufology as well.
Yeah, well, I was doing an investigation, local cemetery. I've been there quite a few times, had a few different types of activity happen, been there, and nothing's happened. And there's one point I was doing a live stream, was just coming to the end of it, and it's always away. As soon as you stop recording, that's where it starts picking up. And we're just about to stop filming, and it was just the most weird experience. Like, if it was actually Paul Sinclair that I spoke to about this, and it was him that gave me this idea about what happened. It felt like that I got put into like some sort of bubble, but he said, "What could it be? A protection bubble?" Because there's me and this guy called Richard. There's only two of us there. We'd gone in his car, and it was like something out of a movie. He couldn't get his keys out of his pocket, And then he couldn't unlock the car. And we're both starting to panic. But just before that, that's when I got put in this bubble. And Paul said to me, do you think it could have been a protection bubble? But as soon as I was in this bubble thing, everything slowed down and I couldn't hear anything. Could see Richard's mouth moving. I was doing the live stream, the people like on the screen like yourselves, couldn't hear them. I had my phone in my hand. Couldn't hear anything, no background noise, nothing. Only lasted probably not even 2 seconds and then straight back out again.
Very good. Yeah.
And that I don't like thinking about that because I don't know what that was.
Yeah. Well, that's a protection bubble sounds quite logical, but that's
Yeah.
You see, this is something else that, again, going back to the spiritual evolvement of us as a human race and as individuals, this is happening more or becoming more accepted. And we all have, whether we believe it or not is irrelevant, we all have spirit guides that are close to us.
Yes.
And I always say, there's no such thing as coincidence. Everything, every single thing happens for a reason. There's no what ifs in this world. Everything that's meant to happen has happened and will happen. And when one door closes, another door will open, but it will only open when you're ready for it to open.
Yeah.
And it's these things that happen in our lives and getting people to accept that there's something on a different dimension with them, helping them in their lives, is a difficult thing for people to take on board, because if they've never come across it in their lives or not experienced it, it's introducing a new concept that is like, that's intrusive as well, you know.
Yeah.
So yeah, very good, Andy, that one.
Yeah, it wasn't at the time. It was like, because you don't know, because it never happened before. I didn't know what was going on.
Yeah.
And then it's when you sit down and think about it and replay it over and over that you kind of start working stuff out.
But you were protected, you see. Somebody were looking out for you.
Yeah. The thing is as well, the part of the cemetery we was at is where the war graves are. So it's something like First and Second World War, and it's the most well kept part of the whole cemetery. It's just like big semicircle. I think there's 2-3 rows of graves and there's bench either side. But as we're walking across, I could feel like there's somebody on the semicircle bit away from the graves, but like something was walking at the side of me, but snapping twigs as it was walking. So I looked down on the ground. There's little tiny twigs, and you could jump up and down on them, and it won't make any noise.
But you were aware of it, though.
Yeah, it was walking along. Whatever was there was walking alongside me, and as we come down the steps, I'd just
There's 2 instances when I felt something paranormal next to me like that. One, I was in Cassadaga in Florida doing the Orb Walk, which I didn't know about until Paul Merton did a program, weird thing called I can't remember it, but it was something like the Alternative America, like they were visiting places that people wouldn't normally go and doing odd things.
Oh, right, yeah.
And one of these, he visited this spiritual development community called Cassadaga. It's near Daytona Beach, actually, Daytona in Florida. Only maybe 20 minutes from Daytona.
Oh, right, okay.
And it's a spiritual community. It was set up by an English guy who was over there, but it's only a small hamlet, maybe 100 people. But because of what it does, there's a hotel there, and they've got a church and all the rest of it. Well, when we went there, there'd been some bad storms, and the church roof had got a leak. So they were actually using the village hall, if you like, as the place of worship. So they got it set out like a standard church. Big aisle down the centre, seating down both sides, with just a walkway down either side. So we're waiting to go on this orb walk, and we were with two friends, both British, but they'd gone there because the wife, they'd lost a daughter, a teenage daughter, and the
Right.
wife wanted to do a reading. And so she'd gone and done her own thing and done that. So we said, all right, are you here to do the all walk? And we said, no, what's that? So he said, oh yeah, we'll have a go at that. So you just pay a nominal fee. It was not a lot, $5 or something like that. And then this reverend, this spiritualist, with other mediums, just walk around. And it's only maybe, I bet it's no more than a mile, and it's more of an amble than a walk. And you can walk a bit, and people are encouraged to take your digital cameras with you and take photographs. So you'd wait all evening and walk around. They did it on a Friday or Saturday night in the season type of thing. So we're there, we're waiting to start the old walk, and I'm in this town hall, if you like, or village hall that's set up as a church. So I walked down one side because I didn't want to walk down the main aisle sort of thing. I thought that was a bit irreverent, really. So I thought I'll just walk down one side, and as I'm looking around and we're waiting, and as I walked down, I got about halfway down, and there's my wife and our two friends stood at the bottom in the middle where the aisle is. So I'm to there as they're looking down the church, as it were, to their right, on the right-hand side. And as I get halfway down, I was near this picture, and I turned to look at them. And as I turned to look, I felt something here. And all my hair stood on end down this side. I wasn't afraid or anything. It didn't feel threatening. I was just aware of it. But all my hair stood up. And my wife we had a digital camera with us, a little Canon. So I just said, Eve, take me a picture. And she just put the camera up and took a couple of photographs. And on the photographs, there's 7 or 8 orbs all around me.
Oh.
So I said, it stopped. I felt it come and I felt it go.
Yeah.
I walked back to her. So I said, Eve, go and stand where I was at. She went and stood where I was stood. And then I took her picture. So literally 30 seconds later, we were taking the picture the opposite way around. She didn't feel anything, and there were no orbs on the picture.
Oh.
So it was like, whoa, you know. But then the other occasion when I felt something was I was a schoolboy then, a teenager in Holland. And I give the full account of this in my book. And you can imagine student accommodation, a small block of flats. And it's literally this is in Valkenburg in Holland. And when you do this tunnels and all sorts, beautiful place, really nice. And it's near the 3 countries border where Holland, Belgium and Germany meet.
Right.
So anyway, we go there and we're in the student accommodation. It's a big central staircase, a typical sort of rectangular building, like a small block of flats. I don't think there's 6 floors. It might have been 5 or 6 floors, but no more than that. But no lifts, because it was for young kids and students, and they can run up and downstairs all day. Anything cheap. So big central staircase, 2 big dormitories was what it was made up of. And then on each landing was a toilet on one end and a small room for a teacher, supervisor, whatever at the other side. And that was it. Very simple layout. Anyway, the last night, we were only there for 3 or 4 nights. And the last night we were there, the girls were screaming and carrying on. And it was like, there's something wrong with them, you know. And it was always, Paul, go and sort them out. So usual teenage bravado. Oh, yeah, no problem. So I walked in, and we weren't allowed in their room. So I'm stood by the doorway. And it's a typical rectangle going away from me. Maybe 3 or 4 beds down either side. And there's a girl in each bed. And they're like this, with the covers up round the neck like.
Yeah.
So there's a knocking outside. Now I'm thinking, now they're saying there's knocking outside. Somebody's knocking outside. We're 50, 60 feet up. So there's not even any trees, never mind any wires or anything else. So I'm thinking, well, it's not a poorly maintained student accommodation. There'll be mice or rats or something. And literally, as I'm thinking this, there's this knock on the wall opposite me at the far end of the rectangle, next to a window. And it literally was like somebody was just knocking on the wall outside. So straight away I'm thinking, this is not normal. This is not mice in the walls. and then the knocking moved to the corner, and then it moved round the corner, and it was absolutely like somebody was just like you would at ground level, and somebody was just rapping really hard. I mean, you thinking about it physically, you'd hurt yourself, but it was just like somebody was rapping really hard on the outside of the building as they walked round. And it gradually worked down this side. So as I'm stood here, it's to mine, and I'm thinking, oh, this is getting closer, you know. And all the girls are petrified. They're all sat there, not making a noise. And then it stopped. But the toilet on the landing was one of those where the window pushed outwards and upwards like that and went on a peg at the bottom. And the toilet, they'd obviously left it open where people had been using it. The toilet window slammed shut. So we'd had this wrapping all the way around the room. Then the toilet window slammed shut. So when it slammed shut, the girls screamed and it was like, oh my God. And I looked in the room, and literally as I looked in the room, the door opened like that to my side. But on the wall at the side was the light switch, and it was one of these toggle light switches that you get.
Oh, yeah.
So literally the girls are screamed and they're all looking at me like this. And as I'm looking at them, this light switch went up and went off on its own. And all the girls screamed, all my hair stood on end, and it was like, and it was purely a reaction. I turned the light switch back on and stepped into the room. But as I did, that feeling, like you said, you get that feeling of a presence, it just went. Then there was nothing there, and I knew it had gone. And that's the only other time I physically felt something, but then it was like I could sense, my energy field could sense that energy field had moved on.
Yeah.
And there's definitely no fire escapes on the outside of the building where people could run around or anything.
Nothing like that. But if you think about it again, from a paranormal point of view, you've got a building that's filled with teenage kids 300 days a year, you know. So from a poltergeist point of view, I suppose, I mean, I would imagine that since then it would have, or I would have thought, it's somewhere where logically where a local group would have been in and investigated, you know. But obviously as a 14-year-old kid, we just went back home on the coach the following day or the day after, and that was it. I never went back. But interesting experience nonetheless.
Definitely.
Have you not had anything like that, Chris?
No, the only experience I've had is one that I described earlier, where walking next to the old Victorian school next to the fence. You know, I'll quickly go through it for you, Paul. There was myself, my wife, and two stepkids walking down Queen's Road in the centre of Hull. I'm on the inside of the path. My wife and the kids on the next to the road, more or less, and walking from the east to the west along the road. And as we get to this old fence, which is about shoulder height, and there's a hedge beyond that, about a foot and a half wide, at least foot and a half wide. Something leant over and pulled my right shoulder and pulled me back. But they did it with that much force, it literally spun me around. So, I mean, you know, being maybe 20 years ago now, a lot younger than I am now, I was ready to turn around and thump whoever it was, you know, but I didn't see anybody, absolutely nobody there. And that's the only experience like that where I've something strange and unexplained has happened to me, you know. And the only other experience I had really was at more or less the time my mum passed away, 2004. We cleared a house. I brought the shaving mirror from a bathroom, and I'm getting ready to go out at New Year's Eve at the Christmas that she'd passed on. We buried her on December the 20th, 2004, and we're getting ready to go on New Year's Eve, getting a shave, all the white stuff around my chin, you know, the shaving foam. And I happened to look into the shaving mirror, and my mum was looking back at me.
Oh.
So weird, very weird.
And but did you sort of immediately go, or did you feel that connection?
She kind of immediately went. I kind of looked. As I saw her, I went, "Oh, ma'am." You know, the surprise, it just got me. And as I said, ma'am, she just kind of like faded away and went. I view it it's going to sound strange because I'll tell you why in a moment. It was like she was saying to me, "I'm okay. I'm all right. Wherever I am, I'm okay." You know, and I will tell you why it was strange. My mum was actually quite religious. I know a lot of people don't view this. I call them a sect now because that's what I think they are. But my mum was a strict Jehovah's Witness who do not believe in life after death or anything like that. But following on from that, I don't know if it was the next year, 2005, or it was a couple of years later. It's in the midst of time now. I do remember going with my wife, Jan, and we went to a spiritualist meeting in Beverley. You know where Beverley is, Paul. It's not far from where I am now. And we're in this meeting. They're all talking away. I didn't say anything or do anything. Didn't give any didn't give them a cold reading or anything like that. And the medium turned to me and he said, "Your mum didn't believe." So I just said no. Kind of like no, kind of weird, that kind of attitude. I didn't want to give him any information. And he turned around to me and he went, "But she does now."
Yeah.
So that to me was like saying, well, there could just be something after it all,
Yeah.
Yeah, fascinating.
But you see, that's it. Going back to what I said about us just moving from the Ford Escort into the whatever you want.
Yeah.
Fascinating. Just using that as an analogy, as an example. When you move from one groove to the next, then you have to take stock of how much did I learn, how much did I use, did I do what I initially thought I was going to do? And that's the thing where anything can be a distraction, anything can be wrong, anything can move you in the wrong direction. So it's up to you to try and stay focused and to help yourself make that progression. So it's the same with religion. And if people, I mean, you do get people that devote their lives to it and they say, I've given, even wealthy businessmen, I've given millions to the church, so I'm going to be all right. And it's like, that's not how it works. At the end of the day, it's the morals and the ethics and how you treat people and how you hold yourself and treat people yourself that matters. So religion don't even come into it because it's the same distance, it's the same lessons for everybody. So for your mum like that, how she does believe now, well, yes, she will, because now she'll be aware of the shortcomings of that religious lifestyle.
Yeah, she's had the experience of it,
Yeah. So it's like, okay, I'll put my hand up. Yes, I was wrong. I made the mistake, but I'll put it right next time.
Yeah.
Fascinating.
Yeah.
Well, I think I'm going to go to sleep in about 20 minutes. All nice and
good. You're not going nowhere. You're staying. You're on for the duration.
Oh, yeah. No
You'll
chance.
be fine. Got a couple of questions. Is that all right, Paul?
Yeah, fine.
Right. I think this is to all of us. So this is from 40 and 23. And they're asking, you guys have years of experience between you. I'm not saying you're all old. But are there any new methods you'd like to introduce into the subject to try to open new doorways?
I'd just like people to be more informed. Kind of like what Paul's saying in so many words here, in that don't just accept what they've been told and examine things perhaps just a little bit more in depth. I'm not saying, again, what Paul is saying is wrong. I'm not saying what I'm saying is wrong or Andy is wrong or any of the other guests that we've had on of the nighttime hours. Yeah. But examine everything, look into everything. Again, I'm going to quote from the Bible. There's one scripture which I always say use here. Make sure of everything and hold fast. In other words, grab tightly what is fine. And that if everybody had that attitude, and as well as do unto others as those have them do to you, the world would be a better place and would get better answers. And just examine things a bit deeper.
Yeah, and to go on from that, Chris, it's I agree with exactly what you're saying. The other thing for me is, as I said right at the beginning when I came on, was your gut feeling is usually the right feeling
Yeah,
because that's your
100%.
energy picking up on a positive energy. And
Yeah.
this is where people, we've all heard of CE5 now, where people are using this as a
Yeah.
means of meditation. Well, I'm nothing against that. That's fine, and if it works for them, that's wonderful. However, if we, as an individual, evolved enough or advanced enough, you don't need that CE5. You can do it yourself because they sense your energy. It's all about energy. Everything is about energy. And we all have our, as the spiritualists will call it, your aura. And it's like a fingerprint to us. Everybody's unique. And we're all at a million different levels, and we've all got a million different attributes and things to bring to this world. But by it being an individual frequency, that is how ET can tune into it, because they can pick up on that. That is how they can target people. Okay, go on, Chris.
I'm just having a bit of a thunk, as my grandma would have said. I'm thinking about something. What happens if we don't reach this higher level, this higher vibration? You know, I know we all pass on, and as you say, the body rots away, basically, and we go to this other different vibration. But what happens if we don't achieve this movement across these records?
Okay, it's no big deal. At the end of the day, you will come back in the groove that you're in now. It's like another analogy. I keep using these, don't I? Like a school curriculum, where we all have lessons to learn and things to help us to move forward. So by completing all these lessons, that's how you do it. However, that's over, I don't know, could be over 1 million years for all I know. But it's just part of our personal development and how we personally lift our vibration. If the worst comes to the worst and you make the wrong decisions and you don't, then it's no big deal. You just have to redo that lesson. You have to go back in and do maths again.
Yeah, resit your exams.
Oh,
Yeah.
well, that's me doomed. Maybe I'll just stop now, aren't I?
Yeah.
I can hear growling. Have any of you guys got an animal with you?
No, it's,
These birds outside singing.
yeah, me too.
Well,
Strange.
I won't say singing, but making
It's-
noise.
That could have been actually me moving a chair, Chris.
Ah, right. I could just hear like a growling noise.
Might be my stomach.
You see, look,
It could have
it's
been that,
my
Paul.
foot's
Yeah.
by a chair there.
Sorry, mate. It could have been that. It just sounded like growling for a couple of seconds.
My apologies. I keep touching it and moving it like that. Then
Yeah.
No, I heard it then.
Yeah.
Did you just do it again?
Yeah.
It's
No,
Paul.
Yeah. Can I just add to this question from 14? I've been Chris knows I've been doing it for the last few weeks now, but wherever I'm going to go or whatever I'm going to do, I don't, not meditate as such. I won't call it meditation, but I kind of like just get into the zone of where I'm going to be going and what I'm going to be doing, and it just makes me feel different. I'm more happy with doing stuff. I've been waking up in a good mood pretty much every day. Even now that I'm been awake for however many months or whatever, I don't know anymore. But I'm not, as the missus would say, miserable as what I used to be. She probably would say I'm still miserable, but in myself, I feel like when I'm getting ready to do the podcast, I come up half an hour before and I just put music on. I just sit in this chair and chill and just concentrate on what I'm going to be doing and roughly what I'm going to be talking about. And I just feel better and calmer and more with what's going to be going on. So I think when I go out and investigate, I'm going to put that into play and see if it makes any difference on anything that we pick up. If it doesn't, it doesn't. But there's no harm in trying. But it seems to work on every other level so far, or it has done.
Yeah, I agree completely, and I think it's something that to get that mindset and to be positive and to be, and just having that as a starting point. helps enormously. Whatever endeavour you're doing. So,
Yeah, but it gives you that. I don't know. It's positive energy. That's the only way I can explain it.
yeah, and that's exactly. If you think about it, every thought that you have is an energy.
Yeah,
Every thought that you have, the way that you think, your memories, everything, it's all energy. So if you can put that in the right direction, it's obviously going to help. So the more you can think, the more you become aware of your thoughts and aware of your energy and the way that you're steering your life, if you like, or your experiences, then the better it is for you and the easier it is. So that's why negative people attract negative things.
yes.
And positive people attract positive things.
Yeah, yeah. Because I know I have mentioned it a few times, and I think it was when Chris was on. You've got sorry, the book, the Secret. There's a movie about it as well. You can actually, if you have Spotify and you pay for Spotify, you get audio books on it, and it's actually on there.
Yeah.
But I'm not usually into that type of stuff. I used to think it's a bit of a gimmick, like these pyramid selling. Yeah, do you like the pyramid company? That I just seen it as that, and then I think I read it about 3 times, and then the second time it's like, no, this actually does make a lot of sense. But if you go on Spotify and you pay for it, you get it as part of the package, and you can listen to it on Spotify's version of Audible.
Yeah.
But I do recommend either reading, listening, or even watching the movie. And take in what's being said, because that is so true. Don't care what anyone. For me, it is anyway. It really is. It really, really is.
I mean, I'm showing my age now, but I can remember buying the book that had the CD with it. Years and years and years ago.
Yeah, my grandma told me about them, Paul.
Was it in black and white?
It wasn't a book, it was slate.
Yeah. But the one of the things with it was to go on from that. Yes, it is. You do sort of, again, it's this
laws of attraction.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is the way that it comes across initially is it's a sales gimmick. That's how I initially thought of it.
Yeah, exactly the same.
Yeah, and I thought, and then I got into it, and my brother, he's bought me the book, and it came in, and I watched it, and I thought, this is really good, you know.
Yeah.
But it does work, and there's one instance of this that I actually mention in my book. When I was in the army, and I was stationed in Berlin, Prince of Wales' own, and our PTI was Chris Akabusi. And Chris Akabusi, I don't know whether he still does it, but he does this motivational speaking.
Yes, he does.
And my brother had, with his work, he was speaking in Bradford at a hotel. And he rang me up and he said, I've got 2 tickets to go and see Chris. Do you want to come with me? And I went, oh, yeah. And I hadn't seen him for I don't know how many years, you know. And I walked in and he sort of pointed to me like that, and he was like, how are you doing? And I took loads of old photographs, because I used to, he was a PTI, he was my PTI, so he used to like supervise the running team, but they were all mega fit then. So I could hardly I won't even qualify, you know. I could get 11 seconds, and I couldn't even get in team.
Out of breath thinking about it.
Amazing. But but it is how you see him, how he comes across. That's exactly how he is in real life. He's loud, he's large, he's laughing, he's like all the time.
Yeah.
So I've seen Roger Black since. I was on a cruise, and Roger Black was one of the guest speakers, and we were having lunch, and I was sat talking to him, and they were on the team that did the when they beat the Americans for the first time in the we're in '96 World Championship, and Americans have won every race for like last 30 races, and they put Roger on first instead of putting the fastest on last. They put him on first, and he said one of the things he commented on when he was giving a talk about it. He said, "I knew Chris would be laughing behind him." He says, "Imagine him following you around, laughing all the way around the track for 400 meters." You know, but yeah, good guys, a good laugh.
Yeah. But just going back to that book, because when it come out, you had like utility warehouse was a big fit, and everyone was trying to get you to go in and do that, and it just seemed to be, like I said, that pyramid company sort of thing, and I just, it was all going on at the same time. So it's like early 2000s, I think it was, and I thought it's all part of that. Yeah, and that, so I didn't bother, and I was a bit disappointed with myself because, like with you, I actually enjoyed the movie, and I didn't want to. I wanted to be right, and that was wrong, but it wasn't, and it just whole new level.
Yeah.
Excellent.
You see, it's all everything. When people get this into their heads, that everything is energy, and that is how paranormal works, that's how ufology works, that's how ET works, and that's how we work. We're just not aware of it. It's these things like The Secret and like all this other stuff that's gradually coming out now, that it does have a big influence on your life, and it's...
Yep.
Yeah, I've got to say, Paul, you've out of the many different stories, descriptions that I've had over the years, you know, that I've been interested in this subject, I think you've put it the best. You certainly have put it the best, and I've actually enjoyed listening to you tonight. But then again, I knew I would anyway.
You know what that means? It doesn't normally. That means you shit the rest of the time.
No, but you put it in a very logical, but yet simple way. That is excellent. I really enjoyed that.
Yeah. You see, the thing is as well.
The rest of the time, but that tonight you was all right.
Told you.
But that's it. You see, for me, it was like, it's like something that's evolved, and the more you go into it, the more it makes sense, and the more it ties everything together, and the more it explains more. You know.
Yeah.
Yes.
Excellent.
So I've nothing against, you know, the Philip Kinsellas and the Philip Mantles and all these others writing these books about specific things, because at the end of the day, it's all putting evidence on the table that would help to corroborate the other things. And for me, it just corroborates what I'm saying, you know.
Yeah, they're all opinions, and everybody's opinion is as valid as the next one.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Doesn't mean that you don't have to agree, but it doesn't mean to say anyone's right or wrong either. So, and that's all part of it, I think. That's what makes it what it is. Right. We've got our next guests waiting to come on. So are you guys happy for me to bring them in now?
Yeah.
Fine.
Yeah.
So we have Andy and Tracy Linden of Conjure Quest Paranormal. Hello.
How you doing, how you doing?
And then we have Derek Savory's sidekick, Alex Lovelock.
Hey, hello, good morning.
How you doing, Al?
I'm not too bad. Bit early for me, but there you go.
Does anyone know anyone?
No.
Or do we need to introduce? Right.
No.
So Alex does a podcast on a Sunday night at 7:00 called The Lounge. But Alex was the guy that met up. Was it last year? Year before?
Yeah,
last year.
About
August,
yeah.
Met him at Rendlesham, and he showed me like all the areas, like the official site and all that. And we got a few orbs. I was stood at the side of the tree chatting about what had gone on. But he does a lot of work with Derek Savory that was on earlier.
Okay.
So that Alex, Paul, Chris, and then we've got Andy and Tracy Linden that do Conjure Quest Paranormal, that go out doing investigations from the Birmingham area.
Yeah, pretty well. Yeah.
I couldn't remember. I knew you got a Brummie accent itch, so I was just going to go with that.
Yeah, we literally go all over the place at the moment. I mean, we are aiming more this year for the West Midlands.
Yeah, but you do a podcast as well, don't you? Is it on a Wednesday?
Yeah.
You've not long since started doing that, have you?
Sorry?
You've not long since started doing it?
No, I think we started just before Christmas.
Yeah, about 7 or 8 weeks ago.
Yeah. Do ours on a Monday. Well, I say we've started doing it on a Monday night.
Yeah.
But it's kind of...
You've not done it yet.
Yeah. It's kind of like, okay, so Monday night, maybe sometimes on a Friday.
Yeah.
It's getting there very slowly.
Yeah. So, welcome everyone. Paul, if you want to stay on for a bit, you can do, unless you need to go.
Well, actually, I'm just going to go for my lunch.
Lunch.
He's having oysters and caviar, I'm telling you.
No. I'm in sunny Cyprus at the minute, so we're a few hours in front of you guys.
Yeah.
So if you don't mind, Andy, thank you.
No, that's fine. I just weren't sure what your plans were.
And if
I'll speak to you in a couple of weeks, Paul.
Yeah. Yes, just give me a shout. It's not a problem.
Okay, then.
And enjoy the sun.
No, we certainly will. It's been great.
Hope it
Thank you
rains.
for the opportunity.
Hope it rains.
No, thank you for coming on. Really appreciate it.
All
right. Take care, Paul. Speak to you soon.
Bye.
See you later. And then there was 5.
There's going to be 4 in a minute.
Right. Hello.
Yeah.
You're doing well, Andy. I'm surprised you're still awake.
12 hours. It's great.
I don't even know what's going on anymore. I think once I got to the first 12 hours, I know I cut it 11.5 hours. I needed to get. You know when you just feel dirty?
Yeah.
Just starting the same clothes. I'm not even sweating or nothing. It's just I know I need to get out of the clothes I've washed, bathroom, grab something to eat and what have you. It was more that than anything else. So I've just got to keep checking my phone because of like the guests coming on. So that half hour was the perfect time. Perfect time and the perfect amount of time.
Yeah.
Great.
So it was good. Derek was good. So Alex, you need to step into his shoes and carry it on.
Really? I missed him. I spoke to Elaine, his sister, earlier.
To be honest, he didn't get much of a word in because
no, he wouldn't have done.
George Mitrovic was on, and good luck to anyone who wants to battle with him.
I know. Don't even want to go there.
Oh, thank you guys for coming on.
No, you're welcome. No, always rude.
Pleasure to be here.
So where are we going now?
Well, I'm going to bed, mate.
No, you're not. No,
I can still turn this off, pal. No, I have to, mate, because it's going to, as you know, I'm diabetic for 48 years.
Oh, you're coming back
so
on.
I need to go to bed and get some sleep and get some insulin.
You're coming on with Peter, aren't you?
Yeah, I'm back at. I'll be back about 6:45ish.
Yeah, it's 6 till 7.
I hope you're not asleep though, mate. By the time I come back,
I wish. Feel my eyes,
guys. I'm sorry to cut it short, but I really do need some sleep.
No, that's good. I forgot.
Thank you.
And listening in, but I will have it on my telephone, so I will kind of like be listening. Cool. Nice to meet you. Take care, everybody. I'll maybe catch you some other time and speak properly.
Yeah, definitely.
All right, guys.
Yeah,
I nearly said good night when it's good morning. See you later.
See you later. Take care. Bye-bye. Hello.
So, what was Derek talking about?
Not a lot, really. No, he was saying about the filming that you guys did at Rendlesham. You've been there a few. Well, he was saying about the. I'm trying to remember everything that everyone spoke about. Can't remember who's been on. He was saying about the woman that did the levitating.
Who knows?
I don't. I've only met her once before. I don't know. You know. I have to see these things before I can comment.
Because I think it was Elaine that was in the chat. I'm sure it was because she called him bro. But she changes her name every other week, so I can't keep up.
No.
So Elaine,
I think
Derek's
the police.
sister.
I wonder if the police are after her,
Elaine's Derek's sister, but she does the modding for Alex on his show.
Yeah.
Oh right,
Does
okay.
everything.
Okay.
Yeah, so
She's very,
that's the
very good.
connection
I've got to
there.
give her
Yeah,
a due. She's good. Yeah.
So what's that? What's that about levitation? What actual levitation?
I don't know. I've never seen it. I can't.
Oh, okay.
I can't speak on something I've not witnessed.
I don't know. Oh, I said to Derek, if he's not busy, he'll come back on. So I might. I'll message him in a bit and see if he wants to come on and he can speak at some point.
I mean, I can only speak about things that I've done. Witness, really. I can't speak about anything.
No, I get that.
Yeah, no.
So, anything new with you, Alex?
Anything with me? Yeah, I've had, as you know, there's always things going on around here. But something happened last week, which I can't really talk about because I don't understand it myself. And but yeah, you know, I mean, I've been having things happen to me since I was 4 years old, which was about 300 years ago. But I've had things happen since I was 4. Don't got involved with a mediumship, which I don't do anymore.
Yeah, and
all sorts of things, and you know, seen a few UFOs and bits of everything, really, Andy. I've just been dealing with the other side since I was 4, really.
Yeah.
That kind of interests me into the how like do you use your mediumship like within that realm of like contacting UFO, like with the UFO kind of.
I know it sounds a bit strange, but I don't seem to do what everyone else does, but it's mediumship. I don't go out specifically, so it just happens.
Yeah.
And the last UFO I saw was at Bentwaters. It's 2017. And that's where there were 3 of us there, including the security guard, where this UFO ship, whatever, came above our heads. And this other guy was with us, I didn't know. I won't tell you what he said. But I've told Andy about this, but this thing split into segments.
Oh, wow.
And the thing is, like everyone else, I had a camera with me, but I didn't take a picture. And I've had a couple of dealings, and I in the 70s, I went to a place called Clapham Woods in Sussex, where I would never go again.
Not bad.
Well, for me it was, in fact, I was talking to a guy we had on Sunday. I don't even see him, Andy Miles. He's only a young guy. Yeah, he feels about Rendlesham Forest as I feel about Clapham Woods.
Really?
Yeah, and I said to him, look, you know, come down here, meet us down here, but he doesn't want to go back in there again because of something that happened to him.
Yeah.
And,
there you go.
Oh, hello, Bree now. She's gone cheesy. I was going to save that for Sunday, but it doesn't matter. Hello, Elaine. And it's really, strange, isn't it? Some people can go somewhere and feel, I don't know, just feel okay, and other people feel very uncomfortable.
Was it? Did you have something happen there, like, or was it just like just something that you just didn't really like the feel of?
Well, I don't know. I think it was in one of the newspapers in the 70s, about 76, I think 75. Me and my mate went fishing at Little Hampton in Sussex. Yeah. As usual, didn't catch anything. So, seeing this thing, we were popping these woods, and I don't really know what happened. Everything was like surreal.
Yeah.
And but my mate didn't feel anything. Then a few months later, I'd see this orange cigar-shaped thing outside my window. Now, this is in South London.
Yeah.
As I say, no aliens will come to South London. They won't get their wheels nicked. You know, it's just, you know, no, it's not that bad, but you know. And then about a week after, heard footsteps up the stairs.
Oh, okay.
Which they always had trouble in there with spooks anyway.
Yeah.
And I got pinned to the bed. People said, "Oh, it was whatever this experience is," but it weren't. It was them for sure. And then for about 5 years, I don't know, just my head was completely
weird.
I don't mind admitting it. I mean, whatever. I just went through a lot, and I've put it down to seeing this craft or going to these woods. So no, I wouldn't go back there again.
That's weird.
But,
Yeah.
Well, do you think that was like something that was, I don't know, would it been like a spiritual attachment or something to do with the actual whether he was affected through?
The house I lived in had been. I've been having things in this since I was, say, 4 years old. You know,
Yeah.
so there was always things going on. Kind of got used to that, but this was something to do with that UFO.
Oh,
I'm
that's
sure.
weird.
Yeah.
So it's one thing.
It's hard to say. I mean, Andy knows. I mean, I don't make things up. I just say it as it is. But I can't.
Yeah, no,
I've got no real proof, if you know what I mean.
Yeah,
I've never had a psychic attack. That's the word. I've never had one of those before.
that's mad. Absolutely.
So I just blame it on this clap.
Yeah, the only way you can pin it. Yeah. See, it's one thing. I say. I mean, it's one thing I'd love to experience because it's as yet I've never kind of
a psychic attack.
Oh no, not a psychic attack. Definitely not one of them.
Don't want those.
Apart from on a Friday night.
But it weren't the first time. I broke my leg and ankle back in early 2000s. I was laid up, but I got copped an attack at 9 o'clock in the morning. So I was on the settee, I couldn't move, and it happened at someone else's house. That was in the morning as well. So, I mean, I don't know. I'm interested in all this stuff. I don't know what it was, but I don't like talking it up because I don't. It's not a nice feeling.
Yeah. As I say, it's really. I mean, I suppose you could looking at listening to that. I mean, I don't know. I suppose the way I'd see it would be some sort of like spiritual attachment or something like that. But then, I suppose it's something like I said to Andy. It's like the outer realms and like UFOs and stuff like that. I've only recently started looking more into.
Yeah, I've asked people. To be honest, and I'm been at this now quite a long time.
Yeah.
I've asked people all sorts of questions, and no one can give me an answer, and I can't give an answer either.
No.
So I just think, well, these things happen, and
well, that's it. I was going to say. I mean, there's no difference. It's like you said. Like some people will sit there and go like, "Oh, there's no such thing as UFOs and stuff like that." But then you're looking in the same realm as, like I said, we go out week after week, searching for proof of the other side. I mean, you know what I mean? It's like, well, if you're in that belief of paranormal, then you've got to be open to the other realms as well.
Yeah.
Oh, definitely. But I'm not going to go into everything. It's taking forever. But
just spontaneous, isn't it? Just that sometimes happens that quick. You can't take it all in.
Yeah.
I mean, the spirit thing. My mum died when I was 13. I remember going home one lunchtime, and the dinner table had been laid out.
Okay.
Yeah.
Wow.
I suppose she thought, I'll get that little get up on that table because I weren't used to the tables. Apart from when they move up and down,
Yeah.
And then things like that. But it was always things going on in that house, and it's like where I am now. I come off. I don't know if it was Andy. I'm not sure who was with us this Sunday. I went into the next room next door, and I've got 6 guitars in there, and one of them, all the strings have been undone.
Yeah.
And you think, and I think it's still going on. It's happened to me all my life.
Yeah,
I've got no explanations.
it's weird, isn't it? I mean, it's like, how long did you like? Obviously, because it's something you're born with, like. But how long has it took you to kind of like home in? That's. I mean, like, I've only just started learning.
Well, I was adopted.
Right.
My grandmother, biological, was a medium.
Yeah.
As I say, this first started, I think, I was about 4. I had a vision of something. I didn't know what was going on. And then, I don't know, it went on from there, and I kept asking people. And then I went to this spiritualist church, which was, I ain't going to go on about them. Couldn't answer my questions. And while I was in there, this may sound a bit far-fetched, but this is true. I was sitting there, and a voice, it started to get cold. And I thought, it's these old girls, they know on the new, you know, they're playing around, you know. You don't trust anyone in this game, do you? I'm getting cold now, just talking, sitting here, shivering there, just talking about it. And this medium got up and a voice, I was sitting by the wall. They won't get me here, you know. And the voice said, "You're going to do that."
Oh, wow.
Deviate out where. Then I thought it was a tape recorder or something, you know. And the voice again says, "You're going to do this." I thought, I don't think so. No way. Am I traipsing around the countryside doing this? Little did I know.
That's mad.
Yeah.
Absolutely mental.
And then I started getting involved with the physical mediumship as well.
Yeah.
I've got photographs of me in the cabinet and that, and the mist and all this sort of stuff. And I don't know, I went out doing all these gigs for about 12 years, and then in 2019, I was out and I don't do this anymore.
So what do you
still want to do it?
Yeah.
And they told me they didn't want me to do it anymore. And then I started my channel, met Andy and all these really nice people on here. And that's it really. It's time. I think they move you on to another, not to say another level, but another.
Yeah.
Something
like a higher spirit.
Because I feel that because of what I went through, no, I couldn't turn to anyone, and so by starting this channel on a Sunday, all these great people have come on.
Yeah,
we might be able to help somebody else. That's why I started it.
Yeah.
And everyone's got a different take on stuff.
Yeah.
And hopefully that people who went through what I went through, or you or Andy or whoever's been through, somebody might take something from that and think.
That's what I mean. It is nice. I mean, it's I was going to say, I mean, it's like I've kind of known since I was a kid that there was something a little bit different, but it's only till very, very recently that I met a friend of mine that I started actually understanding it and learning it more. It's, I've been to spiritual churches and stuff like that, but I don't know. They don't really want to know.
No, I best not go on it. I think I've lost a few subscribers in the last couple of weeks because I've been telling a few truths, I'm sure. I think, you've got to, there's so much more to all this. I mean, I'm 73 and 6 weeks.
Yeah.
So this is nearly 60 years or 70 years I've been things going on.
Wow. Yeah.
And I don't know anything.
It's an amazing gift.
No.
But there's so many people out there who seem to know it all. And I think, God, I've been through all what I've been through. Scared stiff.
Yeah.
And but I've been working for them now for all the, quite a few years, the spirit people, and I don't know what to say. I've still got no real answers for it.
No, I was going to say, I think every day's learning, isn't it?
Yeah, just learning. It's something different all the time.
Do you think we'll ever get any answers?
Well, at this age, I don't think so, Andy. I've got answers. I suppose I've had answers. Like, I went into hospital with COVID, as you know, and I'm quite ill. Yeah. But they said it was COVID. I don't know what it was. And Because my daughter drove 130 miles to get to me, and I think I had 10 minutes left of oxygen or something.
Bloody hell.
Wow.
And I'd seen spirit people. Again, this might sound a bit far-fetched, but I had a man sit next to me for 4 days.
Oh, wow.
And I think he was like Middle Eastern, because I could only see his hair and I couldn't see his face exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And I saw these people in like a tube. Anyway, it got to a stage where I was really, really in a bad way.
Yeah.
Wow.
God.
And I thought, I don't want to do this anymore. And then my daughter came, got me in the hospital. Anyway, I was in the hospital in intensive care. And I don't know what had been going on. And the nurse said to me, I won't use the word she used, but she wasn't happy. And she said, last night, through the night, something about a little girl. I've got a little girl works with me.
Oh, right, okay. Yeah.
I thought, what? And the next day, another one, they made me jump. She said, you thought we were aliens. I think, what's been going on? I'm out on some different planet somewhere. I don't know where I was.
Yeah.
And that's what happened. And I thought, well, is that me talking? Because I don't know. Could have been. I haven't got a clue what was what.
Yeah.
Or anyway, and so that went on, and some other bits and pieces happened. Then I pulled myself together and kind of started going back doing the stuff, and then Christmas Day 2 years ago, a spirit man stood in front of me and he said, we don't want you associating with these people anymore.
Oh, right, okay.
Not you, I suppose I meant the spiritualists.
Yeah.
And then a few months ago, something else happened. And then I started the channel. And I've just been, it might sound a bit, sort of, people may not believe it, but it's like they're leading me all the way.
Yeah.
It's almost like retire. I suppose it's almost like a spiritual retirement, isn't it? In a sense, it's kind of like, well, you know what I mean?
Yeah, I suppose so. I mean, there's probably more to it than that, but as well. But I just don't. I've done my bit, but no. What it was is no one wants to listen to what we talk about. All they want is bloody messages.
Yeah,
and that is why I went there to learn. I'm trying to pass stuff on to people, but got my message. Got any messages? Oh.
I've got a message for you.
Yeah, and it was more of a stand, or more. I think I was more of a stand-up comedian rather than that. But it used to have some fun. But some people, And then I don't know, started doing this and met Andy and all these other guys. I met all these other people, who come on every week, and I learned something new. What was it? 3 years now, I think I've been doing it, Andy. Must be 3 years.
Yeah, 3 years. 3 years.
I learn something new every week.
Mm-hmm.
And what I would say to anyone who's nervous, scared, or whatever, just listen to what other people say.
Of course, always listen.
And then maybe try and make your own mind up.
Yeah.
Well, that's it, isn't it? It's like,
I just a massive interest.
Yeah.
I love listening and hearing about it all and everyone's experiences, and it's just unreal. But you won't understand it unless you're there, I guess. Or you've had an experience yourself, you can understand it more.
And I'm not a great reader. Alistair Crowley, sort of with all this, but I'd say go and read up on people like Jack Webber, Alec Harris, D.D. Hume, Helen Duncan, all these old mediums, and see what they did. Because all you get now is this mental mediumship, what they call mental mediumship. But when you go and see the physical stuff, or like when you touch a table, table. I mean, the woman I had on with me Sunday, she said that she watched me do this table tipping, and it changed her mind, changed her whole attitude towards it.
Yeah.
See, that's something I've never really. I mean, obviously doing the paranormal.
You've only ever had one
Yeah, I mean,
experience,
we've done a few events like where they do the table tipping, but I've never, I suppose, unless I could actually see it for myself with nobody else touching the table.
Yeah.
There's always that kind of little bit of doubt as to whether somebody else is kind of manipulating it.
I keep an open mind about everything.
Yeah.
I'm definitely open-minded to it. It's just,
otherwise you wouldn't be doing it.
That's what I mean. It's just, I mean, we did one where I was calling out to the spirit and stuff like that in this one location, and it was literally this table was going mental, walking around the room and stuff like that, and it to me it was just like, oh, is that actually doing that by itself, or is
just the skeptic in you, that is.
Well, I said this the other night. I don't want to take up all this thing. If I talk too much, shut me up, Andy.
Yeah. I can have a rest.
We were working, and my mate, he had this place, the centre, and we couldn't get in this evening. The woman or something had gone off for the keys. Anyway, it was in the street. And there was about 30 people lined up waiting to come in. And I said to this woman, I said, I'll tell you what, I'll get the table out of the car. So I was in the street, a bit like that Dynamo guy, you know, where he is in America. Not as good as him, though. And we got the table going in the street, right?
Yeah.
Right. Then we went to this graveyard down the road and carried on with what we were doing. And then they opened the centre, and this is the truth. There was 2 women there I'd never seen before.
Yeah.
And I said, do you fancy coming on this table? Well, the next thing you know, I ended up on my back, and so was one of the others. And with that, the table was running around this hall with just this one woman.
Oh wow!
Because the leg had snapped. That's how the leg had snapped. That's how I ended up.
Yeah.
And I thought, oh, well, I've never seen that before.
That's mental.
That is mad. That
Experiences.
Yeah. It's it's quite funny, really. Oh, and then we was in Rendlesham, and Derek reminded me this the other night. You know, my first experience there was there was about 12 people, and a man said to me, "Would you please leave the ancients and aliens alone?" And I thought, you said that. And I was out there.
Yeah.
So, who knows what it is? I don't know.
So I said, we've been some places where Trace, there's been absolutely nobody in the room, like, and she's been breathed on, and
she's got literally,
it's like when we get EVPs and stuff like that. I mean, nobody really knows where them EVPs are coming from.
Yeah, there's definitely not anyone in the room.
Down the Rendlesham with Andy, wasn't there? And we were getting at a certain area, what we call track 12. I don't know what it is. They change the numbers every other week.
Yeah.
Andy was getting stuff for the meter, wanted from the tree.
And that's where you went, wasn't it? Last week before, same spot.
Yeah, and I went back there a little while after we'd been there, because I'm down there quite regular. I got nothing.
Yeah.
Went there last week, I think it was, with the meter. Same place, Andy, same area.
Yeah. That's what I mean. It's like we've as you know, I mean, you go through some locations, and I mean, it's like literally you can sit there for 5 or 6 hours and just go, there's absolutely nothing here, and then go back again 2 or 3 days later, and everything's kicking off.
Yeah, that's the paranormal. That's the way it is.
Strange, I've never been out ghost hunting.
You've never actually been out.
He will be doing this year, guarantee it. I'm taking him.
I'll tell you what. If you'd be more than welcome to come out on one with us. More than welcome.
He needs to go.
How can I put this? I get enough things going on without
It doesn't. Yeah, it doesn't need
Right,
to.
I want to go back. I'll go back to Scotland, and I don't know if you know anything about Alistair Crowley.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, his house, Boleskine House, I went there August this year, and they're renovating the place.
Yeah.
And I know Jimmy Page from Led Zeppelin. I think he bought it in the 70s, but I think he only lasted a couple of weeks.
Yeah.
Because apparently the head, I think, is of Lord Lovat. Has been rolling along the floor, right?
Oh, God. Jesus Christ.
So I said to somebody, I'm a bit nervous. I wouldn't mind going in there, but I'm frightened of going in there with nothing and coming out with something, you know. And
that'd be an interesting place. That would.
I belong to the foundation, and I'm going to see if I can get the courage to see if I can have a look in there this year.
Yeah.
But when I say about ghost hunting, I don't know. I have so much going on. I don't want to pick anything else up.
Yeah.
I'm the biggest wuss in the business, mate. I'm telling you.
I've got an update for you, Alex.
Have you?
You remember we was at Rendlesham?
Yeah.
Yeah. And we went past the log and we got further down.
Yeah.
And we could hear that humming. And we were looking for bees or hornets just above our head. You got the K2 meter out. And it was not really, it was lighting first green light, but nothing else. So I had a guest on a few weeks ago called Kate Hairgirl Ray. Now she does the fays, the fairies, goblins, gnomes, all that kind of stuff. Apparently, that humming noise is. I'm trying to remember. I'm not going to get it word for word. Probably not even going to get it right, but that humming noise is when there are fairies about, and that's what was happening. The way she explained it was, I just was took back to where me and you were stood under that tree and we're looking up, trying to see what was going on.
Because
and it was that.
When I was there last week, I put the camera around. Look, there's no electricity there, is there? There's no cables.
Nothing.
There's nothing.
No pipes. Not a thing.
That's all.
So I didn't know that. You have to give me a name. I have to get her on.
Yeah.
Find out about this. Actually, I've heard that humming. Now you say that.
Because that was coming from above. It wasn't on the ground. It was because we were looking for like a group of hornets or even a nest further up, and the sound was travelling down. And I'm like, it's not there. I'm like,
I've heard that.
I don't know what's going on.
Where's that? Look, where's that then?
Rendlesham.
Is that like an actual
near the UFO?
It's one of the UFOs.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Where that landed? Say that landed there. Probably about not even a quarter of a mile, is it? Straight path.
We go straight through onto.
We've got to go around to that log unless you want to do a bit of krypton factor. But
are you talking about the log that was in
the one with Skatey Woman? So you know where the landing site was, and you seen Skatey Woman.
Oh, that woman that glided past me. Yeah.
And then we carried on, and just before it forks off, we'd stopped because we heard the humming.
That's right.
And you got the K2 meter out. I actually did some filming on that.
And then you got the log, haven't you, where the tree came down?
Yeah.
Well, the strange thing is, I haven't got it on here. I'd show you. Well, I couldn't show you anything, I don't think. That is where I've got a photograph of my daughter and that whoever it is standing behind her at that tree.
Bloody hell.
If you look at my Facebook, you'll see it.
Right.
I'll have to look at that. I'll have to look at that.
But
give me a minute. I got it on here.
Okay.
I think. I'm saying I have.
Be careful what you show me, won't you?
Right.
No, that humming sound, because I've been walking up the road. There's like a proper road that runs through into the car park. And I've heard that humming before. But I thought, because they got wires like BT cables there or whatever, I thought it must be them. But Andy's right. Where we went, there's nothing. It's nothing. And that is where the apparently UFO landed.
Yeah.
Near there.
Yeah.
Have you got it, Andy?
Yeah, I'm just going to upload them.
That's it's one thing we've never kind of experienced anything like that.
That'd be unbelievable.
That'd be nice.
Yeah. Wow. I'd love to experience.
I mean,
right.
I went down there last week. It was very quiet.
Yeah. Well, what I'm going to do, I'm going to put the photograph up of when we was there, so we can see the branch when we was leaning against it, and we seen the two orange orbs that we seen twice.
Oh, cool!
Wow.
And I thought it was your watch. Remember? I'm glad you seen them because I seen them a couple of minutes ago. I went, yeah, I seen them again.
I remember you telling me about that.
You know those orange orbs that we saw in the daylight?
Yeah.
Well, I've said someone here I get them here.
Oh, okay.
That's the room. That's the tree.
Oh.
That was the tree.
So that tree.
Yeah.
So where the branch comes down from the main part of the tree itself.
Yeah.
I'm just near that first bend.
Right.
And as it goes down and then levels out, then comes back up again, Alex was stood there.
Okay.
And we're chatting, and he's pointing out to the field and saying about the UFO and the second landing and all that. And as we're there, we're leaning. Oh, you can't see. 1 second. And we're leaning on the tree like that. So we've both got watches on, but if it was light reflecting off the watch, it'd be going up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Now, but you see where that gap is in the ferns?
Yeah.
Yeah.
In the middle.
Yeah.
So going from left to right, we've both seen, and we've seen it twice, two orange orbs about what size of a cricket ball?
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Tennis ball. But they were moving on the ground, and they was going like.
Yes, there's no way that
straight line. It wasn't an even pattern. It was just like some random movement.
Yeah.
And I thought, oh, it's his watch. And then I thought about it afterwards, like, no, because that had been, even if it was hitting that, it'd be going out there. It wouldn't be going 180 degrees.
Yeah.
Well, I went there, I think the week later, and I got orbs again on the leaves like that, or like you say, the orange. And I've had things in here, orange.
Yeah.
That's weird. I mean,
I'm going to put the other picture up of, you said it's your daughter at the same tree.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, there's my granddaughter, the little one. There's my daughter.
Oh my God.
I'm sure she hates me putting these up. And but we don't know who that figure is behind her.
Wow.
We can't work. And I go there every time I go there on my own or with someone. I'll say, stand by that tree. But nothing has ever happened again. If anyone knows what that could be.
Oh my God. That's wow.
Do you know what that looks like?
So cool.
Remember when we was walking down to where what we think that crater?
Yeah.
And I said I'd seen something walking that way through the trees, and it looked like a German soldier with a grey.
Yeah.
Carry on. Yeah.
Right. You look at that figure.
All right.
Yeah.
That's the same hat of that. What I think is a German soldier that was walking the other way.
Yeah.
Could well be.
And it does look a grey, like a gunmetal grey colour. It's that fleecy material. I'm not saying it is that, but
it's weird. That's weird when you look at it. If you look down towards the bottom bit, like kind of like as you'd say towards the waist,
it looks like
you can see it go in.
It's almost like it's got like a as you'd say, like a penguin tail kind of.
Yeah, like it goes in there.
But Simon put, before I even said it, German soldier.
Yeah.
That's unreal.
The thing is, Andy, in that crater, I was there 4 or 5 years ago. It's funny you said about the German, because I was standing by the crater and two Germans appeared.
The pilot.
By the way, I've got to explain that when I used to do my mediumship, I could see the communicator. That's how come on.
Yeah.
I found it quite easy, really. In the end, these two Germans stood there in that crater, and they said they were sorry for what they did and what they were going to do.
Oh, okay.
And they were flying a Heinkel, I think they said. Anyway, somebody told me that not far from there, near Woodbridge, because we're now going towards the airfield, or we're walking away from the airfield. But, and I think they said a Heinkel did crash in the road, near the road there somewhere.
Bloody hell.
Yeah.
You know, it sounds really far-fetched, but anyone who knows me, I don't make these things up.
Because what I did when I seen that, when I seen that, when me and Alex were walking down and he was telling me what had gone on in the past. So we're walking south. This is walking like 2 trees deep, going north.
Yeah.
And you just see it in your peripheral. And then as it turned, like full on, it had gone. But I could see it was like grey, fleecy, metal colour.
You can see
the trousers, the hat. It wasn't obviously a baseball cap. It was the hat. I don't know what you call them, the hat with corners. And it's like 2.5 hours for me. As soon as I got back, I went on the computer and typed in World War II German soldier uniform. And the third picture, I'm like, that is what I see. And I messaged you, sent you the picture straight away, didn't I?
Yeah.
Because it's strange, because that is about what? I don't know how far from me. Quarter of a mile, maybe, I suppose, from that crater to where the tree is.
Probably not even that.
Probably not even that. I'm actually sitting here, I'm getting really cold now.
I have.
There's someone about.
I've got goosebumps everywhere.
Oh, I have.
I
have.
It's so creepy.
It's actually pointing forward as well. It's got its arm up, pointing forward.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, I've never noticed.
Oh, yeah, you can see the hand. Like, I'm not being thingy now, but it's kind of like doing that.
Like that,
That's what the children can
do. I don't know. What's not
I'm not doing the impression. I'm not getting shut down.
No. But that's the, I know what you mean.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But you can see where it goes in at the waist and then comes back out.
Yeah, that's what I said. Almost like penguin tails.
And then you can see the legs. The legs are separate to the top. It's not all one piece.
It's a bit like the monks, the photograph of the monks and that funny looking fish thing.
But then it's got it's got something around the neck as well.
Yeah. It's only the camera that sees it, Andy.
So much detail.
If I'd not seen what I'd seen that day we went, I wouldn't even have picked up on that.
That's
what you see the monk.
Yeah.
And then a couple of months ago, there was a lady that was just gliding across from where the UFO model is. There's another little track in there that goes to the tree. And then you walk through the tree onto the next track. And this woman just glided past. What the hell? I'm trying to chase her. And get up. And then Elaine has heard her name called. But that's in the pit where Crowley was.
Yeah.
But I've gone along that track where I saw that woman, and I've heard it sounds like young women chanting.
Oh, right, okay.
There's no one here. I don't know what other people see or hear in here, but I find that you just walk around and.
I'd be interested to get down there myself.
Yeah,
definitely.
You could go there and get nothing.
Get messed up,
like everywhere.
Really?
Yeah.
I mean, the picture of these monks or whoever they were, druids.
Yeah.
I didn't see them, but the camera did.
Yeah.
And I sent them to some magazine. And the woman said it could be, what's that word? Not paranoia. What they call it?
Pareidolia.
Pareidolia.
Yeah.
Pareidolia.
That's definitely not pareidolia.
That's not.
No
chance.
I thought I'm not going to argue with her.
Yeah. No, that's definitely not pareidolia. There's
something just went banging. I don't know what it was. I told you bit of a wuss, really. And I thought, well, I'm not trying to. If I can see him, you can see him. This woman, whoever, how can that be pareidolia?
Yeah, exactly.
No, pareidolia is it's normally where you've got blend.
Yeah,
you know, like let's say you've got like you've got wooden flooring and you've got a knot on the within that wall that from a distance could look like a face, or you know what I mean, or
these are actual.
let's say
chicken in the clouds and stuff like that.
That's what pareidolia is. That's it's almost like, as they call like trick of the eye. You know what I mean?
Well,
but that's a pure.
Yeah, that's too real.
You would look at that.
Yeah.
If, let's say you put that photo out.
Yeah.
And just went, this is and didn't say nothing. You'd think there was. You would automatically see 3 people in that photo.
Yeah.
You wouldn't go, oh, that's that. You know, you wouldn't just see the 2 people and go, oh, that's a bit shadowed, isn't it? You would see the 3 people.
Well, in this photograph that I found, he's got that one. I haven't got it on here.
Yeah, I've got it. I'm going to put it up next.
It's not only the monks, but what it was the monks. And as you come past go on to the next track, there was like this big furry thing. Looked like, I haven't got the picture of that.
A Bigfoot fish.
It's this fish thing, isn't it? And
really?
It's massive, it's big eye, and it's all hairy and furry. And Elaine, I think, was with me, and Derek maybe as well. We'd have fell over it, if you see what I mean. Because I just go around like you, probably snapping. Take snaps. I gets back, and there's these monks and this thing, this fish thing, well, whatever it is, massive, great thing it is. And I thought, well, we didn't see it. We'd have fell over it.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Yeah. But
I don't know.
Yeah. Simon's saying, was that the only photo that was blurred?
Yeah, but yeah. I was in there. I say it was about 8 o'clock in the evening, in the summer, obviously.
Yeah.
And I said, "Oh, let me stand by the tree." I just took a picture. I think it was Olympus then, and I got back and I was all, I don't believe this. Look at what's happened here. And
there's nothing like that in the background at all.
No. You see, I mean, you flash between them 2 photos there.
There's nothing in that background.
Even if somebody wanted to, there's no way that you could ever make pareidolia out of that. Or I mean, that's just
and why would I bother to do it? I'm not
exactly.
I'm not looking for anything. Look at me. Look what I'm making things up.
Like I said, I mean, if I was to see that on Facebook, if I was to see that randomly on Facebook, you would see obviously your daughter and whoever's in the corner, and you would clearly see somebody standing behind going, "Oh, look what's over there," kind of thing.
And I certainly wouldn't pick photos of my daughters, 3 of them, or my grandkids. Just like I wouldn't do that. But I said to Lisa, I said, "You've been all around the world." Not very impressed, really. But
but I mean, again, if you like, obviously with it being blurred, like I say,
it's not just her.
If like you've actually got, because you've got flare coming off.
You've got normal.
And then you've got the flare coming off it, so it's almost.
It's almost like something's come around.
And it weren't like, I mean, it weren't like sunshine.
No, that's one of his daughters. That's all of them.
Yeah, no, that's what I mean.
But that flare that's coming. That's what I said. The flare that's coming off it.
That's not normal.
Yeah, that's. I mean, let's say that's normally like we've noticed, and a lot of other paranormal investigators will probably say the same. Is that when you get a blur on a photo, and let's say it's one blur, you got one that's blurred, and you got 3 that absolutely come out perfect. That's normally where the spirits kind of crossed over.
Okay.
And that it's almost like it kind of like you get an energy that comes across, and that's what blurs the photo.
Yeah.
Interesting.
That's what I believe.
I mean that was probably about 10 years ago.
Do you want me to put these others on?
amazing.
Well, there ain't nothing dodgy on there, yeah. Oh yeah, look at that thing. What's that coming out of the trees? Look.
Exactly.
And that there.
Yeah, no, I can see it.
Oh wow.
I'm cold sitting here, absolutely freezing.
Cool.
Stick you're eating them.
Oh, I've got the heating on.
I can't work out.
Yeah, so something's coming through, like not so much
Excuse me.
behind.
Out of something.
Yeah, it's not so much behind, but it's just like hello.
I don't know.
I'll tell you what, I go down there.
Exactly what I mean.
Someone told me a couple of weeks ago they got big cats in there. I don't know if they have.
I honestly can't work that one out.
No.
I
can't. Then we got this one.
That's it. Look at him.
Oh, that's weird.
It's awful. Don't like that.
But that.
It could be a background tree.
Yeah.
With a light, I can't say. But it looks real.
No, I can't see it. There's a little alien behind the tree, poking his head out behind the tree.
Yeah.
You see, I suppose in going on pareidolia, that's probably the closest that you'd say that people would look at that and go, "Oh, that might be."
But it would.
Right.
But we don't know.
You don't. It's I was going to say unless you're there in that.
Got another picture in that same
space, yeah.
You wouldn't be able to tell.
And then we got this one.
On that tree, though, there is, if you look at the proper other photo that I've got, it's like there's a woman, looks like a woman's head.
Yeah.
He's like looking at the woman's head.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. Oh, look at that thing. Yeah. Well, I don't know. That was walking across the airfield.
Weird.
Oh, I dare.
Again, I didn't see it. The camera saw it.
Yeah.
Bit strange.
Yeah.
And I've got other photos, and I've took one about 3 or 4 years ago.
Yeah.
A similar thing. I don't know what it is. I can't explain.
Weird.
Yeah.
Andy comes down and we get nothing much, did we? We got a few.
But we just got tons of crickets and grasshoppers, butterflies, and dragonflies.
Oh, wow.
And fairies.
And just
nice.
Lots of fairies.
Nice.
Yeah. And then some humming noise and energy from a tree.
Mad, isn't it? I definitely put that on my list of places to just.
I can tell you now that place
is great.
Dead now.
Yeah.
Definitely.
It's been like for 2 years.
That's mad. Then again, like I said, it's like everywhere, though, isn't it? I mean, I suppose you've got to be there at the right time.
Yeah. Definitely.
Yeah.
I mean, we've been
right place, right time.
Yeah, I mean, we've been to. I mean, there's like I said, places that we've been like where we've witnessed absolutely nothing, and then we've gone there again. Like I say, and it's you've had some unbelievable stuff.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, going back to where I said about the blurred photo, like blurred over photoing. I mean, we had when we went to we did like a Talbot Hotel in Stourbridge, and doing a walk around, and Tracy's looked up this long corridor and gone, I can see a shadow at the end of that corridor. So I've walked up to where she's seen this felt this shadow, and she's took like 4 or 5 photos. About 15 photos, and like there was probably 3 or 4 that were blurred out to hell. Yeah. And the rest were absolutely perfect.
Strange black shadow.
And then probably 4 o'clock on the night time, my mate was videoing, yeah. And that's where we had a shadow figure that we actually caught a shadow figure like go across the door that was.
It passes the other side as if it's gone through the door.
Wow. Yeah.
Yeah.
And we got that on video, and that's
wow.
It's mental. Absolutely.
I wouldn't have known it to the exact door where I sensed it 8 hours previously.
Yeah, so exactly the same area.
I didn't know about it, so I don't know how I picked that up, and they actually caught it on video. 8 hours later. It's unreal. I've never had that experience before.
That's amazing, isn't it?
Yeah. I mean, we went back to it, and like we literally spent about 45 minutes.
Spent a lot of time in that
doing
place.
just walking backwards and forwards in this little hallway, sliding down just to make sure that. But there was no way. I mean, it was almost like, I mean, it was 4 o'clock in the morning, and this guy's got, like, you know, the old-fashioned hats, like the Panama type,
the shadow.
Like, you could actually see like with the shadow in. You've got this hat on.
Thankfully, there was a window in the door, so as it passed, you could literally see it walking.
Could see through it.
And in the door was actually wearing a hat.
But it goes out into the middle of nowhere.
Yeah.
It walks towards an external wall.
Yeah.
Right.
So you'd be like,
you
well,
can't figure it out.
No.
Do you think? I was talking about this the other day. So you go out looking wherever you are. You think, oh, can we go?
Yeah.
Do you think that this, because they're watching us, aren't they? Let's be fair.
Yeah.
But do you think they only come out when they want you to see it, if you see what I mean? Or the camera only shows to the camera?
Well, it's a conversation with because I had my mate Andy Guy on. He does like tech, and he also does paranormal investigating, and he looks very deeply into the background. And we were saying like that about almost like kind of, if you can imagine that when we go into a location, that sometimes we can be, they're stuck in their time realm.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
So it's almost like we're the spirit to them.
Yeah.
So all depending on their energy or what they're doing.
Yeah, they feel safe
within at that precise moment in time.
Yeah. But do you not think though that this is going to sound stupid, but it's the only way I can explain it, that these spirits or ghosts are not just going to stay in that place waiting for the likes of us to turn up?
Well, exactly. Yeah.
That's what I mean.
Do they have jobs? Do they do what they used to do when they was alive?
Well, that's what I mean.
They're not just going to I'll sit and wait on this corner, and when I see someone that looks
that's what I mean. That's what I mean. It's like, like I say, I mean, that's why probably, I mean, it's something we've kind of looked into about, like, why sometimes you can go to a location and get nothing. And then other times you can go there and you get in stuff.
Yeah.
And like you said, are they actually moving around?
Yeah.
I mean, like you've got, obviously, because you've got like this stone tape theory where you've just got that part back in time, day after day after day. But then if you're getting an intelligent spirit, then there's got, like you say, there's got to be some sort of routine to that spirit.
Well, something happened to me about, again, about 11 years ago. There's two of us. Someone was seeing at the time, going out. And she went into this little graveyard. I'm not going to tell anyone where it is because we'll be right.
Yeah.
And this is the truth. And the reason I'm asking this question, we went and sat down. Just said it was a nice day. It was probably in March. I think it was.
Yeah.
This is mental. And we were sitting there, and all of a sudden, a young woman, 12, 14 maybe, appeared. What?
Right, okay.
I didn't say anything else. And she said to me, "My name's Sarah Brown."
Wow.
All right.
What? So it was a lovely blue sky. And I can't remember the exact thing, but anyway, she said to me, "I want you to do something." So, oh, no, I ain't doing nothing. This is like,
yeah,
mentally. She said, "I want you to go and find something for me." So I ain't doing anything. Sitting here minding my own business. With that, The wind picked up. The blue sky is like now disappearing.
Yeah.
I said, I'll do it.
Doomsday.
I'll do it.
Very persistent going, spirit.
Why not?
Right. Now, I said to Steph, I said, go and do me a favour. Go and walk at the end of that. It was about 4 or 5 graves.
Yeah.
Walk in a row. And I said, go to the end of that end grave and tell me what it says.
Yeah.
She come back and said, Sarah Brown. Jesus. What? Said, what? I said, I'm going to tell you in a minute. She said to me, I want you to go and find George, I think it was, and no, George somebody, and Duncan.
Okay.
Right out there. And she, I wouldn't want to be married to her, mate. She was well bossy at that age, you know. and she had one of them like candy stripe things on, like them suits. And there was people there from the Titanic as well, apparently.
Oh, that's
Wow.
right.
So we're going back. There was some sort of religious type thing.
Yeah.
Anyway, so Steph got all the bits out of the local of the graveyards. Nothing. So we found the municipal cemetery, and we found this George that she was looking for.
Oh, okay.
But also it had Sarah on it.
Huh?
Oh, what? Sorry.
It had George, who she told me to go and look for, but on the gravestone it had Sarah as well.
Oh.
Wow.
Oh, I don't know. Anyway, who Duncan was, I don't know. I've had enough now.
Yeah.
We're coming down the back of this road towards this cemetery later, 3 or 4 weeks later, and there's a road there called something Duncan.
Oh my God.
Bloody hell.
The graveyard was nearly opposite this road.
Yeah.
Wow.
Now, what I'm trying to say is that I've been back to this place, nothing.
Nothing.
No.
Yeah.
And that's why I'm asking, do they know? Did they know that I was going to turn up there today? Did she know?
Yeah, I believe.
We believe, I mean, just my own theory. It's like we've said. Obviously, if they know, like us as human beings, if you've got somebody that looks like he's going to rob you and beat you senseless, you're going to avoid him.
Yeah.
Whereas if you've got somebody, you know what I mean, somebody that you look at and think, oh, he or she looks really, really friendly, and
human.
I could approach them and have a conversation. So we're under I'm under the understanding where they can they know that, they can sense that. So they think, well, here's this guy. He looks approachable, and he can obviously see or hear me.
But was she there? But was she there? Was she there all the time, or has she been following us around? If it's, do you understand?
That's what I mean. I suppose that's one. I don't think anybody will ever get
just somehow they just
concrete evidence on.
Yeah. I think somehow they
But
just
on one of my Facebook, I actually took a picture of the gravestone, hers.
Yeah.
I've got it somewhere. And we're going back to about 1911, maybe 1912, long time ago.
Yeah.
Anyway, there you go. That's what I'm asking.
It's really weird to say it. I mean, I don't know. I mean, like I said, because I mean, obviously they're kind of like they're still their spirit, but they're obviously.
But
for them to be intelligent, they've still got to have some sort of.
But why would she be lurking around in the graveyard? That's what I don't get.
Well, a lot of them are tied to a certain area, aren't they? Where they,
I suppose so.
Like where their strongest connection would be. That's where you know when you get into like, God, excuse me, it's like when you have like, we'll say vessels or items that have got that spirit attached to them,
right?
Because that, you know, let's say they've got, I don't know, there's an ornament or something like that they was really, really attached to when they was alive.
But I can't figure out if these spirits can flit and float around as and when they feel like. Why does she want me to go and find a gravestone? I could never work that one out. Unless it was evidence. I don't know.
Yeah, the evidence proving there were. Yeah.
I suppose there could be something. There could be something there that's not yet been discovered, or
I don't know.
You know, I mean, if she could have strong attachment to, let's say she was run over on this road.
Yeah.
But then her partner, whoever it is that she's asking for, is kind of like got separate somewhere else.
Yeah. I don't know if the other person she was looking for was obviously a relative. Thing is, I'm glad she only come back once she was well bossy. You Google it. Only about 12.
I'll destroy you with the weather.
And ask a friend of mine who sort of, about this history. Okay, well, I don't know. I think they were Quakers. That's right. They were Quakers.
Yeah.
Oh, right. Okay.
Yeah.
And but I've been back there 2 or 3 times, but never ever saw it again.
Weird.
And I don't know. It's no point. I mean, you could do your editing, wouldn't it, all the time?
Yeah. It would drive you crazy because you keep going back wanting to know. That's what we do, I think. You have that one unbelievable experience, and it leads you to try and find out.
Get the answers as to
Get the answer, yeah.
But you can see when you can see it till the cows come home, you still wouldn't get.
Yeah, it would drive you.
No. I don't think even in kind of our lifetime that answer will ever come through.
But keep trying. That's
There you go. It's an experience. It was interesting.
Yeah.
Yeah. Right, I've got a couple of questions. First 2 are for Alex.
God,
This one's from Sober Carper, and he's asking, what is Alex's most profound experience at Rendlesham?
Profound experience. I don't know. I think that person who spoke to me the first time I went there, that was get out of here. We'd leave us alone sort of thing. No. Experience, I don't really know. Over the last I think it's probably 12 years or 14 years I've been going down there now. I'm trying to think. I don't really know. I can't really say.
How about the shadow people before
I've seen the shadow people? We don't. Yeah, seen the shadow people. Don't see.
I know you didn't like that, did you?
Well,
you weren't keen on it.
Well, it was another little story.
All right.
I don't want to take this up. You see, I think once I start yapping, if I say keep on, just shut me up. It was at another part of the forest. There was an archery club there.
Yeah.
Me and Steph were joined this, right? And I was, Robin Hood would never have had me in his merry men because I'd have shot properly. It was rubbish, but it was a laugh,
Yeah.
Anyway, this particular day went down there for a practice. I was always practicing down there.
Yeah.
And I saw this step was about the fire, and this shadow person popped his head around a tree. This is true.
Yeah.
I said, don't fire anything. And all of a sudden, this figure ran out into the rest of the woods. And I was talking, it was Andy, someone I was talking to on here. They said that shadow person probably thought, because we had bows and arrows, we were armed.
Not it.
Well, I was dangerous, let's put it that way. And, And I used to keep losing arrows. And we'd hunt around for 20, where are they? Later on in the day, we'd be walking back, and there's my arrow sticking like a couple of feet out of the ground.
Cool.
Bloody hell.
But that is one of the, I think, one of the freakiest places I've been to in that forest.
Then again, I mean, yeah, I mean, if you see, I mean, like a lot of, like when you get like trigger objects and stuff like that.
Yeah.
So I mean, if it was something that went on a lot back in, you know what I mean, and then you're obviously that kind of, I suppose it's what I can't think what it's called now. There is a name for it, but almost taking it back to their time zone.
Yeah.
Which then brings them forward, and they what? Sorry,
time slip.
Something like that. There's an actual name for it where it's almost like, let's say you go into a Victorian bar, and you dress up in Victorian clothing.
Oh, the
Singapore theory.
Oh, I've not heard of that.
Yeah. It's like when you go, like if you're out on a location, and you kind of
you become part of what's going on around you.
You kind of take yourself back into their time zone.
That freak me out. I think out of everything, that would really mess me up.
Yeah.
But it works.
What I don't get with the Rendlesham, though, I think it's only been planted for about 100 years. I think it was like a, if I recall, man-made forest, I think.
Oh, okay.
There's a lot of it's farmers' fields, isn't it, really?
Farmers' fields.
It's flat.
And the black-eyed girl, I've got her on film, on photos. And
not Elaine in the mask.
No. In fact, one of her boys saw her a couple of months ago. But
really?
Since they've cut it all down, she's vanished. She's gone.
Yeah.
But I've never mentioned it to her kid. He said, "Oh, it's a girl with black eyes." Wow, she stood about then.
Oh wow,
amazing.
Mental.
Well, I don't know. I just find it fascinating. I've been looking for answers for 14 years down there, and I can't.
No, I was going to say. I mean, I think I said we've only literally not even started scratching the surface.
Like you said, you learn all the time.
Yeah,
something new all the time, and that's what's so good about it. I mean, it's you do something different.
So I mean, I think what we were saying. I think if anybody out there actually had that irrefutable evidence, I think we could all just pack up and just give in.
Yeah.
I suppose someone asked me what are you looking for. So I don't know, just looking for answers. Yeah. A bit like when I was a guitarist, looking for the missing chord or something.
Yeah, that's it.
You're always. But I think that's what keeps you going.
Yeah.
You keep looking for this.
It is. That's what I said. It's like the more you delve into it, I suppose the longer you go into it, the more you get more questions than you do answers.
Yeah.
Aim for the impossible.
So true.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I used to do in the bow and arrow.
You hit it.
Impossible.
He can't find his. Can't find your arrow.
I've never been any good at sports of any kind.
Oh God, yeah.
And
I've got to be honest, I've never been any good either. So not alone.
I thought, well, I'll be all right with this bow and arrow. Oh my God, unbelievable. I don't know. I've still got them up there. I've got them up on the sort of wardrobe there now. The arrows.
I'd worry if you go missing, especially the arrows.
I don't go down there anymore for those. But but there was some things, and that's what I saw a UFO actually coming out of that part of the woods. Two of us one Sunday. One of the first UFO down there. But anyway, there you go. There's so much to look at in that forest, Andy.
I know. I need to go again and go to a different part.
You tend to go to the same thing, and I keep saying to people, the UFO thing was 43 years ago. Forget that. That's gone.
Yeah.
That's gone.
Yeah.
And it looks like everything else has gone with it as well. But I keep going down here, living hope that something's going to show itself again.
Yeah. Oh, definitely have to look into it, mate.
it could still happen again. Could be something different.
Yeah.
That's the whole
Well,
point.
Yeah, if you don't go, you're not going to find out, are you?
No.
Exactly.
No.
You should go out there and just keep trying.
Yeah.
Right. Next question for Alex, and I'll move on to the one for all of you. So this is from Alex's friend Elaine Ogety Kosham.
Oh, Elaine. Hello, Elaine.
I can't remember her surname.
Have I read Regression?
Yes. I've
Yeah,
never had
well,
Regression.
that went wrong as well. You
didn't go to Rendlesham for it.
Yeah, my wife, she said to me, I wanted to have a go at this regression. So went to this hypnotist guy. He's supposed to have done everything for every rock star and all that. So I went along. Didn't know what to expect. Yeah, I was a counter-friend. Anyway, all I can see is black. And I can't let myself go. Right?
Yeah.
I don't care. I just anyway, he got the umber. But I went back the week later.
He didn't get angry with you, did he?
Well, I think that had that effect on people. And he like the guy at the BBC that time, but that's another story. But anyway, so I went back a week later, and he said, "Why have you come here?" I said, "Well, I'm looking for like, I don't know. Let me see the parts really." Anyway, we went back and went down. All I see is this black. Anyway, 1, 2, 3, and because I thought, suppose you're walking down the street and you see 1, 2, 3. You know, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't trust anybody. And, but then a friend of mine, Elaine, was there, and Derek, I think at the time. I used to run a group then, and she regressed me, but without me going too deep.
Yeah.
Right.
The step was there. She wrote down. She'd definitely see things changing and and things I'd seen before. But as for like a proper regression and being no, because I can't let myself go.
No. I suppose that's the only thing, isn't it? I say.
Yeah, I don't do that meditation stuff. I can't do it.
Yeah.
And I think I need to do it because I'm already connecting with them and whatever. I don't know. But so I was regressed. 2 failures. One weren't too bad. But
nearly a fight.
I'll never get him. I've had all these stars here, and then you come along and
you come along and mess it up for me.
Thing is, I suppose with regret, it's like anything. It's like with regression, or when you go down when you go to the spirit realm and stuff like that. You've got like you said, you've got to be able to. You've got to have a good imagination to kind of go with the flow of the travel, if so to speak.
I think I don't care. I mean, it can't just be me. I was.
You've got to want to be hypnotized.
Yeah.
If
you fight it, it's not going to happen.
No.
And if you physically fight him, you're never going to get in there again, Alex.
And yet, I could sit in the cabinet, or even when I was working, people may not believe us. I don't know. I can't do that meditation. I mean, that's a complete utter waste of time, of my time. And when I found I could see the communicator I was working with, and it was like, I didn't know. Well, another reason I gave it up, I think they stopped me, made me give it up, is because of all this nonsense now, woke and political correctness and all that.
Yeah.
I didn't know what was going to come out of my mouth. This is true.
Okay.
I can't believe you're saying that.
No, well, I might as well be honest. And I had upset a couple of people, and I tried to explain, look, this isn't me. I don't even know who you are. It could be your granddad. So your granddad come through, and he's doing whatever, Just imagine if when I come through, when I've gone, you think, oh, that's him. And the idea is mediumship. Forget this, someone's wearing a grey coat and they come around and they speak how they spoke on the earth plane.
Yeah.
That's the evidence. So granddad or granny come through saying whatever. And they go, can't say that. I'm not saying it. and a couple of people said to me, but I was still doing it. I'd probably be in trouble now.
Yeah.
But it's not me. How can you say to whoever, it's not me?
Well, that's it I was going to say. Exactly. The thing is, it's pointless doing a kind of reading or doing what you do without like you said, without being.
Yeah, you've got to be honest.
Because I mean, let's face it. A lot of people are not going to recognise who it is until you say that one kind of
But they used to like
how
take control.
How
I
it was said.
how it was said. I can't explain how it used to work. But I think maybe that's what they said. That's enough. I mean, I could have done like I said about doing the Edinburgh Festival, and someone said you wouldn't even get away with it up there. You know,
that sounds like the chubby brown of the mediumship.
That's what I should call myself. Yeah, the chubby brown, the spiritualist people. And it used to, I used to say, I used to have some fun. And afterwards, you know, I never knew, and maybe my character maybe changed again.
Yeah,
I'm bouncing around. I don't know, but I think I had to stop. I'd have probably been in a lot of trouble now.
Yeah,
but hey, you want evidence, and that's your evidence. It's no.
Well, there you go. That's what I say. That's what I say.
Oh, I don't know. I'm out of it now.
I'd pay for that. I'd pay for that more than someone giving a message. Such a buddy said, and then read it how they'd speak.
I used to work sometimes up to 2.5, 3 hours. No, I don't know who else can do it.
Oh, she's Christ.
I'd be buzzing.
Yeah.
And I don't know. It's just really sometimes out of hand. I admit that.
Well, it's. I mean, prime example. I mean, Trace had she had a reading last night.
Did you?
And her auntie come through, and it was only because of how that she spoke. She said it how she heard, how she was hearing it, and that was the only reason. It was the only way that Trace could know who it was.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But unfortunately, people get offended now.
Shocking, though, to be honest. I mean, what's the point in asking you to? What's the point in asking somebody to do it?
Yeah.
And then getting offended with it?
It's got to be true.
You should get a one of those stickers what they put on album covers, parental advisory explicit.
I mean, I don't know if anyone that comes on who's seen me work. I mean, it weren't put on. I mean, it's like a complete different person.
Yeah.
And I don't know.
Mental,
but that's how it was. And, you know, I probably upset a few, but I used to get a full house. Used to get, bums on seats.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, that's what I mean. I mean, he was obviously good at what you did. So, to be to put for that one, the odd person moaning about it, it's just like, well,
Well, it's just people in it,
I'm not going to tell you. Saying, I've got a message for you.
Do you remember the time when? Oh, you got to laugh, haven't you? But I can't tell you some of the things I remember that was said, but God, no, I just got.
It was fun though, wasn't it?
Got to stay out of that now. I'll be in so much trouble. And or they lock you up, wouldn't they? Well, it's not me, is it? Who is it?
Yeah.
It's them.
Yeah.
In the funny farm.
Excuse me.
That's it. Jacket that ties at the back.
There's a law. There's a law, and I've never known it being used. This was when that idiot Blair was in charge, I think, or it might have been Cameron. I don't know.
Yeah.
Both anti-spiritualists they were. And if I gave you a reading and you weren't happy, you could take me to court. Right?
What?
Oh.
That is true. No, people need to look at it. So there we are in court, and the judge says,
"Here we go. Let's see some tarot readers.
How can you prove it?"
Yeah.
Well, oh, there's a lady standing behind you. You know, how can you prove?
You don't know them.
No, you need to look up on these things. I'm sure people. There are laws in place for dodgy men. Yeah, and but what I'm saying is, how can you prove?
Well, you couldn't really, could you? I mean,
no.
exhibit. There's exhibit number one, like, and.
But as I didn't used to charge a tenner, maybe I've never made money out of it.
Yeah.
So no one's going
I mean, that'd be interesting, wouldn't it? Calling Doris to the dock, who's been dead like 50 years.
Can Doris from the spirit world, please?
Yes.
Doris said
it's worth looking up these laws that are in place for mediums. I need to have a look myself. But that Tony Blair, he was a troublemaker.
Yeah, I'm going to say just a bit.
He's a troublemaker all round, isn't he?
I was going to say I won't even go into politics.
And then that idiot Cameron come in with some thing. He said they tried back in 2014. It was they were going to put filters around our websites.
Okay.
And I don't know if they did. And I remember being in a spiritualist church one Sunday. Now you have to do a talk, and I said, I know what I'll talk about tonight.
Yeah.
They went mental. This is a Christian thing. Anyway, I got barred. And I ain't telling you what I've seen.
I'd love to have gone to.
Yeah, definitely.
Oh, you got to laugh. I mean, I don't care anyway.
Yeah.
I was fed up with driving down.
That'd be worth the money alone, just to see
God, wouldn't it just?
them reacting to what you're saying.
Sitting here and you think, well, I've got an audience here and we're away, but I don't think it's me. I think it's them.
Yeah,
they love an audience. So someone suggested the Edinburgh Fringe Festival. I'm sure I could do better than some of them. But you just go into this thing, and I can't explain. I can't explain how it happens.
Yeah.
I used to be so sure I haven't used to say anything, and all of a sudden, I can't explain what happens. It's like they take control.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
That's my excuse, Your Honour.
Send them to the docks.
In fact, a judge. She's something like some sort of do with the judiciary. She's come to some more gigs. Yeah.
Could you countersue then for taking without consent?
Well,
But Elaine, who's just been on here, she's seen me work many times, and a few times anyway. But I don't know what used to happen. Seriously, I don't. It just took control, and it just kept on, went on a couple of hours.
Yeah.
Where everyone else goes, oh, I need to lie down. Maybe that'll be 2 minutes. I need to lie down. Just keep going.
Jesus.
Oh God.
Yeah.
I hope everyone else is finding this funny, and I'm not just delusional and.
Well, there's more to this spirit lot than people make out,
Just a bit, mate. Just a bit.
Even some prayers and hallelujahs and all that sort of stuff.
No, definitely not, mate. Definitely not.
Let's crack on, son, and we crack on.
Yeah.
Keep going.
Oh dear. Anyway, I'm out of it now, so no one can,
Yeah.
Best way, really.
Yeah. So what? Oh wait, next question. I'll do it to you and Andy and Tracy. Okay. So this is from Elaine. I'll get it again. Do you think that the spirit beings are giving you this knowledge to teach us who can't see, hear, or feel? Or I suppose that's towards Alex. Guessing that's mediumship.
But this is how this
to give
started.
Else an insight. You basically using you as a tool.
Yeah, but this is how we started this show, wasn't it?
Yeah.
About giving information, how things happen, but nobody really seemed interested.
Yeah.
I don't think Elaine was in for that bit.
No, anyone. So, they use you as a tool, don't they? They think, well, we can use him or her. And I don't know. I don't know. I can only tell you what used to happen to me. I can't speak for other people.
Yeah. suppose it. Like I say, I suppose it's true in a sense, but I think everybody's kind of got that sense to pick into it.
I think it stems back from the Stone Age, doesn't it? Really? I mean,
yeah.
It goes back.
I mean, everybody's got that prime. It's like when you go into a location or something like that, and you automatically sense it. I mean, how many times has people gone, "Oh, it felt like there was somebody standing behind me," or like you said, back to that primeval kind of like,
definitely.
Yeah.
But I don't think everyone can do this. It's like playing an instrument, isn't it? It's like anything. I can't draw, no matter what. I could sit there and I couldn't draw. Couldn't even draw a matchstick, man. You know, right?
I can't play an instrument.
Exactly. And I know people.
But I can draw.
You can draw. You know, I picked up a guitar when I was about 14, 12 maybe. It's like, and so it went on. You think, oh, God, I've got something here. You know, I can't play football. I can't do this and that. So we may all have these sort of think we can do things, but there's only certain things that we can do, I think, very well. Yeah. And I think same with the mediumship. I see people up there, you know, oh yes, I'm a medium. Really?
Yeah, I was going to say I've only just kind of started learning like how to, because I was kind of told I was spiritual empath, like, and I've always kind of had that little bit of sense of something, but never understood it. But how you guys do it to the extent that you do it, I mean, it's just I mean, I can get a sense of something, or I can see something, and I'm going like, okay, so why am I seeing that? Or you know, that's got to make sense to somebody. But like you said, to do it to the level that you do it.
But all I can say is, they said you're going to do this. That was in that little church back in 2003, and they told me you're going to stop doing it as from now.
Oh, okay, yeah.
We got this for you now. You're doing something else.
Yeah, like you're giving a pass.
And we didn't even give you 4 weeks' notice or nothing.
Nothing. No, seriously, just that's it.
Yeah.
And I was working that night. I was actually working that night in 2019, October. And that was it. I just said, I'm not doing this anymore. I don't do it anymore. I said, you know, nobody wants, I'm not talking about the people there, but people don't want to listen to what we have to say. All they want are these messages.
Yeah.
I'm out of it. And then I got ill. And then they said, we don't want you doing this anymore. But then we started up doing this channel.
But do you think that they knew you was going to get ill, and that's why they told you they don't want you doing it anymore?
No, this was a year before that.
Oh, right, okay, not straight away.
No. That was over a year. That was 2 years after.
Oh, right, okay.
That's bad.
But I don't know. I feel they're in charge. But
I was going to say, I mean, I suppose they kind of look at. I don't know. I suppose you could almost, if the way you say it like that, it's almost like they give you a working time span.
I think so. And I've been told there are a lot of people, mediums now, walking away. That's what I've been told. I only hear bits. I don't really mix with any of them anymore. But I think they may be, because 1 minute I'm there, I'm doing all this, and I'm out.
That's it. Yeah, I was going to say.
But out of the blue, in front of these people, I said, "That's it."
Yeah.
And then the strange thing is, we had lockdown a few months later in the February, March, didn't we?
Yeah.
2020. Yeah. Had we not had the lockdown, I may have thought, well, I'll carry on. But I couldn't. Until the time we get out of lockdown. And then 2021, at the end of the time, I got that COVID, which. So now I've got maybe 2 years now where I haven't
been able to really connect,
not to do anything,
Strange, yeah.
I don't know what to say. I know they've got control over you. I don't care what anyone says. Yeah, definitely.
But it said like you're given a path. Or a time to help people. Maybe you've helped enough or done what they need.
You've done your quota.
Yeah.
They thought I've had enough of him. Chubby brown, yeah.
I think it's what to
But
explain.
it could be that, though.
Eh?
It could be that.
It could
You're
be.
there to help X amount of people.
That's what I mean, yeah.
Like you've been allocated to help so many.
If you don't mind, I'm just going to nip off screen for 2 minutes.
Okay.
Yeah.
We'll be
Yeah,
watching. Well, they will.
You could have done something really bad in a previous life and you've had to redeem yourself.
For me. Yeah, we don't
So
want to
it's
go
like,
back into that.
get him
I've seen some of my. Oh,
Get him doing this, get him to enjoy it, then we'll bin him off.
no, I do know. I think I've done about 12 years.
It's a long time.
And also the people, I shouldn't know, but some of the people you work for, I don't feel appreciate what you do.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's not like I'm just going up the road. I used to travel around,
Yeah.
And I don't feel I didn't fit their bill, if you like. Let's put it that way. But they know me long enough. But I don't feel they appreciate what mediums do. Or, you can travel 50, 60 miles. And they've done you 20 quid. I never did it for the money. And I was thinking, as long as I can get a McDonald's.
It's not about the money.
Oh, call on that job,
isn't it?
I don't feel that they appreciate what you go through.
Yeah.
The nerves. But even you see me on here, I was nervous before coming here this morning.
Really?
Yeah, well, I'm nervous every Sunday before I do start my thing. Elaine,
Is it not just not nerves, but more like adrenaline?
I said something the other day. I started playing on the stage guitar when I was 14.
Yeah.
There's there's enough to put you off. We went round. I thought I'm hogging it there. We walked round Penge High Street in South London, telling everyone how good we were. 14 years old, right?
Yeah.
Got to come and see us. So we end up with this local youth club. All the yobs turn up,
God. Yeah.
And here we are, fumbling our way through.
Yeah.
Back in 2 minutes.
Okay. Yeah.
Pop plants and flat things come hurling at us.
Yeah.
Now, if that's not enough to put you off getting on the stage.
I was going to say just a bit. Jesus Christ.
Weren't them poltergeist again, was it?
No, these were the local yobs. And I often look back at it and think, oh, God, I must be mad. But what I'm saying is you go through all this stuff.
Yeah.
And now all these years on, I still get nervous. It's like a staged thing, I suppose.
Mm-hmm.
And it also, I think, worrying about this one about Andy, but the internet going down, which has happened.
Oh, that's the worst. That is the worst thing.
It is a nightmare. I mean, it's either that or really bad signal.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
I mean, we like I said to her when we set a podcast up with like Barry Guy, and it for like weeks we were like sorting it all out and getting it, and then it just went completely to pot.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that was.
Well, that's what I pay more. Oh, I pay broadband because I upgraded it to the highest one that we can get with Virgin.
Yeah.
So we get the 1 gig download. And it is just for the streaming because the upload, even here, which is right. So the hub is like right over the other side of the house downstairs.
Yeah.
I'm still getting over 100 meg upload, which is what you need for when you're doing streams. Download is when you're watching stuff. So it's the way around. But it's guaranteed 1 gig download and 100 gig upload. So I know it's not my internet that's going to go. Before that, may as well, I don't know, a pen and a piece of paper and draw on the internet. That would have been better. It was that bad.
I don't understand all that stuff. I'll have to have a look. 100.
It's your upload.
Is it?
If your upload, I think as long as it's above 50, you shouldn't get any dropout.
Yeah.
I've a couple of times it's all gone off in the early days. And then I bought a little thing, one of these portable internet things that you can buy from Curry's.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I've got one of them just there.
Little box thing, and it worked one night. Not here when I was down in.
You might like a booster.
Well, apparently you can take it out with you. It's like a portable.
Oh, right, okay, yeah.
Oh, portable modem.
Yeah,
but it worked this night. But I've been around Rendlesham with it, just messing around. And once you get into that forest, no, it doesn't seem to work. That is the only thing. If you was at Cannock, how do you do live streams from Cannock, for example?
You got to pick your location.
I was going to say Cannock's a nightmare.
Is it?
You've got to do recon before you go.
Right.
Just everything, depending whether you're going to go day, not camp because it's illegal, but stay overnight. Streaming, you do have to choose where and when. So
you can't, because they've stopped you overnight parking in Rendlesham now.
Yeah. No, you can overnight park in Cannock. There's loads of dogging bays.
I was just about to say this.
That's what it is.
One of the main business in Cannock.
You go down any of these sand tracks, you go on these bays. So you go in, there'll be a bay, 2 bays, then another, then this big open bit, and it's just, yeah. You've got to choose wisely.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, I don't know anything about
depending what you're going looking for, but yeah, we try to avoid it, but nothing happened. Nothing happened because we weren't obviously not there for that. We was trying to find Mothman or Dogman or get abducted.
Did you have no luck that night?
Yeah.
Oh, you did.
So the first night we went, there was 5 of us. There's me, Simon, Sober Carper, cousin Andy, that one Mad Mank, that's his real name, and another guy. I won't say his name, but people will know who he is. Because when we was walking through during the day, he had so he was in front, then there's me, I think it was me, then possibly Simon, and then Sober and my cousin. And as we're walking up, it's very much like Rendlesham, but the paths are a lot wider. So as we're walking up and through, I can't remember, it was near Brockton. That's all I don't know the exact point. And he seen what looked like a blacker than black figure, so like a shadow person, come up out the ferns. And then when he seen the shadow thing, I don't know if it turned and dropped down or dropped down then turned. So we came up pretty much straight after, and we went round the back of where it would be. Unless it crawled out on its belly underneath everything, that we couldn't see anything.
I've seen a lot.
And that was about 2-3 o'clock in the afternoon, middle of summer.
Really?
Yeah. The thing is with Cannock Chase, especially with Cannock Chase, is there was a lot of witchcraft that used to go on there.
Oh.
Well, the last place that we went to is an area where they used to do sacrificing and dark magic.
Was that up towards the Castle Ring?
No, a bit further on. I don't want to get. As soon as I say, I suppose I could. It's near the Horns Inn.
Oh right, yeah.
This Slitty Mill around that area.
Yeah.
That Sober did some research, and that was used for like blood sacrificing and all that kind of stuff.
Yeah.
And the pub is named after the group that used to do this witchcraft, dark magic.
Oh, okay.
Something like that, anyway.
Yeah.
If he's still in the chat, someone will correct me when I'm wrong. Or when I spell something wrong.
Do you think that's maybe why Rendlesham's gone quiet? Do you wonder if they've been having sort of things going on down there like that?
No,
just curious, really.
The thing with Rendlesham, what I don't get is with the UFO, I know it was however many years ago, why did it land right next to an airbase?
Because the nuclear weapons.
Right.
That's why it was there.
But But why did it land?
Well, I don't know. It's always different stories, isn't it? Someone said it was free. Someone said it was something else. I met a kid, like in his 20s, one day walking through the forest, but he's going to take his dog out. He said, "What are you doing down here?" I said, "I was just taking a few snaps." And he said his mum actually was chased by something like a UFO thing. And I thought, well, why would he be lying to me? But I've heard other people say it. But why did they land? I don't know. Perhaps it crash landed. I don't know. I mean, who knows?
Do you think it was like if it's next to an air base? Do you think it was? I don't know, downed?
Well, because I had John Burroughs on the show, didn't I? And Ronnie Duncan. And John was there. John was one of the first airmen. But I don't know. They were there obviously because of the nuclear weapons.
Yeah.
And they're flying around now because of what's going on in this world. They're obviously going to put a stop to that nonsense, aren't they? Why did it come down? I don't know. I've heard another story that the following morning, about 3 o'clock in the morning, a massive aircraft came in.
Oh.
Now, I don't know, someone else would be on here and say it's rubbish. I don't know where I got this from, may have read it, but where they bought some engineering bits and something to do with this craft. I think they got some bits and got it up flying again.
Yeah.
But you hear so many stories, don't you? I don't really know.
It's weird, isn't it? As I say, I mean, it's like we've said about, like, obviously us not being the only civilization.
No.
I mean, there's probably a planet somewhere that have seen us going into space and thinking that we're UFO.
But then why then a couple of years ago did that one come above our heads at Windwaters, and I saw another one not far from the archery place. I mean, why are they still lurking around there? I don't understand that.
It's really a theory that I mean, so, you know, when we first started going into space and we started testing shuttles and stuff like that. Now, maybe that's the same for them.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Them kind of like going,
unmanned.
Yeah. You know, like kind of testing that, going, well, we've now got a craft that can go to a different planet, like we was doing when we went to the moon.
Unless they're still doing something down that neck of the woods, because you've got Orford Ness, which I've been to. Yeah, that's where they built the first atom bomb, I think, for Britain.
Oh,
there was all sorts of things going on in that area. It's quite lively. Can't say too much. Knock on the door, the men later on. No, you shouldn't joke about that because I had a bit of an experience there.
All right.
Chased them out, didn't they?
Well, I've heard other things happen down there as well, but I don't know what goes on. I just enjoy going down there. I might fall back to this afternoon.
They're definitely going to have to look into going down there. So it's
Here's a shout.
I will tell you, it's not as it was.
No. It's a nice day out.
It's
sunny.
And you might be lucky enough. I haven't been there at night for a couple of years now. I think I'm getting.
You can park there up until midnight. One minute to midnight.
Yeah. You can't. You won't let you stay there anymore, and I don't know why.
So all the dodgy goings on. It's
got
got to be that.
It's like losses there, though, isn't it? To be honest,
they're not hurting anybody, are they? The aliens might have complained, or the ghosts or something.
I like what it is.
Well, we can't join in.
I was going to say, like, put a petition. He's like, for God's sake, they just won't leave us alone. We're had enough now.
The court's like, what's going on at Rendlesham? Everyone's trying to kill everyone.
Yeah. But then you could park further down the road and walk. There's no, I don't think there's any restrictions there. I'm not sure.
Yeah.
And walk in anyway. I don't
Yeah,
understand.
you've got the ones that just go in round the back of the tree where you don't have to pay for parking.
That's right.
Going down towards Shingle Street.
Oh, Shingle
And you
Street's a
can get
place.
10, 20 cars, and that's free parking.
Don't make sense, does
It
it?
don't make sense.
No.
But there you go. It's
Brilliant. Yeah.
But before you go, or we go, can I have your names? And now this is ridiculous. I just had a pen.
You've literally just had it in your hand.
You've not at it, have you?
It's gone. Now you've witnessed that. I just had it in my hand, didn't I?
Yeah, literally yours.
It's always the way.
I've got one. Do you want to borrow it?
No, I'll give up here. I'm glad you saw that. This is what happens all the time. Put my keys somewhere.
No.
Gone.
Anyway, getting back. If I give your name,
I was going to say, I think I am on your. I did message you a while ago to
I'll message you.
try and get on the podcast with us.
that's right. Yeah. That's right.
Kind of
put that down one afternoon. I think it was, wasn't it?
Yeah.
Because we'll get Elaine, my moderator, because she's been working really hard this week. She's got loads of dates.
Me.
They don't talk to me, and we'll get you on. Have you got the next issue?
I'm on in April.
Oh,
Is
really?
your full till April?
April. Oh, right. I'll have to have a look.
And no, not April the 1st.
Nah. No, well, I'm really chuffed away. This is picked up.
Oh,
we don't get that many people watching.
Wow.
This.
Ignore April. Look at this.
What?
Bloody hell, Jesus Christ.
Oh,
Well, she's watching me, I told you.
wow.
I can't move, can I?
It's crazy.
That's
Isn't it?
mental.
There you go.
That's crazy.
Always watching.
September.
Wow. There you go.
Boss now fully booked till September.
You're gonna start doing 2 nights.
Fair play.
That's fine.
I think we've still got. I think we got up until about. I think I'm booked till about March now, and then obviously it's completely free.
I'll get my assistant to get in touch because she knows.
Yeah, sure, definitely, mate, definitely.
She's really good. I see JoJo's on here. Is she?
Yeah.
Your moderator. She's on it. Yeah. Has she been up all night as well?
Yep.
Good God, really?
Can't moderate myself, can I?
You're looking
Fine,
good,
mate. She's a. I've got Elaine as well. She's modding for these.
Mm-hmm.
So
Elaine.
I stole one of yours.
Oh, maybe you nicked.
I'll get her. Caution.
Really?
Yeah.
Is she?
Yeah.
Cheers, mate.
Oh.
It's just because the chat and everything is picking up. The last couple of weeks, it's just it's gone from like 20, 30 to like over 100.
Yeah, I was going to say, I noticed the other day. Last time I watching one the other day.
Yeah.
Sometimes I don't understand it. It says on YouTube, say we finish Sunday night, or it might have 2 or 3, and then it goes up a bit,
Yeah.
And then in the end of the month, they say you've had 5,000 views. I thought, well, not according to you, we haven't.
No. I'll come off this after, right?
Yeah.
At the moment, it's showing 138 views.
Yeah.
So if I was to end this now, I'll go on there and it'll say 15.
Yeah.
And then throughout the next couple of hours, that number will gradually go up.
Yeah, it's weird how they work the insights.
So
yeah,
I've asked this before. So somebody goes on and they get, I don't know, 20,000 views last night.
Yeah.
We can go on and get about 3. You think, oh, terrific. But then they say to me, you've had so 4,500 views.
Think, well, it's all to do with your watch hours.
Yeah.
So don't forget, you you're still getting views even after you've come off your live. So if people, it's like let's say I went back and watched one of yours from say 3 weeks ago. That then adds all them up.
Yeah, I know, but they don't tell me that. It's still you've had 20 views over a you know, I don't know how it works. But I'm happy doing what I'm doing.
Well, that's it. I was going to say.
I just don't know how it all works out. You know.
I'm going to say that's what I mean. We went. I said like, well, I want to try doing it just to see if it's something I can get into doing. And like I said, I mean, I'm really getting into it now.
Yeah.
As long as we enjoy it, that's the main thing, isn't it?
That's it, mate. That's it.
Two things. One, you need to enjoy it, and two, you've got to be dedicated.
Oh God, yeah, definitely.
100%,
most definitely.
No one tells you that when you first start, because it is a bit of a novelty.
Well, I've got to be honest, mate. If it weren't for you, it's only like talking to you, like, and then you know what I mean. It's like,
Same way I did it, talking. Getting to know people and talking.
Yeah, it's a great connection, isn't it?
It is.
But I think you've got to have an easy-going kind of, have a laugh and just sort of
have a laugh.
Yeah,
take the mickey
and that's what I think.
Be serious with the subject.
Yeah.
But have a laugh about encounters and stuff.
Yeah, I'm going to say bring that humour into it. Yeah,
take the mickey out yourself a little bit.
Yeah,
you've got to.
Yeah, that's what I think. Everyone else does, so why not do it myself?
I was going to say, don't laugh at the guest, but it depends who you guess.
But I don't know. I think it's great. Yeah, I mean, I'm well serious. I've been all my life, but
people need to stop telling me how many hours I've got left.
How many have you got?
9.
Have you?
Bloody hell, mate.
Jesus. 9 hours.
Hopefully it goes quick.
We'll phone you up about 10. How are you feeling? Just
The thing is, though, all I've got to do is swing. So this swings in on an arm.
All right.
Swing that in. It's on a pole where you can put 2 monitors, so you can swing it and just fall forward straight onto the bed. I literally don't even have to move.
Well, I'll tell you what, I've enjoyed this morning. It's been great. I hope you've enjoyed it.
Yeah, it's nice to finally actually get to talk to you, mate, to be fair.
It's been awesome.
I asked him to come on. Can you come on at 6 till 8? There's no way I can get up at 6 o'clock.
Mate, I don't know where you've done. I honestly don't know where you've done. We got up at 10 to 7 just so that we could get a coffee and stuff and get prepped. And I'm like that.
I don't think I'm good at
Do you know what? This is probably one of the busiest weekends of the year for me. I've got 5 days off work, so I was off yesterday, today, and I'm off Monday. And I'll keep saying it, I'm not dropping hints, but tomorrow's my birthday, so Becky's working in the morning, so I'm going to get my hair cut because I was going to get it done today, then realised I can't actually leave the house. Put myself under house arrest. So get my hair cut tomorrow while she's at work, then I'll meet her after work. Then it's mine and one of our group of friends. It's her birthday next week. So rather than doing 2 separate ones, we're going out. We did it, I think, last year or year before. So the group of us and we all go out together. So we're going out for a meal tomorrow night. Then I've booked for us to go to a comedy night on Sunday. It's the people that do for the new material for Edinburgh Fringe and all that kind of stuff.
Right.
So got tickets for that, and that's over in out towards Milton Keynes. And then Becky, it's my dad's birthday Monday, so we're going out Sunday. But we've got to be at this comedy place at 6 o'clock. We're going for a meal at 2 o'clock. I'm like, I could have booked all next week off just to sleep.
Yeah. Get yourself a massive jug of that Black Death coffee.
I just eat it straight out the jar. It'd be easier, won't it?
Yeah, give one of my cars, the Maverick Medium, on tour, you know.
Yeah.
Crazy.
I've got an act for you. Get in touch. You'll love it. And if you don't, we'll tell you what to do.
Yeah. Actually, if you went out as well, it works. I know it works, but obviously, with all this nonsense we got at the moment. It's got to go away. This
Thank you,
woke
Elaine.
nonsense, and it's
Yeah.
got. Wish they disappear somewhere,
Yeah, yeah.
but.
Crazy.
Right, I'm going to bring
It's
one
fun.
of the next guests on. Some
Okay.
of you may or may not know.
Yeah, it's Emily.
Emily?
Oh, no.
Is it?
Well, if it was, she's had a sex change and he's now called Craig
Hey there, mate. You're all right.
Yeah.
and grown a beard.
Emily's got a beard.
She's not
Feels
And she's now Norman.
It's my weekend name, don't worry about it.
Profile picture.
Is that the Pendle Witch? Is that
He's
Pendle
That's the
Pendle
one,
Witch
yeah.
Man. That's him.
yeah? Oh, right.
The Pendle Witch Man.
He does the Pendle Paranormal podcast.
That's the one.
Craig was
Oh, right.
actually the second, maybe third person that I did an interview with.
Oh, well. Bloody hell.
So
That's a long
that
time
was
ago, isn't it?
nearly 3 years ago.
Yeah.
Coming up to it'll be 3 years Easter.
Yeah, something like that. Yeah.
Wow.
Bloody hell,
Let's
that's
fly. There you go.
Wow.
mental.
Oh well, it's time for.
Where's all the time gone, Andy? Eh?
Oh, no, yeah, I was going to say, I can't do
That is doing this.
To be fair.
mental.
But it is. Right. Quick last question for you, Alex. And it's from Adam Sandor. And he wants to know, Alex, when did you see the UFO over Penge?
It was
Or Pengy. Don't know how you pronounce it.
Pengy. It was. It would have been 1976.
Yeah, just a bit.
Yeah.
It would have been about 1976. It was. I'm sure I was in that. I think it was. Would have been the winter of '75. I think when we were fishing down at thing when I first went to that place. So I think it was '76. And then it just went past, and then all this other stuff kicked off. Yeah.
Yeah. And that's when it all started.
More kicked off. Yeah.
Yeah. Right. We now have Emily.
Well,
Hello, welcome to the show.
Do now.
Hiya.
Can you hear us all okay?
I can. I believe so.
Excellent. Good.
I better get going.
Are you off?
Yeah. I'm going to say we've got to. Everybody's leaving, aren't they?
Hello? It's fine. I just keep going.
I'm thinking, should I go down the Red?
You've got to leg it now and get me mate, make me mate at the train station because he's got our invest the weekend. So
You're doing that, aren't you?
He's come down from Lichfield.
Right.
So he's stopping down with us till Monday.
Yeah. Oh, good luck with it. You'll have to let us know how you get on.
Good luck to you, mate.
Cheers. I'll still be here.
Yeah, just about.
Well,
Stuff melted into the
I'll
chair.
message you later and let you know how long you've got left.
Unless it's seconds, don't bother. And it's single figures.
Yeah. And I'll definitely. It was nice to speak to you, Alex.
Thank you.
Definitely.
Yeah. Been
Nice
great.
to meet you finally. And I'll try. I'll message you later. I'll send you a message later.
Okay.
I'll see someone else. I'll see someone else. I'm going to might nick off you, the Pendle Man. See, this is
Yeah.
I'll see what my moderator. She's still watching.
Yeah.
Get your pen and paper out and your calendar, Elaine.
Right, Andy Tracy.
I better go.
Coming on.
No worries, mate. Enjoyed it, mate.
Thanks, Andy.
Take care.
Cheers.
Been very enjoyable.
Speak to you soon.
Yeah.
How do we get out of here now?
Hello.
How
Are
do I
you
get
going as well, Alex?
Well, I suppose all in a minute. I suppose I ought to really. I don't know.
You can stay for a bit if you like, if it's all right with these two.
Yeah, it's fine by me. Yeah, no
I'll
worries.
give it 10 minutes. Yeah, I'll just debating whether to go down the Rendy now.
Sorry,
a bit better.
All right. No, so I'm getting confused because I changed your time, didn't I, Craig? Because you couldn't do the later
did.
one.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I
right.
can't,
I thought I was missing someone, but it was you that moved and not them. Welcome, Emily. Thank you for coming on. Welcome, Craig. Great to see you again.
Yeah, and you.
Looking well.
Thank you. It's the lighting.
Is that what it is?
and Nivea for men. That's what it is.
Ah.
I'm actually de-aging. I'm like Benjamin Button.
Benjamin Button.
Going backwards.
Saying nothing.
You're looking well yourself, Andy.
Well, I don't know about that.
I can smell you. I can smell you from here, mate. You've been on that long.
Do you know? It's weird. It doesn't actually feel like I've been on that long. It doesn't feel like I've not had any sleep.
When did you start?
8 o'clock last night.
Right, you've gone right through.
But I'd been awake since 7 o'clock yesterday morning.
Wow. Yeah.
Because I was working out, it's only 24 hours, I'll be fine. But no, I'm not waking up and then doing it and stopping and going to sleep.
No.
Do you know, I'm waking up normal time that I get up for work because Becky gets up. We get up at the same time for work because I changed my shift time. So we get up at the same time. So I'm used to getting up at 7. And then we don't usually go to bed till anything between 10:30 and midnight. So, and it's like, I can't just change that for one day. So it's like, I'm going to be awake for at least 39 hours.
Oh, wow.
It's like flying to Australia.
Yeah.
Without a plane or leaving your house.
Without a plane, yeah. I did Australia once. That was horrendous. And I did that with a 4-year-old.
Oh,
and he was the only one out of all of us that actually caught with it and got some kit and behaved himself and was fine with it.
It was causing the trouble.
Rest of us were all falling to bits, honestly. We missed our connecting flight in Sydney. Was flying from Sydney to Cairns because we couldn't take off from Abu Dhabi. It was too hot. It was like 49 degrees.
Wow.
And said anything over 45 degrees, you got a chance of treading the tyres on the planes when you're taxiing. So we had to sit on the runway for about 6 hours in 49-degree heat. They wouldn't let us off because they were waiting for the heat to drop. So we were all going to bits, and he was just like, yeah, whatever.
Leave me what to do it. I'm sleeping.
So yeah, it was good.
Wow. So who would like to start first? Tell us about yourself and what you do. And
ladies first.
There you go. Nothing like a bit of pressure.
Okay, so what do you want to know? Where should we start?
What? Obviously, you're into the paranormal.
Yes.
So what your, I suppose, genre in the paranormal for those that don't know?
I obviously paranormal investigator and I do mediumship.
Yeah.
I only do mediumship within investigations. I don't do private readings or anything like that. So I just use it for working as an investigator. I've been investigating sort of officially for about 2.5 years now.
Yeah.
But I've been interested in the paranormal and researching it for many, many years. Since my first encounter at the age of 14, that's when I sort of became very interested, obsessed. With out what happened, why it happened, and how it happened.
Right.
So, and the encounter was seeing my grandmother at the bottom of my bed. She had passed away about 2 weeks previous, and I woke up and she was there. And to start with, it was that, when you think, am I dreaming, seeing things? But I felt like a real warmth and comfort. I wasn't afraid, and she looked very young. And I can absolutely, like 99.9% say she was there. So I just, from that point onwards, I wanted to find out how that could be possible. Why she came, and just how. Is this possible, and how is it possible? So that's what got me thinking.
So, and then you've just gone into it feet first ever since.
Yes, yeah. I mean, life got in the way, to be honest. Sort of during early adulthood, I've got 5 children, so sort of having them and sort of thing. You know, I didn't have time to be going out weekends doing investigations and things. Although I was always interested in it and following it and researching it.
Yeah.
Now they've all grown up a little bit. Life has allowed me to go out every weekend. So
hey, what more could you want?
Exactly. Yeah.
Cool. So do you go? No, you're only down the road from me. You're in Huntingdon, aren't you?
Yeah.
Or around the area. Yeah, because I'm in Northampton. So I'm the other end of the A14.
Right. Okay. Yeah. Not far.
No.
Yeah.
So.
Awesome.
Yeah. So do you go? Do you stay local or do you go out further afield and just go all over the UK or even the world?
Anywhere, to be honest, all over. So I do quite a few sort of local would be to me about an hour to an hour and a half. I would still class as local. But I'll go anywhere I can get in, basically. Anywhere.
Right. Have you been to? Because I know it's not far from where you are. Hinchinbrook.
Yes, Hinchinbrook House. That's
yes.
20 minutes from me. 15-20 minutes.
Is that the one near the hospital and the police station?
That's right. Yeah,
where the school is.
Yes.
Yeah. So is that a good call to go to? Is that a good one to go to? Because a lot of people keep telling me about it. I'm like,
Yeah. No, it's a really good place. I think I've investigated there probably 4 times now, and I am due to go with Andy and
Tracy
in August, I believe.
Okay.
On the group share thing. So I'm looking forward to that because it's a really good place. It's active. It's huge, so there's plenty of space for everyone to sort of spread out and not like no sort of sound contamination and that. So definitely worth a visit. Definitely.
Yeah. So when you go out, what techniques do you use? Because you said you use mediumship when you go out doing it. Do you take much equipment with you, or just bare essentials?
Well, the most important thing, if I was going out sort of on my own or with another medium, I would perhaps just take a notebook and pen myself, a couple of or something. But when I go out with quite a lot of other people, I take a lot of equipment with me, because those that can't do mediumship or are not feeling or sensing anything, it then becomes really boring for them. So if you've got the lights and the flashes and the beeps and buzzes and that, it's interesting for the other people. Yeah, if you're sat there with 8 people, and me and someone else that are picking up on a man in the corner, and everyone else is sitting there going, "Oh, we can't see him.
Yeah, we can't see anything."
So the equipment does it helps other people. So I do take a lot of equipment with me.
Sorry, someone's just asking, is Alex staying on for the next 9 hours?
No, I'm going in a minute.
Yeah.
Am I staying on? No, I couldn't keep quiet long enough, Joe.
Cool.
No, I'd better go actually.
Right. Thank you for coming on.
That, Oh, thanks for inviting me. It's been good.
More than welcome.
And I'll be watching. I'll have a look through the day when I'm flipping about on the TV. So I watched you on last night. I was watching you on.
Oh, cheers.
On YouTube, yeah. But it's nice meeting you guys. But
to meet you.
I better crack on, I suppose. How do I get out of here?
How do you get out? Turn round. There's a door on your right.
It's on my left, actually.
That's right. I'll beat you out.
Oh yeah, because I'm good at. I'm normally kicking, and I'm not shutting myself down. I don't know what I'm doing here. Anyway, good to see you, Andy, and you guys.
Yeah,
and
you too.
I'll see you in a few weeks or whenever.
If you and Craig are not in touch, I can send.
Yeah, I've got all the names. I've got all the names written down here. Ready
you got it.
Get them on moderator.
Cool.
See you later, Elaine, if you're still watching.
She's making notes about you. That's what she's doing.
Probably. Anyway, it's been great fun. And thanks for
catch you later. Take care,
mate.
Guys. See you in a bit.
Bye.
See you later.
Oh, right. I'll just swap us about a bit. So, Craig, what are you up to? Because I think the last time we spoke, you was a bit in about whether he's going to carry on with the podcast or not.
Yeah. Yeah, I had a bit of a break for a few months, but I'm back on it now. I've had quite a few episodes out since I had the break, so probably about half a dozen episodes, something like that.
Oh right, that's all right.
New one out yesterday. Mark Holly. Had a good chat. Good chat with Mark. Really interesting. Really down to earth guy. Some of the stuff that he was talking about was really, really interesting. So I've got Chris Evers coming up in a couple of weeks. In between then, I'm going down to I'm taking the long trip from Lancashire to Suffolk on Monday for a few days. Going down to see a friend of mine, but we're going to go to Rendlesham, do a bit of filming around Rendlesham and around that area, Orford Ness, all around there. Yeah. So that's something I'll be putting on my YouTube channel. Hopefully by the end of next week. The podcast is going great. I couldn't not do it. I couldn't stop.
I did think that when you said.
Yeah, I mean, I get such good feedback from people. You know, it's always really nice when people take time to drop me a message on, you know, whether it's on YouTube, because I do put them on YouTube as well, even if they're just audios. I still put them on there. So I get lots of really good feedback, lots of really nice comments from people. I'm also on the Paranormal UK network as well, the radio network. I am apparently always in the top 3 listened to shows, and there are dozens and dozens and dozens of shows. I don't know how many shows they have on, but you know, there's a lot of guys from over the pond do podcasts and stuff on there. Yeah. So really, it sort of crept under the radar with me. Really, I didn't expect it to be so popular. I didn't expect to get such good feedback. I didn't expect to get so many listeners through Anchor. And iTunes and Amazon and all the usual podcast places that you visit. I've had a couple of books out. I've been thinking about writing another book, just finding the time. I've got a few ideas. Again, I want to try and keep it local. If people go to my website and have a quick look, they'll find books. They're on Amazon. They're very reasonably priced. Because I'm not in this to make any money, and believe me, I'm not making any money. But yeah, no, it's all good. I'm trying to build up my YouTube channel at the minute. That's really where things are, I think, at the minute.
That's what takes the longest.
Yeah, it is difficult. You know, you need to be dedicated to putting a lot of content out, and you know, like you were saying, Emily, life gets in the way. You know, I mean, I've not got 5 children, but I've got 1, which is enough for me. Thanks very much. Very
the equivalent to 5.
The equivalent of 5. Yeah, it feels like it. And it's not something that I want to be all encompassing in my life. I've got other interests. I've got other hobbies. I've got other things I like to do as well. So it started off as a bit of fun. It started off as something I thought, you know what, I'll give it a go. And it's just sort of, I just don't let it take over, basically. And if I don't let it take over, then I don't get stressed with it, and I don't think, you know what, I'm going to pack it all in because it's too much hassle. So I just do it at my own pace. And, you know, if people want to listen to the podcast, people want to buy the books, people want to come to my website, have a look at my website. There's a lot of stuff on there, local information about where I live in Lancashire and Pendle Hill and that. Great, you know.
Yeah, cool. So, quick question before we move back on to Emily. The piano.
Oh, God, yeah.
Do you still have it?
Yeah.
And is it still dodgy?
Yeah. Strangely enough, last few weeks, I've started seeing little things going around again, corner of my eye, shadows, little shadows again. Yeah. I think they're either dwarves or children, one of the two. There is something attached. I've got a very old piano. It's well over 100 years old. We bought it a few years ago, quite a few years ago.
You traced it back, didn't you, from where it was originally built?
Yeah, it's German. Because when we had it tuned, the guy took the back off, and there's a big brass plate on the back, and It's by a German company called Bluthner, in Leipzig in Germany, and it was made in 1909. The plate said.
Wow.
So I emailed Bluthner in London actually, and they sent me a history of it, believe it or not, because I gave them the serial number. So they told me when it was made, when it was shipped over to Manchester, to a store in Manchester on Deansgate, which is no longer there now. But it was a musical instrument store. This was like 1910, so it was pre First World War. And then it was bought by somebody who lived in a little town called Rottenstall or Rawtenstall, depending on.
If you're posh.
Rawtenstall. We call it Rottenstall, but Rawtenstall if you're really posh. So that's just north of Bury, or Bury again, depending on how you want to pronounce it. Which is north side of Manchester, basically. So it's about 15 miles north of Manchester. So it's a small little town. And this family had it from when they bought it in 1910, 1911, whenever it was they bought it, right up until about a year before we bought it. So we bought it in about 2010, something like that.
Yeah.
And it had been in the same family. And we bought it then from a guy in Clitheroe, which is the nearest town to us, second-hand piano salesman, believe it or not. He had quite, gets them from house clearances and that sort of thing. And so we bought it because my wife Sarah is very musical. She comes from a musical family. She can play the piano. I mean, we didn't pay a lot for it. We're not rich. Don't think that, we're some sort of, mega rich. I mean, you can see the messy background in my office here. We only paid a couple of grand for it, and we wanted it because our son James is also very musical, and he wanted at the time to learn the piano. He's 17 now and couldn't give a toss about pianos or guitars or anything like that now. But at the time, he was learning to play the piano. And so we just decided we had a bit of cash spare, so we decided to buy it and stick it in the dining room, and it's been there ever since. And there is something, probably I'm 99% sure there's something attached to it that's come along with it. We see a lot of both myself and my wife have seen things moving out the corner of our eyes. We get shadows. Especially in the lounge. And bearing in mind that we live on a cul-de-sac, so we don't get a lot of traffic, so it's not cars outside with headlights or anything like that. And we are actually quite high up. We're quite high up off the road, set back off the road, so we don't get lights at all from cars or anything like that. So we've seen shadows. I felt that there's been somebody in the room with me, usually in the lounge or the kitchen. Never upstairs, always downstairs. There's been cold spots, especially in the dining room. I mean, the dining room is freezing, absolutely freezing.
Yeah, it's still like that now.
Still like that now, yeah. And my son comments on it every time he goes in. There's been poltergeist activity. Things have been moved. The really scary one was the postman had shoved some post in the letterbox, and it was sort of stuck halfway in and halfway out. And it was just like junk mail. And the letterbox is one of those spring-loaded brass things, if you know what I mean. So you lift it up and it pings back, So you've got to really pull something to get it out. It's quite. It grips hold of whatever you shove through, and that's why whatever he'd shoved through had just gone halfway. It was only a bit of junk mail. I'd left it there for a few days, and I was getting the leads on the dogs in the because we have like a little sort of it's like a vestibule in between the front door and the inner door, and it's only about 4 or 5 feet square. It's only a little. Anyway, I was getting the dogs leads on and what have you, and this piece of post literally. It was like an invisible hand had grabbed hold of it and just pulled it out, and it was right under my nose. And I watched it come out, and I thought, that's a bit weird, because there was nobody outside. There was no way it could have been pushed through. I know there was nobody outside because I could see through the door. There's a glass bit in the door. There's nobody outside, I obviously didn't grab it. The dogs obviously didn't grab it. And it was literally, it was just like this invisible hand had grabbed hold of it and pulled it, and it just dropped on the floor in front of me. And that probably convinced me that there was something in the house.
Yeah.
And there was something either trying to get me attention or was just being mischievous. But it was the weirdest thing. It really was.
Yeah. Did you feel or hear or smell anything that happened?
No, I didn't. And strangely enough, the dogs didn't react either. I thought the dogs would have reacted, but they didn't.
Yeah.
So that was really weird. I do get smells occasionally, like a really strong smell of perfume.
Yeah, I remember you saying about that.
Mainly in the kitchen, to be honest. So whether that's linked to that or whether that's linked to something else, because the house is nearly 100 years old. It was built in the 1930s, and there was a family. We're actually, believing it or not, the third family to live in the house. So when it was built, there was a lady and her daughter who lived here up until the 1930s, right up to the 1970s, and then for about 30 years from the 70s, there was another family lived here, and then they both became old and went into nursing homes and what have you. And we bought the house and did it up because it was it was like walking into the 1980s when we moved in. So we're only the third family to live here in like nearly 100 years. So whether this really strong smell of perfume is anything to do with somebody who lived here in the past, or whether it's linked to whatever has come with the piano. I went back. I mean, it got to the stage where I went back to the guy who sold us the piano, and I said, "Will you buy it back off me?" And he said, "No, not interested." And I said, "Why?" And he said, "No, I'm not interested." I said, "You know something, don't you?" And he said,
"You
no,
won't admit it."
And I said, "Is there anything attached to that piano?" And he looked at me and he said, "What do you mean?" I said, "Is there anything attached to it? Where did you get it from? And is there anything attached to it?" "Well, I got it from a place in Haslingden." I said, "I know it's family in Haslingden, but do you know the circumstances?" And he wouldn't tell me. So, I think something's come along with it. But it's not frightening. I'm not scared of it. I'm just interested. But it goes through cycles. We can have a few months where it's really, really quiet, nothing happens, and then all of a sudden, little strange things happen where a set of keys will have been moved, or I'll have put a cup down on the coffee table in the lounge, and it'll move to the other side of the coffee table when I look again. And there's just little weird things like that, So, but interestingly, I mean, Sarah, my wife, it doesn't really bother her at all, because she lived in a farmhouse with her mum and a stepdad and a sister for a long time, and that had a really prevalent poltergeist. So really sort of active. They used to hear footsteps and banging doors and stuff being moved and all sorts of stuff. So she's quite used to it. She's not, doesn't bother her, she's quite interested in it, really. So yeah. I will get to the bottom of it, but I'll find out what's going on eventually,
Yeah.
I might have to get somebody in who can read the house.
Oh. Well, we've all shuffled around.
I know what's going on here. I've turned into Andy.
It's fine. You can be me for a bit. You've only got 9 hours to go. You'll be fine.
Which is not good. No, you're all right, mate. Thanks.
Oh, don't blame me.
Yeah, that's me. That's
cool.
Me.
So, do you get anything like that, Emily, when you got investigating, like what Craig's just been talking about?
Yeah. So there's one particular house. You'll probably know Leighton Buzzard, not too far from you. But the same direction, I think, for both of us. The Old White Horse Inn at Hotcliffe. I go there.
I know McDonald's in Hotcliffe. Is it near there?
It's just up the road from there, opposite the Harvester.
Oh, on the A5.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah.
Just opposite the Harvester.
Yeah, where they've got lights, camera, the traffic lights, aren't there?
Yeah. That's right.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Yeah, so I was there last week. I'm there again this week. And what I do is I take. He does afternoon teas there, so he does an afternoon tea, and then I take a group of newbies for an hour to introduce them to the paranormal. Yeah. So at that place, there's quite a lot of sort of poltergeist type activity there. So we've had candles falling off a big candelabra in front of us.
Oh.
But I find things happen when you're not investigating, when you're just talking between yourselves. That's when things like that happen. That's when most of this sort of poltergeist type activity of things moving, most of the time I've seen that it's always been when we've stopped and we're having a break.
Yeah.
We were at a pub recently a few weeks ago, and we were having no activity at all in this room upstairs in this pub. It was completely dead, nothing.
Yeah.
And then the landlord came up with a couple of customers, and we were just chatting about the equipment and sort of going through a few things. And this cat ball, there was no one in the room. We were stood by the door of the room. And this cat ball flew out off this table. It just flew across the room. Like, oh, okay, yay, activity. But it always seems to happen when you're chatting and not sitting there in silence waiting for something.
Right. So do you do protection when you go out investigating? Or do you not bother? Because I know a lot of people don't usually really do anything.
I don't know. I'm not. Right at the beginning, I think I was a little bit more cautious.
Yeah.
But now, not so. No, I think. Well, first of all, I think whatever is going to want to come home with me to my house. So no, I tend not to, unless I think if I went somewhere and I felt threatened and felt the need to.
Yeah.
That I may do, but not usually. No.
Yeah, because I had this conversation a bit ago. It's like you can go shopping at Tesco or wherever, and you can get an attachment there because if these things are all around us everywhere, it's like with Craig with the piano.
Yeah,
it's not like he went out investigating. He's bought a piano and sounds like there's something come.
Yeah.
Like, if you're sat inside it when it got shipped to his house.
Yeah, I think if you're going to protect yourself, you're going to need to do it every single day, every single morning.
Yeah, no matter where you go or what you do. Yeah,
definitely. Yeah, so I tend not to.
No. So have you got any anything coming up? Any investigations?
Yes, I go out every weekend. So
oh dear.
I make a point of going somewhere every weekend. So this weekend I'm back in Leighton Buzzard again. I'm taking Paracom. I don't know if you've heard of Paracom. I'm taking them.
I've heard of them.
Awesome team.
Yeah.
I'm going there. I've got the Haunted Antiques Paranormal Research Centre coming up.
Right.
I've got Bishton Hall coming up that's in Stafford.
Right. Okay.
I've got the Doll's House in Sheerness, Hinchinbrook House. Oh gosh, what else have I got? Oh, so many different things booked. I've forgotten them all.
Have you been? Sorry.
Charnbrook Theatre in Bedford.
Yes.
So yeah, I've got lots of different things on the cards. So.
Have you been to Harton House in Flitwick?
No, I haven't. No.
Go there. No. I was talking about this last night. We did. Don't know. You can't. We have a table and you have the glass on the table and you touch it.
Yeah.
If it goes left and right, is yes. Up and down is no. Yeah. And we was doing that, and we was talking to what we think is a spirit of someone that worked there. We found out they got poisoned.
Right.
And the way that she was killed by the guy who owned it. Full story, I think, is that she was having an affair, and he didn't want his wife to find out, so he killed her by pouring bleach down her throat, or the equivalent.
Okay.
And as we found that out, it was like middle of winter. I got like 10 layers on, big ski jacket, and that. I'm pulling the scarf away from my neck. Bright red. I could feel my throat burning inside.
Right.
And as soon as I disconnected from what we was doing, it stopped straight away.
Did you say that was Flitwick? Did you say Flitwick?
It's either Flitwick or Ampthill. Harton House, next to Lockheed, where they used to do the warheads.
Yeah, right.
It's literally, as you go up the hill, just on the bend, you do a left and it takes you straight to it.
Right. I've written that down.
It's either Flitwick or Ampthill. I always get the two mixed up.
Yeah. I'll have a look into that one.
It's not, it's just a big derelict house. You've got all the walls and that. There's no floors, there's no roof, no doors, no windows.
Yeah.
But you can drive up to it. It's about a 2-3 minute walk. There's a farm and a couple of houses. There's plenty of parking there.
Right. Okay.
Then you just walk down, go through the gate, and straight to it. And you can go. You can't lock it up because it's just brick walls. But that's definitely. I've been there a few times, and the last time I went, I was just going around taking photos and making a little video. And this one was doing an EVP session, and we had K2 meter.
Yeah.
It wasn't lighting up, so I was just taking random photos. And in one of the doorways, you can see an orange orb with a trail coming through one of the doors. What was one of the doors?
Which I need to.
They didn't see it until I put them on the computer.
Yeah, that's quite often the case, isn't it? You take photos and just that you think, oh, they're photo, that's it. And then when you have a look and you see things that you didn't see at the time.
Yeah, it was just there. So out of about 30 photos, got one.
Yeah, that's it.
But it's a good photo. I'll if I can find it, I'll send it you.
Yeah, brilliant.
It's on the computer somewhere.
Brilliant. Yeah.
So
it's another place.
So do you go out over on location? Do you go to let's say Rendlesham or Cannock or anywhere like that?
Rendlesham is on my list. I really want to go there. But I hope to do when the weather gets a little bit warmer. I hope to do more sort of outside investigations. So I do go to RAF Upwood quite a lot. I don't know if you've seen on my page.
Sorry,
RAF Upwood. It's the abandoned RAF base near Ramsey, just outside Huntingdon. So,
I know Ramsey, but I don't know.
Okay, so it's only about it's just outside Ramsey. It's the next village onto Ramsey.
I've probably been past it. I've just not realised it's there.
Yeah. So that closed down in 1995, and it's goes back as far as World War One.
Right.
That's I'll be going there when I finish the podcast with you. So I'm going for it.
Oh wow!
I look around there, go around during the day. Then because there's about 15 big buildings there, and it's really active. So I go during the day and have a look around and get to know the place. So then when I do go at night to investigate,
you know where you're going.
There's and holes here and there, and so you kind of know because all the buildings look the same almost. It's like there's the H blocks there, the accommodation blocks and that. So I can kind of know where I am when I go at night. So, but there's something about that place. I could just wander around there for hours. Just.
I guess you've been a few times then.
Yeah. I mean, I'm up the road. I'm 2-minute drive from there. So
right.
Yeah, I used to live in Upwood.
Oh right, okay.
But I was right next to it, but yeah, I'm not far away from it. So it's somewhere on an afternoon with nothing to do. I wander around.
Why not?
Yeah, exactly.
So are you? Because I know, Craig, you don't do much investigating, or you didn't. Are you planning on doing any?
Yeah, I will do if people ask me to. But I'm not your sort of classic, investigator. I don't come in with armfuls of electronic EVP stuff and all that.
Yeah.
I don't think that helps at all. The places that I have been in, I just go off what I feel, what I see, and what I hear. I'm not a medium, but I can feel things. I can sense things. Sarah's exactly the same. My wife's exactly the same.
Yeah.
I think we're both on a similar sort of wavelength in that respect. So, if somebody says to me, do you want to come into a place and tell me what you think, have a walk round, do a bit of filming, see what you think, then I'll do it. But I don't overtly go out and push myself onto doing investigations in places, because I don't. It's not. I like doing it, but again, it's finding the time really to do it. I mean, you were saying, Emily, about the weather getting better. I'm this year I've made a conscious effort to try and get out more and do more filming, because where I live is amazing, and there's loads of amazing places around here. And I really need to do lots and lots of outdoor stuff and filming and that. even bought myself a new little Diddy camera that I haven't even used yet. So I'll be using that next week in Rendlesham. But yeah, it's just, I mean, for me, it's just finding time because I do, you know, I still work full time, you know, so it's just finding time to do these sort of things. I do like investigating places, I must admit, and I have done it, as I say, but it's not something that is high on my list of priorities, really.
No.
But if somebody drops me an email and says, "Do you want to come round to my house because it's haunted?" then stick the kettle on. I'll come round.
Be there in 5.
I'll be there in 5. Yeah. I'll be there in 4 if there's biscuits.
Oh yeah. Coffee biscuits, perfect.
So I've not gone out investigating as much as I'd like to, but because I'm doing more of this than the investigating side to it. But I did met up with Alex, who was on before. We went to Rendlesham, and then went to Cannock Chase 3 times, and each time we got something, and each time it was different things that happened. So it's gone from someone twanging an aerial, the big magnet mount with like a 6-foot, 8-foot aerial, and Simon was saying you could hear it. It was rocking from side to side because the top of his van's not flat. It's got the ridges to let the rain off. It was like that, and he said he's been under bridges, hit branches and that with it, and it just twangs it. Yeah, he goes, to get it, you've got to literally grab the base of it and physically move it.
Yeah.
We were sleeping, so there's me, one guy sleep in my car, and there's Simon and my cousin sleeping. I say so. It was chilling, just waiting things to happen, but like nodding off and that. But Simon and my cousin, they were still asleep, and it happened 3 times over the space of about 2 hours, I think. But you would have had to climb up onto the van, put your foot, the old top of the wheel, reach over, and actually grab the base. And they were Simon was awake on all 3 times. I think my cousin was awake on 2 of them. And you would have felt somebody climbing up on top of the van.
Yeah.
Yeah. And you'd have heard, you'd have seen it.
Yeah.
There's no way you couldn't have been there. But where we was parked was probably about 4-5 foot from the back of the car in the car park to where the grass banking started. So even if something was stood on the grass bank, they'd have to have like a 10-foot arm span to reach it.
Yeah.
So
Cannock Chase somewhere I think I'm hopefully going later on in the year. That's somewhere is the black-eyed children there, isn't it?
Apparently there's not any there.
Okay.
So
right.
One of the next guests that's coming on, Steve Mera, he was there last year around about the same time that we were there. And he was saying he went there to investigate, and he went, I can tell there's none there.
Right.
He spoke to people, and because that was the original reason why I went.
Yeah. Yeah.
But I think because there's only that one video of the guy with the drone with the girl that comes out and she's long dark hair and a white dress on. To me, that's set up.
Yeah.
But there is a lot more stuff going on there other than that.
Yeah. Yeah. I believe there's quite a lot going on.
Yeah.
Be nice to go on.
It's just nice to go to Cannock and Rendlesham.
Yeah. Yeah. Rendlesham, definitely. I've got to get there. I wanted to go last year, but I just didn't have time to go. So it's definitely on the cards this year. Definitely.
Yeah. But if you all time it right, we could all go together.
Yeah.
Sorry.
I'm saying I'm looking forward to it next week. I must admit.
Yeah.
So yeah.
Yeah, it is a nice area.
I've heard some interesting theories about Rendlesham. Because as I say, I've got a friend who lives down there, so we're going to go out boozing as well. But he's been going to Rendlesham quite a bit recently, and he's been talking to some of the local people around there and that. So there's some very interesting theories from the locals about Rendlesham.
Yeah.
Not UFOs.
No.
Not UFOs.
Oh. Is that all you're not going to tell them?
Well, okay. So
telling you it's just not UFOs.
No, all right. So this is obviously second-hand information, but I've got absolutely no reason to disbelieve what he told me. And he's obviously been told this by somebody who lives down there, lives very close to Rendlesham. Obviously, Rendlesham was a US air base.
Yes.
And it was a training exercise by the SAS to test how operationally ready the airbase was.
Yeah.
And they obviously weren't, because they were infiltrated. And they used the UFO story as a cover-up to save face. This was the American Air Force.
Okay.
Save face. They said that these lights and everything, they didn't know what they were. And then somebody said, oh, well, I think they were a UFO. And that's where it's come from. The lights,
I've heard that before.
Yeah, the lights were actually the SAS guys who turned the torches on as they were leaving and waving and saying, see you later, lads. We've just gone in and taken account of how many bombs you've got. Whatever they were doing. But yeah, so the American Air Force, in order to save face, perpetrated this story about it actually being UFOs rather than or a UFO, rather than what actually happened. So who knows? I mean, that's local lore, if you know what I mean. Local folklore. That's just coming from one person.
When me and Alex went, I'll just show the picture. So we're leaning up against this tree. I'm stood where that branch is coming out. I'm stood near where the branch is connected to the tree, and he's on the bit where it dips down and comes back up again.
Yeah.
You see on the floor where you've got that bit of nothing between the ferns.
Yeah.
It wasn't as though. Let's say it wasn't as overgrown as that. It was as overgrown than that, because that was the photo I took while I was there. I'm lying. And we stood chatting, and we see. He's just telling me about what's happened where he's been there in the past, and we sit. Don't take any notice of it, but two, like cricket ball size, 2-dimensional orange orbs, flat but round, like just circles. So I don't think anything of it. I just think it's a reflection off his watch, because it was the middle of summer. It was like shorts and t-shirt. And then about 2-3 minutes later, he went, "Do you see them then?" I went, "Yeah." Because it's you're watching it. And then two things. One, why was there two reflections? And the second one, we was leaning on the branch like that talking. It'd been reflecting up.
Yeah.
Can't bend light 180 degrees.
Right.
He goes, "Did you see the two before?" I went, "Yeah." And that's why I thought it was your watch. But they weren't moving straight. They was going like all sporadic and just like
interesting.
Twice, 2 orange, so 4 orange ones.
Very interesting.
And where that tree is where the supposed UFO landing. That's the official or the actual landing spot.
Right.
So where you can see the fence, you can just about make the fence out at the top of the ferns. That's
you can,
that is where apparently that's where it landed, and then that drops right down at the back and goes into the farmer's field. And it's not too far from where they've put the giant lemon juicer, because that's what it looks like. It's awful. It really is.
So, I'll go and have a look and take my photo there, and we'll see if I see anything.
Yeah, but go to that tree.
I will do.
Yeah. So you'll even if nothing happens, it's a nice day out. If nothing else.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. I mean, the whole that coast down there, the whole of that Suffolk coast area along there is really interesting, isn't it? Because of Orford Ness and all the Cold War stuff and everything that's all down there. So it is a very interesting area, and you've got the nuclear power station as well, haven't you? So
yes,
you tend to find you get a lot of UAP activity around installations like that. We get a lot up here in Morecambe Bay around Heysham Power Station and not Sizewell, that's the Suffolk one, Sellafield as well up in Cumbria. So you get a lot of UFO activity around them. So it's quite interesting,
Yeah. Well, it's funny you say about the, you said the Cold War, but when I went with Alex, and it was after, no, it was before. I'm trying to think when the tree. It was before we got to the tree. We're walking down, and he's telling me about what's gone on in that. So say we're walking north, I see something or someone walking south, like 2 trees deep on my left-hand side. And I see him in my peripheral, but as I turn, they kind of like, it goes to nothing.
Mm-hmm.
So I do try to tell you about, there's nothing there, it's been and gone. But from what I got and what they've dressed like, it was World War II German uniform. Do you know the grey fleecy?
Yeah.
Darker than your top, Craig. Like more of a gunmetal grey.
Right.
And it's the hat, like the SS hat, and the collars that come up and round and then drop down.
Yeah.
As soon as I got back, I had a look on the internet, and it's the third or fourth picture. And it's like, that was what I seen straight away. That was it. I was straight on the phone to Alex. Anyway, he sent these photos when he first came on the show. Anyway, when people have been on, I delete them because there's no point keeping them all. So I delete them off here, but keep them on the computer just in case. And when he come on today, he was talking about the photos. So with this tree, so he went and he took a photo, and his only blurry photo that was there is this photo of the same tree. So that the one in the middle is his daughter, and I think the small girl is either his other daughter or her daughter. The one at the back on the left, there was nobody there. But if you look at that, it looks like a German uniform.
Yeah, it does.
And as soon as I seen that, I got the goosebumps because I remembered what had gone on when we went down last summer. It's like the way the collar comes up and the hat. Just
I
know you can't really see the colours, but to me that would be a grey because of how the blurred's gone blue.
Yeah, it looks like the back of a uniform, doesn't it? Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow. That's awesome.
Yeah. And I know Alex seen 2 he spoke to 2 spirits, a ghost of apparently these pilots that crashed, and he was saying to him, we're sorry for what we've done and what we're about to do. And then they went.
Oh, wow.
So there's a lot of sightings of World War II German soldiers around that area as well.
So were there 2 German airmen then that crashed?
Apparently that's what Alex seen. I wasn't there then, so I don't know.
But
when I seen the one that I said was a German soldier going that way, he hadn't told me that story yet. It was probably about another 10 minutes walk before we got to that point, and he said it. Went, that's what I said. That was when I said that's what I seen.
Yeah,
it was a German uniform.
Yeah,
I think I might have to go to the pub first then before I go to Rendlesham. just for a bit of
Dutch courage.
Bit of Dutch courage, yeah.
You'll be fine. Nothing. I won't even say it's eerie. It's different. It's not scary. But I went middle of the day in like middle of summer, so and I went with someone that knew where they were going. Because when you go in there, a lot of it does look the same. It is very. You could come off one track and go onto the other, and you think you're on the same one, and you're not. So, make sure either the person that you go with knows where they're going, or you have some sort of map, GPS.
Yeah,
you might never see me again.
Breadcrumbs, whatever.
Might be it. You might just find me dead in the middle of.
Are you saying it's easy to get lost in there? It is. Because of how far it goes back. And it goes right up to the coast as well. A place called Shingle Strait. So I didn't realise how close to the coast Rendlesham is. So, But,
well, another theory in there about the lights and that they saw that night was a lighthouse. There's a lighthouse pretty close by, apparently. So, again, that's one of the theories.
We said that before when Paul Ascough was on. It's like the lighthouse. they either moved the lighthouse and shrunk it down so it was like right in the forest, or I don't. It wasn't physically possible for it to be the lighthouse.
Yeah, they tried to
the location of the lighthouse and where these lights were seen.
Yeah.
You'll always get somebody that debunks everything.
Yeah.
Oh yeah. Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
So I'm quite skeptical about everything. I keep an open mind about everything until something's proved one way or the other.
Yeah.
I don't really have an opinion on it. So I won't say, oh no, that's definitely that. It definitely can't be this, or it definitely can't be that. Because there's all sorts. There's atmospheric things into account. There's your eyes can play a trick on you, especially at night. There's all sorts of stuff, So and on one hand, could have been a UFO. Who do I? How can I say it isn't? But on the other hand, it wasn't a UFO. It was SAS soldiers. I don't know either way, so I just keep an open mind,
Yeah.
But I don't tend to just debunk things and say no, it's not this, not that, not the other.
No, I just guess it could be this
until I get until I get evidence. I mean, it's the same with paranormal. Somebody says to me, my house is haunted, then they live in a haunted house. Until you can prove otherwise.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So.
Yeah. We always try and debunk things on investigations, and I never sort of conclusively say that is spirit, but I never say that's not spirit. Quite often on my write-ups, I'll put sort of this happened and this happened. So what do you think? Is it paranormal? And I'm not saying
leave it open.
Spirit, and I'm not saying it wasn't. What what people think. That's the best.
The only thing you can do, the only thing you can do is investigate it and then just put the evidence there and say, right, you make your mind up,
You make your mind up,
Because there's so many variations and so many variables and so many unknowns about everything. You can't categorically say one way or another. I don't think.
No.
We had a door slamming. Sorry.
No, you're all right.
Door slamming once at Wisbeach Castle. It kept slamming quite hard. So, of course, we looked at is there a breeze coming through the door? And then we even got a spirit level out to see if the door was on a slope and that sort of thing. And we discovered that unless we didn't have a air pressure meter, so we couldn't see whether there was any breeze. There was no obvious breeze, but there was an air pressure there, so we couldn't rule that out. But we try and rule things out like that. But then we don't say either way. It was unexplainable at the time. So,
No, I know what you mean. Right. Are we all right to go on a break? Because technically I've not had one.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
I've just left the guests chatting away while I've nipped to the toilet.
No, you're right. I'll do the same, so it's fine.
Right. We'll all first break.
I'll go and find out what my dogs are doing because it's quiet.
Right.
Always worries me. There were some children.
Only be a couple of minutes, but there'll be a countdown when we're coming back on anyway. So
awesome.
You'll see. All right then. Right. Okay. Catch you guys in 2-3 minutes. 5, 4, 3, 2, 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2. Sorry, I left it on loop and played it twice. Because I do the break on a loop. It's only like 21 seconds long. So I just leave it going till and I need to come back, and I forgot I'd looped it. I just had to let the dogs out as well.
Oh, bless.
So they've done the stuff for the next couple of hours.
Yeah, they're all right now.
Yeah, so is there anywhere you've not been to yet other than Rendlesham and Cannock that you'd really love to go?
I'd like to go to Newsham Park Hospital, Liverpool. I'd like to go to Newsham Park. That's one that's always, every time I see it, if I flick through and I see it advertised or see someone's been there, it's a place where I think, oh, yeah, I really want to go there.
Yeah.
So that's one I'm going to have to try and get to at some point.
Yeah. So is there anywhere near you that you think, oh, because it's round the corner, I can go to whenever I want, and you just never got around to going?
Probably near you. It's in Northampton. Where is it? Sort of near Daventry, where I'm not quite sure. Is it Boughton Cemetery? Everyone talks about all the time.
Ruins.
Yeah.
St. John Baptist Ruins.
I think so. I think, yeah, everyone says, oh, you've
One
got
of the most haunted places in Northampton.
Supposedly, is it?
That is literally 5 minutes from my house.
Right, okay. So many people say, oh, you've got to come, you've got to go there. And like you say, it's not far, really. It's only, 3/4 of an hour from me, but yeah. I've not been. I've still not been.
I always... consecrated church, so they still use it for burials, but the church is just literally walls.
Yeah.
But these weird stuff I've had,
really,
it just in one ear, like popping, like pressure, doesn't hurt, so it's not like, Joe, when you get when you go on a plane.
Yeah.
Like, what do you call it?
When your ears pop, it's like that. Pressure, isn't it?
But you get the pain in your ear, but it's like that, but without the pain.
Yeah.
The people whispering.
Wow.
One Saturday afternoon, me and the missus, she's not really into it, but she goes, "Come on, we'll go." There's only the two of us, don't have any kids.
Yeah.
And I did a TikTok live. So as I'm walking around and I'm explaining what goes on there, there's sightings of a black dog. Mm-hmm. There's a woman. I can never remember if she's in a red dress or red hair. And she sings, and there's whistling and that going on.
Yeah.
So as I'm saying about this black, I see a black dog run across the other side, just a little, like smaller than a Labrador.
Yeah.
Yeah. And Becky goes, no, there's a bloke with it. He's got one of those throwy sticks with a ball in the end. Right. Now, I didn't see this bloke, but if you was to walk right around the perimeter of this, like the wall, it'd probably take you a minute and a half. That's how small it is. It's not a big area at all.
Yeah.
So you're going through the gate, drops down the hill, and then on the left is the church ruins. Right at the bottom, it's all dry stone wall.
Yeah.
Right at the bottom, if you used to climb over the wall, there's like a little stream and that, and bit of like just wasteland, and then you've got all the properties and that further on.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm walking down. So I'm going around narrating as I'm doing the TikTok, pointing out different bits. So we both go around the same way. I still didn't see this bloke. I only ever seen the dog, but didn't see it again.
Right.
So I kind of followed the track of where this dog was going. And it's like, they're not there. These big trees there, and you got the wall and that. They could have gone behind it, and I just didn't see them.
Mm.
But as I'm walking round, it started to like really fine drizzle. I thought, I'm not doing this too long, because if your phone gets wet, it's going to get knackered.
Yeah.
So Becky's in the top bit where the church is, so stood in what would be the church grounds.
Yeah.
And then you've got the archway for the windows and the door. Now, because I know she doesn't like stuff like that.
Yeah.
She thought I was trying to wind her up. Thought, if he's winding me up, I'm going to kill him, because he knows I don't like it.
Yeah.
So she's shouting me, and you can hear her when she's shouting. Yeah, you can hear when she's talking without being horrible. So she's shouting me. I couldn't hear her. She's gone right up to the arch window,
right,
and she can't see me. Now I'm stood less than 15 foot away. So she's can't see me. I'm walking around the edge of it. You can't hear her.
Oh.
And it was just really. It didn't feel like it was anywhere. Didn't feel like it was a time slip, but that's the only thing that I can put it down to.
Yeah, that's it.
Didn't see the dog. Didn't see the bloke.
How strange.
And it's just a big. When you go, you'll understand.
Yeah.
And
I have to go.
So I came up, and then she come from behind the wall, like where? She goes, "Where have you been?" I went, "Where have you been?" Because I've been shouting you for like last 2-3 minutes. Went nothing.
Wow.
Nothing at all. She goes, I even came right up and was looking. I goes, well, you would have seen me because I'm walking along the wall at the bottom.
Yeah. I need to go soon.
Yeah, you definitely need to go. But there's one night that we went, and it was when I took the night vision goggles, and we'd gone in and we got, I said it goes down the hill. It was me and this girl, Ali, that used to come investigating with me. We've been there till like 1 and 2 o'clock in the morning. Nothing. This one night we'd gone in, we got halfway down this hill, and it was like, no, we need to turn. And in my head, it was like, I got the message of you need to get out of here as quick as you can.
Right.
Whatever's in here doesn't want us here.
Oh my
As soon as I get in, I'm not waiting for a second
Yeah.
sign. I'm going.
Gone.
So I said to her, right. She went, I know, you don't even have to tell me. I didn't even say anything. I said, right, we'll just walk out slow, don't run. And as soon as I said don't run, we both wanted to run. It was only like 20 foot away from the gate. We weren't even that far. So we got to where my car was. I've got an estate, so lifted the boot up and we sat on the edge of the boot and we're just looking at the gate, and we couldn't say anything, but we could still feel that there's something there.
Right.
Now, the next day or two, I had a really, really bad headache and wasn't feeling well. Ali was off work for 3 days with headache and being sick, like violently being sick.
God.
That can't be a coincidence.
No.
Not when you've got. You could feel how bad the energy was, and that is the only time that's ever happened.
Wow. Oh.
I know.
I need to go now.
I've done it where we've gone at like 8, 9, 10 o'clock at night, stayed till 2 in the morning, then gone back a couple of weeks later and gone there at 2, 3 o'clock in the morning and stayed till 6.
Right.
So we've done both sides, like dusk and dawn.
Yeah. Excellent. Have you done Clop Hill?
Yes.
Yeah, that's a good one. I was there a few weeks ago. That was in.
That's not good if you want to do a live stream. The signal is awful around there. Yeah.
Awful.
But it's a good. It's strange because of how the church. It's clean for a.
It's very
for
clean.
An old church.
Yeah.
It's like it's been revamped. It's like we'll revamp the ruins, but we won't build the rest of it. Sort of thing.
Yeah. I think they
didn't make sense. That.
And it's all sort of all clean, isn't it? And
I didn't get anything bad from that either.
No, we didn't get anything bad. We felt an energy change. If you go into the graveyard, around
the bottom,
real graves down the newer.
Oh, right, yeah.
Commonwealth, I think Commonwealth graves.
Commonwealth graves.
Yeah. So when we stood there, when you sort of cross over the wall onto the old churchyard, there is like a shift in energy.
I didn't notice that.
Can sort of feel like a shift in energy, but we didn't have anything bad. We didn't feel anything bad. We got a few good bits of evidence there, but nothing bad. Not like people say. It's
no.
Certainly.
Didn't get nothing at all. It was just. So I don't know if you know about Clop Hill, St Mary's Church in Bedford, Craig. That's one that was the church is built the opposite way around.
Oh, right. Okay.
So where it's east to west or whatever.
Yeah.
It's the other way. So apparently it was done for satanic rituals. So I don't know how true that is. That's just what people say. But I know of loads of people that have been there and said they've had this and everything else go on, and nothing. But I do want to go back there.
Yeah, it's an interesting place. It's somewhere. I'd go again.
So when you're in there and you're going over to the new bit, right in the far corner, we worked out you could camp like with a little dome tent. You could actually hide in there. No one would even know you were there.
Yeah, there is some bushes and things, isn't there?
Yeah.
And you
like a little cove thing, isn't it?
You've got to watch the alarms, though, haven't you? The I think they're like motion activated or something, aren't they? Called the camera alarms.
Well, it said there was cameras, but we couldn't see any.
Oh, yeah, there's infrared cameras. Each end, on the inside of the church, each end, there's infrared cameras.
Yeah, because you can stand right under the bell tower, can't you, and look straight up.
Yeah. The infrared's quite handy if you want to use your night vision because you don't need your infrared light. So you can use that.
Just use that.
Yeah.
Use theirs.
Yeah, it's cool. So yeah, it's a good place to go. But I find though, if I don't get much somewhere, it makes me want to go back again. I don't write it off and think, oh, there's nothing there. I didn't get anything. I'm not going back.
So I don't know. Sometimes I do.
I always want to go back. It's like East. That's a place that we've had some activity there, but again, that's I don't think that's quite what people say it is. I've never had it.
See, the girls that were on last night from To Investigate that Craig's interviewed, the girls from Manchester, they was at East Drive 11 days ago. It'll be now. They had they did it on TikTok Live, Facebook, and they had tons of activity. Yeah. I know people that have gone, and you've got the woman next door banging on the wall.
Yeah, it is. I think
so.
It's
what's actually going on?
I think it's over investigated though, because you think there is someone there pretty much every single night, you know, and I think it is over investigated, and I think I want to go there and just try something a bit different, sort of, rather than sitting there in a circle in the dark with equipment and sort of doing vigils. I want to just go there, hire the place, just go there and almost, I know it's a little bit mucky, but almost live in it, like play ball games and have fun. TV.
Well, that's what they said they're going to do.
Right.
They said when they go back, they're going to do it for 2 nights.
Yeah. See that.
First night, go there like they're staying there, like a hotel sort of thing. Yeah. And the next night, do an investigation or do it the other way around.
Yeah.
If they did the investigation first, maybe on the second night, they could get more stuff if they've stirred up any energies that are there.
Yeah. Yeah, because I think it is over investigated. It's there's someone there all the time, you know, and the spirits must be like, oh God, not again. Ring, you know. But it is an interesting place. So it does draw you back, and we have had there, but nothing
definite.
No different to other places I've been to. You know, nothing.
Yeah.
Sort of awesome, you know.
Yeah, I mean, activity doesn't just happen because people are there.
No,
and you know, some people go into these places expecting activity, and so therefore they get activity.
Yeah,
not necessarily. It could be anything, you know.
Yeah,
you know, I mean, old houses make noises, especially at night when settling. I mean, I sit in my lounge sometime and I can hear the pipes underneath my floorboards banging every now and then.
Yeah,
you know, it's just what they do. And my mate's a plumber, and I said, "My pipe's banging." He went, "Oh yeah, my pipe's bang as well." So it's not, you know, it's not out of the ordinary. It's not spirit under my floorboards.
It's just hot and cold.
Yeah,
and contracting, isn't it?
Yeah, and you know, places like East Drive and that. I mean, you know, you get so many people going in there that you know, if there is anything genuinely there, it's not going to perform to order.
No,
it's as simple as that, you know, and that's my beef with investigations. That a lot of people with live streams. I mean, I'm not trying to be detrimental to anybody, but if you go in and you're doing a live stream, it's like these TV programs. Something has to happen, because if it doesn't, then you're not going to get people watching your live stream next time, or you're not going to get people watching your TV program. So something has to happen. And so therefore something happens. It's not necessarily paranormal, but something
could be anything.
A bang, or something gets thrown, or I mean, I've watched live streams and somebody said, "Did you hear that?" And I'm sitting there thinking, "Well, I didn't bloody hear anything." It's easy to embellish something. It's easy to make it more than it is. And places like East Drive live off their reputation, and the more people go there, the more paranormal activity in inverted commas you're going to get, because it's expected. There has to be. And that unfortunately is my big beef with a lot of investigations that go on. They're not. You sometimes have to go into places for days or weeks on end before you get something.
And expect nothing.
You can't just walk into a place and expect something to happen in the first 10 minutes.
It's good when it does.
It's great when it does, but the chances of that are
well,
minuscule.
If you watch any of mine, when I've done the church ruins or Kingsford Cemetery, I've had tons of activity, and I've gone like the next 2 weeks, and it's 2 hours of me walking about going, nothing here. And I do. Did you hear that? And I go, it's a car. Oh, it's a motorbike. Oh, it's a kid on a scooter. Do you know what I mean? So you do hear them noises.
For a lot of people, it's all about views, and it's all about monetization, and it's all about that side of things, and it muddies the waters. Do you know what I mean? It taints places, I mean, Pendle Hill is a classic example. There's people wandering around with cameras and doing live streams up on the top of Pendle Hill, and we saw a ghost on Pendle Hill, and we saw the ghost of a witch, and the whole place is haunted, and it's not.
No.
There's nothing up there, because that's not where the Pendle witches came from, and that's not where the Pendle witches met the demise. They were tried and executed in Lancaster, which is 40 miles away. And the places where they lived were little villages around, like Roughly, for instance. Where oh god, bloody name! I can't remember the name now. Anyway, Roughly, for instance, which is a tiny little village right at the bottom of Pendle Hill. Nobody in the right mind, even in the 17th century, lived on the top of Pendle Hill, because it's 2,000 feet above sea level. And even on a nice day, you can stand up there and be blown sideways. So, again, it's embellishing somewhere. It's expecting something to happen to get an audience, and that, unfortunately, it just muddies the waters, and it just gives proper investigators and people who take time. It just gives them. It just ties everybody with the same brush. So
that's
and you can thank. It goes all the way back to a certain TV program that started all this off. And now with the advent of the internet and YouTube and TikTok and little handheld cameras like I've got on mobile phones, anybody can do it. And it's just with a lot of people, I'm sorry to say, and I am quite skeptical about this. It is all about views. But when you do find something that's genuine, and there is genuine stuff out there, that to me makes it all the more interesting, because it's not. You can tell it's genuine. It's not been embellished. It's not been made up. It's not bullshit. It's genuinely happened. One of the worst ones I ever saw on YouTube was a group of investigators, in inverted commas, and they were walking around the graveyard at New Church in Pendle. So New Church in Pendle is a little village. There's a church there, and there's a grave of Nutter, something called Nutter. Now everybody says that it's Alice Nutter's grave, who was one of the Pendle witches, but it isn't, because she was tried at Lancaster. She was executed at Lancaster. They were all hanged at Lancaster, and then the bodies were disposed of, and they were just left in unconsecrated ground. Basically, they were just buried near where they were executed, because they were witches, so they weren't going to bury them in consecrated ground. So this grave is of a nutter because, you know, it was a family from the area, but it's not Alice Nutter. So you get a lot of people going saying this is the grave of Alice Nutter.
Yeah.
Well, it isn't, for a start.
Yeah.
But the worst one I ever saw was this group of investigators, and they were literally throwing themselves around going, I'm possessed by Alice Nutter, and this is her grave, and I'm possessed by her, and you know, it was utterly pathetic to watch.
Cringy.
You know, cringeworthy is the right word, and you know, when I watch stuff like that, I just think to myself, these people are they're
ruining it for everyone else.
Giving genuine investigators, genuine people who are genuinely interested in the paranormal, they're giving them a bad name. Because that's what people expect, and it's all about hits and views and monetization. And there was a somebody local who I'm not going to mention his name, but a very well respected local person. Yeah, and he was involved in it, and I was really disappointed. Really disappointed that he was, and he was coming out with stuff that was it was wrong. It was absolutely wrong, historically wrong, and I was really, really upset about it because I had a lot of respect for this guy. And then he started coming out with all this bullshit, and I thought, you're just going down that rabbit hole with these people, and it's just making it worse, you know.
Well, that's why I always do
rant over, you know.
Yeah,
but
that's why I always try and do them live, because if I get some, it's a bonus. If I don't, it's proof that you don't always get some. And we was at the Kingsford Cemetery, and we was sat on the bench, and it looked like orbs, red and then white, and there was random. There was no pattern to it, and we sat there like, and then a bus went past, and I worked out straight away what it was. Certain height of vehicles would reflect off the top of a marble gravestone that was stood behind one that was unpolished granite. So the height of that would catch at the top. So it's like an SUV or a bus or a truck or something. The light would hit the top of the polished marble headstone. And it looked like an orb going across. So I'm sat on the bench. I'm like, I could have said, "Oh my God, there's orbs everywhere." Blah blah blah. I'm like, no, it's like what you said. Certain height you could see it. If it was a car, it was too low, so it wouldn't catch it. The other grave headstone would stop it. So I'm like, right, watch now. The bus going that way, you'll see a red one, and the red one going that way, you'd see the white one, so headlight and tail light, and that's what it was.
It's one of the reasons why I do talks locally in Huntingdon. That's Introduction to Paranormal at one of the local pubs. I do 4 a year, and then I take newbies. I say newbies, that's probably a horrible word, I don't know, but people that are interested in paranormal.
Fresh victims.
I do that. Then the first thing I say to them is, this is not Most Haunted. We've got 1 hour, which I know isn't very long for an investigation, but it just gives them a chance to go through equipment or ways of feeling things and that. And I love doing that because I can make them see that I explain to them, we can sit for 8 hours and we can have absolutely nothing at all. Nothing at all. That's why you have to be mad to do it. And we might have nothing, or we might have one tap, which could have been the building settling, and I really like to do those talks and take people that are interested out, so that they can realise that it isn't, everyone, it's going to be scary. Is this going to be thrown at us? Is that going to be thrown at us? No, it's not.
You can arrange it if you want, but no.
Yeah, we can sit out.
Yeah, I mean, people who have these ghost tours, for instance, and they charge people, for to go on these ghost tours. If you're paying 20 quid a head, you expect something to happen.
Exactly.
So it's going to happen, isn't it? Whether it's genuine or not, it's going to happen, because otherwise, the business model of the people that are running these. The business model is that people are not going to come back, are they? Unless something happens, So I am really skeptical, as you've probably noticed. I am a big skeptic when it comes to things like this. But then, I do believe there is genuine stuff out there. It's just weeding it out,
Yeah.
May I quickly interject? I'm sorry, I'm being very rude.
It's fine. Nigel, Craig.
All right.
Hello.
Hi, Nigel.
First of all, Andy, my sincere apologies for having to shoot off like that.
It's fine.
My lad decided to try and take a tumble down the stairs. We thought he'd broken his leg at the bottom and rushed him into the walk-in centre, and now we find he's heavily bruised and feeling very sorry for himself and strapped up, but he hasn't broken yet, thank God. So I thought I'd come back on and apologise for having missed.
No, that's fine. You messaged me.
Unfortunately, circumstances, which was very appropriate for a paranormal show. So, yeah, there you go. I'm enjoying the conversation immensely, Craig, because I'm Morecambe based.
Okay.
And I've been in the cell that held Alice and the rest of the British at Lancaster Castle and been locked in there.
All right.
And that was weird.
Yeah.
I did ghost hunts. I was an unpaid escort at the Winter Gardens Theatre in Morecambe.
Right. Now that is a particularly haunted place, isn't it?
Yeah, I had a very unnatural and very nasty experience with the witches' spirits. Unexpected, in the most unexpected place. Down beneath the main theatre stage at 2 o'clock in the morning. And in the pitch dark, with a group of poor ladies who had come on a fundraising event for battered women's refuge. So it was a good cause, and nothing was getting raised. Everyone was doing it voluntarily. And the medium said to me, I don't like this. I feel this. Elder guy, a serious guy, said, there's something wrong here tonight. I said, well, I get the creeps coming every time I'm there. I'm a country lad, but I didn't like this place at all. It's 2 o'clock in the morning, and it was in midwinter, and it's the steel shutterings going and the old heavy curtains flapping above. And that place has an atmosphere. As soon as you walk in, it has a sincere atmosphere to it. And anyway, I've said, oh, well, never mind. Perhaps I'll go easy. It's all female. Or perhaps, maybe the ghosts will play kind tonight. And all of a sudden, a bowling ball that was stacked over the corner decides to roll itself at quite speed past us in the bar in the dark. And just caught it in the torch. I thought, uh-oh. And the medium said, we have guests. I said, who? He said, oh, we've got a couple of Pendle witches. I said, what the heck are they doing here in Morecambe? And it's the Winter Gardens Theatre.
Rolling.
Makes sense. I said, well, I'm telling you who they are. I said, I don't care who they go here. And I said, he said, there's two more. Well, it's Alice. And she said, the leader. I thought, now, and I'm skeptic like yourself. And I'm a journalist as well. So, I thought, now, come on. Now, there's no one, the girls who are sort of by now getting rather freaked out by it, and they're all gathered together in a group around this medium and myself. And I'm West Country lad, as you know, Andy, and I get a bit browned off when women get threatened. I'm an old-fashioned guy like that. And so I thought, I've got to make a stand here somehow, said he, brave not. So I stood there in the dark, saying, well, okay, come on. If you want to get yourself known to me. I'm going to stand away from the ladies. If you want to throw things at me. Come on. Let's have it. There's no one else underneath there. Pitch dark. Stone comes over, wallets me on the head. Pebble thing. And it's coming out of the dark. So it's like some episode of Most Haunted, but without the cameras facing the wrong way. No, man, it's crazy. And I'm going, where the heck are these? Oh, she's got my stuff dropping off the ceiling. I'm looking around for sane, practical explanations, really. Can't find it. And then none of these rolling, blooming great heavy tempered rolling balls that were stored to come down at a right of angles, nearly knocked me over. Caught me on here, the shin, and knocked over.
Yeah, the disembodied voice goes straight.
No, you're questioning them. Said they're really getting quite uptight with you. They're laughing. They think it's highly amusing. I said, I think I better get the ladies out from here. It's getting a bit iffy. Oh, sorry about that. That was my cat. Oh, my black familiar. They are. Go on. Go away. And so we escorted the ladies down the other end of the theatre. So when the pitch dark, but no, it's back past 2 in the morning. And I'm thinking, well, where are you going? He said, well, I'm going down to escort ladies. He said, I'm going for a cup of coffee. He said, well, you do a solo here. You'll enjoy it. Oh, yeah. Thanks. Okay. Hero not. No. So I couldn't let the side down. So I did a 25-minute solo. Sat in my seat there in the pitch dark. And you could just hear them walking around in the odd poke. I just sort of bluffed it out and I go, yeah, okay. I can. I was dying of death. Inside, brave investigator, not, you couldn't take any photographs because it's pitch dark. There's actually no light. It's completely, you can see a hand in front of your face. So yeah, Pendle Witches. But I can't understand. You know, Williamson Tower in Lancaster, isn't that built on the site where the witches are actually hanged up there? I believe.
Yeah, maybe. I don't know.
The actual site is where that gentleman, the Lino, Victorian Lino magnate who bought that land and created that park in memory of his wife.
Yeah.
And he built this huge tower, Williamson Tower.
Right.
And apparently it's built where they hanged the witch. What a peculiar place to put a memorial
to
your late wife.
I mean, they hang them at a spot above Lancaster, outside.
No, it makes sense because it does overlook Lancaster.
Outside of the city walls, you know.
Of course, they've been buried in unconsecrated ground.
Yeah, they'll just been buried somewhere close by. Exactly. Yeah, nobody knows. Nobody knows where they were buried.
Well, we've got witches in Devon. We got them buried they're buried on a crossroads, unconsecrated ground on a crossroads, and they're buried there.
I've just remembered something. There was witches in Northampton that were tried and hung in Abington Park, which is less than a mile from where I live.
And there was also witches in Warboys. You must have heard of the Warboys witches.
I know Warboys. Yeah.
Well, I live about 20 metres out of the village of Warboys. So
right.
Just outside, yeah. So I walked past the dunking pond.
It's I think it's again what I was saying earlier on, Andy. All these threads of different paranormal things all coming together,
all linking up.
They're all linked.
Yeah.
But you see, what we call witchcraft now would have been termed natural religion, the pagan faith.
Yeah.
In those days.
Yeah. They were just.
We just go through different phases. The Catholic Church set upon the Inquisition and the witch finders. And it's a tradition. It's the progression of history, isn't it? I mean, we're just what is today's paranormal will be in 20 years' time accepted science.
Yeah.
Because if you go back 500 years. And I stood there with a disposable light going, hey, look, I can make fire.
You're the first one to go, mate. They'd be dragging you by your feet.
Well, at least they'd have the thing to light me on the stake with, wouldn't they? Use my own disposable lighter. No, I just find it as what was it? Somebody, and I can't. There's a very famous quote, and I'm sure probably either Emily or Craig will correct me, even you, Andy, expect. And they'll say, there's no such thing as the paranormal, just the normal we have yet to explain. And I think that sums it up. I think that sums it up perfectly.
One of the interesting things, actually, about the Pendle Witches were that some of them were practicing Catholics.
Yeah.
But they were practicing, obviously, underground because James I was Protestant, and he was actively rooting out people who didn't attend church. In effect, and people who didn't attend church were locally rounded up by the local magistrates. They actually physically went into churches and looked at who was in there on a Sunday and who wasn't. And the ones that weren't, they were rounded up and questioned as to why they weren't attending church. And a lot of them were practicing underground Catholics. And that was one of the things that I mean, the meeting at Malkin Tower on Easter Sunday, that was a famous meeting that they said was a witches' coven. Was, the witches were meeting to discuss, witchy things. It was actually a meeting of Catholics. They were practicing the Catholic faith. So I mean, a lot of the witch stuff was really to do with religion and anti-Catholicism.
I just think it's interesting how we can have established faiths that turn into evil doings and and then become suspicious behavior and then is persecuted for following the religions of a few years before. You know, it's a progression thing, and I don't know. I'm West Countryman. I come from a land which is deeply immersed in the Celtic faiths and the pagan faiths, and I hate that word pagan, but what else he uses? It's what the historians call it.
Yeah.
I call it the old faith system, and I love it. I find it interesting that the old faithfuls, the old faith signs, places of worship, are in areas of high interest, as if they knew exactly where to place their temples and their stone circles and their standing stones. They knew exactly the area to practice their faith in for the best effect. And you start to think to yourself, and the more you go back, the more you find that the faith and nature and natural forces are aligned. Somehow they knew how to align these. And they had knowledge that's gone, you know, so it's been lost.
Yeah.
Isn't it a shame?
It is.
Isn't it a shame that we can't just gel this lot of knowledge together and come up with a conclusive idea of what everyone was up to and what they were doing it for? That's my aim for the few years I've got left of it now, after 50 odd years. I've gone through the whole plethora of investigating everything you can think of it, paranormal and supernatural. I've been through. Sorry about that. That's probably my dog now. I've got a big Labrador. He's probably now destroying everything.
He's throwing stuff at me.
I just think, I know my job is to try and find that magic holy grail, you know, the holy grail of all paranormal investigators, the common denominator, the joining point. What makes it all come together? Why? Why does it all come together? There is some, and it's going to be so simple. Somebody's going to come across it. Might not be me, probably won't be, but somebody's going to find it.
Yeah.
And they're going to say, why the heck didn't someone think of this 30 years ago?
Yeah. It's one of those things. It's going to be so simple.
So simple, yeah.
For something so
simple
that we're not going to find the simple thing.
Yeah, because we're all looking for the complex one.
Yeah.
Hidden in plain sight, as they say.
Yeah.
But it's a flying saucer. You know, I started, you know, two little men in flying saucers flew around the earth one day. That's a song from the 1950s. You know, and it was. I started seeing lights in the sky when I was 8. Like I was telling you know, Andy, my first experience when I was 8 years old, and I was allegedly, I say allegedly, because I didn't find out until I was regressed hypnotically, that my missing time actually involved abduction. I was abducted by Nordic type, and now when it's revealed to you under hypnosis, which I didn't believe, by the way, as a journalist, was very skeptical about. I know about false memory syndrome. I know how hypnosis can distort memories, and how you can invent this whole. The mind is a very clever thing, and invent something. But there was things revealed under hypnosis, or I revealed, that I had no way of having a pre-knowledge about, or even guessing about. It was medical things tied up with my condition that I was not asked about until 6 months after the hypnotic suggestion. So these were, unless I was doing it telepathically, these were tying in with what I've been told. And I was told, I explained the uniform, I explained that they were from Earth, they weren't alien, that they came from our future, but not immensely in the future. I think they used something like 2030. So we're looking like 5 or 6 years in the future. They're not alien in the sense that they were very attractive people, male and female. Blue uniform, silver, blue edging, and a badge that wasn't like a proper badge. It was like a symbol. And I remember the gentleman who was teaching me this, older man, like myself with a beard, and he said, you must remember this badge. If you see this symbol, you will know it's us. We will be back. We will see you when you're older. We picked you because there was a genetic something between my father and my father's line. And yes, we all suffer from the same disease. I didn't know it then. I know it now.
Yeah.
Again, it's stuff that I had no prior knowledge of, that I was coming up with under hypnosis. It was fascinating stuff.
Yeah.
Reams of it. I was all recorded, go on tape, and it was. And he said, "Oh yes, you put in these post-hypnotic suggestives where you're going to get stuff coming back to you when you're asleep, and you'll get sudden visions, or not visions, but dreams, and realistic dreams, very realistic dreams, and you get ideas of something's going to happen." I'm not psychic. I'm psychic as a dead bolt, but I do get these feelings nowadays that when something's not right or something's going to happen, I don't know what. It can't be precise. I can't lay out a precise thing, but I know something really big's going to break. It's a big news story or disaster or whatever.
I quite wonder when I'm investigating, and if we pick something up that we believe could be spirit, either through mediumship or through one of the apps people like to use, or equipment or something. I quite often think, is it spirit or is it someone from the future, or are we spirit and are they in the past?
That's a good point.
Like, how do we know we are talking to the spirit of a dead person? Is it?
You know, as a journalist, I used to write magazine articles.
Right.
And one of the articles I wrote was for Phenomena magazine.
Yeah.
Years ago, and I did one, and it said the title was "Who Are the Real Ghosts?
Yeah.
We or them?"
Or them, exactly. I always think that. I think
I'm also wondering if they're the other side of some dimensional divide.
Yeah.
Seeing a strange-looking white Nigel figure floating through their wall, because.
Yeah.
Oh, God forbid that be a nightmare. I don't know about haunting.
Yeah.
It's an interesting thought that it goes back to what I said this morning, Andy, early.
Yeah.
Dimensional. Everything is tied in, I believe, to dimensions. I think ghosts are dimensional apparition. I think UFOs are apparitional, are interdimensional. I think most of what we term paranormal or supernatural or even folklore can be termed as dimensional.
Yeah.
I think fairy folk, Southwest again.
Yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
Elves and dwarfs and Cornish pixies, damn pixies. They're all dimensional beings.
Yeah.
So we're again, there's a question of identifying it correctly. You cannot use the correct terminology if you're seeing something you don't know what it is.
Exactly.
It's like the black dogs of Devon, the famous black hounds of hell. Oh God, I'm so glad my family grew up in Yorkshire. Oh no, sorry, Yorkshire and Devon, on Dartmoor. My father's family were farmers on the edge of Dartmoor, and my great grandfather was a warden of the moor. So I grew up with this wealth of paranormal folklore about the hounds of hell, the Yeth hounds, and the Wist hounds, and dealing cards with the devil on a cold winter's night. And wasn't it great for a kid? I mean, if you've got an imagination like I had, I couldn't sleep for a fortnight after my granddad told me that one. But it's again, it's misidentification. If you're a 15th century peasant, on your little farm, and you're out, cropping your corn or whatever, all of a sudden you look across and there in the distance, it's a black panther type creature. What are you going to say? Oh, that's a panther. No, that is not a melanistic leopard. No, you're going to say, God, it's a big black dog. Why? Because that's what you see in the village, of big black dogs.
Yeah.
And probably quite a few of them. So, it's a question of using the terminology that you know. You're not going to use a correct Latin term if you're an 15th century peasant. There's reference points. Again, it's applying logic to try and. I'm a sad man. I like to destroy people's illusions, but I like to just take the mysticism out of it and just say, apply logic. Yeah. So let's apply 21st century logic.
Exactly. You have to, though, don't you?
To a 12th or 13th century puzzle or a mystery that went back even further. Why did they build Stonehenge? Well, one, why not? There's nothing stopping them building whatever they wanted, It's a good way of passing the time. But we all know they built it there for a specific reason.
Yeah.
Why? Well, one, it's high. It was a nice meeting place, clear, even in those days. It was a good point to get to. It's central. And two, it obviously held a religious significance. It was a place that had been held beforehand. There are, I believe, in Stonehenge evidence of pre-stone wooden stone circles. I know there's Woodhenge just way up the road.
Yeah.
Predated it. So obviously it was a place that had been long-standing as a place of worship. So when the technology evolved, how that's anyone's guess, we can have a whole program on that. They decided they're going to make the building more permanent. So they did.
Yeah.
And
right.
so they built stone circles.
Yeah. Right, we've got one question before we come to an end on this bit of the show. So this, I suppose it's, I don't know, it could be for you as well, Craig, but I'm guessing it's aimed more towards Emily and possibly myself. So this is from Eddie Rodriguez, and it's: do you ever bring dogs on investigations?
Freddie's coming with me to Suffolk.
Oh,
Freddie the Cocker Spaniel.
There you go.
Oh.
Well done, Freddie.
Does he want to go? Does he know he's going?
Bloody coming, because we've got two cocker spaniels, and our girl cocker spaniel at the moment is in season. So Freddie's very excited. So, yes, Freddie's coming with me.
No, I don't think I'll take my lab. She's a gun dog Labrador. She's getting bigger and longer legged by the second. He's a gorgeous mammal, but he's about 40 or 50 kilo, and he's 17-month old and boisterous as heck. And no, you wouldn't want him on investigation. No.
See, I have thought about doing it, but we don't actually. They're not our dogs. They're Becky's sons, and we'd look after them and that. I'd be worried that something would happen to the dog, and I'd come back and went, "Yeah, you've no dog."
Oh, heck.
I don't know where it is. Sorry, and then just walk back out.
Well, look, folks, I'm very sorry. I seem to have interrupted somebody's flow of conversation, and he's never probably going to speak to me again.
I will.
I am sorry,
Maybe.
folks. I just wanted to come in and say sorry to Andy personally about mucking up
fine, honestly.
running water and make amends. And with that, I'm going to
It's fine.
and you can run back in normal sense. Nice to have met you both. Craig, I didn't know there was a paranormal pendle. Can I be in contact sometime? Or you can find me on Facebook.
Yeah, no, absolutely not. In fact, I'm looking for guests at the minute for the podcast, so that's you.
I wasn't hinting, but yeah, I'll take it.
No, you are more than welcome. We'll sort something out, Nigel, definitely.
And now we show to Nigel.
On I won't tell you what my wife says, that I'm a media. Well, I'm not going to use the word on this. She's probably right, actually.
Yeah,
I've done this. I've done this now. 29 years. I've never made money on it. I don't hunt money. I think I made about $2,000 in 20 years. I'm about the most unsuccessful paranormal journalist in history.
That's my job.
I love the subject.
Yeah,
I'm obsessed with the subject, and if that makes me a bad person, great. But one thing I'm not going to be is a carpetbagger. I'll never be accused of that. So, yes, thank you, Craig.
Yes, we will definitely be in touch, Nigel. Yeah,
because
absolutely.
I think Morecambe's not too far.
There's a lot of. I love the whole of Morecambe Bay area. I think it's just beautiful.
I've been up here 15 years now.
Yeah, it's beautiful. Absolutely.
I unexpectedly moved up because of illness, family illness, but it's been great. People have been really welcoming. You know this north-south thing that people are on about, and I thought, they're not going to like us here. We're interested. It's the same when you live down south. You think, they're not going to like. When you meet the people from the north, you're going to like a house on fire. And when we got here,
we don't care what your accent's like up here. You see, that's what it is, Nigel. You're welcome. When I go down south, they don't understand me because they think I'm an extra from Coronation Street. And B, if I ask for gravy on chips, they just go into complete spasms. just complete meltdown. So
it's
not civilized. It is not civilized south of Birmingham. I'm telling you, it's
you
just
can get gravy, but you have to get it in a tub.
Oh.
It's illegal to mix.
We were in Cornwall a couple of years ago, very close to Bodmin Moor, which is interesting because I was chatting to I was staying on a farm actually, and I was chatting to the farmer about his animals, sheep disappearing and being up trees and all that sort of stuff. Really interesting, beast of Bodmin, really interesting. But my son and my wife went into a chippy, right, in Camelford, and my son did the Peter Kay thing, and he was only 15 at the time, and he went, It went, "Has tin out moist?" Because they didn't have gravy. So my wife said, "Can we have like two gravy, peas, what gravy on chips?"
You want to hear the funniest thing of all? If you're a southwestern lad like myself, I'm born in Somerset of Dorset mum, Devonshire dad. My wife is pure 100% Devonian.
Right.
And she will not go to Cornwall.
No.
She hates the Cornish.
Oh, they hate each other, don't they? Yeah.
I said to her, "Oh, yeah, let's go to Cornwall. I love Cornwall." "I'm not going there."
They won't go over the River Tamar, will they? It's like,
That's the southwestern folk. No, I love Cornish. I like Cornish sea shanties. I love the whole atmosphere of Cornwall.
Got 2 minutes left, guys, and then I'm going to have to boot you.
Thank you very much. Anyway, cheers, folks.
It's like Lancashire and Yorkshire. It's exactly the same. We don't mix.
But
no, I'll definitely get in contact with you, Nigel. Definitely.
Okay. Thanks very much, folks. Take care of yourselves.
No worries. Take care. Thank you for coming on.
Oh, you're welcome. Nice to meet you all. And again, sorry about my
No, you're fine. Honestly, don't have to apologise.
Take care. Peace.
You
everyone.
too. Say hello to the missus.
Yeah, I'll say her when she's. I think she's trying to settle the dog down. Good luck to her. She'll need probably send an ambulance for her now. Right. Take care, all.
All
All the
right.
best.
See you later. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye, mate. Bye-bye.
Sign me out, my friend.
That'll be a long podcast, won't it?
Yeah.
I'll have to put 3 hours to one side for that one.
Top bloke, and he knows his stuff as well. He's done it forever.
Yeah.
The cryptozoology side.
Very passionate, isn't he? Yeah, very passionate about it. Yeah. Be great. Be a good guest. Look forward to that.
Yes.
And you, Emily, you're coming on and all, whether you like it or not.
There you go. That's that started.
We'll have to get in touch. That's the one thing about podcasting, Andy. You'll know all about this. Trying to get guests, you've got to plan ahead, and it's a nightmare. So anybody who I meet, that's it. You're a guest.
It's nice to talk about paranormal stuff and things like that to people that actually are interested.
Yeah.
Oh, here we go again.
Yeah, it is. Yeah. But I tend to find that a lot of people are actually really interested in it. It's just they won't admit to being interested in it.
Yeah.
When you say like, oh, I do a podcast. Oh, so a podcast, well, it's all paranormal, UFOs, that sort of thing. Yeah. And then they start, oh, well, actually, when I was a kid, some blah blah blah. So yeah, it's interesting. A lot of people are interested in it. They just won't admit to it because there's still a bit of a stigma, isn't there, about if you're into the paranormal, you're a nutter.
I get stopped, like I'm wearing my paranormal hoodies and things, which I do wear most days, actually. I quite often get stopped in supermarkets and things. They'll go, "Oh, paranormal," and I'm like, "Oh, don't start me. Start me off. You'll be hours." And then you'll
be blocking the middle aisle of Lidl. It's not a good idea. No.
Yeah, I'm the one that blocks the aisles.
Good stuff. Good stuff.
Yeah. So thank you both for coming on.
Oh, you're welcome.
I know you've got to go in a minute, haven't you, Craig?
Yeah.
Oh,
I've got to go and log back onto work for a couple of hours and then have an extended lunch hour today.
Nothing wrong with that. At least you're getting lunch. I've just got a snack and pick as I go.
No.
So yeah, no, it's been great. It's been great to be on. Great to meet you. Yeah.
Thank you.
If anybody wants to come along and have a look at my podcast or my YouTube channel, whatever. Yeah, the YouTube thing. It's hard work in it, trying to get it to grow. So the more people get,
it took me 3 years to get here. So
yeah, a few people have asked me And I'm like, oh, no.
I've worked it out. That's twice a week. I've done more than that, but average is twice a week for 3 years solid. When I've been on holiday and I've done extra ones and filled in and all that. 2 a week for 3 years. So
yeah, you have to put a lot of effort in, don't you?
Yeah,
put a lot of effort in. I mean, I sometimes think I get more viewers if I just like ate giant hamburgers or something like that, because that seems to be what people
probably
want.
would.
You know,
I just hold the sock up.
Eating giant pizzas and stuff, you know. So.
Yeah, just hold the sock up at the camera.
Yeah. Do you know what? That would get more views. Some of the things I've seen, I think
probably would.
But quite often it involves women and not many clothes. Like, how come she's?
I don't have a clue what you're talking about, Emily. No idea.
She's got more views because she's got no clothes on.
I'm thinking of doing Rendlesham just in the buff, to be honest, and see how many views I get. Either that or I'll end up spending the night in a jail in Ipswich, one of the two. But, yeah, I know what you mean.
You don't want that. Have you ever been to Ipswich?
Oh.
Yeah. Not safe for somebody with my accent, is it? Let's be honest.
No.
The hell they'd have me.
No,
It'd be like the Wicker Man, wouldn't it? They'd have me on the top of a bonfire.
The Wicker Man.
Anyway, yes, I will be leaving now. So thank you very much for having me on, Andy. Lovely to meet you, Emily.
Coming on.
We'll definitely get in touch. I'd love to have you as a guest. Andy, I'll have to have you on as well when you get a bit of spare time. Have another chat.
Yeah. What do you still do Wednesdays?
Wednesdays, Thursdays usually. Yeah.
I can do a Thursday.
Yeah, the Thursdays are better evenings for me, to be honest with you. But yeah, no worries. Yeah, we'll
just give me a shout whenever, and I'll sort something out.
Right, I'll love you and leave you. Good luck. Keep going.
Getting there. Only 7 hours to go. 7 hours.
Yeah, I will do, Giorgio. Just bear with me a sec. If I put my website in, I've got all my links to everything on there. So very easy, craigbright.co.uk. It's got links to the podcast and hang on a minute. No, what am I doing here now? Right, well basically that's my website there underneath my name.
Right.
It just said this comment has failed to post when I tried to put my website in.
Oh, you can't put links up. You can only do it if you're a mod.
No worries.
So if you read it out again.
Yeah. Well, it's
for a 75-year-old woman that lives down south. Yeah. She'll be able to write it out and put it up.
Right, it's here. Where are we? There we go. It's there.
Right, I've just sent you Nigel's email address as well.
Excellent. Good stuff. Yeah. So if you just go to my website, there's links to YouTube channel, there's links to my Facebook, and there's also links to the podcast as well. Podcast is available everywhere, basically, and it's free.
Yep.
It's free. I don't make any money off it at all. It's all free.
I'm on there, which makes it even
You're
better.
on there. Yeah, yeah.
Don't listen to that one. It's
back in the midst of time. Yeah, terrible guest. Back in the midst of time. So
like I said, that was either the second or the third one I'd done. It was before I even started doing this, I think.
Okay,
yeah, it was. It was a long time ago. Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, it was a good
right.
one. All right.
Sorry, I'm gonna have to beat you guys.
I'll bugger off. Take care, everybody.
All right, you too, Craig. Speak to you soon.
Bye.
Bye.
Emily, before you go,
are
you able to come back on later?
Oh
no, you're going out. You're going doing that investigation.
It's not an investigation. It's a mooch round. So,
right.
What time are you thinking?
Because I've got a paranormal team coming on from Manchester. They was the one who started it last night. They're coming on. You think I'd know, won't you? I really don't. 8 o'clock, 8 till 9.
8 to 9 this evening.
Yeah.
yeah, that should be fine.
Right, I'll send you the link because it's going to be a different link to this one.
Okay.
Perfect.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah. I'll give you a shout in probably about 2 hours.
Yep.
Yeah.
No problem.
Excellent. Thank you for coming on, and I'll speak to you soon.
Yeah. Brilliant.
Right. Cheers. Take care. See you later. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Hello.
No. Are you exhausted already?
No, I don't even know who I am. I knew because when I was planning it,
yes,
and when Steve messaged about helping out and that, and then I give him the time, I'm like, the time of giving, that's where it's going to be like DMT. I'm just going to be hallucinating all the way through. And then when they asked Barry to come on, I thought, well, I got to get you on with Steve. Obviously, I can't not.
Yeah.
And I thought, if it all goes to, it's you two that can carry it for me, pretty much. So you're kind of like my scapegoats, but in a good way. Oh, thank you for coming on. Really do appreciate it, as always.
You're very welcome.
No problem.
So, no, but I was working out. I was putting it on Facebook yesterday, like up so long till I start the 24-hour. And then I'm like, but I'm not waking up 1 minute before I start, and I'm not going to sleep straight after I've finished. I'm up at 7 o'clock. I was off work yesterday, and I'm off until Tuesday. But I changed my shift times at work, so I don't start till 7:45. So me and the missus, we get up at the same time. We both get up at 7 o'clock. So when her alarm goes off, naturally I'm awake. It's like, right, I've got 10 minutes to get up and start getting ready. So I've been awake since 7 o'clock yesterday morning.
Wow.
I won't be going to bed, let alone sleep, until 10, 11 o'clock tonight.
Yeah, we can do a sleep deprivation test on him, but
Yeah. I used to try those, and it was weird. Dreaming with your eyes open, that's
now.
Yeah.
I keep seeing things moving. It's like, please don't be shadow people. Please, just because I'm tired.
I can remember once doing it, and there was a grit bin at the side of the estate, and it turned into a white goat eating grass. I thought, whoa, I've been up too late.
Too much of that,
no drink whatsoever. This was just sleep deprivation.
Wow.
Not good.
No. So how are you both doing anyway?
We're good. We're doing well. Yeah, very good. Busy.
Looking forward to Awakenings.
Yes.
Yeah.
I can talk the ear off you both again.
Yeah.
Can't wait.
We're going to be in high demand because there's a short window this time. So there's going to be high demand.
Is there?
Oh yeah. Lots of people going, and they're all baying for a piece of
I shall pre-warn you now. I'm getting the train, so I'm going to be having a drink when I get there. We're staying over and getting the train back the next day. It's cheaper than driving.
Yeah,
I can imagine. Yeah.
It worked out £42 return on the train. I got 2 single tickets. I had to mess about with the times and that. 21 quid going and 23 coming back.
That's good. That's really good.
So,
and it's just literally around the corner from the train station.
Well, you come out at the train station, top of Newport Street, turn right, walk straight down. 2-minute walk.
Yeah.
Right. And Steve, are the guests able to stay in the same hotel that we're in?
The guests, yeah, sure.
Brilliant. Where are you staying?
He's worried.
Andy?
He's worried.
Just by chance, where are you staying, Andy?
Can't tell. Tell you. Where are you staying?
He's kicking in.
I can't.
Go on. Tell us where you're staying.
Steve, where am I staying?
I believe it's the Holiday Inn. I believe.
Yes.
Is that where you are?
There we go.
Yeah, Holiday Inn.
Yeah.
But the thing is, that's really the only one round there.
Well, no, there's the Travel Lodge as well, but the Holiday Inn is the nearest, and it's literally 3 minutes away.
That's right. Yes, within walking distance.
The Water Toll, or the Watergate Toll, the new one opposite. It was new, opposite the casino, opposite Grosvenor.
Yeah, Is that?
But that's stupid money for one night.
No, I mean they've got the travel. Actually, it's quite because you've been in the Travel Lodge, Barry, haven't you? In Bolton.
I could have been.
I know you get around a bit, but when the one with the Costa.
Is that before you knew Steve?
Yeah.
The what, Steve?
It's got a Costa right across the road. You know, it's the one. It's right on the jump.
Oh, that was the one we were in last time, was it?
Yeah.
So that was a Travel Lodge.
that's a travel lodge, but it's all just recently been done up the travel lodge. But the Holiday Inn is just a little bit nearer to the venue, so
I don't mind.
Was the travel lodge the one that goes down to where you get on St. Peter's Way? Is you going towards Breakmate?
Yeah.
Near Shifnal Street.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's just been done up that much.
Isn't that the haunted one?
Probably.
It will be.
Well, that one, I don't know if you'll know, but Shifnal Street is a well-known nighttime activity place for females.
It is. I believe so. Yes.
There you go.
So,
there you go.
That's right. I mean, I've seen a few there, but I just thought they were waiting for the traffic to die down to cross the road.
Yeah. Not being funny, but they look haunted. They are.
We know we like to pick these special locations. We want our guests to be happy, you know.
Yeah. No, it's all good. Sorry, 1 second. Oh. There we go. Oh, so do you want to talk about the awakening first?
Sure. Yeah, let's get that out of the way, can't we? Absolutely.
So it's in Bolton. It's the 17th of February. It's one day. Is it 10 o'clock till 10 a.m. till 11:30 p.m.?
It's a full-on day, yeah. I mean, we're basically, I think your first lecture of the day on the 17th of February, starting about 10 a.m.
Yeah.
And it literally goes right through till, I think the last lecture is 10:30 or something. It finishes at 10:30. So it's you basically got 12 and a half hours. It's like marathon day, you know. I mean, most of the they're usually finishing sort of 7 o'clock or something. But no, we've got, because it's such a vital event. This, because it's the first time an event's been put together like this, because it's very, very themed.
Yeah.
About a specific subject. It's about new material coming forward at a very critical time in regards to what's going on in the world. And we wanted to throw, because we're doing one day, we want to make sure people are really, really going to get their worth. Much as we can cram in, really.
So I think from my perspective, usually, you go to events and you can't get to hear all the speakers and everything else because of various things going on.
Yeah.
This time, I want to hear every speaker. This time I will be in the hall because to me it's very important that we're addressing this particular aspect, this dark side to the phenomenon as a collective. Yeah. And we're looking at everyone's notes. We're comparing notes. Yeah. And seeing where we're looking at the same phenomena just from a different perspective.
So are you going to do that before you all go up and speak? Are you going to do it during and after everyone's took their turn?
I think for us, as individual speakers, we're going to have the opportunity to sit in there and listen to what's going on
and take notes.
And take notes.
Yeah.
And then obviously after the event has finished, then no doubt there will be a
gathering.
A ringing of the caravans and saying, okay, this is what we've got.
Yeah.
See, I'm looking forward to it myself because, like Barry said, I want to hear everybody myself. I mean, and it's the first time really that we really have picked of a selection of people which are working, experiencing that field, and bringing them together. So because usually you just get the odd one or two of us in events and everyone's talking about everything else. And we've heard everything else so much before. So we want to really get into some of those subjects where some researchers do fear to tread, and it's true, they do. They don't want to get into that. It's just too messy, too complicated, and to what they might refer to in political terms now is wow, So I think for us, we're all excited really because we're all good friends. We all know each other. Everybody's got a piece of the puzzle here. But you'll realize when you put all these pieces together, it's making the same image, and that's what's really important.
I think being able to speak candidly about the research, which for a long time has been kept back. It's been held behind closed doors. Now we're able to bring it forward, and we're really able to address this. Love and light. This ain't love and light. So we're driving, we're forcing this knowledge out there, so that we can all understand it and get a better feeling for what we're looking at.
I see it really, Barry, as like we're leveling the playing field a bit.
Yeah.
For years, the seesaw effect has always been, weighted on one side, and that is all about the love and light, and they're here to save planet Earth.
Yeah.
And they care about us.
Meanwhile, we'll just take this probe and insert it.
Yeah. But you will enjoy it, so don't worry.
Exactly. So the thing is, I think it's time now, because people are asking so many questions. And I mean, we said this years back, myself and Barry, that we're going to be seeing some changes. It's got to happen at some stage, because this sweeping under the carpet of this side of the subject, it just can't continue. And we said, look, those changes will start to be initiated when we start to see the ETH, the AT hypothesis terminology die away.
Yeah.
And this is what we're seeing. No longer are you actually seeing the ETH anymore. You tend to be seeing NHIs, non-human intelligences. We knew that was going to happen. We stated this years ago. But of course, back then, there was quite a few raised eyebrows, weren't they, Barry? At the time.
Oh, yeah.
We've said this. We always, and there's many things we've addressed years ago, which now is like, oh yeah, it's kind of, oh yeah, well, we accept that now. Just because we were kind of out there first with it, people didn't really want to accept it. But now you've got all the big guys, all the big guns out there, which have got media access at a press of a button, saying, they're on the same hymn sheet. So there's a change. It's happening. I think the acceptance level is gaining, and with that, people are thinking, what the hell have we just been told all over these years? What else is there then? What is this aspect? And this is where
I think as well, Steve, there's an importance there in scrutinizing what we have been fed, and why, and who's been doing the feeding, and what's in it for them. So I think now it's at a time where we're and this is happening across the board. It's not just within our field. This is happening in a greater spectrum of things globally, where we're saying, wait a minute, you told us this and it didn't happen. Why?
Yeah.
And we're now starting to track back what was in it for them. So this is what we're doing. And I think it's very important that we do this, and scrutinize the phenomena when it's coming through. We have to scrutinize it, and understand where it's coming from and why.
Yeah, and it's a good lineup. I mean, we've got 7 of us, which are going to be up. That was accidental, the numbering. Yeah, the
7 horsemen.
Yeah, I mean, we've got Ronnie Kinsella. I mean, he's got his own stories and experiences, and and I think it's good to have that side of things, because you've got some people that are experiencers and willing to say it as it is, not just researchers, experiencers as well. So Ronnie Kinsella is going to do that, and of course we've got Mark Colley, who's going to be dealing with esoteric stuff, because by God, there's an esoteric connection. And of course we've got Ronnie's brother, Philip Kinsella. And he's got a good book out. It's just coming out in the beginning of February, which is really fits him perfectly, really, to be honest with you. So they're going to they've got their stories to tell, and what they think certain things represent. We've got Barry, and myself, and of course Paul Sinclair. Again, dealing in the areas of high strangeness, but it's more than that. And we had little clues last time in our last awakening, when Paul, for the very first time, out of all the research and all the lectures he's done, he decided to turn it inwards on himself. And for the very first time, he opened up about how this phenomena came calling to him at an early age. what I might refer to as initiation process, really. But that was the first time. And he talked to me prior to doing that, because he said, look, this is the first time I'm coming out, Stephen. I said, well, I was just fair and said, look, Paul, let me just say that I think there's a lot of researchers out there that are involved in this subject because they've been initiated through some form of experience. However, most of them probably won't want to go down that path. I don't really lecture about things I've experienced since being a child, because I used to think, well, do you know what? I don't want people to think I'm biased regarding my investigation and research. But I don't think you are, because I think it's the absolute opposite, Barry, isn't it, really? Because I think you gain from that knowledge, that with being an experience, you understand how witnesses are, experiencing. Most of the time, it's like, I've had these crazy experiences and nobody believes me. Do you know what I mean? So we kind of understand from their viewpoint, but it's also being armed with internal knowledge about those events that we might have had, from childhood. So that always attributes. So Paul came out and he said, well, I said, it's up to you, Paul. I said, if you want to do it, you do it. If you feel it's the right time, you go for it, buddy. And he said, right, okay. And he did. And he's obviously wrote a book on that, right, people. And God bless him for doing that. Absolutely. I think the days have gone where we can say, well, you know what, it's detrimental to the investigation process. Initially it was, because it was like, oh, if you're an experiencer, you're an experiencer. And if you're a researcher, you're a researcher. You can't be both. So that's absolute crap. Of course you can. And it's it certainly has some weight to it to be advantageous. So he's gone ahead and done that. And he's doing something very special for this next event in February. And of course, we've got Nathan Gillis. Yes. And of course, Nathan is just, wow.
He's top guy.
Yeah, he's done some incredible research, and he's very focused.
Do
you know what I mean?
He's straight down.
Myself and Barry can pick out these people. Nathan's very focused in certain areas, and it is that focus. It really delivers some really good information. Put us all together, and we're all on that same hymn sheet. To be honest with you, we've all got our attributes to actually put forward. We won't need to sell this. People will see it for what it is, because all of us are up there just saying the truth and putting it out and letting people decide. But at the end of the day, people are going to see it for what it is and just go, wow, what have I been told over the last, God knows, 70 years or whatever, and that's where the shock will lie.
Yeah. So was it a difficult decision choosing the dark side of it? Or was it, that's what we need to get this out, and this is the best opportunity to do it?
Timing. I mean, myself and Barry have always wanted to sort of try and promote the fact that there is another side to this subject, that people are, it's driven to a completely different area of the subject purposely. It's, and it's usually swept under the rug. It's about timing, I think. I think timing is a real important issue here, because now the work that myself and Barry's done for over the years is illuminated more. There's more interest, there's more people reaching out, because they're realizing now, well, hang on a second, Barry said this 8 years ago, and now we've got the biggest researchers in America saying this. And I swear to God, you'd think that they've actually listened to him and gone word for word. It was just crazy. Like,
just wrote down what you said.
Exactly. And it's like, what the hell? It's like, so, and everybody's going to, well, okay, well, we've heard all this before because Barry said this, And of course, it's kind of perfect timing for it. Putting an event together like this, well, it's not for everybody, and I get it. There will be some love and light people, and that's okay, because I do believe some people do believe they have, chose my words here, do believe they've had some good experiences, and I can't knock that. But at the same time, he's like, let's not ignore the other side, the elephant in the room here, and the evidence. I mean, you put ET on one side, ET, extraterrestrial hypothesis, they're traveling all the distances from space in nuts and bolts craft, and they care about us, care about the planet. That's ET hypothesis. Let's put the other side of the thing. It's the usual stuff that gets swept under the rug. When you do the research, the evidence is all here. It's not over there. It's like pretend and a ruse and keep you focused in this because you don't want to focus that direction. And the thing is, we're not the only guys that done this. It's been going on back and back and back. And the more you go back, you kind of say, hang on a second, there was warning signs then. People were saying stuff. People were you know, they were being shunned in the 1950s for saying this. Because the idea is to say it's got to be that, you know, and not the other thing. There's a narrative to it. So I think putting an event together like that, yes, there are some people might say it's not for them. Or it's not friendly. But at the end of the day, all we're doing is providing facts. It's not about belief. It's about the details. It's about the facts. And opening your eyes and seeing that, you know, people have been lying and you know, and giving us false information to lead us down one particular path because they didn't want us to go in that direction.
Yeah. So do you think that's been done then as distraction? Or partly?
Well, certainly from my standpoint, there's a wonderful book that I had just written called The Deceptions of Gods and Men.
I've actually got it. You're not tricking me. I've got it on Audible. It's easy for me to listen to.
And I think as Steve has pointed out, it's now time for this to come out. This idea, because there is a high level of deception within the field. But we're seeing this across the board. It's not just in our field. We're seeing it across the board. But the bigger question is, why was there that level of deception? What is it that is trying to hide? And the people that are being utilized within this game of chess, what's in it for them? So this is about what we're doing now. We're now finally starting to, as Steve says, level the playing field, because we got to remember that every sword has a double edge, and sooner or later both edges meet at a point. So this is where we need to be, because going forward, if we continued on the path that we were on of this love and light, and there have been good encounters. Don't get me wrong, there have been good encounters, but those encounters have to be scrutinized. And more so than not, we've got folks that are stepping into this, they're having their experience, but they're not fully understanding the experience. And for us, it's important to really break it down for the people that attend Awakenings to see, okay, this is how you break the phenomena down. This is how you understand your encounter. Because many people have encounters. Like as Steve says, you know, he's had his encounter, Paul's had his encounter, I've had my encounters growing up. But we don't really talk about them. Because let's face it, it's nothing more than a personal encounter, a personal experience. Now, they cannot be quantified because they're a personal experience. So, but in the weight of it, you know, there's enough people now who have had personal experiences that we should be looking at this. We should be examining it. We should be seeing the connections to this phenomena, to the encounters, and breaking it down. And we you know, this is something that we have recognized for quite some time. The mountain of deception that comes with this phenomenon whenever it decides to fully manifest is like nothing else. And it's for us to get in there and start breaking this down and understand, and also to really back up that the best piece of equipment that we have is our own bodies. And we have to start listening to that again. We have to start tuning back into that little subtle voice that says, this ain't right. There's something not right here. Instead of going both feet in and going, oh, love and light, and then bang. Before you know it, you're led down a particular path, which will be the ruination of the person, because they've given themselves over completely.
Yeah, that's the exact problem. What Barry's saying is that people have the narrative, might even have the narrative before they've even had the experience. If the experience follows the narrative, it's going to fall straight into that narrative because that's what the person believes already. You know, and this is what the phenomenon kind of does. It knows. It sees right through it. But the thing is about putting this event together, I didn't see it as a conference of some sort. I see it as an information seminar That's how I see this event, really, because it's really critical, important information that's being shared here. You know, it's not about, you know, like we see at conferences, we don't normally see this. It's about making it so easy for people to get that information. You know, we pick it in a prime location in the middle of the town, right next to the bus station, right next to the train station. We brought the ticket price right down to as rock bottom as we could, which is like £27.50. You know, but that's like, it's for a full-on day. It's like from early morning right through till night.
Yeah.
You know, so it's not about that. It was about delivering the information at a critical time. That's what was important to us. It's not going to be everybody's cup of tea, but I think those people that, you know, I think people are in a better position now to be wanting to ask questions, because there's a lot of things over the internet, and I've been looking and thinking, what the hell? Why didn't these people come out years ago and say this? You know, and then it's like a domino effect. It's like, well, that person said it, so I'm going to say it now. And then you got this other academic comes and says, well, I'm going to put my neck on the line now. You know, and you got professors and you got doctors, you've got academics, all coming, and they're saying the same things, which is good because you've got this kind of domino effect at the moment.
Yeah.
And it helps, you know, because it's helping people realize that there's more to it than just one side of this phenomenon.
It's just waiting for that first person to say something, like you said, and then as a knock-on effect.
Yeah,
I think though, respectfully, the first person that happened years ago.
It did.
In fact, decades ago, that you've got people coming out saying, "Wait a minute," but there were powers that be that weren't intending to let that message out.
No.
And there was this wave of happiness, happy-go-lucky, went out with the phenomena, which had us looking the other direction. You know, we got caught up in this, and you know, you've got school kids there in Zimbabwe, where this alleged craft came down and landed, and they had their encounters and everything else.
Yeah.
But why did they have that encounter? Why did it target the school children? Why? And this is something which is very, very important. Why did they terrorize the school children? Because they were afraid.
Yeah.
Now, that fundamental initial response was exceptionally important to understand. Why did it scare the children at a level which was almost spiritual? And we see that this is something that we see across the board as well in other areas. The initial encounter can be terrifying, yet it appears as something, maybe a bunny rabbit or a stag or something like that. But something isn't right about what you're seeing. It instills and instigates your fight or flight. You're being signaled to get the hell out of there, but you get caught up in this conscious connection.
So it's inducing fear into people, isn't it?
Oh, it's a response, I think, to the phenomena. It's not so much that it's not necessarily inducing it. It's the fact it's our innate alarm systems that are warning us this is not what it seems to be. Get ready. So you're prepared to move. But there's a particular term that I use. It's called the 20-second rule, and initially within the first 20 seconds, and this is even before, as Steve says, there are aspects here in which the phenomena can interact with you, and the clock starts ticking with that first 20 seconds, and it doesn't have to appear. So by the time it appears, you're coming up in the last of the 20 seconds. So your response time is going to be shortened even greater. But initially, you know, those are the signals that we should be watching for when we're going into either a haunted house or a UFO event or a cryptid event or whatever the case may be. We need to be aware of those particular signals. And there are opportunities, you know, that are abound. There have been in seance rooms, old Victorian style seance rooms, and watching the phenomena and things like that. And there have been other great experiments done, like the skull experiment. Steve and I have talked about that extensively, about how successful that was. I think the phenomena to be truthful, the phenomena is somewhat lucky that I wasn't there, because I would have reached out and grabbed it by the throat and said, "Got you now." Let's see what you are. Flashlight in the face.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's kind of, that's the point we've got to now. After Barry's been doing this for so long, and I've been in the field for quite some time, and you get to the point where enough's a blood enough.
Yeah.
You know, and you know, and it goes through my mind is lash out and grab the damn thing.
Yes.
You know? And unfortunately, I've done that with my partner Jackie in the middle of the night when she's got home and I've not heard her, and she decides to, and I just wake up and it's dark and I see her stood by the side of my bed.
Yeah. And it's your reaction.
Yeah, I bloody just grab her, and she went, "Oh my god!" And I said, "Sorry, but you know, it's just an instinct. I've got to that point now, but like Barry, it's that I, you know, it's I've had enough, you know, and that engagement is not for me. But you know, because they've dealt some serious scars over the years. But that's the way you kind of get to after, and you have to. It takes a long time to get to that point. Most people are going to go take a step back or be fearful and stuff, but you know, you have to understand that, you know, a lot of people are driven by their emotions. You know?
Yeah, but you said before, haven't you, Steve, that the amount of activity that you've had at your house, whether it's where you live now or previous, it's just got to the point of how, like you said, you was with the missus, that it's just driven you that far that you just ready to knocking out.
I try not to. I mean, don't get me wrong, right? Don't get me wrong. The phenomenon governs. You know, I mean, I've tried a lot of different things, but there has been a few occasions where no matter what I did, it took advantage. You know, and I believe there are different factions or different levels or whatever. Sometimes, you know, it works. You know, but on the odd occasion, you think, well, I don't know what I'm dealing with here because, you know, it gave me a bit of a bad care. So, and that's usually at specific times. And I guess, you know, we gain attention through the research and things and tests and things we do. But I think also they can be a little bit naive, because I think sometimes they don't realize that, you know, when they're trying to slap our hand for doing something that they don't like, it kind of fuels the fire. And you think, well, a bit of reverse psychology will come in handy there. Don't do it, because they're going to think they're going to fuel the fire, and then they're right on the dot. But sometimes they don't think like that, you know, and sometimes they give it away, little clues sometimes to say, okay, all right, you didn't like us doing that. We have to respite a little bit so we don't get too much, because we don't want it always in our homes. You know, it drives us bloody potty. But at the same time, though, you've got to advance forward, so you have to do it in a very, trying to keep out the out of their gaze, in a sense.
Originally, whenever I wrote the book, God, what the hell was it called? I've forgotten. I don't even have a copy here.
Did you write it?
I wrote it years ago, decade, must be 14 years ago I wrote it. But I remember getting the warning there with that particular book: don't become too bright or they see you. And that was something that I tended to live my life by whenever I was dealing with the phenomenon. Don't become too bright. So that was something that I did. And coming across others, in fact, recently I got this wonderful email from a person who contacted Awakenings last year, and beat for beat was pretty much the same encounter that I had whenever, and again, the encounter was, in other words, don't become too bright or they see you. This now I believe we have reached a point in our evolution that now is the time we need to burn bright. We need those people who have been in the background watching, waiting, and taking notes. Now we need to burn bright. Now we need to step forward, and we need to say, okay, this is what we have seen. Because history is a great teacher. Depending on who writes it, of course, but But what we tend to see is that when humanity reaches a point in which we start to understand the phenomena, in which we're saying, wait a minute, we start to awaken. We go through a reset. And historically we see this. Now, these resets tended to be around the Mediterranean area. So we had these civilizations that were expanding, and from the civilizations we started to develop free time, and we started to be able to work on the religion. We started to understand the spirituality. We started to have time to explore this. And then suddenly, when they started to get close to the answer, reset.
Yeah.
And interesting that over the last 3 years, we've been hearing that particular term coming around and around and around. That this talk of reset, which completely upends civilization, and we end up scratching our backsides at the start again.
Yeah.
When I've looked into, kind of go back in time and thought, it's been always difficult for, people in the subject of UFO research and investigation, as opposed to, say, the paranormal and research and investigation, because these guys would never, completely different worlds. And when you start to realize that compartmentalization is in there. How far back does it go? And why was it? I mean, surely we're not daft enough to think, well, if that is really crazy, weird stuff I've just seen and experienced, and that's crazy, weird stuff I've just seen and experienced, surely they're both the same kind of thing. You would have thought it seemed to have been an effort to make sure that we don't put them pieces together. I mean, I've got the whole archive of Project Blue Book. And it's interesting because what happened is that because they were getting a lot of limelight from the press, because they wanted to demonstrate that, we're doing a really good job. What they did is they had they had documents which are duplicated, such as they go out and see somebody about their experience. It's documented on a form and additional papers. But then there's a duplicate made of it, and one was redacted. Had redacted areas in it, and the one which was their file. And I thought, well, why are they redacted? And you start to realise what they're redacting is that the Blue Book officers would go out, and we did talk to, say, a couple of people and said, well, we saw this UFO near the farm and da 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 da. But then they'd go on to say, look, you know what, since we had that incident, the very same night, we had a string of poltergeist type things happening. They were like, redact. Yeah. Because it was as if the guys were turning around and saying, look, we don't want that ghosty stuff. Just stick to the facts about the UFO, please. And that was like back in the Blue Book days. And I'm thinking, how far does that go back? Why was he redacted? I mean, it's just crazy. They should never have been redacted. And it's like a big wedge has been put in and hammered in more and more and more over the years to separate these subjects so far that you don't get, because you can study the phenomena as much as you can. But if you don't get into esoteric, and if you don't get into supernatural or the paranormal, you'll never get a full picture of the UFO stuff. And that's kind of how we've been running around trying to figure out. I can't quite make the picture up. This part's missing. Where is it? Well, it's not in that camp. That's because it's not there. We have to go into these other areas. And, they would never mix together. But now these people are starting to bring these together, get rid of the boxes. It was never been necessary to have the boxes anyway. And start looking and realizing, well, hang on a second, what you've documented and reported through experiments in paranormal research is the same thing. It's been documented and researched and experimented on in ufology. And with the same conclusions. It's just that they didn't know. They didn't know communication going backwards and forwards, Andy.
Yeah, so they're keeping the phenomena in separate categories and stopping the connection being made.
I don't think you want us to connect the dots.
Yeah, because as soon as you make that connection, then people like yourselves are going to work out exactly what it is that's going on, or the reason behind what's going on.
It was always a bit too simplistic, the original source material. I mean, my mentors told me in the beginnings of the 80s, they were saying, they're traveling from possibly these other planets, and they're traveling the vast distances of space. They're nuts and bolts craft. They must have some type of exotic engines. And they're all the same types of beings. Well, that weren't true. I mean, what people see varied different things over the years. What you have to do is go through research like Barry has. There's a hell of a lot of research going back. You track this back quite far, haven't you, buddy?
Yeah, and you know, it really does make me wonder about the authenticity again of these stories of these craft traveling the gulf, the vast gulf of space, before finally arriving on planet Earth and crashing in the Arizona desert.
I don't get that.
You know, and never mind that, but then bits flying off the craft. You know, were these being built China? Because
they didn't burn out in the atmosphere, but as soon as you get a bit of sand, it fell apart.
Well, you know, the idea of these bits of metal falling off the craft and all the rest, you know, it really begs the question: how did they even manage to get the distance from the moon to the Earth without it falling apart? So, you know, it really does beg the question that I think we're being played, and I think it's a this story has developed and has really been embraced by the military industrial complex. So we're getting black budget projects which we don't understand because they're so far advanced that when we see it, we're wondering, what on earth is this? Now, the fact that bits fall off those, I can understand. Okay, I can understand that black budget project, you don't want us to know about it, but they've been utilizing and writing on the back of this UFO phenomena, and we see that even today with the Senate hearings with Grush and stuff like that. What are they doing? All it is it's a room full of a bag of air. You know, they're talking, giving personal experiences, and maybe if you're lucky, well, I'll have to give you that in a closed Senate hearing, because I can't tell you that. Again, it's nothing but wind. There is no proof there whatsoever. These experiences we've been having for the last 50, 100, 200, 3,000 years, for God's sake, and modern society now said, oh, well, you imagined it. It was conspiracy theory. You're a conspiracy theorist and all the rest. Well, excuse me, but now the modern media is accepting these windbag stories with no proof whatsoever. You know, we've gained absolutely nothing. In fact, if anything, we wasted time and exceptional amounts of money. And the people asking the questions, are they being fed the questions? Because you got to wonder, do they know anything about the actual topic itself?
It's crazy. It is crazy. I mean, like just back to the days of Project Blue Book, you know, it's about appeasing the general public because there was a demand from the general public to say, all these UFOs, whose are they? If they're not yours, you got to do an investigation on behalf of us. The government work for us. We want answers. Well, that's what they did. They created this Project Blue Book, and basically it was just a farce, to be honest with you.
Yeah. It
was a front just to try and appease the public. I see the same thing at higher levels, but exactly the same thing happening in congressional hearings. You know, I mean, it's just like they force the hand and they go, okay, well, we've got to appease the public. We've got to give them something. What we got, let's give them the crappiest stuff. So what they do is they give us some vague triangular pulsing infrared video of an object apparently taken by the military. The triangle in it is basically, because all you got to do is look at the stars around, and when they focus on that, the triangles go the stars go to a triangle. You know, it's an aspect of the video filming that's caused it. You know, they got pilots that are flying, you know, and all of a sudden they're showing these images and videos that end up on 60 Minutes on America. That's one of the biggest leading shows, 60 Minutes. Turns out nothing more than a Batman balloon. You know, I mean, it's just
you
got two guys there. There was a debate about Roswell. The two guys associated to the congressional hearings said, "Look, what's Roswell? Hello, 12-year-old kids in school know what Roswell is." You know, I mean, it's absolutely preposterous. And I'm seeing the same thing. It's about appeasement. And then when you get to thinking you're going to get something, it disappears and you don't get it. It's like the dangling of the carrot. And I think, you know what, it's not the first time it happened. If it's not that, it's disclosure movement. There's been countless many. I think it started off with Citizens Against Ufology movement years and years ago. Nobody's getting anywhere doing these congressional hearings or whatever, because we never get anywhere. We're just given another line, you know. And I don't think people have asked me straight. And I said, will it go anywhere? I said, I think the only advantage is that it's general awareness. It's no longer the subject is the elephant in the room anymore, you know, because it's been publicated all over media sources around the world.
Yeah.
I think, in fact, that's a good thing. I suppose it gives general awareness to the phenomena. But, you know, I think that there's red herrings in there, you know, and done things on purpose, like using our own tech to try and make it out there are UFOs and there's a threat. Because what happens when there's a threat? These things have been flying through the skies for thousands and thousands of years, and all of a sudden they're a threat now. You know, I'm not aware of any incidents where they produced a threat, even on civilian aircrafts. You know what I mean? So they could say, "Oh, well, they're in our airspace." Well, what's our airspace? Do we own the sky? You know, at the end of the day, might have been here longer than we have, and then you've got to also consider, well, what does a threat give? Well, it gives money. Because at the end of the day, they can say, well, it's a threat. What do we need to do? Well, we need to build these weapons. We need to do that if they haven't already got them anyway, or weaponizing space or whatever. They've been trying to do that every single year, trying to get that 1976 treaty out there demolished, gone, abandoned. You know, the one that Kennedy put in place about you cannot weaponize space. Yeah. And yet I know from the research that they're already doing it. Yeah, it's a bit like Space Force. You know, when Trump comes out, oh, well, we've got a Space Force now. And I think the only reason is because you can't keep it quiet anymore. You've been doing it for that long. Yeah. You know, so many defense contractors now whistleblowing about some of the stuff they've been involved in. It comes to a point where you can't keep the secret, and you go, okay, let's put it out now. Let's say we've just created this. Gets rid of the problem that we created years ago.
Yeah.
So I think we can see the narrative. There is another narrative coming, and with this idea of 2 years ago we started seeing this aspect of the wording change, where it went from UFO, where everyone knew what a UFO was, to UAP, and that has grated me up the wrong way completely. Because now this UAP thing is being used to really send us looking in a different direction. And that UAP developed because no one in the United States, it seems, can tell the difference between a feckin' Chinese balloon and a UFO. Now, don't get me wrong, I'm no specialist. I am no specialist in aviation, but I know a balloon whenever I see one. So why is the media saying there's a UAP has been shot down over Canada? No. It was a balloon that was shot down over Canada. And that would have simplified everything and went down. Instead, what they were doing was making us look at that hand, and that we weren't watching what that one was doing.
There's a lot of special stuff that goes on, and people aren't aware when you're watching news channels. It's called distraction bulletins and distraction news items. Mm-hmm. And they even employ crisis actors, you know, which will say, I saw it and I did this and this, that, and it's none of that's true. You know, because I've traced back people have made comments and realized, well, this guy's a crisis actor. You know, people will readily believe, you know, so easily things that they'll see and hear on television. And that's the big problem. There have been psychological experiments in this, and they couldn't believe the response back was, wow, the psyops, they put false information out. They see how many people over a given length of time to support it, and then they realize how productive, you know, these media channels and internet can be in regarding spreading lies, and that's why we've got so much different disinformation out there.
But you mentioned about whistleblowers before, and obviously there's been quite a few over the last few months. What's your belief, both of you, about the information that these are giving? I personally believe that they're limited to what they can tell us, and what they do tell us, it's all pre-scripted. They're not just the questions that they're given, they're answering them straight. I don't even think some of them are even whistleblowers, to be honest. They're just giving us information to shut us up and making us think that we're getting the info that we want, and really we're not getting anything.
I think we have to be very, very careful about what's being said, what we're being told by these whistleblowers. Because ultimately the whistleblower is nothing but a bag of wind, unless they've got proof. Because this same narrative is going on further and further and further and further. We're getting lost down this rabbit hole. And really what we need to do is take a step back and listen to what they're saying. If there's any possible credence to what they're saying, and ask for the proof. Where is the proof of this phenomena happening?
Yeah.
If they don't have it, well then don't let the door hit them on the way out, because we shouldn't be listening to them. If someone is coming forward in a Senate hearing and saying, well, I've got this information and this person has told me, this person of a friend 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 has told me, no, get the hell out. We need credible witnesses in here. And this is another thing that used to grate me up the wrong way. It was a case of, well, we need credible witnesses. We need people who are trained within military, people who were trained to observe. So people in the military, people in the police, pilots, and everything else. Why? Why can't we depend on Mrs. Dodds, who's hanging out her washing, and seeing this thing fly over? Because let's face it, if time is anything else, it is proven that the people who are trained to observe can lie just as well as everybody else, if not better.
It is. It's because the belief is because they're in that position, that job, whether it's civil servant, whatever, how high up in the government, that they're a more credible witness to Mrs. Smith down the road. Who
believe me, I'm a doctor.
Yeah.
All
you've got to do is look at politicians. I mean, the government part people can lie, and they've been known to.
That's the job, is to lie.
Exactly, but it doesn't make them, anybody who's flying aircraft, it does not make them a trained observer. I've heard this comment said so many times, and I've always defended the fact that, their observations are no different than anybody else's. They could see something they were never able to readily identify. I mean, Blue Book in 1977 under Project Number 14, a special report, there was a committee after that report, and they debated the fact that not enough evidence of ET, the extraterrestrial hypothesis, and the calculations up to at least, it's a staggering amount, 12 million variations in sightings. 12 million. I mean, anything goes, any shape, any color. I mean, it's just, and you got people saying, "Oh, well, a pilot knows what they're seeing." They haven't got a clue what they're seeing.
Well, this was one of my questions to one of the guests last night, and I really cannot remember who it was. But it's like all these different UFO sightings. I don't know if you have. I don't research it or take accounts or anything. I only know what people have told me in my own encounters. I've never met anyone who's had the exact same UFO encounter experience that I've had. Whether it's a different shape, different, just everything about it has been different. Why? It's like you see a Ford Focus, a white one going down the road. 10 minutes later, you see another one. Yeah. Why are there so many different types of these UFOs that are being reported? You get similar ones, but very rare they're identical.
That's absolutely right. The thing is that it's how we perceive that to be. I think we try and look at something and try and put it into our aspects, such as we've got so many different cars, and nobody keeps the same cars. There's always new models coming out, and they change shape and size. I think when they're talking about so many variations like this, is because if we think of it as that the actual sighting of them themselves, whatever these things are, be it crafts or other, it's all part of the phenomena. We separate. If we, for instance, we encounter a pilot, we consider that that's the pilot, that's the aircraft. But what if it's all one of the same damn thing when it comes to the phenomena, and presents itself in so many ways? And I think the whole aspects of this, and this is not just me. It's been documented by some of the world's leading scientists from the 1960s. They said the phenomenon is employing absurdity, and it does it as a psychological operation on humankind, because we can't fathom what we're seeing. We can't understand it can't be that. It can't be. It must be something else. And it's done in a purpose way to cause confusion, to cause distraction, and to lead you away from the source And I think, I'll say absolutely, just looking at it, you are right, Andy. There are no baseline models for this phenomena.
No.
You know, we say it always stays the same. There are certain narratives, and that drives it certainly.
Yeah.
But there's so much variation. You have to really start to question which one's the real source. Or is there a real source, and are we even ever experiencing it?
I think we have to draw a line down the middle of the phenomena, and we have to understand that there is a human aspect to a certain amount of this phenomena, which is black budget and everything else. And then there's the true phenomena, the stuff that has been happening for thousands and thousands of years. The problem is that our black budget now is getting very close to the original phenomena, if not better in ways. We've got metal now that can change. It's depending on what frequency is being put into it. It can morph and change and everything else. But we also have to remember as well that the original phenomena can make you see whatever it wants you to see.
Yeah.
So the idea of having 12 million different models is nothing. Because once it locks you with after that 20 seconds of encounter, it can make you see, hear, smell, touch, whatever it wants you to believe.
Yeah. So it's constantly shape-shifting.
Oh yeah. And many of the times, and this is something we should point out, many of the times it's not actually even there.
Yeah.
See, that was another question. Is it being projected? Is it being projected into your mind? In that's what you think, or you might be seeing, or the other way? Is it? Are you projecting it? Oh, can't remember. Dead's gone. Sorry.
Are we manifesting?
You know what I mean?
Is that what you mean? Are we manifesting it? Well, I could sit here and I could meditate, and think about the mysteries of the universe, which I do often. But this little red aluminium, and for the people in America listening, aluminum flashlight, I can want it to be solid gold. I want it to be solid gold. I meditate that it's solid gold. It never turns into gold. It's still aluminium. So there is this aspect of we can manifest whatever we want. No, there are limitations to that particular rule. Now there is that aspect of back in the day, 10 years ago or more, there was the book that came out, The Secret, in which we could draw forward and we could write down what we wanted from the universe, and we can put that out to the universe. Now we're not discrediting it. We've seen, and there have been success stories with that.
Yeah.
But there are also disasters that have happened with it as well. We've seen it fall apart just as quick.
Yeah.
Because nothing in this universe is free. So there's always a price to pay. Now, 2,000 years ago, the idea of calling the book The Secret made me snigger a little bit, because 2,000 years ago, the Druids called it Grinhold. So they knew about it. So it's hardly a secret. But what we have to remember, and this is the same with the phenomena in its core elements, when you're using those particular aspects of esoteric occult practice, you're conjuring. You are conjuring. The phenomena can be manifested through esoteric practice. The UFOs, the cryptids, the ghosts, the poltergeists, all of that can be manifested through esoteric practice. So in effect, you're conjuring.
Yeah, just going back to the book The Secret, I was actually talking about that earlier. You just completely knocked everything off. Because it's like I was saying about it, because I've read the book and I've seen the movie, and it's like I was looking at it more the laws of attraction, that side to it. So is that not a thing? Is that not?
Well, the law of attraction in its fundamental core is esoteric practice.
Right.
You can't escape that. No matter how you try and dish it up in some powder sugar, it's
Yeah,
still generic practice.
It's still the same thing.
The law of attraction is conjuring.
Ah, so I didn't realise that.
Hmm.
Ignore that book, people. That's all you free. Don't bother.
No, it's a good book. It's very entertaining.
Oh,
But
yeah.
just remember, there's nothing free in the universe.
No. Yeah, there's always a price.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, yeah. I think people get a little bit disillusioned because the problem is that I think people need to not just focus on, because you get a lot of conformity. You know, oh, that person believes that, so I'm going to believe that. Or like that person, and I believe that what he says. Why? Because you're that person. So I think it might be completely wrong. You know, might be inaccurate information. I mean, if you consider what is referred to as programming responses, you know, I mean, we've done experiments, and not just recently, years back we were dealing with experiments, you know, in regarding how to alter perceptions and memories. And well, they're very successful. They can do that.
Oh, yeah.
I mean, the thing is that if the phenomenon, if we can do that, I'm sure the phenomenon can do that. And if the phenomenon can do that, then how can you really trust your recalled memory experience of what it was, what it entailed? You know, there might be people come out and go, oh, you know, you had a great and then a fantastic experience. But that's all derivative of what they can remember. But is the memory a false memory? You know, we can't prove that either side. This is the problem. And it could simply be. It could be because you know, there are people who believe that they've had wonderful experiences. They wanted to learn a little bit more about what their experience entailed when they communicated to them, because they thought they were these nice beings. And when they went deep into professional hypnosis, you know, what horror tale emerged deep within the core, and they wished they'd never had tapped that source and got in there because they had a great memory. You know, and so it's very problematic. Can we trust anything that we really, you know, remember from these instances? Because I think we can be so manipulated. That's the problem.
There are aspects of the encounters that we can see clues to the nature of it. Almost in a satellite around the individual. And one example of that, of course, comes when there was a lecture I was listening to, and they were talking about having their experience at the top of this apartment building. And these things appeared in the apartment building, and they couldn't move. And they went on to tell the lecturer about all this about the planet and all this BS that they keep releasing time and time again. And this is a point. If someone's coming from a star system billions of light years away, what the hell do they care what goes on within the planet, this planet? If they've got a perfectly good one of their own, you're going to care if you're already here. That's a different thing altogether, because then we have to shift our paradigm for that. But again, back to the lecture, they were pinned to the bed. They couldn't move. They were forced to listen to this narrative of the Space Brothers narrative. And then they left. And the lecturer said, you know, I thought it was funny because my cat, who was sleeping on the bed with me, had wet itself. And they laughed this off. And I said, no, you can't laugh that off, because that is the core of your experience. There is an animal which is based in its primal fight or flight, answering to what you witnessed. It terrified the animal. She missed that complete, because it had gone over the 20-second rule. But the animal's response was perfectly attuned to the nature of the phenomena that was interacting with that particular lecturer at the time.
And like the natural instincts, isn't it?
Yes, very much so. Very much so. Yeah.
Oh, absolutely. Yeah, that does happen quite a lot. I mean, we've been on location. I mean, when we started, you know, looking into visiting these locations. I mean, Barry'd been doing this for quite some time, and concluded that there's a geological connection to a lot of this phenomena. Certainly locations. And when we conducted the research is great, but I thought it would be really good if we put our heads together if we could reverse demonstrate it. In other words, let's put it to the test. You know, let's do it and see, because that's what science is going to want. It's going to say, well, have you proved your theory? Because that's what science wants, and you should get the same conclusion. So we did, and we didn't map. We didn't know where I was going at first, but it was a geological location that had been mapped satellite maps, and we were looking for key things in the geology of that location where phenomena were, very well be manifesting. Took us up to the mountains, desert mountains in the middle of nowhere, the dead of night. But it was very surprising because that when we first arrived, there was a few of us. The first natural instinct is to get out the cameras and start panning around and seeing if there's anything there. And it was a beautiful night. It was a nice place.
Yeah.
Dead quiet. And we didn't really experience anything, until Barry said, let's get the cameras away now and then. Because, all of them want you to be on film, and literally, as soon as I put the cameras in the trunk and I shut the lid, and then there was this slight silence in the air, and then Barry said, "Oh, they're here," which was interesting because it was about 12 seconds prior to them showing them we were here, and it lit up in the sky and it travelled past us, but it to a point where Barry was allowed to communicate with them by light source. But we had to hot tail it out of there because we kind of realized that you kind of get blindsided by looking at the phenomena, and don't get me wrong, it's fascinating and it's exciting, and you think, wow, look at the beautiful colors and stuff. But like what Barry was saying, about you on the clock, and and then it was Barry to alert it to me, saying, you've got to be aware of your 360. You're looking over there, but you're not looking behind you. And when we realized, what was going on, kind of in other areas, we hot tailed it out of there. I'm not afraid to say that. Yeah, we hot tailed it out of there.
That's it. It's not worth the risk, is it? Because you don't know what you're dealing with. You don't know.
I think to be aware. Yeah, you have to be aware, and that means putting your tentacles, all of them, out into the environment.
Yeah.
And whenever that appearance was made, and the manifestation occurred, we got this response coming back from it. But I was very well aware that was the illusion, because this stuff was already on the ground behind us. And now we were in a canyon. There was one way out, one way in, one way out. Right. And there was 10 of us there. And I can remember Steve's partner was there as well, Jackie, and she was watching it. And I'll not use the same language, but it was, oh look, oh look, oh look. As the phenomenon was happening. And as Jackie had said, she had often heard people talking about this, but she had never seen it for herself. And suddenly now she was observing it for herself. Now, again, I was very aware that there was phenomena already on the ground and it was making its way toward us. So the clock was ticking. We had to get out of there. And I said to her as we were leaving, Jackie, were you aware that the hair was standing on the back of your neck? She said, yeah. And I said, so you were already responding. Your body was already telling you, get the hell away from this.
Yeah.
But we were caught. They were caught up in the response, the conscious connection to trigger and capture the brain at that particular moment within the observer was necessary. But again, I was already aware because I've been in this field too long now, and I understood. Okay, no, we've got other stuff that we need to be aware of is happening here, so we have to make our way out of it.
Yeah,
and after doing that, I have to say, and I've talked to Steve about this, I was cut off for 6 months.
Yeah,
maybe 8 months. I was cut off. There was no communication of anything. There was, no matter where I was walking, if I was up the hills, I was in the caves, I was in the ocean, I was under the ocean, none of this phenomena, of which I was happily having engagements with up until that particular point. The moment that I took the team away, there was about 10 of us there. The moment I took them away, I was cut off. because I wasn't doing what I was told. And this is when we get back to the core fundamental aspects of the phenomena. You obey to the letter.
Yeah.
And otherwise, that can serve to cut you off. And this is a pattern that we see in the old gods as well. They did the exact same thing. Obey me to the letter. Otherwise, you're out.
Yeah.
And
So it's showing
I will not accept the old ways. We need a new understanding. And even when we go back and we look at this aspect of making an offering to the old gods, for instance, who ultimately are from the same source, they weren't interested in the fruit and the vegetables. You attracted the gods with the scent of sacrifice. The smell of barbecue attracted the old gods, not vegetables and plants. They're not interested. They wanted sacrifice. So should that fundamental reason there not make us question what are we making contact with?
Well, yeah.
Yeah, should be.
It is very dark.
It can be, but thankfully now Awakenings, we're putting the brakes on. We're saying this is what we're seeing, but this is why we're seeing it. This is how we're seeing it. So there's a great element. It's going to be a great weekend of information, packed information, in which now we can go back out into the field and say, okay, now we're making that switch. We're changing our perception, and we're saying, okay, now we're going to be watching for this and watch how the phenomena backs away immediately. It does not want to be found out.
It does, it retreats,
Yeah. Do you think it will ever want to show its true colours?
I don't believe so, because if we understood what it really was, it would freak us out.
Yeah.
Yeah, I thought it's really hard to comprehend. I mean, I think we're giving him manageable chunks. Those chunks vary, I mean, like Barry said, this representation of this phenomenon is delivered to us in so many different shapes and forms. And over those times, we've been giving them different names and things. Angelic beings, demons, because some people would love to say, oh, I've seen them on the internet, oh, it's all love and light, it's all angelic. Well, no, not all. It's all that, So the big question is don't ignore the fact is what else? What's the other? And of course, you've got some guys say, oh, it's all demons and it's all the devil and da 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 da. Well, yeah, you know what? I get that, and I get where that sort of notion comes from.
Yeah.
But you know what? When you start to look a whole spectrum of all these different things and look at the making of it, the things that function and what's reported, that stays the same. And it's as if, like Barry said, the mask changes, but the fundamental phenomenon doesn't alter.
Yeah.
So you have to look at like Barry said, you have to look at the phenomena and track that kind of thing as opposed to the mask, because the problem is again, this is what it does. It delivers different things to different people, so it causes confusion. That's what it wants. Because whilst you're all trying to figure out what the hell's going on, we're nowhere near trying to figure it out.
We're running around we're running around like headless chickens.
Exactly.
Yeah. So it's not all different things coming from the same source. It's the source being itself, but showing itself in different guises.
No, you got it.
Yes.
That's it. That's it.
Yeah. So it is just one thing, and we're all getting a different image of that.
There are lots of different things, and there are bits of evidence to support it. I mean, going back from the earliest of AI, computer software, trying to establish what is responsible for all the varied phenomena. Jack Valet started on that, and he was one of the pioneering in artificial intelligence and the internet. That's how he kind of got started. And the stuff he was using, okay, I take the fact that he was the latter 60s, so AI wasn't, nothing like it is today. But he was struggling with that, the concepts of with the technology he had at the time. But he managed to conclude something that none of it was ET, none of it. not ever bit. And of course, he was shunned from the UFO community for years for that, for saying out and coming out like that. And you know, he's a bit of an oddball, you know. And in fact, he was a leading pioneer in that aspect. To be honest with you, it's kind of turned tails. But he's not the only one, because Hynek tried to put forward the same thing, and after him working with them for so long, and they shunned him a little bit, and he went, right, okay, well, bugger you, I'm off, and went to work with Jacques Vallée for 3 years, you know, and they worked on that together because they both have come to the same conclusion by different ways, but met in the middle, you know. And even the computer systems, you know, you feed all the information in. Computer systems see so much connectivity between the varied phenomena it sees as a source. You know, it's got to be all kind of related, because they've all got little principles of being involved with each other, and the same thing happens in so many different camps. You know, but it might present itself with a different name and a different mask, and people might give it a different reference, because the world's a large place, and you're all going to have varied, you know, names and things for them. But like Barry said, that, you know, the principal phenomena is there. It's like an algorithm in a sense of speaking. It's just it's always the same.
Whenever I was Jacques had recently was involved with the release of a video in which it was a case he was looking at in Brazil, and it was a young lad that in the early morning, his father sent him out at breakfast to go and round up the horses in the meadow. So the young fella, he headed out, took the horse and went off, and over the top of his head, this craft buzzed him and landed in the field further ahead of him. Now, he was very, very curious about what this was. Bear in mind, at this particular point, the 20-second rule, the clock was beginning to tick. I got to speak to Jacques about this. I got to interview him about this particular case. And he said that the young fellow got off the horse and went up the ladder and was trying to see if there was someone around. I don't believe that from memory, I don't believe that there was anyone or any figure actually seen, but the craft was very much there. And I kept getting at Jacques and saying, but Jacques, what about the horse? Jacques must be wondering. Because I think it was about 5 times I asked him, what about the horse? And he's going, he must be thinking, why does this guy want to know about the bloody horse? You know, the guy's having the experience, because I needed to see how the horse was responding. And the horse had to be shot.
He did.
After the encounter, after the investigation, or after the encounter was over, the horse had to be shot. And in that particular moment, we seen the true nature of the phenomenon, irrelevant of how it appears, because anything can be manifested. And I get into this whenever when we consider that in the seance rooms, we've got hands that can manifest beside the sitters, and they can touch their arms during the seance. That is a solid manifestation has occurred from nothing. Now, that person who's been touched can run their hand up that arm until the elbow. There is nothing after the elbow. But a hand and forearm has materialized in the seance room. Small UFOs can fly around the seance room. Gray aliens. Now, what the hell are they doing appearing in the seance room? Gray aliens can also appear in the seance room and be captured on camera. Now, the thing is, anything can be manifested. Anything from their perspective. We're not the ones doing the manifesting. It is. So anything can be manifested, but it's how the response within the first 20 seconds tells the tale as to whether this is a threat to us or not. And as I said, there are many encounters in which there are no threat detected. That's okay. I don't have a problem with that. What I have a problem with is someone appearing in my room in the middle of the night telling me, do not be afraid. Oh, hell no. If my responses are kicking off, they're getting a baseball bat.
It lies in all camps. I mean, it's no different for the guys listening to the show who are really into more the paranormal. The same applies for that. You know, I mean, they will know when you turn around and say, look, you can walk into a particular area and your body reacts, your body reacts, your skin all goes, all the hairs go all
turn around, go.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? It's your body's warning mechanism. The same process with dealing with UFO. It could be unseen presences that your body's alerted to. That your normal senses don't pick up. But the more innate, natural ability then that survival says or whatever it is, is forgotten with, and it's diminished a lot through the process of what we consume nowadays. And that doesn't help. And then we think to ourselves, well, our ancient ancestors must have had a huge wealth of knowledge about dealing with, some of this phenomena, because they symbolized a lot of places in certain locations where phenomena was strife, and how they kind of dealt with that is numerous different ways, but they were must have been attuned with energies, must been able to detect them with the human body. I'm just on the Skype, mate. Oh, sorry. I mean, we can go and dig up bones and stuff. We can say, oh yeah, they were 5'8" and they probably died when they were like 38 and 39, and they may have lived like this and that. Find nothing out about spirituality or like how their conscious works, anything like that. So I think we've lost our way, but not just lost our way. We've been purposely gone in a different direction of the technology, and I think it's all this aspects of pushing that sort of thing. And you mentioned this before, Barry. Sometimes the technology is running before our conscious mind can even keep up with something.
No, there are aspects, looking back at the Babylonian period and things like that, they didn't have certain defenses against the phenomena as to what we have today. Now, today, we have defenses against it, but we're living in a society now that's being pushed away from that. And so we're not addressing those. But this is something that we'll be talking about in Awakenings, about how we can take back our strength, how we can defend ourselves against the manifestation of this when it finally manifests. And there's all of that. But back in the day, back in the Babylonian period, for instance, when your home was being troubled by a demon, a demonic presence, which was being a pest, it was killing your animals, it was whatever it was doing. What did you do? Did you pray to the angels? No, because the angels didn't exist then. And that's something that I have to point out. Angels didn't happen until 524 BC.
Yeah.
So they weren't there beforehand. They were Babylonian planetary gods, of which there were 7. So what you tended to do is that you prayed to a greater demon. And that demon then was brought in. You had iconography and everything else of the greater demon that was brought into the presence of your home. And that kept everything at bay.
Yeah.
So the same process is happening today, but we give them different names. We put them in the camp of positive. We put them in the camp of negative. But ultimately, we're calling in a bigger demon to take care of a lesser demon. The same process is still happening today because we don't question what actually we're calling in.
No, we don't. Same thing. It's just you're caught within a trap.
Yeah. So now we're at the wire fence and we're starting to break it open.
I get that. There's probably some people that will won't want to go down that road or question it because they've been stuck with a narrative for so long, but all we got to do is just sit back and look at what we're being told. I mean, the media and television, TV shows, movies, they promote the narrative, and it just beggars me belief that how constructive we can be in regarding belief, and causing people to believe a certain thing. And it is remarkable the great efforts that's involved in this throughout the whole, way media deals with this sort of subject. None of which will any of them taking it in a serious way in public domain. You know, it's all being done clandestinely in operations, and you know they're all prodding at it. I don't think for once. I don't think they've got they're nowhere near getting all the answers, because I think it toys with them as it toys with you know, people who have experiences. So you know it has a habit of retracting itself if it wants to do. You know, and I think things are done deliberate sometimes to give us a lead. You know, and that's problematic because, you know, the people in high authorities aren't going to share that, because I don't think when you talk about disclosure, well, disclosure works if it's just the narrative that they're trying to paint, that they're just from another planet. Yeah, it works. In fact, we probably would have had disclosure if that might have been the case. Be honest, it's just simply some, you know, they've come from another planet, and that's that.
Yeah.
We started getting into this, realised that was far from the narrative. And that's the reason why probably the massive problems in regarding disclosure of this is because the tip of the iceberg is the ETH, you know, what they're all debating on. But fundamentally, there's a lot more that's going on, but don't know how we would ever digest that and drop that onto people's laps. I think it's a process of re-educating themselves, like Barry said. You know, is slowly re-educating the general public into thinking. Nobody's going to be feeding into them. Nobody's telling them what to believe. Put the data out of what it is and let them make their own mind up. But they've not had that opportunity because they've been force-fed the narrative for so many years.
Yeah. And they just, like you said, they don't question it. They just believe it to be true.
Yeah, that's right. And there's a lot of rubbish out there. You know, people, I've done it myself years ago, you know, and I used to look through right at top levels, you know, Journal of Scientific Studies and stuff like that, and I think these guys must know what they're doing, you know, and then I realised, well, hang on, that's not actually true, you know. Well, you thought that was written in stone. Well, no, it isn't, you know, and they've been found time and time again. It's like it's a scene of the time when they say this is what it is. Well, okay, it might have been what they found at that time.
Yeah.
Day after tomorrow can be a whole different ball game, and I think that's the problem. You have to deal with it as for the time, but we're still on a learning path, to be honest with
you. Yeah, we've got a couple of questions for you.
Oh, do we really?
Yeah, sorry, they can't be any worse than the ones I was asking you the other week. He's like, Andy, I'm not telling you. You're gonna have to wait. Oh yeah, cheers, Barry. But just a quick one. So people are asking me to talk about cryptids, to bring cryptids into this. So I'm going to go with the obvious ones, Bigfoot and Dogman. But I know, Barry, you do a lot of research on the Fae, the little people.
Yep.
Yeah. So are they connected to this source, or is that something different?
That's the same. The exact same.
Still the same thing.
Yeah, it was just how it was identified at the particular time.
Right. Okay. Got you.
To mention to say that the little people is quite derogatory, but in itself, they will appear as big as us.
Yeah. And I've heard that before. Bigger than
many different forms, but fundamentally, what we tend to see is that there's a connection with rocks, with different types of rock strata, and we see this from ufology, cryptids, the paranormal, and even the fairy folk. They will tend to appear around those. The jinn are the exact same thing. So we have this connection of the great big ones. They're all connected back to the same thing, which is rocks.
Yeah.
And the idea that we think, well, are UFOs coming from space? No, UFOs have been filmed and seen coming out of rocks and going back into rocks.
But they don't want to tell you that. They don't want to. They don't want to push that side of the thing in farewell. Yeah.
Plus, we also have the likes of. Funny, I was just talking to Steve about this yesterday. The idea of dwarfs, dwarfs in the Scandinavian perspective were seen to emanate at the cusp of day and night, which is a perfect example for a lot of the stuff that we would go looking for. But they retreat back. It was believed they were part of the rock. They lived in the rocks. So there was this connection with dwarves and mines and things like that. But you also have the likes of a Bogart, which is an earth spirit, which is associated with English literature. And when you retrace that back into the Proto-Germanic language, you find that translates into Cobe. And Cobe, of course, is associated with cobalt, with a particular mining, again, from the German perspective. So again, you're led back into this aspect of rocks. The shining ones are no different, and they're my pet hate. They are my nemesis, in which you've got these figures that appear, and they're glowing white, and they're all this eminence and everything else, and they're saying, "Children, don't be afraid." Meanwhile, the children are crapping themselves. They're stunned in fear as they tell them this wonderful story. And Lourdes is no different. When the apparition appeared in Lourdes, we had this aspect of the church which overruled and rewrote the encounter, in which we have Mother Mary appearing. It wasn't Mother Mary, because when the child, in her notes, she had no idea who the hell it was she was looking at. She didn't know. And she whenever the church came in and started carving the statues that appear all over Lourdes now, she said, "What are they? That's not what I saw." And she referred to it as, in her notes, in her words, that thing. So when we've got this aspect of the shining ones, again, it's about rocks. This Lourdes is no difference. This thing came out of a cave. You've got over in Eastern Europe there, you've got apparitions that are appearing there on top of mountains, on cliff faces. These things, and Bigfoot is no different. Bigfoot is coming from the heights, from the peaks. And the old tales, what we have in our legends and mythology, are very, 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 very gripping and telling, especially whenever we consider that we've got stories of these things coming down. And this is where the mistranslation has come from, because we assumed that they were coming down from space. No, they were coming down from the heights, down into the lower valleys. The old temples, the temples of old, were always up in the heights, up in the peaks, the places of the gods. That's why the gods had Mount Olympus. That's why we have various different. Iagal was another perfect example from the Babylonian perspective, from which there was this house of the gods was high up in the mountains. They were always up in the heights. They were in the rocks, and you know, I don't go on about the Bible and stuff like that, but it is interesting that there's a particular aspect in which when Jesus was out in the desert for the 40 days and 40 nights, he had the encounter with the devil, who brought him, and again, in the modern context, we have a mistranslation has occurred. There's a changing of the wording, because in the early traditional King James version, and I say traditional, they tended to go more for, they translated the word more than the meaning. The modern Bibles go into changing and looking at the meaning, so that distorts things completely. But in the King James version, it says that Jesus was brought into the mountain and shown the other kingdoms. Now, in the newer Bibles, he was brought onto the mountain. That's what we would understand today. Oh, he's brought onto the mountain. No, in the original version, he was brought into the mountain.
Right.
There's a great difference in terminology there, and that speaks volumes. So again, you know, I'll not go on about that. But the idea of the rocks is paramount. this connection, and even from the Maori down in New Zealand, we've got stories there. Even I've even got a copy of a press release here of a woman who was abducted by what we would call today the fairy back into the mountains, where she was held by these beings in the rocks, and she finally escaped. She came back, I think it was 20 years later or something.
Right, because I know of Tony interviewed a while back when I first started doing this. I'm not going to mention the name. You guys probably know who it is. And I think he was up in Scotland with his missus, and he was sat with his rock face behind her. I don't know if she was on a bench.
Mm-hmm.
And an arm come out the rock, made of rock, and grabbed his missus' leg. And he turned around, and the arm shot straight back in.
It's pretty commonplace, and David Paulides, his work is very, very similar to Steve and I's within Project Doorways. David Paulides has identified these key areas in which you will have clusters of disappearances of strange disappearances of men, women, and children.
Yeah,
and predominantly they're in national parks and within the United States, and he's even admitted on record. He said that the majority of these people disappear in boulder fields. So again, we're back to the rocks.
Yeah.
So again, there's another cross-referencing of different perspectives and viewpoints and research, which are crossing on this aspect, the key aspect of the rocks, and makes us. It forces our hand to not look what's going on up here, but it forces our hand to look what's going on under here.
Yeah. So.
Oh, I hope that answers the question anyway.
Yes, it did. Thank you. At least you answered it this time and not fabbed me up. Oh, thank you. Do appreciate it. Right. Next question. So I know when you was on a couple of months ago, Steve, you spoke about this. It's the ninja dwarfs or the ninja gnomes.
Well, the ninja dwarfs, yeah.
Yeah. Can you just quickly tell us that story again? Because I've tried to repeat it to people and I don't get the full detail of it.
A lot of people ask me about that because it's what I refer to as one of those absurd incidents. It's just too daft to believe. But actually, I have a video going out on my official channel tonight about the Cheadle revisiting there.
Cool.
I heard rumors of this back in the mid 80s and to the latter 80s. 87, 85, 86, 87, that sort of time. In a place called Cheadle, which is near Stockport in Cheshire in the UK. And it's a location known as Abney Hall. Now, Abney Hall is just over 100 years old, built over an old print works. Very large hall where it was owned by a family of Agatha Christie. And Agatha Christie used to stay there.
Right.
Well, there was an incident that took place in 1987, I think that was, or 88. It was a summer's day, beautiful. There was a karate team display there of children, 7 to 8 year olds, and they'd invited family and friends. Parents turned up to come and watch the children doing the fight, doing this display, karate display. With 3 karate tutors there in the area at the back of the hall, which is just kind of a grassed area with lots of bushes and things around. And there was an incident where initially it started off with disturbances in the bushes. It was as if purposely done to bring the instructors over to have a look, find nothing. And it toyed with them for whatever these things were. It toyed with them for a good half an hour. And then it escalated to the point where suddenly they started to see these things, and they were described as about the same size as the children, 7 to 8 year olds.
Yeah.
Dressed in all black ninja type suits. And there were several of these which suddenly just came out of nowhere and started to physically attack people.
Yeah.
A very unusual thing apparently took place then is that people started attacking people. A girl attacked a boyfriend. Even even an animal, a pet dog, was said to have viciously turned against its owner in confused state. So all this is all happening all at once. It just didn't really make much sense. One of the instructors, he ended up at the stream at just about, about say 30 feet or 40 feet away. There's only a very small stream, but it's not a place, you can jump over it. It's that small, but he made a great effort to jump into it and try and put his head under the water. And, he had to be dragged out. He didn't know, like he wasn't in control of his actions. Some of these things were seen to materialize and dematerialize. Some of them were said to have seen floating in the air. So when I started hearing about it, then I started seeing it pop up in a couple of different books in the 90s. And I thought, well, do you know what? It's not far from me, Cheadle. I do a bit of digging. And this is some years ago. And I started talking to people. Now, I find it, it's really interesting that, lots of people that live locally had heard about it. Secondly, some of them had a little bit more than just your normal knowledge, they talked about, I know somebody who was pursued by them. And it apparently weren't just around on one day. They were around for a short duration of time. And I started putting out information, started receiving emails. And these were from people saying, look, I was at Parswood School in 1988. My friends and I went down. I had a chopper. You remember the chopper?
Yeah. Yeah. Second gear, kill you, smash your knees open.
Death trap.
Why did he even have that on there?
No, but it wasn't called that one though back then, was it? So he says, I was on my chopper, and I thought, it's very the year. And he used to go riding in the grounds of Abbey Hall. It's like a park bit, it's little pathways, and they were in there with his friends. And he said, look, we saw these things. Some were on top of the roof of Abbey Hall. Some of them started chasing us, pursued us, and we got away on our bikes, but it scared the living hell out of us. And just emails like that. And I thought, they're very strange and very odd. And I started talking to other people, and there were lots of other little strange things throughout the area, including some UFO stuff. So I thought, okay, it's interesting. I did talk with a colleague of mine who's been researching and investigating paranormal phenomena for quite a number of years. And he said he was told, and I thought this was an unusual story, he was told that he was a guy, and he used to be into cryptozoology. But he found it fun to dress up in a ninja suit and jump out of trees that passes by. And I just thought,
what? Well, it is Manchester, isn't it?
I can understand how things can get blown out of all proportion, but when I'm hearing these stories and getting these emails, it seemed to massively outweigh that one claim.
Yeah.
Unless it's just thrown in there, that somebody brought that up to try and, curb, the rumor. I really do not know, to be honest with you. So I would not say I'm for or against it, but the stories are very, very interesting. That there's quite a lot of people that said not only did they experience this themselves, but there's actually police officers that had to attend that day.
Yeah.
Ambulances.
I was going to say, didn't the paramedics end up going as well?
Yeah, I mean, it's just apparently there were some people which were, were actually injured, and these things were seen to mysteriously just disappear, and that was the end of that. But there was a hell of a lot of confusion that day. Some people were injured, and a lot of people were just in a confused state as to, as if they weren't in charge of, in control of their own actions. So, and that. The best description I can say is for that is it sounds sort of like a movie title: Attack of the Ninja Dwarfs.
I know.
How else to put it?
Well, the thing, what brought it back up was Earl Grey was on, and he's in the middle of speaking with I think it's a great granddaughter, the granddaughter of the Hopkinsville Goblins. And it just, when he started, because that's one of my favorite encounters, the Hopkins, and it just straight away reminded me of this.
Right. It's absurdity, isn't it?
Because he come out of nowhere, and when the guy's firing at him, they're spinning round like
Exactly. Yeah. Well, these couldn't be. Yeah. I mean,
table soccer.
Very similar sort of thing has been happened there. But I mean, of course, this time it's dwarf-like.
Yeah.
Ninjas. Yeah. and but you know, it's
the eating kids up.
It's absurdity, isn't it? It's like it's so crazy. No one's going to believe you, and that's you know, I will never rule it out because I've seen some crazy shit over the years, right?
Yeah.
And if I wasn't with somebody else that saw it, I would say I was going pretty crazy.
Yeah.
Right? I think to myself, I only need that one occasion. I see something and I go, okay, it was there because this person saw exactly the same thing. You know, it was there. I saw it. It shouldn't exist. It can't exist. But it's seemingly not just for me, but for others. And I thought, well, if I can accept that, then there's everything else I cannot rule out. And that's true, isn't it, really, but you can't rule it out.
That's right. Yeah.
But it's just so
good rules. I've got a video coming out on tonight on my channel about it. So you'll see the place. You'll get a feel.
Yeah.
Is there any horror movies? Is there any horror movies about those goblins that
look around? I mean, there was Goblin, which was a movie, and they did 3 of them. Then they did Hobgoblin, and then
I'd be interested. I'd be interested in one specifically for that particular case. I'm surprised that there hasn't been anything that really stands out to say, well, that's actually, if you watch that movie, it deals with that particular case. It seems a missed opportunity, maybe.
I can hear the cogs going, Barry.
I did like that one, that particular movie. It was that recent one that came out with the guys owning the horse ranch and the UFO was flying over the clouds.
Yeah, Nope. Yeah.
Nope. Yes, that
still not seen it.
Oh my God!
I know. I'm going to watch it.
To be honest, I was so disappointed. So disappointed. Yeah, 50% of the movie, the beginning, the first 50%. Wow, this is perfect. And then the last 50%. What the hell were they thinking? But I have to say, you see, whenever those small little greys started appearing in the barn.
Yeah,
that wouldn't have went well if that was me. I would have been up in manslaughter charges.
Was that legal or illegal firearms, Barry?
Oh no, they would have been legal. Oh dear. But
I'm going to watch it and give me verdict on it.
Okay.
Right, we've got a couple more questions. Is that all right? We've got about 10 minutes left.
Mm-hmm.
So this one's from Sober Carpet, and he's asking, have either Barry or Steve been warned or told to shut up by anyone regarding exposing the phenomena?
Yeah, I have to say, I was just talking about this last week. Actually, I suppose you could say I was summoned. Summoned to a meeting, and just across the border, and I attended, and it was during the meeting that it was disclosed, Barry, we love what you're doing. Yeah, we absolutely love what you're doing. And there is a huge amount of money available for you to do all the projects that you want to do. But you're going to have to toe the line.
Oh.
Needless to say, that meeting didn't end well.
Nope.
And that was it.
Was that another baseball bat incident, was
it? No. Having worked in Los Angeles and seeing what you got to do, I said, no, it's not for me. I will stay true to the path that I'm on and continue doing. And if it's a struggle, it'll be a struggle. But I'm not going to sell myself.
But it's the right struggle, though, isn't it? That's the thing.
Yeah, it feels right. Feels right.
Yeah.
I mean, not being physically told to, stay away or don't do certain things. There've been a few little warnings, you know.
Yeah.
I ended up on the MOD watch list once. That wasn't very good. I was on it for 2 years. 97 and 98. I was on the MOD watch list. And that's basically because of my involvement in investigating a national security agency building. You know, I broke the rules. So they tried to treat me as prejudice to the country, which was apparently I committed a crime by taking a photograph of the place. You know, so, and apparently, but according to the law, which they slapped in front of me on the document, on the MOD document, which everybody should be aware of because it's freely up on the internet, which I didn't know, is that you know, you could be classed as prejudice to the country and do not need to be guilty to be convicted. How's about that?
Well, I suppose you're classed as a traitor then, aren't you? Straight away.
Yeah, because I took a damn photo. That's it. You know.
Oh my God.
The thing is that they wanted to throw the book at me, and basically I had to say, look, my investigation of the location, which initiated through UFO phenomena, will end, and I had to end it.
Yeah.
And I was let off, but put on the MOD watch list for 2 years for that. And during that time, I was monitored. My phone was monitored. My mail was monitored. Occasionally, I saw people, and they did it on purpose because if they want to follow you, you would never know. But these guys let you know they've been following you. You know, not in your face, but to know. You know, so yeah. I mean, I've had phone calls. Like I'll be doing an investigation, and I thought to myself, well, the first thing I'm going to do is reach out to Manchester International Airport and find out if anything was reported to them, and to find if you can give me details back, and then, you know, within hours, I get this phone call, which is a withheld number, and it's somebody saying, we advise you that it's probably not best to ask any more questions about this event, and the phone goes dead. And I thought, well, that's stupid, and just fueled the fire.
Yeah, straight away, what are you going to do?
You do deal with
keep digging.
But the thing is, what was really interesting is that I hadn't had time to talk to anybody else apart from Manchester International Airport. So it was rather it was them or somebody there, or I was being monitored at the time, and it came from a third party.
Being tapped into.
You know, I've had things like that in the good old days of UFO hunts, you know. But I'm more focused behind that veil now, you know, as opposed from, you know, in that camp. It's like the old days of ghost hunting and UFO hunting. They were well gone, you know. But that's about the nearest I've come to it, where I've said, look, you know, and I just carry on, you know. I mean, you know, if you're going to get that and say, well, I'm on the right path, then, aren't you?
Yeah.
Now, I have to say, Andy, in regards the phenomena actually kicking back, I've had more than enough encounters of that, where you have this tracking you back to your home, ripping lights off the walls and everything else, and destroying your livelihood and your the very cars that you're driving. It's like you've had enough, and we've had enough encounters that way.
Yeah.
Whenever we get too close, but like as Steve says, it gives us enough time to breathe, sit back, watch the phenomena, and look for its weaknesses. Meanwhile, everything's being torn apart around you. But you know, there are times, yes, that has occurred. But you just got to keep chiseling away at it.
If we really annoy them, they send the big boys out, don't they?
Yeah.
I guess that's not going to end well, is it?
Last thing you need is Humpty Dumpty on your wall.
Wow.
Yeah, it is a sting.
It goes big, I'm guessing.
Oh yeah, I mean, there's a sting in the tail. There absolutely is.
Yeah.
I mean, you know, you don't, you know, it's just practice. You learn where to take the foot off the pedal.
Yeah.
You know, when to comply somewhat, you know, to try and gain a better advantage. You know, or just basically stick your claws in and fight your corner. You know, it's different for different things, you know. But like I say, though, they haven't quite realised that, you know, when we have those experiences, it speaks volumes to us.
Yeah. But I suppose now, though, look, with you guys doing this for so long and how deep you've gone into it, you're going to know when you're getting close to that line and when to pull back a little bit. Or does that not happen? Do you cross the line? You wait for it to.
It happens. When Barry was doing his book, I mean, it was probably one of the hardest books he's ever written, to be honest, because he was having to deal. Oh boy, they didn't want him to write this book. They didn't want that. But you know what? Obstacles. There are times it was just causing problems for him. So yeah, that would. And I think that actually, that's why he made sure he got it done. To be honest with you. Because it fuels the fire. There's been cases when we've been involved in certain bits of research and we get the kind of a slap on the hand sometimes. Crazy things do happen at home, and the teasing sometimes are just normal. Normally they're not at the lowest level, they're just a bloody nuisance, but at the worst level it's like disturbing your sleep. It's a night attack, it's, you do it when your guard is down. Though that I get angry and frustrated with it, in a physical sense. Sometimes they like to press your buttons. Sometimes, they do some crazy things. No, most of the time they're usually one step ahead.
And I have to say, with the new book that Steve and I are writing now, I can remember. We had a conversation over Skype, and we were laughing at the time about this idea of the phenomena. Why does it always want to kill us? I'm like anyone else. I'll accept a bribe. And we laughed it off and ended the call, and that was that. Within 2 weeks, there was a 7-figure number put across my desk for me to turn it the other way.
Wow.
Yeah.
Needless to say, the book is still being written because those promises are nothing but a bag of wind.
Yeah.
So
it's to shut you up. Shut you up.
Yeah. So there we go.
Yeah.
So there you are. That's you sorted for the rest of your life. Just don't, just don't say anything else.
But
it is so, isn't it?
Yeah. I understand that. It's a ploy that works for many people. I think to some researchers and stuff, of course, that's a quick way out, and
I could see why people would do it, why they'd take it. It's the easy option.
Yeah.
Nothing in this universe for free.
No.
There's always a price.
Yeah. Definitely. Right. Got one more for Barry, if that's okay.
Yeah.
So this is from Neil, aka Castle Dude, and he's asking, was the burial mound in Republic of Ireland originally a portal?
There are passage chambers in Ireland. They were used. There were harmonics. There were light frequencies and other chemicals that were used to open the portals. The portals were guarded by serpents. So when we got St. Patrick coming to Ireland, ridding the island of serpents, obviously on a materialistic perspective, in this reality, Ireland never had serpents. So what the hell was St. Patrick coming across about? But it was to do with the old worship system, and the idea that these particular passage chambers, the portals, were places that were guarded by the serpents. They were the gatekeepers to the world of knowledge, to this undercurrent of knowledge. So that's why you had, in the old traditions, you had serpents being connected with wisdom, because they were exchanging. We got to bear in mind there was a price that came with that as well. But the old passage chambers, their orientation was very fitting. Their orientation, the design, it was all about who you were dealing with, and there was a Princeton University in the United States came across, and they checked the frequencies of the passage chambers, and they were all attuned to 110 hertz. All of the passage chambers were attuned to 110 hertz. They also made a very startling discovery as well. in the frequencies that were coming off the standing stones, the open air standing stones on the land, on the surface. They discovered that just on sunrise, the moment that the sun hit the stones, their frequency rose. And they continued to rise for about an hour, and then they started to peat off. So there's something about the sunrise entering those particular stones makes them more potent. And we see that also within the passage chambers. When the sun enters the passage chamber, that's when you do what you need to do. You just can't go into it any time expecting to speak to the gatekeepers. No, there were specific times that this happened. And there were processes that needed to be engaged for that to happen, because those old deities do not want to speak to stupid people. And there were particular offerings which were required. But the price was high. The price continues to be high when dealing with these things.
I don't think we need to really guess as to what the price is, do we?
No, I shall not mention it.
No. And it's not a 7-figure number either.
No, it's not. No,
definitely not.
Some of those incidents take place at sunset as well, just as the sun's drop to the horizon. Timing is everything. I mean, Barry said to me, timing is everywhere. When I'm running up the bloody mountain top, trying to get up the top there, I've got all science gear with me and everything. I'm trying to run up this. Bloody knackered it was, and he's like, "Gotta get there on time. It's all about time. It's all about timing." And boy, was it all about timing, because these things can be heard. I don't even know what language that was, but it can be heard, and it just emanate from a wall, just a granite wall. It's just crazy. It is crazy.
Well, thank you both so much for coming on. I think
you're very welcome, man.
It's time to lose my voice.
Shutting down parts of the body.
It's time to go.
You need to lubricate it with the sweet taste of Jameson's.
I've got lemonade.
No.
I've got alcohol downstairs. I just can't be bothered going getting it yet. I'll wait till later.
You'll be asleep. Yeah.
But I'm out tomorrow anyway. It's my birthday tomorrow, so out for a meal and a few drinks. So it's kind of worked out quite good. Thank you. Thank you.
We shall see you. We shall see you next month at Awakenings.
Yes, you shall.
And for those that don't have the tickets yet, Steve, where do they buy them?
Yeah, well, basically, all we got to do is go into the awakeningexpo.com or awakeningexpo.co.uk. All the details are there. The price is only £27.50 for a ticket.
Yeah.
Grab it. They are going.
I've put the link on my Facebook. I've put it on the group. It's on. You'll have to sift through it to get to it, but I'll put it back on again over the weekend.
It's easy enough.
Oh, you put it on yesterday, didn't you, Steve? You put it on the group.
Oh, on to
Codes of the Unknown. Yeah. So it's on there anyway.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, so we'll look forward to seeing the countdowns down. I think it's only 22 days away now. So
it's 3 weeks tomorrow, isn't it?
Yep.
So it'd be nice to meet you two again.
Yeah,
thank you. You too, Randy.
Yeah. So thank you again for coming on. Really do appreciate it. I shall let you go as I bring the next guests on.
Take care. Good luck.
You too.
Bye now.
And look after yourselves. Speak to you soon.
We will.
Cheers again.
Bye now.
Thanks. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Oh, sorry. 1 second. Right. So our next guests are Wayne Seaton. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's correct. Afternoon.
Perfect. And one of the main people that got me doing what I'm doing today is Deborah Hartswell. Welcome to the show, both of you.
Andy. Lovely to meet you.
Yeah. So, do you know Wayne and Deb? Do you know each other, or
no? But I'm sure we'll get to know each other.
Give it 5 minutes. Well, we will do.
The more, the merrier.
Right. Sorry.
I really wanted to jump in on that conversation about the Irish places. I have a personal story about Newgrange Burial Mound.
Oh. Sorry.
Trying to get in so I could put my story in, but never mind.
I was going to, but it started doing it today. It's starting to glitch when I bring everyone in together. So It was all right last night. I had 9, 10 people in. But I was doing that on my iPad, so I don't know if it's because of the processor in that. Whereas now I'm back on the desktop. So, and I was sat right next to the hub, the router. So I was like 2 foot away from it.
Everyone's working from home, aren't they? Though everyone's on it today. They're all working from home.
Well, there's only me in today, so they can I'll disconnect. Oh yeah. I'll disconnect anyone when they come in. Do it all from my phone. Anyway, welcome to the show. Thank you for coming on. So, Wayne, do you want to tell us about you and what you do and
about me?
Yeah,
right.
Why you are where you are.
Okay, I'm based in Colchester in Essex. So you've got Britain's oldest recorded town and Britain's first city.
The radio set
of haunted locations around here. But I first got into the paranormal when I was about 6 years old.
Right.
I'm 50 this year, so I'm into my 44th year basically of going into the paranormal. And it all started because my granddad was killed in a shipyard accident. And for the best part of 6 months, I could swear blind that I could see him in my room in the evenings. And I felt he was coming to visit. And I could tell it was him because the silhouette was a spitting image of him. And I was very close to my granddad. He taught me to read before I even started school. So I had a very big connection with him. They all said, no, it's just because you miss him so much. And my mum actually recorded the conversations that I was having and took it to a child psychiatrist. And the child psychiatrist even turned around and said, normally if it's an imaginary friend or a dream, the conversations are broken. So it's question after question, but none of them are related. He said, but these are full-blown conversations that are lasting for over half an hour. And they're all all the questions and answers are all relating to each other. And then eventually my mum admitted defeat and told me that was who I was talking to. And I turned around to her and said, I know. Excuse my children, being a bit noisy in the background.
It's fine.
And from then onwards, I sort of started reading into the paranormal, mainly hauntings and haunted locations. And I always had an interest in Borley Rectory in Sudbury, which is only about half an hour's drive away from where I am. And eventually I would go into places where my friends sort of urbexing as such, going into the old shipyard where my granddad was killed. And things were a bit strange down there. We'd see people that technically shouldn't have been there. And I had to put it down to quite possibly spirit. And that just boosted my interest even more. Then I got into ufology as well and started showing a lot of interest in places like Rendlesham Forest and Roswell, all around the world, basically anything that was going. And I just kept reading about it. But once I became old enough, I would go and visit some of these places. But I joined the Royal Air Force when I was 16. And so for a number of years, it wasn't possible for me to go to these places because of work. When I left, I then met up with a group of friends who would go to these places. So we then started going out to Rendlesham Forest, going to Borley Rectory. And we had one incident at Borley which stopped me from going there ever again.
Oh.
And that was because we'd been into the grounds and there was a group of us, about seven or eight of us in 2 cars, had gone up to Borley, and we were actually in the grounds themselves, and we heard what sounded like a woman screaming, and it turned out just to be a fox. But a fox sounds like a lady screaming when it howls. So of course it was that fight or flight situation. One person went, nah, that's it, I'm off. And they started running and everybody else started joining them.
Just followed suit.
Our cars were part of the other side of the churchyard. So we've run through the churchyard. I told everybody, do not disrespect the dead. Don't run across the graves or stand on them, because that's disrespectful.
Yeah.
Go along the paths. And my girlfriend at the time was sort of slagging behind, and she tripped over. And I said to her, what's happened with you? Come on, let's go. And picked her up and got back to the car. And she started complaining that her foot was hot. Nothing else, just her foot. And I said, you've probably twisted your ankle. She took the shoe and sock off and lifted up her trouser leg. And no word of a lie, she had 4 fingerprints on one side of her ankle and a thumbprint on the other side of her ankle. And I went, that's it, I'm not going back. And I refused to go back. And I was 19 then, so that was 30 years ago. I just will not go back. I'll go everywhere else, just not to
except there.
I'm plucking up the courage, and hopefully with Vivian Powell and Dan Winter from Simply Spooky Network, we're going to be visiting the area this year, so it should be quite good. But from then onwards, I met up with the Most Haunted team.
Yeah.
And I started working with them until about 5 years ago, where I decided enough's enough, and I walked away quick. And it was probably the best choice I've made, because in between the series, I was doing something called Spookinori, and they were my own written ghost stories or paranormal stories, I should say, because they are slightly, some of them are going to be slightly different, and they would be recorded or done live in between the series on the Facebook group. And eventually, when I walked away, I decided, right, I'm going to continue with Spookinori. So I now publish my books through Amazon. And at the same time, I then got approached by Portrait X Productions to host their online paranormal show, Truth Beyond Paranormal. So we do a recording every month at a location. We also try our best to do a live feed. So literally every episode is a live episode if we can get reception.
Yeah.
And if not, then it's edited down a little bit into a shortened episode. And it's put on our Facebook group, onto things on YouTube. It ends up all over the place. Our director, she likes to share it out just about everywhere. So I've got the books, then I do Truth Beyond Paranormal. And this year I've started up my own events group called Spookinori Events Limited. So we're going to start this year going out to haunted locations, including the likes of Rendlesham Forest, which I had a lot of interest in. And a lot of interested parties have said, yeah, we'd like to come along. Simply because of an experience I've had there that I've passed on to people. And it's quite nerve-wracking, to say the least, but it did involve the MOD and a UFO, which we have evidence of. And it was quite a scary moment, to say the least. So we got the events there as well. But what I also do is I do like to join up with other people and other teams, and go all over the country and just join in. And in fact, I'm with Colchester City Council are opening Colchester Castle for one night at the end of February, and I've been invited along as a guest to sort of help out and do some talks and talk about my experiences in the castle. So it's quite hectic at the moment.
Yeah. So are you looking forward to doing all that?
So yeah, it's just a case of seeing how things go with them.
Yeah. See how it all works out.
Oh,
is he froze? He's froze.
Yeah.
Oh,
it's that time of day, Andy, when everyone's on the laptop.
I know. That's right, we can hear you okay. It just keeps freezing.
Yeah, I can't hear what anybody else says. Your mouth moves and then that's it. Don't hear nothing else. But I've also co-host. I also co-host the Dark Mirror radio show on a Monday night with a good friend of mine, Mark Manley. and we talk mainly about UFO sightings and the history behind some of the UFO sightings, cryptids, and just any weird stuff that happens. And that's just recently been added to the Things Network, which has been quite interesting. And on Thursday evening, I sort of co-present with 3 others on a show called To the Grave and Back, where we discuss all manner of things. And last night we did, I think it was about an hour and a half live feed on all about Nikola Tesla and the things that he invented that never really got any acclaim for. So it's things like the Harrier jump jet. He was responsible for inventing that, yet Hawker Sibley were the ones that got the credit. So,
pretty much everything he did.
It's bizarre. So, but I mean, I literally put myself into anything I can, and I like doing the research and the history of things. So it's quite nice.
I think my story is similar. Sorry, Andy, for jumping
in.
No,
it's right. Go on.
My story's really similar, I would imagine, but I started seeing things when I was really little, probably. Oh, it was in my cot. I remember being in my cot, so it started that young for me. But your mum deserves a medal, because I speak to people every day who had experiences as a child, and the parents tell them that they're naughty, or to stop messing about, or to go to bed and stop wanting attention. And you didn't see it was a nightmare. You didn't see it was this. And your mum accepted it. So it carried on with you through life. Lots of young children, just you get shut down and that's it. And I think that happened to me, because then it didn't happen till I was about 15 and I saw what I believe is a cryptid creature. So like this man and an ape kind of pushed together. And like you, I just needed answers. I was terrified. You're going to have to put up with me talking, unfortunately. I'm having a bit of dental trouble, as Andy knows. I'll
Don't say nothing.
I had a calamity.
I got told to go away when I replied.
You ready for this, Warren? I fell over, my top teeth shut out. They went down the toilet. The toilet's an automatic flush. So now there's a cod out there with my teeth in it somewhere in the North Atlantic. But yeah, that's how we go.
I said if you're not got any fake vampire teeth, you can put in.
Joe Weeks is going to send me some of them sugar ones, but they didn't come in time. So Sheila's near Seaside, so I was going to get some of them rock ones.
Oh, yeah.
No, I spoke to dentists. They're going to start it. Yeah. But no, similar to you, really. But my parents saw and experienced things, and my grandparents on mum's side saw and experienced things, but they were really kind of like hush-hush about it, like don't let anybody know, almost like ashamed. So I had that kind of stigma on it. So for me, it was frightening and it was scary, and that's because nobody said to me, "Oh, people do this. Sometimes this happens," you know. So yeah, your mum did a wonderful thing.
Yeah, I think that's the worst part of it. Is my nan, after my granddad died, she literally turned to religion, and she was a very strong non-believer in ghosts, and she dragged me and my sister both to church, even though I didn't want to, and then I sort of resented the fact that my granddad had done a lot of things in his life that weren't bad, that they were good things, and I couldn't understand why this supreme being as such took him away. You know, I mean, he was single-handedly responsible for stopping a second Pearl Harbor in America. The Americans wanted to give him a medal, but the British government said no, because he was only doing his job and he shouldn't have been there in the first place. If he wasn't a naughty boy back at home, he wouldn't have been there stopping gun runners from South America to North America or vice versa. But he had spotted a periscope in the water, and it turned out to be a Japanese sub, and the American Coast Guard got rid of it. And apparently this submarine was heading towards one of the bigger ports in America, and it was going to set off some torpedoes. So, you know, he'd done all these things in his life, and I resented the fact that God had chosen to take my granddad away And so I turned against religion, and I looked into things, and I even went as far as getting into trouble at school. I was expelled for 3 days because I wrote a 15-page essay on what a load of rubbish the Bible was. I didn't believe the Bible. And I looked at the Bible itself and I went, how can it take 24 men 6 months to build a house? And yet it took this supreme being 6 days to build an entire planet and all the people on it. And then there was things like, where does the dinosaurs come into the Bible?
Yeah.
But then I delved deeper into things. And when I was with me and Mark Manley, we were doing our little show on a Monday night. We started looking into things deeper with the Bible and found there were books missing.
Oh, yeah.
And things like the Book of Enoch. Enoch lived to be 350 years old, and yet he never died. He ascended to heavens in a golden chariot.
Yeah.
Why isn't that included in the Bible? And that's because if it was included in the Bible, it would cause too much confusion with followers. And for this reason, with my headmaster being a devout Church of England, he hit the roof, called my parents into the school and said, he's being expelled for 3 days. He's not allowed back till Monday. And my mum just turned around and said, that's fine, but you shouldn't be prosecuting him for his beliefs. And I spent 3 days going out with my parents and enjoying myself. It was brilliant. But eventually I did turn my back on the church. My nan didn't like it. And my nan didn't want to believe that I was talking to my granddad either. But everybody else in the house knew that was who I was talking to.
Yeah.
And it's bizarre, but because of that experience, my mind has remained open. And I've now, I say now, back in 2002, I was actually told that I do have a spirit attached to me, courtesy of moving to my sister's house. She moved over to Corfu to work, and I moved into her house to look after it for her. And strange things were happening there. And I got a lady in who an ex-girlfriend's mum had been to see, and she'd been accurate with her reading. And I called her. I met her at a bus stop, so she didn't know where I lived. She didn't know my full name, so she couldn't research anything. I walked her up to the house, and within 5 minutes of walking through the door, she said, you've got a spirit called Joanne here, and she's attached to you. And by the end of it, I discovered that it had turned out that I was her husband in my previous life. I had been part of the British Expeditionary Force in France, and I was blown up in Dunkirk. And she'd stayed at that house and waited for me to return home. And as soon as I returned home, all these things started happening. And I ended up losing 2 lodgers because of her. She didn't like them, so she made it difficult for them, and they ended up leaving. And I accepted it and said, fine, that's fine. I'll just live on my own. I don't mind. But you're more than welcome to stay with me. And every time I've moved house, she's come along with me. And at times,
it's frozen.
This he helped me sort of be more accepting of the situation. Oh, I've gone all funny. We had discovered there was a nurse there who was jealous of a guard, and she'd done something to him. She'd hit him with a bedpan or something, and to make it look like he had done it himself, she threw him down the stairs into the ground floor at the hatch, and it killed him. And we got through to this guard. We'd even had this nurse had come through as well. She was quite nasty, so we decided we would head to the infirmary. And while we were in the infirmary, we could smell TCP.
Right.
Very strong smell. And my partner, Ellen, she's sitting there and she said, someone's pushing down on my shoulder. And when I looked, you could see her shoulder was going down. and it was getting quite painful. And she wasn't happy about it. No one could get rid of her. This nurse had come through and was pushing down on her shoulder. And I don't know why or how, but for some reason I just turned around and said, Joanne, can you please come forward and stop this nurse from hurting Ellen, please? And within an instant, Ellen's shoulder came back up. She felt back to normal again. And the smell of TCP just left. There was no TCP smell in the entire infirmary. And we were lucky that we were actually recording that for an episode of Truth Beyond Paranormal. So we got it on camera. And that to me sort of cemented my relationship with Joanne. Joanne is a lot more accepting of my partner Ellen and all my kids. And even 2 of my kids have been talking to her. So it's very weird, but I don't want to rely on the spiritual side of things because I like the scientific approach as well.
You can do both.
So, yeah, I rely on the spiritual side if I need to. I mean, I can walk into a building and I'll know if something's there. And that's as far as I'd like to have it because I'd like to look at the scientific side of things.
Yeah.
And try and get the proof through scientific means. If I can't, then I rely on the spiritual side.
Yeah.
So do you take a lot of tech out with you when you go investigating?
I don't know.
Do you, Neil? No, Neil. I'm reading the chat. Don't even know my name. Sorry, Wayne. Do you take when you go out investigating?
You know, for people.
Sorry.
I'm going to turn my camera off, Andy. It might help while he's talking.
You sure?
Yeah, I don't mind.
Right. Can you hear me, Wayne?
Sorry, go on.
I was just saying, when you go out, so I need to eat because I'll pass out if I don't. It's a long, long day. When you go out investigating, do you take a lot of tech with you? Yeah. So when you go out investigating, do you take a lot of tech with you? A lot of equipment? Or is it like the bare essentials?
You might need to plug in with a wire, Andy. I think he's on wireless.
Yeah.
Free.
Let me, because sometimes if I change my settings from 1080,
yeah,
let me drop it to 480. It might be better.
Oh,
is that any better, Wayne?
What's that?
And just dropping my. How's that? That seems a bit better.
I can't hear him now.
I was doing this the other night. I don't know what it is.
I would imagine he's connected wirelessly. So he needs to use his LAN. If he puts his LAN on, it'll be fine. Yeah. Do you want me
on.
I'll just waffle till he comes back, eh?
Yeah, that's fine. I can do that.
Do you know what struck me? Was he said that he was really close to his granddad, and his granddad worked at the docks, because my granddad worked at the docks. He was a merchant seaman. He went to Burma. He fought in Burma during the war. And it's through his side that I'm related to the Khan Money Witch. She's an Irish witch, Mary Butters. She got done for killing 2 people, and I wasn't surprised, I don't suppose. But yeah, I only found that out recently. And it's strange because I think my granddad, if he'd have been alive longer, I think I would have learnt more about the paranormal from him than anyone else in my family, because he was a bit more open to stuff like that. But Salford was it's like a hard working class town, and it's not a place you can say that you see in spirit or just don't really.
No, because like 56s, you had the docks, which is now Media City. So most people worked on there, or even over at Trafford.
Yeah.
And you got pretty much Trafford Park. You got Kellogg's, Johnson & Johnson. You got all the big companies in Trafford Park. I think is it Sugar? Is it Tate and Lyle? They're there as well. Procter and Gamble.
Like Palmolive, Beecham.
Yeah. Oh yeah, you had Colgate opposite Agecroft, didn't you?
Yeah, your cousins is
So,
for your
yeah,
Imperial.
brother's mate used to work there. That's better. I can see you.
Right, what I've done this time is I've come off my laptop and gone onto my iPad.
Yeah, probably better.
Yes. Always the iPad, Wayne.
It's bizarre because when we go through StreamYard, sometimes it's better to go onto the laptop, and other times it's better to stay with the iPad because mobile phones and StreamYard, they're not compatible. So I don't bother with the phone.
They are. If you're coming on as a guest, you can download the StreamYard app and use it that way. It's a lot more. I'm sorry, I should have told you. I just so much going on, and that's what I use when I go on other people's because it's direct access. You're not going through a third-party network to connect.
No, right, okay.
Yeah, it's probably answer Chris because I have StreamYard.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's cool.
Yeah. You're here
yeah,
now,
I got,
so it's
I
all
got
good.
as far as your question about tech.
Yeah,
and then
right.
it went.
So when you go out investigating, do you
Yeah.
take loads of different tech with you, or do you just take a little bit, or do you not use any?
I do take tech. I'm not too keen on going with all this expensive stuff.
No.
If there's one thing I hate, and I learned this when I was with Most Haunted, you know, they'd have K2 meters, and everybody would be like, "Oh, I've got to get a K2 meter," and I was suckered into it as well. And I looked at how much a K2 meter was, and I'm like, £40, really?
For a bit of plastic.
Do I really need this? And then after a year, it played up, and it broke. And I'm like, I've just paid £40 for this and I haven't even had it a year. I then went on to Amazon and I looked up for an EMF meter for electricians.
Yeah, that's what I have.
And for £11, I got a basic electrician's EMF meter, which actually has suited me better.
Yes.
Because it tells you the levels of EMF. It warns you if there's dangerous levels. It has the backlight on it. And it has a little tone that goes off.
Is it the red and grey one?
This one's yellow.
Yeah, that's the
one.
trimeter. Because that even has radiation levels on it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And that was only £11. And I'm thinking, why are we going with these gadgets that are costing so much money? And I looked into another one, the tripwire, that everybody is starting to use. And I had a look on a website 2 days ago and almost had a heart attack. I'm like, £320 for this. You are having a laugh if you think I'm paying that. So I'm like, no, I'll walk away.
Because it never used to be that expensive. I know I should have bought all this stuff when I first started.
Yeah.
Because the last 18 months, they've trebled the price on it because so many people are getting into it. It's gone stupid. I'll go on eBay. I've got a little, I don't know where it is. Oh, it's here. Digital recorder. I've got an analog deal with a little tape, but that, right?
Yeah.
You can't even get them on eBay anymore. I paid, I think it's £13. If you go on, that was not even 12 months ago. If you go on eBay and find one of them, you're lucky you're going to get change out of £100.
Yeah.
And it's only 8 meg.
I mean, I just go with a basic dictaphone.
Not fancy.
You know, I don't believe in paying for all this expensive stuff. And you've got these, the laser, like the laser pens.
Yeah.
You know,
fiver.
You could go, well, even cheaper than that. You go with Temu or Shein or somewhere like that, or Wish. You can get them for £1.
Yeah.
And then all you got to do is use some duct tape. When you set it up, use some duct tape on the button to keep the button pressed down.
You can get them where they got a clicker on them now.
Yeah.
It'll load it in for you.
I got one better.
Have you got the grid that goes on the front?
Yes. But I've got a new gadget, and I brought this the other day, and I was well pleased with myself because I looked for something similar, and I was looking at £400. Now this I got from Lidl's, of all places.
Lidl middle.
£25. And it's a spirit laser.
Ah.
So for hanging up shelves and pictures and things like that, has a 10-meter range.
Yeah, I get you.
It takes batteries, which are included, and you just set it up. Once it's level, it creates this crosshair that goes right across the room onto a wall. Perfect for exactly what we're looking for. And yet I haven't paid £400 for it.
Yeah, so much across.
So I don't mind tech, but I don't like paying the extortionate prices when I could buy something a lot cheaper that can do the job just as well. So I do have things like the EMF meters. I've got a REM skull, which was made for me by a friend of mine, Eric Thompson in America. He made this skull REM pod, and we went off to Ruffin Control Tower with Paracom, and I set it up on one of the display cases upstairs in the control room, and it was going berserk, and yet no one was anywhere near it. And then all of a sudden, without
is that
warning,
just off the A14?
Yes,
near Woolpit.
Yeah. Absolutely love that place. One of my best experiences there was the very first time I investigated there. We were on our way up, and my partner Ellen, she's not psychic in any way, shape, or form, but on the way up there, she said, "I'm getting a name beginning with J coming through. Something's telling me a name beginning with J is going to make themselves known." By the time we got there, she said the name Jack. We then started, we'd met the guests and everything else, and we got into the groups and started going out. And we went into the back room on the ground floor, and she would taken hold of the dowsing rods, and not much was happening until I took hold of the dowsing rods, and they started going absolutely berserk. And we ended up with the typical yes/no questions, but we asked if there was anybody in the room that was related to this location, and it answered yes. We then went through the alphabet, and it stopped on J. So we then started going through the names, and it stopped with Jack. And we like, is there any objects in this room that belong to you or that you used? And it replied yes. And it actually took us to this display case and pointed to this little metal box. When we looked at the number, it was a navigator's compass from a B-17. We said, "Is this yours?" And he said, "Yeah, that's what I used." So we're like, "That's pretty cool." And then all of a sudden, it just went flat. And there was nothing on the dowsing rods. There was no feeling, nothing. So we went upstairs. Now, one of our guests and my partner stayed downstairs, and they went into the room next door. And I then get a call through on my radio saying, "Can you come downstairs? We've got something to show you." So I've gone downstairs, gone into this room, and she's pointing at the wall. She said, "Have a look on the wall." And I looked, there's a picture of a B-17 and its crew. And then obviously underneath it's got crew from top left to bottom right, read all the names, and the very last person on the bottom right kneeling down was Flight Navigator Jack Fryer.
Wow.
I'm like, no, that's mental. And this, bearing in mind, this is the first time we'd ever been there.
Yeah.
And then afterwards, I'd contacted various groups that had been to Ruffin Control Tower, and they'd said, we've had Jack come through as well. Other groups have contacted me and said, "Have you had this navigator called Jack Fryer come through?" And I'm like, "Yes." Then I had Viv Powell from Simply Spooky Network turn around to me and said, "We've got a picture of Jack Fryer on the airfield with his dog. And his dog's buried under the tree." And I'm just like, wow, mind blown straight away. You know, it's crazy. And that's just with the basic tech. You know, that's just with simple dowsing rods. So you don't need to go down the road with all these lighty, flashy gadgets.
No. I've got loads of bits and pieces, but I don't pay stupid prices for them. I always check on eBay and do the bidding, or if I'm on Amazon, I'll stick it in the basket. And when it's in your basket, if there's a price drop, you get a notification. If it's not in the basket, you don't get it. So I just put about 100 things in there and just wait. Just sit there waiting.
I mean, I won't use eBay at all. I won't use eBay.
You know,
if I want something, then I'll work to get the money to pay for it outright, regardless. I mean, I am a bit cheeky. I when I've got a bit of spare time, I will go and play on. I have an app on my phone called Misplay, and you get paid for playing.
Oh yeah.
When you get to a certain amount of crystals, you can change them for Amazon vouchers.
Yeah.
And so far, I've got one for £50.
Oh,
so if there's any tech that I need or want to get that's on Amazon, I just cash in that voucher and use that.
Yeah.
So all I've had to do is play games to get my latest bit of tech. So, there are ways around things. And it's just the easiest way of doing it, because selling my books, I'm not one of these people that goes, right, I want these books to sell and I want to be like #1 bestseller in Waterstones or anything like that. I put my books out there, and if anybody buys them, they buy them.
Yeah.
And okay, the profit margin's not wonderful. So the royalties each month will be a couple of pounds, and that's it.
Yeah.
But my satisfaction is with the fact that people have read them and they enjoyed them.
Yeah.
And that's it. So if I make 10, £15, then that's fine. I can go out and get an EMF meter with that.
Yeah. But what I just bought little bits of equipment, and depending where I'm going and what I'm doing depends what equipment to take with me. If I'm going for a weekend or a couple of nights, I'll take it all, because not always guaranteed the area that you want to go is accessible.
Yeah.
So I'll have different. So I use dowsing rods, pendulum. I've got digital and analog voice recorder, different torches, laser pointer, just all the little bits and pieces that you need. But main thing is just a torch in your phone or a torch in the camera.
Yeah, I mean, I've got one of those Stanley toolboxes that's got the 3 levels on it.
Yeah,
and it's full. I will take the whole box in my car, but the essential things that I always tend to take with me will be in the top box.
Yeah.
So if I get to the location and think to myself, do you know what, it's going to be a bit difficult lugging all this around, I'll just take the top box.
Take what you need. Yeah.
So the things that I always use is in the top box. So if I just disconnect it from the other 2 pieces and just take that, so I've just got to walk around with it in my hand.
Yeah.
It's so much easier. But yeah, it's a bit of a bad habit, really. Whenever I go to a location, all of my equipment, including my 6 Ouija boards and all of that.
Wow.
I'm
not that bad.
I do like my Ouija boards, and I've got 6 of them. I got told off by my mum for having them. She's like, "Oh, you don't want them in your car, you'll have bad luck." And I'm like, yeah, whatever. I don't believe in all that rubbish. As long as if you open a Ouija board, you just have to know how to do it, and know how to close it down afterwards. I'm a strong believer that Hollywood has helped demonize Ouija boards for the wrong reasons. And even when we've been out on events and we've said to people, have you done a Ouija board before? And they'll be like, "Oh, no, I ain't touching them." And I go, well, "Why are you so fearful of a Ouija board?" And they'll go, "Oh, I've seen these films where they've had a Ouija board and they've let an evil spirit through." I went, "Hollywood film by any chance?"
Yeah.
And they're like, "Yeah." I said, "Do not believe Hollywood. They've done that to sell the film."
Yep.
Ouija boards are not as bad as you think they are. If you know how to use it, it's not a problem. I said, and then you have to bear in mind that a Ouija board was invented as a children's game.
Yeah, as a kid's toy.
If it's all right for kids, I'm quite sure adults are capable.
Yeah, because it's like, what's this? Oh, it's a game for kids. What does it do? Oh, you speak to dead people. Oh, does it work? Yeah, we'll show us how it works. Yeah, we'll do that for you. Was it Martel that first
MB Games?
The MB.
It was patented to MB Games. The inventor put it onto MB Games. They brought it out.
They did most of the board games, didn't they?
Different companies did a different version of it. And so to go from a board game to a serious investigation tool.
But it was that
why
initial
are people
selling.
so fearful of it?
But it was that initial selling thing. Yeah, kids can speak to dead relatives. Oh yeah, we'll have it. That's straight away. That's red flag, isn't it?
But children are more open-minded than adults, so they don't need a Ouija board. But it was a form of psychic writing, which then goes back to China with the old planchette with a pen in it. So it's just enhanced on that, and it's just altered over the years. And then obviously, when the First World War came around, the psychic mediums saw the opportunity to use that as a tool to communicate with the deceased, and it's just carried on until Hollywood got its hands on the idea and went, you know what, let's create a wicked horror film where a bad spirit comes through. But again, you sit there, and how many times have people watched a Ouija board film and you've sat there and gone, why did you do that? Why have you opened it wrong? These people have opened the Ouija board completely wrong, and then all hell breaks loose. They never shut the board down and then can't understand why.
Yeah.
You know, and you're just like, they've gone way overboard with this. If you know how to open and close a Ouija board, there will never be any problems with it.
Yeah. See, I've got one there, and it's staying there, and I'm never ever going to do anything with it because I don't trust myself. I don't trust myself to shut it proper because I know I'll mess up at some point, and I'm just not taking that risk.
No, Ouija boards are fine. Oh, God.
Yeah. So it's a
plate
on the wall.
Investigator here. Go on, go get to mummy, please.
Mummy's not in there.
She might be upstairs.
Well, what's your take on Ouija boards, Deb?
It's just a tool, isn't it? There's no difference between a Ouija board and Thor's hammer. It's just to concentrate your intent. It's like a wand or a crystal, or or a root.
What you put into it, yeah.
Yeah, that's all it is. It's more about learning to trust your gut. Like you said, you're worrying about shut it down. Yeah, it's got to be about willpower, and you got to mean it. So it's like when you close your board down. I don't do them. I've never done them. Every piece of ghost hunting equipment I've ever bought is now owned by my 10-year-old grandson because I don't use any of it. I have an EMF meter, and I have that simply because I have this theory about the wooden tripods that people find. Because I've found out that if you use an EMF meter above them, then it will emit a signal, and it can affect the signal on your mobile phone. So I carry it purely for that, because obviously I don't know enough on it to put the theory forward.
Right, got you.
If you have an understanding of like basic electric, if you're walking around in your living room and you're getting high signals, you will be. It'll be your browser, it'll be your TV, it'll be your plug socket.
Oh, if I put mine on the desk now, the bedroom will light up red. See that much crap that I've got in.
If you're in the middle of a forest and there's nothing about, we shouldn't be getting any EMF readings. That's all. And I've been able to get them off a wall.
Well, I've done it on a tree in the middle of Rendlesham.
Yeah.
Where they've chopped all the trees down, there's a row of trees. There's nothing, no cables, no power lines, and I've put it on the tree. There's me and Alex Lovelock. It was last summer. And I'm just moving it up and down, and where you've got the two readings, you've got the AVG and the one below it. It was the bottom one that was changing, and that never moves. I've got a video of it. It goes to 3.2.
Yeah,
and it's like that's just moving it up and down on the back of a tree, and there's nothing there.
I know, it's mental, isn't it?
So
we had the same at Rendlesham Forest. We had EMF meters going off crazy, and we're like, hang on a minute, there's no electric cables around here. This is all forest. There's nothing underneath. Yet everywhere we stood around the alleged landing site, around that very weird effigy of the UFO, we were getting spikes of EMF, and we were like, no, this should not be happening, but it is.
Yeah, Rendlesham's popped up quite a lot today. So I'm going to keep these photos on. I'm going to show you this photo. I don't know if you know where or what this is. Did you recognise that tree?
No.
It might sound stupid, but that apparently is it
looks like on the edge.
That's the actual landing site of the UFO, not where the model version of it is.
Yeah.
So last one was me and Alex. I'm stood next to the tree trunk, leaning on the branch, and where it dips down and comes back up, Alex is leaning on that side, on the left-hand side. So we're like leaning on it like that, and we're chatting, and he's telling me about Rendlesham and where he's been and what have you, and I'm telling him about my encounters, and we see 2 round flat orbs, orange, like orange, as in the fruit orange colour, about the size of a cricket ball, and they go past. And we both look at each other, and I went, "Is that your watch?" But we're like that. So if it was a light reflecting off the watch where you can see it's quite shaded, it'd be pointing up. I can't bend light to go 180 degrees and point down, but they're moving across the floor like that, or wiggly and what have you. And he went, "I'm glad you've seen them. Did you see them other 2 before?" And I went, "Yeah, I thought that was your watch as well." But then I realised there was 2. Each time there was 2.
Right.
I mean, it actually, I mean, the actual incident itself happened over a matter of time, didn't it? It wasn't, just that one landing.
Days. Yeah.
I mean, we went to where the alleged site was, and right from the word go, we were being watched. We had MOD security watching us because we were filming at the East Gate. I was standing in front of the East Gate.
Was you there at night?
We got there. We got there at dusk.
Right.
So the sun was just going down, and we were standing at the gate. It was still daylight as such, so we didn't need to have the lights on.
Yeah.
And I'm just doing the introduction, and as we were walking away, we see this white pickup come down towards the gate. And I saw him, and I said to our director, I said, "We're going to be watched." And he went, "You reckon?" I said, "Look at the van coming behind us." And it literally pulled up to the gate and stopped. And we just thought, right, let's go. Let's just walk down to the car park at the bottom of the runway.
Yeah.
And we went there. We stood opposite the footpath that leads down to the site. And we filmed another bit there. The pickup truck came down to the end of the runway and stopped. And both guys in the van got out and stood watching us.
Yeah.
And we're like, oh, we've got, still a bit of a sore point here. We then walked down the footpath, got to the landing site, and 2 of our guys had realised they'd left the floodlights back in the car. So they went to go back to the car, and as they're walking back, they passed the same 2 guards walking down. Only these 2 guards didn't realise that these lads were with us. So they didn't bother saying anything. They just carried on walking past. When they came back, they turned around and said, "Did you see those 2 army guys?" Well, no. And they said, "Well, as we were back to the car to get the floodlights, we passed these 2 army guys, and that was it." They said, "We didn't see them when we came back down." And we're like, right, just ignored it. We then carried on filming, but we kept hearing rustling in the bushes around the supposed landing site. And we were like, straight away, they're watching us. And all through the night, we kept hearing this movement, but we were like, okay, is that muntjac deer? Could it be rabbits or hares? You couldn't tell because you couldn't physically see anything.
Yeah.
And it wasn't until later that we saw these lights above the tree lines. And we were looking and we're like, no, this isn't right. 2 lights came straight over our heads from west to east. Then another one went sort of from south in an easterly direction, from south to north. We saw one doing this across the horizon. Then we saw 2 stationary ones either side of the clearing.
Yeah.
Didn't move, but they were there for about 5 minutes and then just vanished. Clear night. There was only wispy bits of clouds floating about. The moon was out, so you could see the clouds in the sky caused by the moon. And then Mark turned around to me and he says, "Look straight up." And I looked straight up, and no word of a lie, I couldn't see any stars in the form of a triangle. There was literally a black hole where this triangle was. You see a light on each corner, on each point of the triangle, nothing in the middle. Absolutely nothing. So Mark, quick as anything, has taken photos as best as he could. We looked on the Flight Aviation Authority's website. There was no aircraft in that area, no satellites. no International Space Station. And then we look back up again, and it had just gone. Then 2 seconds later, you hear these jet engines coming, and on the Flight Aviation Authority, so it was 2 jets from Lakenheath, heading off to the east to follow it. And we were like, that's crazy. You know, that we know about the TR-3B.
Yeah.
But whether they've actually used it in practice and it's gone out and about, we don't know. But whatever that was, it just had those 3 points of light on it. And that was it. And we were like, mind was blown, simply because obviously we know something obviously is still going on around that area.
Yeah.
And the MOD are still very cagey about people going around there in the evening into the night time.
Yeah.
And
I know a few
there.
people that have either been chased out or escorted out without being escorted out, if you know what I mean.
Yeah.
Just by the military having presence there and like intimidating.
Yeah, they shepherd you out the place. They stand there.
You do it from a
Look
distance.
intimidating, so you feel uncomfortable and want to leave. We were like, no, we're solid as rocks. We're not moving.
Have you been there, Deb? So you stay at Rumblesham.
Cases there. There's 3 cases there. Not UFO cases. Cases.
There's all sorts going on there.
Yeah, it's known for witchcraft. There's cryptozoology has been known to have cryptids around that area as well.
That's yeah. I like being under, but the guy described as being 6 foot tall, made wall light, running at speed through the trees down there. And then you've got 2 accounts from 2 different time periods. So in 73, somebody saw what they described as a huge black dog going off into the forest.
Oh.
And in late 1980s, 3 visitors reported seeing a large black creature they described as a bear walking off into the woodland there.
Ah.
There's also a case from a woman who was wild camping in a car.
Yeah.
And she said she was in the middle of the fields, nobody about. She did see 1 car that was really suspicious to her. It stood out really strange. And in the middle of the night, the police come and knocked on the car. And you do know you're vulnerable here, don't you? And kind of got to move on. But I've only just started work on that one, so I've got very.
Right, okay.
Yeah. But yeah, it's quite an active area, not just for UFOs.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's why when we did Truth Beyond Paranormal up there, we actually opted for sort of going more, not just the UFOs, but for the witchcraft and the cryptozoology as well. So we were sort of like doing an all-rounder episode. Yet for some unknown reason, it all ended up centering around the UFOs simply because it was what we all saw.
Yeah.
You know, and I've actually downloaded Jim Penniston's book about the code. And it's a bit of a weird read, to be honest.
Yeah.
But he does explain in there that the code has been translated. And it was quite a shock when they actually discovered what that translation meant.
Ah.
So I've got to finish reading the book when I get a chance to actually understand what it is. But
yeah,
the long and short of it was something to do with these visitors that came down into Rendlesham Forest were actually us from the future.
Yes, I've heard that before.
Why do you build those places on areas where there are a lot of strange activity? Was that strange activity on the land before that base was built there?
I believe it is.
Yeah, I do.
And my fear, so I'll just jump in quickly because I will forget. My theory is you've got all these bases, yeah, and you can build. The government can pretty much build a building, have a facility wherever they want, and because I'm a strong believer of inner Earth. I don't mean hollow Earth, but the tunnels and the caverns and the caves and all that a lot of these cryptids do either they come from or they still live or there's some gateway there for them.
Yeah.
I really do. At the moment, that's one of my strong beliefs. And if they want to have access to these entrances to go into inner Earth, what's the best thing to do? Not just build a government facility, but build an MOD facility or some sort of military base where it's not just any civil servant can get in. Select few of the military have access to them points. So look where Woodbridge is and look where Bentwater is. Look how close together they are. Then you got Lakenheath a few miles down the road. There's 3 air bases right next to each other. Why do you need 3 so close together?
Well, there's actually quite a lot, because at the time, Bentwaters, Woodbridge, Lakenheath, Mildenhall were run by the USAF. Although they're RAF bases, they were leasehold to the United States.
These US and UK.
Yeah. So although they were RAF Bentwaters and RAF Woodbridge, they were actually run at the time by the American Air Force.
Yeah.
So that would be where the understanding for coverage from Lakenheath would come in when we saw this triangle.
Yeah.
The jets didn't take long to get from Lakenheath to where we were, but there technically isn't anything there anymore. And Bentwaters used to be a nuclear armament site.
Yeah.
And the claim was that days before the actual landing, they had buzzed Bentwaters and actually been seen over the storage silos for these weapons.
Yeah.
That then sort of asks more questions as to why were they there. The chances are that they were there to take the radiation needed to power their own vehicles.
Yeah.
So, and that's what myself and Mark do on the Dark Mirror radio show. We look into all these things and we say to ourselves, right, okay, red mercury, is it an actual thing? A lot of people are saying, no, it's not. And we're looking more and more into it. And then we discover that some of the people that are saying red mercury doesn't exist are the people that have been paid by the governments of the world to say that on purpose to take more people away from looking into it. And we find it so much now on social media for any decent footage, whether it's ghosts, cryptids, or UFOs, any decent video of something, which is very hard to prove otherwise, there will be thousands and thousands of fake videos flooded to try and get you away from the truthful one.
Yeah.
And it's disappointing because at the end of the day, when you've got disclosure coming out more and more now, why they would have to flood the internet with all this rubbish when, we're on the verge of knowing the truth in the first place. And
that's why, though. Stop finding the truth.
You look into Admiral Byrd and the fleet that went down to Antarctica.
We did
didn't
we?
I love this. I love the whole thing behind it. And one of the shows that I did a couple of weeks ago with Tommy and Nicole, we spoke about that. And everyone's entitled to their own opinion. And there were people that were saying that it was fake and he didn't do it and this and the other. But I do strongly believe that he was genuine. He logged it. And why did he take a fleet of 17 or 20? I've got 17 him. He had 17 ships and different vehicles with him, with over 200 people.
And they were attacked, and the allegation was they were attacked as well.
And why was £6.5 billion right, on security for that region of the earth when supposedly there's nothing out there? 6.5 billion.
There is something there. I mean, let's take the sponsorship by Greg's out there. Look. See when you get back, or I'll come and pick you up later. When I was doing some digging, I found that there was an American military base down there,
Yeah.
And we're like, hang on a minute, if nobody owns Antarctica, why is there a military presence there? That was sort of number one.
The UFO?
Then there was an incident in a Norwegian scientific base, and an American medical team was sent via aircraft to go to this Norwegian base to help this guy out and bring him back to the med center there. The pilots were on their way out to the aircraft. They were then told by their commanding officer, do not fly over this certain zone. It's a no-fly zone. You are not to go over it. They flew around it on the way up to the Norwegian scientific base. They got to the guy, discovered that his injuries were worse, were life-threatening. So they said, we don't care. We're going through this no-fly zone. They went through it, and right over the point where they were told not to go was a massive hole in the ice.
Yeah.
And they flew over it. They landed. They got the guy into the medical center, and they were then hauled into the commanding officer's office and were given a right telling off for going over that no-fly zone. But it's when you put that with what Admiral Byrd experienced, basically those two things are all adding up.
Oh, yeah.
But then they tend to push it to one side and pretend it didn't happen. You know, like Roswell, yes, a flying saucer landed. However, it all of a sudden turned into a weather balloon. Well, too late. You've already said a flying saucer. And now you're going to try and blindside people with a weather balloon.
Yeah.
Thanks to Paranormal Highway, we now know that there was a crash 2 weeks before that, prior to Roswell.
It was free.
It was Maury Island or something, and the guy there had a similar metal. What do they call it? Memory metal, Warren.
It was memory metal.
Yeah. You know, it's just a weather balloon kind of thing. Yeah. Very, very different material from a weather memory metal.
Well, there was 3 crashes at Roswell in 1947, as I found out yesterday. I'd heard about the other one, but I didn't know that there was 3.
No, I didn't. But this was prior. This was 2 weeks prior.
Yeah, I think it was. I think it's like within a month of each other.
Yeah.
In this one, a man's dog was killed, and his son lost an arm.
Yeah.
And then, so the next day, after the MOD had come for a little visit, he said, "No, it was a hoax." But I don't know. You hoax your dog being dead and your son losing an arm. But I don't know what they promised him. But yeah, I was quite shocked when I didn't know that. If I hadn't Highways Live, I wouldn't have known. Yeah.
But it's things like the Phoenix Lights, things like that. You know, you look at it and you say to yourself, well, you know, the first excuse was they were flares. I'm sorry, but flares don't hang around for that long. I'm ex-military myself, and I know full well that flares do not hang around for that long or in that formation.
And if they were flares, why did they blast hundreds of thousands of pounds worth of ammo, like in weight, not money, at them for like nearly 90 minutes solid and not hit anything?
Exactly.
That rang it in. There was a pilot that phoned it in, and he was in his own plane, a little biplane with his son, and it was Kurt Russell, and he's actually the guy that phoned and said there's lights over, and he was flying his son to university in America. Kurt Russell.
Yeah, weren't he in the movie? Or a movie similar? Weren't in a movie to do with the Phoenix Lights?
Don't know, but he was the pilot, the private pilot that everybody.
Yeah.
Kurt Russell.
But I mean, I find all of the different categories of the paranormal amazing and fascinating. You know, I think it's still one of the unsolved mysteries. You know, we're so busy venturing out into space, and we're not actually looking on our own planet to the areas that are still unexplored. And when you get something like Bigfoot, and the amount of conversations I've had with people about Bigfoot, where they say, well, you know, why is there a difference between Bigfoot, Sasquatch, Yeti, abominable snowman? And I'm like, they're all the same species. They're all the same creature in essence. They're just different names depending on their location. And it's no different to us humans. You look at Scandinavians, fair haired, pale
It's
skin.
like dogs.
But
you've
you
got
head
so
to
many
the
different breeds
Mediterranean
of dogs.
and it's olive skin. You know, it's just a difference of within the species rather than, you know, it's a different thing. And they're like, oh no, Bigfoot and Sasquatch, they're completely different. No, they're not. They're no different to someone from Finland and someone from Africa. We're all part of the same species. We just look different.
Different race, different breed, whatever you want to call it.
People always say to me, oh, you can tell you're Scandinavian. And I'm Irish, Welsh, then Scandinavian. So I'm not a typical Irish. People just look different depending on your gene pool.
Yeah.
And human beings adapt to the area or environment that they grow up in.
Exactly.
So if you've got 72 miles of, you know, wilderness, like say the Tiger Forest, biggest forest in the world, you can become a 9-10 foot giant. But if you like the Hobbit, not in the actual Hobbit, Heidel, whatever, they adapted because they were on a small island. So they were like the pygmies, they were small. And then I see that's the difference between Sasquatch, Yetis, you know, Grassman, Gugly, whatever name you want to put on them. It's particular to that area of the world. Like you get Inuit and you get, you know, I just
native.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's down to the habitat you're living in. Your body adjusts to the environment you're in.
You die.
And you know, the abominable snowman is like the polar bear. The polar bear is white because of the area it lives in. It makes it more camouflage. So the abominable snowman or a Yeti will look white because that's where it lives. And it's camouflage for that species, so it's harder to discover. And that's why Bigfoot and Sasquatch in North America is the colour it is, because the habitat that it's living in, it blends in with it a lot easier.
Yeah.
So I find all of that fascinating. I just love the subject, you know, and you just look into things and you're just like, okay, why is it like this and why is it like that? And then you look at how people have gone out and experienced things like, you know, guys that have gone out to cabins in the woods and they've been sitting there sort of just sitting, enjoying a cup of tea or something, and all of a sudden a huge rock has been thrown at the porch. And I can't remember what the program was, but it was a well-known cabin that was regularly getting visitation by either a Bigfoot or Sasquatch, whatever, which one. And they put a mat outside on the doorstep, which had special hooks on it.
Yeah, it was Jeff Belgium.
And it was intended to actually grip onto the fur of whatever it was. And they woke up the following morning and there was clumps of fur on this mat. And they took it to be analysed. And they said that a lot of this can be, you know, the genes that are here, you know, we know what they are. But there are things here that we don't understand. They're not human.
Unknown.
So we have to put this down to something else. And then straight away it was, nah, that's rubbish. That was all fake. That was all done on purpose, blah, 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 just to sell the show.
That's at Berkeley University.
Yeah.
The sample, it's at Berkeley. Jeff Meldrum owns it. He was one of the guys in the program. I think it was 6%.
Yeah, I mean, it's like Bigfoot foot. Viv Powell's got a plaster cast of a Bigfoot foot.
Yeah.
And you're like, this thing's like size huge, you know? It's like,
I've got Patty's. Patty's is about that big.
I had, I think it's Paul Bartholomew. And he's got 3, and I like that. And that's the first one. I know it is TV kind of, but that's the first one I've seen what I call real life. Like I'm speaking to someone that's got one. And it's like, wow.
Yeah. When we first set up BBR, Adam Bird bought me one, and it was, you know, the original from Bluff Creek, not the one Jeff Patterson was out, the newspaper one that came up with the name of Bigfoot. So I've actually got that. I've got that print somewhere. And it's like, believe it or not, it's probably in one of Mark's t-shirt drawers because it's the safest place for it to be if you get proper cast. Yeah, but I always forget I have it. Mark said I should put it on shelf, but I just forget. Yeah.
I'd be scared of it breaking as well.
Yeah, I don't want Right.
I think Viv did break hers, actually. She got quite upset. She was like, oh my God, it's broken. I think she took the corner off.
Simon Clark, the author, had a belter, and we was at Hull doing a talk, and a kid leant on it, and it went, and the dad went, oh, I'm sorry, I'll pay for it, and he went, I don't think you can afford to pay for it. It was like a one-off of a kind.
Yeah. I mean, I couldn't have anything like that here because I've got four children here. That wouldn't last 5 minutes.
I'll tell you what, Cliff Barrettman, because I remember, Deb, you was on that, weren't you, Finding Bigfoot with Cliff and Bobo?
The end, Andy.
On it.
No, they wanted me to give them all of me map and everything. And
I'm sure I'd seen you on it.
No, I didn't go on it. I won't go on it. I refused. Adam went on it. Adam Bird.
No, I thought it was you.
No, I'll tell you for why. Because I did speak to them about going on it. I spoke to we did half of the organising to bring them over here, but they didn't understand the UK public, so they wanted to do what they classed as central was in Durham. So, and the only hotel you could stay at was a 5-star hotel, and you had to pay yourself to go. Get you there, pay for your own hotel for 3 nights, stay there, give us all of your research for the programme, and then obviously you can't use it again because we're going to copyright it. And I said to him, you will not get witnesses to come from Cornwall to Durham. It's not going to happen. It just won't happen. You need to do one down south, one in the middle, and one on the Scottish border. Yeah. And they didn't. They just went for the Durham one. So hardly anyone turned up. But we knew that, you know. We knew that no one had.
Well,
so real flop.
Yeah, I was just going to say, Cliff Barrettman, he's got that museum. And I used to listen, when I started listening to your podcast, that's how I found it, through Bigfoot and Beyond. And he was saying, when you get a cast, he goes, don't do what he used to do at the beginning. Just have that one. You get 2 or 3 copies of that same one. You put them out, and the original copy, you put it in a safe. You don't ever touch it again.
And then when you run low of the copies, you then make more.
The best way to cast a print on there, when they pick it up, don't dust the dirt off. If there's any DNA, that dirt's
it's picked it up, hasn't it?
Yeah, so you want to get it, make sure it's real hard and done, and get it right in a bag, right in a paper bag, and that's the best sample we're going to get DNA. Yeah, most people brush it off and get it all clean and lovely, and then there's nothing you can do with it.
That's beautiful, but he's not on it.
Jimmy Chilcott, who was an ex-forensic scientist for the police, he has been able to prove with Sasquatch fingerprints and Sasquatch footprints that their ridges run the opposite way to our complete opposite. So on our foot,
and there's something to do with the middle bit, isn't there? For where the front of the foot and the heel, there's that bit missing. It's not missing, but it's not connected the same way that ours is.
Because they are such a large bipedal, and their frame, like most apes, our skeletons are almost 50. So they would have what an ape would have, which would be a break in your foot, like the metacarpal break, and that would. They are so much bigger than us, and they would need that. And it tells you in a print that they've got that, and you need to see movement in that print because it's a moving foot that's going in and walking off. We shouldn't be seeing these stats.
No, because that's the main giveaway of a fake.
Yeah,
a lot of people. I didn't know until I'd heard it.
Yeah, that's it. I found one once in 42 years. I found one. And it was amazing. And as I went to do something with it, Mark drew through it with his stick.
Bet you beat him with that stick, didn't you?
It's still a bone of contention. We still have the odd silent dinner about it. But yeah, once. That's the only time I've ever found one that I believe real. And it wasn't like a big square heel. And it looked like a human man's foot, but much, much bigger. But if you'd never worn a shoe ever, you know, like baby clothes when they walk, like that, it never had a shoe.
Funny you should say that. So I'd been out investigating a church a while back. I don't remember. And coming back, the alternator went on my car. So it was summer anyway. A couple of weeks, got the car fixed, and Becky had been watching it. She went, "That church that you went to the other week, can we go like during the day? It's just in, it's not even in the village. Like 3 houses around it. It's up near Woburn Safari Park, like Woburn Sands Way. So probably about 40 minutes away from here. So we went in, beautiful day, blue skies, and we're just walking about. And we went walking through to these bluebell woods that we went in before, and you cut through someone's garden, and they've got a sign. Please stick to the path. This is private gardens, but you can use a public footpath. It's only 100 meters long. And we're walking down, and there's a naked human, what looked like a human footprint, just one. But it's a bit. The ground was quite hard because it was sunny, but there's a lot of trees hanging over, so it's still dampish. And it's just one footprint, and so the path's going that way, the footprint's that way, so it's like 90 degrees. It was a bit. I put my shoe next to it, took a photograph. I'm a size 9. I reckon this was about a 7. It was an adult print, but you could see the shape of the toes, the heel, the ball. I've still got the photograph somewhere. I'll have to send it you.
Yeah, I'll have a look.
Just one footprint. Is it just a person with one leg that could hop 100 yards?
What if it jumps?
There's nothing to jump. So you're walking through, the fence is open, and you go and you're in someone's garden. It's a bit like an orchard. So they've got trees and that. And I'll send you the coordinates if you want to have a look on Google.
Yeah, I'll have a look.
And there's a few trees, but if you stood there, even if you was an athlete and you tried jumping, you would make an imprint in any direction from that point. And it's like, it just messed with me head. It's like, how can it go on footprint? Where's the rest? And if somebody picked them up and carried them, you'd see their footprint.
Yeah. Oh, send it, mate. I'll have a look.
I'll turn TV off.
Yeah. Might have something, you never know.
Yeah, I'll send it you and see what you think.
I've had some crazy prints.
Yeah, well, that's one that I personally found.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah,
No.
I don't think people who are out there finding, I've got 7 prints for me, and I think, how have you got 7 prints?
That's one in 50 years.
Yeah, I don't understand. I'm like, I saw a dog man last week, and so I saw a dog man Tuesday, and I saw one, and I think, how does that happen? Yeah, yeah. So you get a lot of untruths. Let's put it that way. And you wade through it, and
I was going to say crap, but
yeah, there's always a nugget of truth somewhere in there.
Yeah.
And I have seen some really decent prints where I'm like, oh wow, they are amazing. Yeah, and I've seen some really small ones under. Small, bare footprints.
But you're gonna get the small ones because I'm sure when they're born, they're not born with size 15 feet, are they? That's just ridiculous.
But yeah, people, I get them all the time. They're little, and it's not. They say, "Oh, it's a kid," and I don't know any toddler that's running around in snow with nothing on its feet. There's not a mother alive that'd send a toddler out with nothing on
No,
their
not
feet.
even in Manchester.
Yeah, and you know, a lot of them along Drinkwater Parkway, along the Irwell.
Guys go fishing on there.
Yeah, I did very glad.
And if I'd have known then what I know now, I wouldn't even step foot there.
Same, exactly the same. I thought I was escaping it going down there.
So that's the place. So me and Deb are pretty much from the same area of Manchester. And this Drinkwater Park, I used to go fishing. My cousin's in the chat, one mad man. He's called Andy as well. It was weird. So there's 2 Andys, 2 Marks, and 2 Johns. And so there's an Andy, a Mark, and a John. And then my cousin, he had a mate called Mark and John as well. Even that was just messed up. And we go fishing there. And then when you was doing your podcast and saying about you had the Manchester Pusher and all that, because that was around that area, wasn't it? So you got Agecroft Cemetery, which is a massive cemetery. My mum's there, and both her parents are there. And that's just outside. It's Salford, like Kersal Vale. But you're only, 1 mile, 2 miles from Manchester city centre?
Yeah, about that. Not far at
In
all.
a straight line, probably less.
That's a crowd
So
load.
but you've got the Irwell that runs at the back of it.
It's a river valley when you think about
Yeah,
it. Look,
but then where Drinkies is, you've got, call it Forest Gump, Forest Bank. It's a young offenders. Well, that's only been there, what, 15, 20 years? Not been there long, has it?
Have you heard of the Kersal Cell? You heard of that growing up?
Giant
Do you know
Sea.
where Cousins was? Where Cousins was?
Yeah.
Well, on this side of it, there's an old building, and it was first built in the 1400s. And
on the cemetery side.
Yeah, and they still call it the Kersal Cell because it was where they used to put bad monks. Get in there, yeah, and they'd lock them in for so many days. There have been reports on that land of tall, dark, shadowy monks or cowled things from being reported since the 1500s. But when we look at it now, we see it as a town. But that land, it's still the same.
You've got them, I would say, new builds. They've been there about 25 years, haven't they?
Yeah,
that little street.
Yeah, that's where it'd be. It was like a base in Mayfield Kennels. So just there. So you've got that little bit wide primary build on it, Andy. It must have been important. Churches don't build just anywhere. So they built a primary on it for monks. It's been sacred. And that's what pulls me back to that area all of the time. You know, there's a connection to John Dee there as well.
To who, sorry?
John Dee, the famous alchemist.
Yeah, I remember you telling me about him.
He used to scribe. Him and Edward Keller, they used to scribe. And I used to think that I was related to John Dee because he used to pop up a lot in when I was a kid, like a serendipity. And then when I did my DNA, I found out I wasn't related to him. I was related to Edward Keller, the guy who used to scribe. The old, you remember the old mansion in Bewley?
Yes.
Before that was there was a wooden building called Hart Hill Meadow on it. And it said that he stayed there and scribed with Edward Kelly and asked to summon a demon. And I've always wondered if that's what I saw that day when I was a kid.
A bit like Aleister Crowley, by the sounds of it.
Yeah, but a 15th century Queen Elizabeth sent him to Manchester as a punishment because he was.
It sounds about right.
True, yeah. Sent him to Manchester. She said it was an awful place, and she sent him there as a punishment. And then, weirdly enough, if you follow that Irwell route and go right to the source at Ramsbottom, right there where the Clifton factor used to be.
Yeah, because my uncle was in the army, and that was their training ground. What they used to use.
Ports there as well, and have a guess whose wife lived there? John Dee's. He got two light lines across on that common there, on Oakham Common.
Because there's been a lot of UFO activity there as well.
Yeah,
always
tied together. I really do. I think there's a connection to all of it. If you've been down here in the 1500s opening up portals.
Yeah, but then you go the other way, past through Irwell Valley, past Clifton Marina to Giant Sea. So in my teens, my cousin was from Farnworth, so we used to go hanging about around there, down Cemetery Road. This is a true place, people. I'm not just saying it. Called Knob End, Nobend. There's a sign that says "Welcome to Knob End."
He's not lying.
Yeah, and that takes you to Giant Sea, and that Giant Sea has been orbs, big, cryptid type creatures, lights, UFO with lights, noises. They're called the noises that come out of the sky.
Oh, I don't know. I don't know what the proper name is.
The horns.
I know what you mean, but I don't know what
it's called. Come on, someone in the chat, help me out. You normally correct me when I mess up.
There's a rumour that King Arthur is buried in Giant Sea.
Yeah, but you've got the caves that go under that have been closed off.
Yeah, and they come up in the park. So underneath that mining house, you've got all the mining museum, and the sluice tunnels that go out from Mount Water Park.
Yeah, sky trumpet.
If I wanted to get to Scotland, I'd do follow the Irwell. Anywhere I want to get to the end. Yeah.
You know, Dick Turpin used to use that quite a lot because he did. This is what I've read. So you know where you go over Wilson Bridge? That was a bridge that I fell off. And when I was levitating, I fell and cut my elbow. All my mates thought I was dead. If you go over that as though you're going to Little Lever and then to Moses Gate Country Park, there's all tunnels underneath that. He used them, and then they were used later on by Oliver Cromwell, because another boring history fact, the Man and Scythe in Bolton, which is on the corner of this Swan Hotel pub, there's a plaque on the wall, and this is why Bolton will never be a city, it'll only ever be a town, because Oliver Cromwell killed the king's cousin, and the people that owned the Man and Scythe pub, it was like 1215 or whatever, they hid him from royalty.
Yeah, they did.
They were harbouring him. And then they found out afterwards, it's like, no, you'll never be a city just because of that. Because Cromwell killed the king's cousin.
Where I saw that thing, there's a Cromwell statue there, an Oliver Cromwell statue.
But there's all tunnels that go from the town hall right the way over past Phillips Park Hall.
Yeah.
And all the way through under the marina, and
I'm not surprised.
God knows where we go.
We've got sighting reports at Phillips Park Hall. We've got 2.
Yes.
Gingery red coloured thing. You've got fishermen on the marina.
Yeah, I remember that one. The guy in the bivvy that heard that gravel, and he too scared to come out.
That you pull together, and you think. I researched Sasquatch across the world for, well, God, it must have been 35 years when I realised this. So I'm looking at my map one day, and I'm working out routes, and I look at the Kearsley bit, and I think, hang on a minute, I could cross from here to there by just following those fields. And I realised where my mum had moved to was right in the middle of what was probably a corridor of something moving in and out. And I didn't like that, because it was like everywhere I go, it pops up. But it was like, oh my God, I could have been sat in my mum's back garden for the last 35 years and just put cameras out there and maybe got something. But I don't put cameras out. Or I'm not ever going to get something. I'm all right with that now.
Well, when I used to live down Stone Clough, I used to live on Hume Road, so the Lord Nelson pub is at the back. So when we used to walk to my mum's, because my mum lived on Beachfield, we'd go up Slacky Brow, down past the Texaco, then turn right, and we'd cut across, and it'd bring us out past Wardley College and on to where me sister-in-law's mum and dad used to live, just before where the monks live. Is it Wardley, or you know where I mean, where the 4 bridges are? Yeah, and then we just put through Moorside Industrial Estate over the Lancs, and we're at my mum's. Take about an hour and a half, but it was a nice walk, especially in summer. But even going through there, I'd always feel like I was being watched. It's always creepy, no matter.
I actually spoke to a bloke, and he was so frightened about telling me anything, because he actually went to burgle Wardley Hall. Now, if anyone don't know Wardley Hall, it was built in the 14th century, and there's a skull within the wall. If you remove it, it screams. It's owned by the Archbishop of Manchester. So this scally, he's decided he's going to break in. And he said he's coming through the little woods at the side. And as he's trying to get in, he said this thing behind him went, rah! Right. And he said, oh, Deb, I was off. Like, I was gone. Yeah. I said, what do you mean, a thing? And he went, I didn't see it, but it was a dark shape, and it just screamed at him and, like, moved him on, kind of thing. Yeah. And he just like, oh, that really creeped me out. And I think it was maybe, I don't know, maybe it was a spirit of the hall or something. You saw Victorian kids there, didn't you?
Yeah. So that house on the corner, like I said, that where my sister-in-law's mum and dad used to live, I think it was my brother's engagement or someone's birthday. And that house, it used to be used as a storage point. You got St Mary's cemetery down the bottom. It's Catholic. And so the house, so you go in the front door and you can go right around. So you go through the hallway into the kitchen, into like a little summer room, into the living room and back round. So it's a full circle. But as you go in towards the kitchen, there's like a door on the right hand side, and that led down to where they used to store the bodies. But I don't know if they had it filled in or the people before and had filled it in. Anyway, we had a few beers, and brother said, rather than walk home and come back, pick you out tomorrow, just stay here. And then when you're all right, just go on, because I lived the other way. I was going to go and stay at my mum's because it was nearer. So I'm laying on the sofa. So you got the main road, which is the A6 Manchester Road. Like I said, around the corner. So down the side, it's like a private track. It's not. It leads down to the cemetery, but it's not. It's potholes, full of potholes. So I'm on a sofa on the outside wall, and I'm laying there, and my brother's on the sofa, like adjacent, like near the TV. And I had a few drinks. I wasn't steaming, but I was like, wasn't in fit state to drive. I'm laying on the sofa, and I shot up like someone had set my legs on fire. And my brother goes, it made him jump. He goes, "What's wrong?" I went, "Can you hear that?" He went, "What?" I went, "Please tell me you can hear it." He went, "Them kids laughing. Don't worry about it. I hear it all the time." I'm like, No. I just sat up. I could not sleep. I'm just sobered up like that. And it sounded like there's 3, 4, 5 kids, boys and girls, running around outside laughing and playing. And this is about 3 o'clock in the morning. It's on a main road. You've got 4 bridges of the motorway, the M62, M60, the A580, and
there's no
it's
light.
not a place. Even during the day, you won't have kids playing there.
No.
It's the A6.
It's just like farm fields and a few houses, and then farm fields and a few houses, and it's just dark. So you just back then there was hardly any street lighting or anything like that down there.
There's nothing until you get to this end of Wartding. What, a good 3/4 of a mile, like past Lynn Drive, and then you've nothing. Then have you?
No, my mum and dad.
Old Clough Lane.
Nowhere. That's where they want.
Where the Oaks used to be is the next bit of lighting.
Yeah, it is. Yeah, there's something about that, man.
It's a good half mile. Put it that way. You won't have your kids playing. Definitely not at 3 o'clock in the morning.
No,
not scaring me to death. Anyway, it was
I've been down that path. I've never walked down that path ever. I'm 56. Never walked down that path.
The one down to the cemetery.
Never. I don't like it. I don't like the feel of it.
I've never walked down at night. I used to use it to cut through the cemetery to go to my mum's because she was the other side of the Lancs.
No, I've never done it.
Is that I'll walk all the way around the industrial estate? I was like, no, I'll chance it.
All the way around. Oh no, I don't know. You done it. I couldn't do it. Just
don't think about it.
It feels like the like walking on ashes, on people's ashes. How do I describe that? It's like walking on the dead.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
I think sometimes they did use ashes, didn't they, in old roads and things like that, and it's just the idea of it. Oh, I don't know.
I don't know.
What time are we on now?
It is 25 to 6.
Oh, that's all right.
Mama will take long.
Yeah, just quickly, because obviously I want to speak to Wayne more, but your dad was a bailiff, wasn't he, of the water place next door? So there's like a fishery. My mate, one of my mates that I used to work with, he wasn't scared of anything, right? He'd fight you in the blink of an eye just for saying hello to him. And there's 2 things that scared him: tunnels and moths. Well, that's cool. You get stuck in a tunnel and you put your light on, get attacked by a load of moths, you've had it. Right? He used to do loads and loads of night fishing. Yeah. And he goes, I went there one night on his own, took all his gear, but you had to park. It was awkward parking. You had to park at the metal gates, and it was a bit of a trek down to good 10-15 minute walk, wasn't it, to where the first peg was.
Sneak on. Wow.
Yeah, well, he got down there. He's just setting up, and he went, and out of nowhere, this blue mist just come across. And I'm sure, I'm not 100%, I'm sure he said, I left my stuff, I went home, didn't care. It was the creepiest thing ever. I went, worse than tunnels. He went, worse than tunnels.
No,
I know.
Knowing the place and how it feels and that. The idea of being on there at night. No, my dad being.
I wouldn't go there during the day. Not on the moss.
It's creepy. I don't like it.
No.
It's lovely. Like the view's lovely, and if you're driving through, you think, "Oh, it's nice here." But the actual feel when you're out and your feet are on the ground is very, very different. No, I still live on the A6, me and I can't leave it behind. No matter where I move, the A6 is just there.
Without giving too much away, whereabouts A6?
I'm nearer to Cutacre now than I used to be. Do you know where Cutacre is? Well, logistics now. How do I describe it?
All right.
Yeah, I'm more that end, West Dartnett.
Yeah, my dad used to work at Chloride.
Yeah. Nice, I like it. I like where I am.
Yeah, I used to do that walk quite a lot because I used to live on just off Clegg's Lane. We used to go drinking in the Watergate toll. And I'm like, it's fine.
Yeah.
5 pints of Stella, it's fine, we'll walk home. 2 hours later.
No.
Every Monday night. I don't even know why. I just always wanted to walk home.
Because you're young. You're not scared of anything when you're young.
Yeah.
When
I
you
was
get to
drunk and didn't know. So is there anywhere like that near you? I know you said you're from. You say Colchester?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So whereabouts in Colchester? Because I know a few places.
Got to be special. The Romans loved it, didn't they? They wouldn't have wanted it for nothing.
Yeah, in the city centre itself, because Colchester's just recently become a city again. Weirdly enough, I don't understand that. Every year they kept saying we're going to become, we want to become.
And you got a fort. Isn't there an old fort or a wall around Colchester?
We've got quite a lot. We've got a few places in Colchester itself, and we've got places around the outskirts or near to Colchester as well. Obviously, Colchester Castle is very haunted. I myself and 2 other people witnessed seeing a Roman soldier's legs walking around in the vaults underneath the castle. And we actually gave chase through these 6 individual rooms underneath the castle. 2 cavaliers have been seen walking to the back of the castle itself. And the witches in the witches' cell, people have heard cackling in there and strange tapping noises and things going on in there.
Is that the one near the police station?
No, it's the other side of the town centre of the castle.
I've not been for a while, and I just remember there being sounds stupid, but like a castle type wall near the police station, just off that roundabout.
Colchester city centre itself was literally a walled city.
Yeah.
So it went all the way around Colchester city centre, and then obviously after Queen Boudica decided to go on a rampage, that changed everything, and the walls got knocked down, and over the years
the bypasses and all that.
But you have Colchester Castle, the George Hotel, the Red Lion Hotel, which is very popular. The problem with the Red Lion Hotel and the George Hotel is because they're on Colchester High Street. You've got a lot of nightclubs and the bars, so you get a lot of noise pollution. Myself and Truth Beyond Paranormal, we managed to film there during the tier system of the COVID pandemic.
Yeah.
And it was brilliant because all the bars were told they had to be closed by 11 o'clock at the latest. And everybody was then shepherded. And literally a line of police officers went down the high street and moved everybody off. So from about 20 past 11 at night through till 2 o'clock in the morning, there was no pollution, noise pollution whatsoever. And we actually had a really good investigation in there. You can then go to the Holly Trees Museum, which is just outside the castle grounds or just on the edge of the castle grounds. You have the Siege House, which is just coming out of Colchester Town Centre. And that is now a restaurant. And now recently you've got the Rose and Crown Hotel, which is literally a stone's throw away from the Siege House, which have now started doing paranormal events there as well.
Right.
So they're obviously lacking guests to pay to stay there. But the house I used to live in was just a couple of doors up from there, which is the house that my spirit guide supposedly lived in. So I always knew there was something about that place. But then you get things like Harrods Redoubt Fort, which is only 17 miles away from Colchester. Beacon Hill Fort, which has only just opened up now to paranormal events and to the public. I've been there 3 times, and Beacon Hill Fort is amazing. It's a really interesting place to go and visit, even during the daytime. So, and then you've got the Cage at St. Osyth, which used to be supposedly the most haunted place, most haunted house in the UK.
Cage.
But it's not. I don't think it was as haunted as it was made out to be. But it's now been sold on to a private owner who doesn't want it being used for the paranormal events. So people that wanted to go there and said, "Oh, it's on my bucket list." Unfortunately, you're not going to get in there for a long time now. But there are loads of places around this area, but some of them don't open up for paranormal investigations, and when they do, they charge a lot of money.
Yeah,
Colchester Castle itself is about £2,000 to investigate it.
Isn't Colchester the oldest city in the UK?
Colchester is Britain's oldest recorded town, and also Britain's first city. It used to be the capital of Roman England before London was even around. So there is a lot of history there. And I recently,
Isn't it the birthplace of radio as well?
That's Chelmsford.
Yeah,
Marconi's lab was in Chelmsford. But it's bizarre because when you look at Colchester, you think, okay, there wouldn't be that much here. But then when you actually look into the history of Colchester and look back right the way through, Queen Boudica came along and ransacked the place. Then the Romans rebuilt the castle using all of the materials that were pulled down when Boudica came in and had a rampage. And I did a ghost tour as a guy employed by the castle does a ghost tour around Colchester. And we walked around the grounds of the castle, and he pointed out that if you look at all the dark coloured bricks in the walls of the castle, they are the bricks that were burnt to a char by Boudica's forces. And the Romans just put them back in.
Yeah, she had a settlement just at the side of Rendlesham Forest. That's easy to say.
So and this is why the likes of Rendlesham Forest has got a lot of interest with not just ufologists but also for cryptids and witchcraft.
Yeah,
because there was a lot of the pagan festivals went on in Rendlesham Forest.
And I've just remembered some. Alistair Crowley had some goings on at Rendlesham as well, not far from where she had her settlement.
Yeah. So, a lot of these places, it wouldn't be surprising if there's lots of activity there. I mean, Colchester Castle itself, it has the story that behind the castle, Charles Lucas, because I normally say George Lucas, which sort of makes a few people laugh. Charles Lucas.
Very wrote Star Wars.
And Charles Lucas and his right-hand man were executed at the back of the castle during the Civil War. And where they fell, the grass stopped growing. And over the years, people tried to replace the grass, but the grass wouldn't grow. Every new turf that was laid, the turf just died off. So they put a path through it. When Colchester Castle became more of a tourist site to attract people, they put a grid of paths through the grounds, and they put a path right through the middle of the spot, and then stuck a memorial right on the spot where Charles Lucas was executed, so that it covered up this bald spot of grass. And yet that bit of history has been forgotten.
Yeah.
They don't they tell you that he was executed there, but they don't tell you what happened afterwards.
Right.
And then you have the Natural History Museum, which is opposite the castle. That is the grounds, not the actual church itself. It's an old church that's been converted into the Natural History Museum in Colchester. And the grounds outside have been haunted by the Grand Master Clockmaker. And the caretaker was closing up one night, and he could hear the sound of a clock ticking. Only all the clocks within the castle, within the old church itself, were all digital, so there was no ticking whatsoever. And he locked everything up, turned all the lights off, shut the door, and locked it, and he could still hear the ticking, even though he was outside. And it was like, this isn't making any sense. But as he got towards the back gate, the noise got louder. And when he moved over to some bushes, and he moved the bushes to one side, not only was the ticking louder, but right in front of him was the gravestone of one of Britain's Grand Master Clockmakers, who was buried in that churchyard. And as soon as he pushed all of the foliage away to uncover the grave fully, the ticking stopped. So the groundsman made sure that all those bushes were kept away from the gravestone and not to cover it up. And the ticking hasn't returned since. And they reckon that's the reason why, because his grave had been covered up, so no one knew he was there.
So is that getting the attention that I'm
Yeah.
here?
Yeah, he was doing that on purpose to say, look, you know, you've forgotten me, my grave's here, and, you know, what have you done to it? You know, and there is further round in the city centre itself, there is a clock museum where his name is mentioned in there.
Yeah.
But his actual grave itself was just covered over.
It's sad, isn't it? It just goes into obscurity. It really does.
Sorry, and I'll keep going on my phone, but I'm sending links out for the last hour and just double checking everyone's coming on.
I've got Android iPhone.
If not, I'm going to bed early. Wait,
Can I say hello, Deb? And it's weighing. I can't make it out properly, but it's weighing into because I'm looking on the small screen. Nice to meet you and to speak to you as well, Deb. I was listening. I was listening earlier on to your Admiral Baird comments and so on and so forth. Did you know that the aircraft carrier that they used was USS Wasp, which was actually the flagship for their incursion into the South Atlantic, and Antarctica. But USS Wasp, a number of years before that event, which I think, correct me if I'm wrong, was 47 or 48 year-wise, that actually also had an event which was an unidentified submerged object which it witnessed and it experienced.
Excuse me 1 second.
I didn't know that, Chris. I didn't know that at all.
Well, I only found out there because, as I say, I'm doing my second book at the moment, which covers that subject, and that was quite interesting to find that out, that they'd done that they'd had that experience,
It's got to be written down then somewhere, hasn't it? It's got to be like a note of it's got to have been made.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah. I basically googled the name of the ship, USS Wasp, and just read everything on it, and hidden away in that was this earlier report. So I thought, I wonder why that's not come out, So right, that'll come in handy. I'll put that in my book.
Thing is, what I find interesting with that the mission that they were supposed to be put on was there was allegations and claims that 2 UFOs had come out of the sea and attacked them.
Yeah.
And you think, wow, but then when you actually sort of like look around it, there's so much misinformation planted in there as well.
Yeah.
That this is why myself and Mark Manley, when we do the Dark Mirror radio show, we look at it and we say to people, for every good piece of evidence there is thousands probably put there on purpose to try and blindside you all into sort of coming away from it.
Yeah.
And then obviously now, because of disclosure, they're slowly trying to drip feeding it back into reality for us so that we can understand things a bit more. But then you get things like Project Bluebeam and, the second coming of Christ or an alien invasion. And you're just like, you're flooding social media and the media itself with different stories which are trying to trick people.
Yeah, or ridicule,
But if the truth was to be known, and this is part of the issue, was to be known, it would cause panic.
We were asking, I was on earlier on with Andy, before I had my sleep, Andy, and
I knew
basically
boring you then. No, I forgot where I was.
Well, one of the questions we were asked was, what would we want some kind, to people to do or to bust a myth kind of thing. Well, how would we want people to approach the subject? If I remember correctly, because I have slept since then. It's and I just pointed out that I would love people to investigate things more for themselves and not just accept the first thing that they read or hear. You know, for example, again going back to the South Atlantic details. You know, a lot of people think Antarctica, oh, it's all white, it's all snow, and it's all ice and etc. But it isn't. There are areas down there which are actually green with plants,
bushes, and
exactly. You can, if you look on Google Maps, you can find them on Google Maps. So it isn't all a land of penguins and snow.
No.
You know.
There's the old legends, isn't there? The land before the moon. It was supposed to be like Eden, and some people even described it as Atlantis.
Yeah.
And there's supposed. I don't know enough on it to actually speak about it, but that absolutely fascinated me.
Yeah.
And war was it, Chris? Intergalactic war, and that's why it became a frozen wasteland.
Yeah, that's what they say. Yeah, absolutely. Aha, here he is. Hi, Peter.
I did try shutting you up, Chris, but there was no stopping you. That power nap you had showing off.
I don't know. I'm gonna clamp up now then.
Well, I mean, when you look at it, it's like another reason as to why the Star Wars project was first brought out. It's got nothing to do with defending terrestrial interests. It can be turned the other way, so that if something comes in that's extraterrestrial, then it can be reacted to that as well.
Yeah.
Yes.
Absolutely.
Just want to say hello, Peter, and thank you for agreeing to come on. I know how busy you are, and thank you, Chris, for helping me with Peter.
It's my pleasure. Glad to do it.
And it was nice meet. I actually met Peter 2 years ago at OLM. Well, 18 months ago. It was a pleasure meeting you and listening to you speak. Really enjoyed it. So thank you.
Mine too, Andy. Yeah. Greetings from central New York State, where the temperature has risen about 30 degrees overnight. Yesterday it looked like Christmas. Now it looks like spring. It will look like Christmas again soon, but hooray for, the upside of climate change, I guess.
So you can actually get out of your home now then, Peter? Absolutely. Brilliant.
I don't know what the outside looks like anymore. I've been.
I know the feeling.
Tomorrow.
Sorry?
Are you on tomorrow?
Oh my balls.
Tomorrow.
No. Sorry, but no. I've got a haircut tomorrow morning. Then I'm out for my birthday tomorrow night. Something to eat, a few drinks. Then we're out on Sunday for Becky's dad's birthday. It's his birthday on Monday. And then we're out Sunday night at a comedy show. And we've both got Monday off work.
You're just going to sleep.
That's to recover.
So you're basically taking a weekend sabbatical.
Yeah, so. And then next Friday.
My husband's on and he's probably going to want me to feed him. So if it's all right with you guys, I'm going to bow out now and leave you to it. I'm going to jump in the chat. But he insists that I feed him at least once a day. Lovely.
Yeah, thank you for coming on.
I don't mind at all. Honest to God, what you've done is absolutely amazing.
I just want to say, for those that don't know, I have said it before and I will say it again now. If it wasn't for Deb, I wouldn't be sat here now doing what I'm doing. Wow. So thank you. I really do appreciate it.
And if it wasn't for you, you wouldn't be sat here now doing what you're doing.
I know you've told me that before, but no.
You're capable of
75-25. There we go.
It's been amazing. I don't know any UK YouTuber that's done a 24-25 hour stream. That's just amazing. Yeah. And the chat, I've loved it on there. They've all got on, they've met new friends. It's been
well, that was another. It's kind of like Chris and Steve Mera with them doing the conferences. Chris doing OLM, Steve doing Awakening. And I've pretty much met Peter, I've met Chris, I've met Barry, I've met Paul Sinclair. I'm going to be meeting Nathaniel Gillis, Nick Pope.
He's in good hands then, isn't he, guys?
So many people. I thought, you know what? why don't I just do something like that, just to bring the community together a little bit and get people that wouldn't be in the same room as each other on a normal day? Because for me, that's what's happened with me. With me doing this, the people who I've met, and there's only one or two that I think are knobheads. Don't worry, Chris. You know I know all that about you. Anyway, 99%, it's just the people I've met. It's just never in a million years would I ever think I'd be speaking to people like this, or even becoming friends with them and meeting them. It's just so surreal.
There'll be someone out there today, Andy, that one of your speakers or guests have really touched, and they were like, "Oh, thank God for that. I'm not on my own. I know, I'm not on my own. There's other people. I am not the minority." Well, jump in the chat. I'll keep them all busy in there.
Take care, Deb.
Take
care.
Bye.
See you again. Bye-bye.
Oh.
It's all right. Done it.
You know, Andy, you remind me, having worked almost in different lives in the New York art world, in off-Broadway theater, in the world of UFO studies for many years, the best people that, well, that's really such a silly word, best. The people who stay with me in my thoughts and my heart are the ones who are the most genuine, the ones who are the most down to earth, and it has absolutely nothing to do with their level of being public people. And I think with, say, the four of us, for example, we get involved in this work because of a combination of curiosity, passion, obsession, whatever you want to call it. And part of our education, of course, is reading, going to conferences, watching documentaries, but making contact with people ultimately whose work or whose public presence we've come to respect and admire.
Yeah.
Reaching out to that first person is it can be awkward. You can feel you're being intrusive. Who am I to talk to such and such?
Yeah.
But inevitably, the ones who really matter, the ones who inspire us, were us earlier on. And if we're not keeping in our own way, if we are good observers of human nature, and these lessons of, you know, that person, they actually treated me nicely. They treated me with respect. They were kind. They were welcoming. They were encouraging. I remember thinking back in the day when nobody knew my name. Well, that's not. I had the cachet of being Bud Hopkins' assistant, so I came with, you know, that, which was pretty special.
Are you gonna go out?
But at the same time, that moment where you think, if I ever become somebody in this work or in whatever, you know, my public presence is going to be, and whatever my discipline is, I'm going to remember this. And I want to be that person to other people in the future, you know, paying it forward, so to say. A good example for me was, this would have been in the maybe late 80s, where for me, the most iconic person in the work was Timothy Good. Like many of us, you know, coming upon Above Top Secret was paradigm shift. I couldn't believe that this book existed. And in fact, I did an interview just this past Monday with Robert Salas, the great nuclear missile whistleblower, and somebody who is internationally respected at this point, who's spoken in 18 different countries, who's spoken repeatedly in Washington, D.C., before government officials here and abroad. And one of the things that he said was, in 67, when this event happened, he was, it wasn't sworn to secrecy, but simply told, you will never talk about this to anyone under any circumstances ever. End of story. He's an officer in the United States Air Force. He understands the gravity of this situation. If word got out that other intelligences can, shut down our nuclear weapon systems, that could be awkward. And
bye, everybody. Thank you.
He's got to go. Sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt there, Pete.
That's okay.
He's got funny kids.
Yes, bye-bye.
I had his wife on the show as well. And I said to Marilyn, when did he tell you? And she said 1994. This happened in 67. I said, what were the circumstances? And Bob said, I was already out of the military. I was in aerospace, either working for one of the big contractors, Martin Marietta or General Nucleonics, one of the big firms like that. And he's in a bookstore and he saw this book called Above Top Secret. And he took it down, he started flipping through it, and he saw his event in it. He hadn't realized it had been declassified, and that was it for him. And for me, it was, this is all pre-digital. I wrote Timothy Good a letter. We all remember what they are: paper, envelope, stamp. And not really assuming that I was going to get a response. I think I was a year into. There you go. Yep.
It's not an easy read.
No, that's a book that could kill an animal if it fell off the table. But I was about a year into my investigation into the events of Rendlesham. And not only did I get back a response, one of the things I always loved about Tim, class act from beginning to end, it was beautifully typed on his personal stationery, and first of many letters, always signed with a fountain pen, no ballpoint. And it was terribly exciting. And I wrote back and he wrote me, and we carried on for some years. And in 92 or 93, I'm back in England, and hoping that we can get together and actually meet. Maybe he'd be willing to do that, although it's one thing to write some schnook a letter, it's another thing to spend your time. As you're probably aware, Tim had a dual career. He is fully retired now, but as a violinist and violist with the London Philharmonic, and as a session musician, I think he played back up with every major rocker imaginable except the Beatles. And he got back to me and said, bad news, I'm in the studio the whole time you're here. Next trip. And then he got back to me again and said, I've worked something out. I want you to come to this address on this day, and gives it to me. And I get off the bus, and it is a legendary recording studio that you may be aware of, where the Beatles recorded all of their things, called Abbey Road. Walk in with my co-author, name at the door, of course. You can't just walk in. And strolling toward the commissary where he told us to wait for him, there's a gentleman walking toward us, tall, distinguished, knew who he was 40 feet away, with an armload of reel-to-reel tapes. And as he walked by us, he said, good afternoon. And it was George Martin. And it was the Beatles anthology tapes we ultimately learned he was working on. Well, Tim came out, we had a cup of tea, and he said, I've arranged for you to accompany me back into the room. Little did I know, until he told us, he was working with, I think, a 50-piece orchestra, scoring a film for the Spanish market in, I think, Studio 7, the studio that we all know from the video of All You Need Is Love. We walk in, and there's a couch facing a 50-piece orchestra for us. And we watched them record. He then walked with us. He said, I can't stay with you now, but we'll get together again. But I have arranged for you to spend some time in a room here that you'll realize where you are the moment you go in. You're welcome to just spend as much time as you want, leave everything as it is, and we'll speak, in the next couple of days. It was the studio that they have maintained as an analog studio for people who don't want to record digitally, where the Beatles recorded everything. And there's John Lennon's piano. That's how I met Timothy Good. That was what Timothy Good did as a kindness to, an relatively unknown researcher. Yeah. And again, that feeling of, if I ever amount to anything in this work, I'm going to remember this and things like this. Or when Stanton Friedman befriended me, or, going down the list of the Pantheon, and each person I met, like you say, cemented that understanding. The best people in the work are often simply the best people. And they don't take their public image for granted. It's like a great actor who either treats you like a bug or understands that people like you are the reason for their notoriety, for their success. And depending on the kind of person you are, you can be a condescending jerk and a prima donna, or somebody who's in the trenches with everybody else straight through, whatever their level of the game, however well known or respected. So the short answer is, I'm glad to be here with you, and I was delighted to accept your invitation.
Thank you. Really appreciate it. Appreciate all the guys, even Chris. He keeps
I'm not gonna fall for this.
No, keep coming back.
What impresses me about Peter is that he's one of the most kind individuals within the work, as Peter calls it. And I feel, well, we've spoken on and off for a number of years on Facebook and via Skype and so on and so forth, and I've been on Peter's show a couple of times in New York, and he always puts the guest, the other point of view across, and he often does that to the detriment of himself, to be quite honest. And I think Peter, the amount of work Peter has put into this, we could spend the rest of this evening just talking about Peter's CV. From his involvement with the United Nations in the 1970s, trying to set up a kind of UFO working party, shall we call it, Peter, for the sake of a bit of words, going all the way through to Rendlesham and coming forward and to appearing as well at my little event in Hull in East Yorkshire 18 months ago, and not many people will know this, but I was supposed to be getting Peter across here, I think it was in about 2018, 2017, when it came to my attention that Calvin Parker could make it to Hull instead. But unfortunately, Calvin had to pull out with 1 week to go before the conference, where it was, I can say it now, it was found that he had, a cancer, and eventually, as we know, Calvin has now passed on, and but Peter, again, I apologise to Peter for not letting him know that I decided to go with Calvin at the last, at the last minute and so on, but Peter came 18 months ago, and I think he presented a fantastic talk. Well, more than one talk. He did several talks. But Peter, thank you.
But not just that, though. It's like, I'd never met Peter before. But you was with your sister, weren't you?
Yeah.
Yeah, because then you come in, can't speak again. Philip and Ronnie give you a lift, didn't they? They picked you up from the hotel. Is that right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
And that's when I met. I already spoke to Philip and Ronnie, and that's when I met you all. And have the time to speak to everyone. You don't try and rush him. You know, I've got to go. You just let it flow until the conversation ends.
You bring up a very interesting point, Andy. If you're fortunate enough to get some recognition and start to receive invitations to present, your thoughts, your ideas, your papers, information on what you've been researching, some people in the work I've observed take it very literally, and you're there to give a talk, but maybe even unconsciously to build your own mystique in the eyes of others, that you're not there to socialize. You give your talk, have a drink at the bar, and take off.
Yeah,
I usually feel, unless it's stated otherwise, that part of the reason I'm being brought into an event is to meet people, to hang out with people, to just enjoy their company as well as hear their stories. And it's a two-way street. I think you also develop a sense that this is a privilege. It's something that you've earned and you've worked for, but not something that you should take for granted. And being there simply as a good listener sometimes, especially when people have accounts they want to share that they might not talk to someone else about, that's of real value to people. Again, I don't know. Everybody's wired up differently, but what it goes back to for me also is, I think whatever else we're doing, we'd all like to live relatively interesting lives. And part of that for me has always meant travel, adventures, even small adventures, meeting people you would never have met otherwise, taking rational risks, giving back what you get, and whenever possible, a bit more so. And if it works out like that, not only are you of some service to whatever area of study you're dedicated to, in the case of us, it's obvious, but you're having a pretty good time, and you're seeing places you've never seen. You're making connections with people, sometimes acquaintanceships, cordial acquaintanceships, sometimes the basis for real friendships. It's maybe it's so easy to dish on the social network, and there is so much superficiality and so much crap to wade through and so much nonsense. But what's best about it, I think, is where the human connection is very real, and where you are able to build friendships that are as real as the friendships that you have with three-dimensional corporeal people in your life from childhood on. And sometimes, if you're fortunate, this kind of friendship or acquaintanceship transmutes, and you've got another real friend in another place. It's not around the corner, but they're part of your the village commons, so to say, but digitally. And for me, that's a gift in itself.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, because when I started doing this, I'll just tell you quickly, I started doing it to go out and investigate and do it as a live stream. And I've always done it raw. What you see is what you get. I don't edit. 2 reasons I don't edit. Don't have time. And I can't be bothered. It's just, but the basic is what you see is what you get. Go out 2 hours, could get something constantly solid for 2 hours. Gone out 3-4 weeks on the run, 2 hours every Friday. Nothing. But I still go out there and still do it. And I could do it as a pre-record, and I have done, but I feel like not ripping people off, but not giving them the truth of what's going on, because I might only be cutting like when I'm moving from one location to another. I might only be editing that bit out. But to me, it's like in the back of my mind, it's like, yeah, but what if he's set something up and then something happens? So this is why I like doing lives. What you see is what you get. A mess up. And
I agree, Andy.
I forget questions. I'll remember questions. I'll make an idiot of myself, and at the point where I don't care. But I also, so when I stopped going out investigating as much because I started doing this due to COVID. And when we was in lockdown, I thought, right, I don't want the YouTube channel to start what I keep doing this. It was a hobby. And I was bringing guests on. I just thought I'm going to interview him and probably never speak to him again. Might see him on Facebook, say hello. Never did I think that I'd make such good friendships and meet great people. I honestly did not.
I think you also bring up a very interesting point here. Nobody likes to be rejected or go to a party you weren't invited to, so to speak. And if you do have the good fortune of taking a chance and reaching out to somebody in public life, I used to write as a boy, I used to write letters to President Kennedy. And this is a long time ago, obviously, but he had two legendary secretaries, Evelyn Lincoln and Letitia Baldridge were their names. They were just, part of the White House staff. They would write back to me on White House letterheads, nicely typed, signed by them, and whether or not they had communicated my best wishes to the president personally or just said they did, it didn't matter. That I had that validation as a kid that, my God, I can do anything. I can try anything. And it's a lesson I've learned from observing my actor friends over the years. Acting is one of the most dodgy professions in the world. You don't do it because you have to. You do it overall because you're passionate about it, because you love doing it more than anything. And your chances of being employed are minimal at any given time in your career. Only a few percent of people who make their living as actors actually are making their living as actors, if you know what I mean. Mm-hmm. However, even if you're going after a part where 100 other actors are going to apply for that role, for that play or that movie, you give it your all. You go to that interview or that audition looking sharp with the best attitude you can, doing your best work, knowing your chances are overwhelming. You're not going to get the role, but at least you're going to give it the best shot you can. You're not going to let it get you down. They're like combat soldiers in the best sense of the word. And, making that contact with that first person in public life and having a good response, it gives you a little more courage to go on to the next one. And at a certain point, there's a fearlessness that accompanies it. We're investigating a case where what's going to happen? The worst thing that's going to happen is somebody's going to say no. I can survive that just fine. And that's an important life lesson too. Also, I have to say, I have a wonderful cat. Sometimes I think he's smarter than me. Other times he's not the smartest bulb on the tree. And it's raining out. And I'm just going to check to see if he's ready to come in. I'll be back in about 15 seconds.
All right.
Oh, good.
There you go. So,
are you going to
how are you feeling? How are you feeling, Andy? You're coming towards the end now.
I actually got my second wind, and if the boss of the house would allow it, and I'm not even going to dare ask to do more, I would. I could probably do another 7-8 hours.
You will be out on your legs, mate, if you do another 7 or 8 hours.
Doing it from sat in the car freezing and all that.
So, Peter, if we just change the tone of the conversation slightly. Not only are you known as an author and an investigative author, you're also an experiencer as well.
No,
and
my sister's an experiencer. I am a witness to a life-changing UFO sighting. I've had a few in my life. I'm not one of those people that sees these things all the time. I'd say, besides the well-known one that happened with my sister when we were kids. It's funny, certain things stick with you. On February 18th, 1988, my second day in the UK, on my first trip over to look into the beginning of Rendlesham investigation that I thought might take a year or two and took a decade, had this profound multiple UFO sighting very close to RAF Bentwaters, which was life-changing. On my birthday, August 28th of 1989, a day that I had finished several months' work as a theater manager and assistant director in summer stock production in the state of Maine. I was staying with friends in rural Maine and had a sighting of a single light clicking along in the night sky. And this is way out in wilderness Maine, so no ambient light except for the cabin. And it's my birthday. And my friend John and I are having a glass of champagne outside looking at the sky. And it's just as boring as it can be. It's some kind of, weather satellite or whatever, just going along like that. And he starts to joke that, maybe it's a UFO, haha. And within several minutes, it simply stops and it starts to pulsate. And then it shifts color from a whitish to a bluish. And then it basically goes, well, wow. He completely lost it. And just absolutely beyond shock. And I can never talk about this. People think it's crazy. It sounds even more insane because it's your birthday. And I thought, well, I can talk about it and I don't care what people think. It happened. And, one or two other times looking up there, is that something or not? My sister is the experiencer, and her sharing that experience with me completely derailed my career dream and made me obsessed with this subject, and not necessarily in a healthy way. I was lost, in a sense, at a time when I had no idea there was something called ufology. I didn't know there were UFO conferences. I knew nobody that was interested in the subject. And it took me quite a while. I even had to go into therapy to normalize it with myself that I'm not crazy, and what we saw was what we saw, and what happened to Helen was what happened to Helen. And then after a number of years, I wasn't obsessed, but I was doing the work, and that's the way it was.
You've kind of answered what I was going to come to regarding, how it made you feel that your sister had gone through all of that, by going into therapy, And do you think you would ever have had any interest in the subject whatsoever if it hadn't been for your sister's experience, or,
That's a great question, Chris. I'm trying to think if anybody has ever asked me that question.
Well, I'm not charging. You're okay.
Yeah, no, it's a great. The memory of our sighting, as you know, I repressed that memory, and it took really more than 14 years for it to emerge. Now, I know people, you know people who have had profound UFO sightings. It's been an amazing event in their life, but it hasn't transformed or changed or altered their life in terms of their careers or their original dreams of what they wanted to do. And I wonder sometimes, the fact is that when that memory returned to me in my late 20s, I was one of those people who was lucky enough to not just be following my dream, but seeing it beginning to come true. Since I was a kid, I wanted to be an artist. Granted, by the time I was a teenager, I realized that was a long shot, and I should probably study paste up and layout, children's book illustration, advertising work, all practical, skills that I could put my talent to if I didn't become a fine artist. But by that time, I was a real part of the New York art world. I was an up and comer. my work was being shown every once in a while. I had worked as an apprentice assistant to several well-known artists, including one of the last of the great abstract expressionists, Adolf Gottlieb, who was right up there with Pollock and de Kooning and those guys.
Yeah.
I knew Andy Warhol. Well, he knew who I was. Roy Lichtenstein. I could have stayed there and made a go of it. And if I didn't make it as an artist, as a painter, I think I could have fallen back in being a sculptor or an art photographer or worked in a gallery. I think that would have stayed my life. And when this memory reemerged, it absolutely took over. And with Helen's account of what had happened to her, I continued to teach painting at the School of Visual Arts. I continued to do my work, although it had changed substantially. But I couldn't kid myself, even though I could kid other people. I had taken a mortal hit in that I couldn't play at that game, at that level anymore, because something more important, something more, the implications were more serious, something that needed my attention on a certain level more than driving my vanity and hoping, I'd be a rich, famous artist working in a big old loft in New York City, having my work in museums, and once again, getting to travel and meet interesting people. In a way, it was a self-fulfilling prophecy, but with a different series of widgets. I don't think I would have. I think I would have, it would have been an amazing memory that I would have occasionally shared with people, but I don't think it would have changed my life nearly to the degree. It just didn't interest me. I had other things that interested me more.
You mentioned Andy Warhol. Did he ever ask you anything about the subject?
No, when people say, "Oh, I knew such and such," they often don't mean I knew them. I met him on a number of occasions in different situations. I worked for several well-known artists who were close to him. I visited the factory, his studio, mostly on errands. I attended several dinner parties that he was at the same table, taking snapshots of famous collectors, waiting for them to open their mouth and put a fork in there, and taking his Instamatic. And he also had hired a good friend of mine from art school to stretch canvases and gesso them. That was a standard thing that, coming out of art school, we all hoped we'd have those kind of jobs. Mostly we get paid $5 an hour, but my friend Paul Stratigus, who was doing that for Andy paid him $60 an hour because he could, and because he appreciated that, Paul could use the money.
Which was a lot of money at the time, no doubt.
A total character, of course, and he developed that character and transformed the way that we look at the world and look at art in ways that irritates the hell out of a lot of people still. The kind of, oh, my kid could do that, or, it's all a sham. But on a deeper level, he contributed to profound changes in the way that we perceive culture. And I will say that I met him under the funniest circumstances, which were when I was in art school, the School of Visual Arts in New York. There was a small art store attached to the building, which was really an old warehouse, their original building. And there's a law of physics that the closer an art store is to an art school, the more expensive things are. So you only shop there if you were late for class or something, as the great art store down on Canal Street called Pearl Paint, 4 stories of art supplies. But I was late for class, and they had what you'd call a mud room, a kind of weather, room that you'd go through to get into the art store. And it had the first public Xerox machine. This is late 60s. Is as big as a refrigerator turned on its side. And I go tearing in to pick up whatever, and I slam into somebody. It's somebody who actually was in there with the lid lifted, with their face on the plate glass and a coat over their head, Xeroxing their face smushed up. And I just apologized, and the coat went off, and there's Andy Warhol. He said, "Oh, it's all right." You know, it's like, he remembered it when I met him years later working for somebody else. Lots of fun stories like that. But yeah, again, the short answer is, I think if I had just had a sighting, even as profound as the one I had, not impacted on by somebody who I knew and loved and trusted, and I knew intuitively was not making something up. I had never heard anything like this before in my life. And my sister became very public about it after that as well. But no, I think we would not be talking now.
Yeah. The if I can just go back to like the mid 1970s and your involvement with the UN, you know, how did you get involved with that? What happened to the report, and what happened after the report was received by them?
It was actually the later 1970s. What had happened was, after this revelation, I had my sister to talk to about it, but we were products of our culture. We assumed that, you know, flying saucers and little green men, except now we knew there was a reality to this phenomenon. But that did not get in the way of our thinking that other adults out there who took this subject seriously were probably nuts, or, you know, mystically inclined, or true believers, or welcome the Space Brothers contactee types. I was not interested in meeting any of them. And I tentatively started to, you know, pick up magazines on the newsstands about it. And I learned about a gentleman who lived in Queens. New York City is 5 boroughs or counties. Queens County is one of them, where I was born, who was a retired army officer from the Royal Hungarian Army, who had been a staff officer in charge of photo reconnaissance during the war, and was a ufologist who was well known and respected in Central Europe, but somebody who, just a footnote, who really should be well known, long gone now. Coleman von Kavetsky was his name. He lived to be in his late 80s, and I met him when he was in his 70s. And I read some of his work, and although his mastery of the English language in terms of writing it, he should have had somebody who was, you know, proofing him, and, you know, syntax and grammar were a bit screwed up. But he was like a military scientist. And his main point, his specialty area, and it's kind of ironic now thinking about people like Robert Salas and nuclear, you know, UFO incursions, connections. His main concern was, sooner or later, during the height of the Cold War back then, if a truly anomalous UFO entered Soviet or American war space and did not identify itself, which of course it wouldn't when contacted, it could result in a act of retaliatory nature based on a misperception that this was enemy hardware, and possibly trigger a nuclear conflagration. And I met with him, and I should say also here, growing up in a Jewish family, knowing the story of how my great-grandparents on my mother's side and almost all of my great uncles and aunts had lost their lives during the war because one escaped. I was meeting with somebody who had fought on the side of the Nazis, and it was an interesting subway ride from my loft in Chinatown to Queens. And I've got to tell you, I fell in love with this guy. First thing he did was basically tell me the story of his life. He had been a film director in the 30s before the war, and how the Hungarians, like other people, were seduced into this Axis alliance based on how brilliantly the Germans were presenting fear of communism. Seeing that same dynamic rear its head again to some degree in modern times. But toward the end of the war, how staff officers were encouraged to desert and escape and just hope to God that they and their families could make their way to the American lines, because, of course, if they were caught by the Germans or by the Soviets, they'd be killed on the spot. And he did. And he spent 7 years in Germany. He spoke German fluently, helping to repatriate Jewish people who had lost contact with loved ones during the war and bring them together. And in 1952, the American government acknowledged that he had more than paid his debt and gave him an opportunity to emigrate to the United States and become a citizen, which he did with his wife and son. Yeah. And several months after he arrived, the famous UFOs over the Capitol building in Washington took place. This man was a world-class optical analyst, and that's what got him into the work. Anyway, I met him, and he invited me to edit some of his work. I also met my first contemporary colleague, now retired, but Antonio Huneeus, a Chilean-American national, whose dad was a diplomat with the United Nations. Antonio was a graduate of the Sorbonne School of Journalism and a great early pal in the work. Anyway, one thing led to another, and because of the late, great American journalist Lee Spiegel, who put together, working with the Prime Minister Eric Gary of the small Caribbean nation of Grenada, this United Nations event in 1978, and got as speakers for it Stanton Friedman, Dr. Hynek, Jacques Vallée, a famous American military officer who had just been caught up in a well-known and well-documented UFO helicopter incident at the time, that we worked on editing his paper, which was a requested paper by the Secretary General, ironically Kurt Waldheim, before he admitted that he had been an SS officer during the war. A little awkward, but had nothing to do with this UFO thing. And although he took almost none of our suggestions, and unfortunately the paper did not receive the attention it should have, because the grammar was bad, the syntax was bad, and that's enough for some people to just say, oh, well, how important can this be if, he spells things wrong or inverts a preposition, that kind of thing.
Yeah.
But our pay for what it was we were invited to attend these meetings. And I was in the gallery with my mom and dad, who were very interested in the subject. And I had never been to a UFO conference or even heard a talk at a local library. And there I am at the United Nations listening to Friedman, Vallée, Hynek lecture on this to, representatives of the world. It was quite an introduction. Because of that, I was invited to work as an editor on a paper that was requested by the House of Lords, specifically Brinsley Lepore Trench, the Earl of Clanchity, who, of course, a well-known ufologist, among the gentry, so to say. So I had that credit as well. And this is before I ever even spoke at a UFO conference. I had those two editing credits. Again, I had no direct affiliation with the United Nations, but I used those credits, and I'm still proud of them. It allowed me to look serious early on because I had earned the right to do that. And for me, it encouraged me to kind of set my own personal bar high and try to live up to this almost myth that I had created for myself of being an editor on papers for the UN and for the House of Lords. Both true, but it was what it was.
Yeah. Now, I'm not going to mention Roswell or Rendlesham, but if you could pick one particular ufological incident that you would say this is if there was such a thing as the proof that these things are real and that we are experiencing them, which one event would you pick, Peter?
Well, with respect to what you just said, and excluding the fabricated account of my former co-author, maybe not even fabricated as much as co-opted from his legendary elusive roommate, Adrian Bustinza, who either experienced what he felt he experienced or was made to believe he was. Rendlesham, just on the accounts of John Burroughs and Jim Penniston, is worthy of tremendous respect and admiration, and a lot of great work has been done there. Roswell, I think, is a keystone for me. Remembering that the term ufology is a big tent, and like any area of scientific investigation or query or spiritual or however you want to see it, there are different departments. If we were biologists, there's 100 different ways that we could have specialized. And in the world of UFO studies, I make no bones about it. My introduction, the reason I became involved so deeply, had to do with the area of UFO related abduction, which certainly is, especially for folks who are not schooled in the subject or have been involved in casework or seen evidence that goes beyond anecdotal evidence, certainly. I make no bones about the fact that that is my de facto area I keep coming back to, in part because the implications are so shattering, because it represents, I think, the most complex, troubling, fascinating area of study within ufology, and because it involves people, and I'm a humanist, and because it involved my sister. And I was going to say, for me, the most important case is my sister's case. That's
understood.
Obviously, it's a sentimental attachment as well as scientific, but given that that's my predisposition, that it's going to be somewhere in the world of abduction rather than a trace case or a landing case or documentation, I would say the case that became known as the Brooklyn Bridge UFO abductions, the so-called Linda case.
Linda Cartel.
Yes, is the one that still keeps me, well, let me put it this way, of all of the cases that Bud Hopkins investigated, and there were, going from the most modest investigation to the most in-depth, 800. I mean, it's a huge number of individuals that he worked with. That's the one that I was the most involved in. For 5 or 6 years, that's a big part of what my life was about. And it stays with me. And I would encourage anybody that's saying, what's he talking about? Or I've heard about that, or that's the one that's hardest for me to believe, or whatever. Read the book Witnessed, the true story of the Brooklyn Bridge UFO abductions. Bud Hopkins, who like me was a trained painter, and like me was a self-trained investigator, he was the best self-trained investigator I've ever met in my life. And I used to joke with him sometimes that had his life been in law enforcement rather than the arts, God help the criminal element in New York City. I mean, he was a brilliant detective, and every case that he had investigated up until that time, and Linda came into our lives in 1989, everything that he learned was applied there. I reread the book last year and was just kind of once again in awe and having tremendous respect, and of course remembering a great deal of it personally. But for me, that would be the one. I don't know, in the greater picture of the entire world of UFO studies, if it would be somebody else's, but for me, that would be my response.
Yeah. People may know, and I'm just going to finish. Go on, Andy, sorry.
I'm just going to bring the next guest on. Is that all right? Because my voice is going.
Yeah, that's fine, mate. Yeah. I was just going to say, Peter, perhaps this is a conversation that we can carry on with when you attend the conference in Hull in September. You know,
Yes.
if we'll do that panel as has been suggested, and we'll get all 6, possibly 7, excuse me, and we can't mention the other individual's name as yet. It's all hush hush, and we can carry on with that discussion and answer some more questions when you come to visit us again in September in Hull.
I think that would be most appropriate.
Yeah. Or, Peter, you've got to remember, he tried dumping you. So I think you should come on the show in a couple of weeks and carry on the conversation here.
I'd be glad to.
Thank you. No, we can talk about anything you want. So we don't have to talk. I'm just winding Chris up, as you know.
It's all right, Pete, right? I ignore him anyway, Peter. You're all right. Because he's in that dream state now. You know what I mean? He's really sleeping. This is a bad nightmare for him.
If this is astral projection, I ain't going to bother.
Can do, Andy. I'd be glad to.
I'm in my own body, in my own room, still doing this. And my voice is going. But yeah. Well, I'm friends with you on Facebook anyway, so if I send you a couple of dates, is that okay?
Sounds fun.
My God, it's nearly gone. Sorry.
You got a drink,
Andy?
Andy. Get a drink.
That made it worse because it's fizzy. Got that lemonade. I need to get some. I think Becky's home from work. I'll ring the servant bell and see if she'll bring anything up.
Oh dear.
No, I just hope she's not watching this. Can't even get a smack in the back of the head. I've only got 2 hours to go. I'll be fine.
Yeah.
So can I just introduce Dominic to you guys? So Dominic.
Hi, Dominic.
Hello, Chris. Editor of Outer Limits magazine.
Nice
and
to
the
meet you.
wonderful Peter Robbins, one of the most amazing people you could ever meet.
I've been listening with interest. Thank you, Peter. It's been, something of passion of mine as well over the years. So it's always nice to meet people that have in-depth and wide knowledge on the subject of ufology, especially the historic side of it, because again, something that I've been interested in since the 60s.
Oh boy.
So really interesting. It's really interesting to watch it grow and change and evolve into something a little bit different to how we probably thought even 20 years ago how it would be right now. But it is also very fascinating to hear people recall and talk, and especially in a historic way, about the events.
Dominic, you remind me, and you know better than most, how things have changed in the last half dozen years or so. For a lot of us, we kind of, whether or not it instigated the change or just kind of happened at that moment that it was changing, the 2 articles that appeared in the New York Times in December of 2017, written by Ralph Blumenthal, the amazing Leslie Kean, of course, and reporter Helene Cooper, who often is not mentioned in this regard, and that we're now, generally speaking, in an era of post-ridicule. However, the forces that be, there are people who do not like what's happening, who are doing their best to kind of drag us back a bit or throw doubt into some of the openness and some of the more respected names in public life that are taking this subject seriously. And the most recent one was just today. If you guys go to my Facebook page, I'm just going to do that right now. And this is actually from an opinion piece that appeared in a major American publication just yesterday. And it's essentially dismissing everything that seems to have been being taken more and more seriously in the American House of Representatives. The quote that I use is, and this is from, let's see, I'm just going to actually open the article here. This is from CNN, an opinion piece, and CNN has been fairly sympathetic to taking it seriously. Peter Bergen is CNN's national security analyst, a vice president at New America, a professor of practice at Arizona State University, and a host of the Audible podcast In the Room with Peter Bergen. He's also on Apple and Spotify, so they set up that this man has credentials. But he concludes his analysis, which is long and, wordy and chin rubbing and eyebrow raising and all that stuff. It ends with his references to true believers. And last two paragraphs are, but now highly credible people inside the Pentagon with really high-level security clearances are finally saying, we looked at every single piece of secret evidence, emphasis mine, about supposedly alien UFOs, and as far as we can tell, it's humans all the way. I think to myself, no, that's not true. And no doubt you haven't looked at, or you euphemistically haven't looked at every single piece. But now this is the kind of blowback we can expect. Expansion is always followed by contraction. And this whole period of time, this idea that some, and I stress here a wonderful paraphrasing of Stanton Friedman, some, not all, UFOs are representative of advanced technology under intelligent control from parts unknown, coming and going from the Earth with impunity. And this statement might as well be 50 years old. It's the kind of blowback I would expect at this point when we really are experiencing some breakthroughs. And it's not a time for any of us to take for granted that the climate has changed. There's going to be this kind of intellectual blowback that we all have to be aware of and address in the most competent terms that we can.
Sure, Peter, nothing new. John Mack faced exactly the same sort of backlash with his research, which was highly professional and very, very well detailed. So I didn't expect anything different. But what I do understand is conjecture is a big part of what allows us to explore. And if we use it for explorational purposes to explore and look for the truth between the two lies, I'm sure that we will find things that come together much more simpler than what we ever thought, because it's a very simple truth. And to disguise it is to complicate it. And just think of the complications just by that one statement that you've just read. The complicated nature of it doesn't really do it justice to what it really means.
On that note, gentlemen, I'm going to have to bow out. And Dominic, I'll look forward to continuing this conversation with you at another time. Andy, get in touch with me. And Chris, see you on a regular basis as always. And Dominic, I want to compliment your your home decorator. It seems to me that I have a good friend who lives in your living room as well.
Yeah, I've got one of those as well.
Yes, yeah, we have a lot of the same people, don't we?
Just before you go, Peter, please send me over that quote that you've just read out. I'd like to use that.
Just go right to my Facebook page. You got the whole article right there.
Thank you.
You
Take
got
care,
it,
my
guys.
friend. Take care.
Thanks,
Bye for
Peter.
now.
Speak to you soon.
You bet.
Right. I'm going to bring one of the next. I've gone. There's nothing
Have you
left.
been on the helium, Andy?
I wish I had.
I was expecting to come in and see Andy just asleep. That's what I was expecting. I thought we'd just.
You're not not far from it.
You'd be under a hat, and that would be it.
Right, I'm bringing the next two guests on. You lot are going to have to do the talking for me. So, if you're good at
I'm also about to leave fairly soon, Andy. So
fucking doing this again, Chris. 4 times now. You're a shithead. Told you.
I wish I'd come in earlier.
You're dumping me. No wonder the missus won't beat you with a pan.
Well, I will say the wife looks better than you, mate. So
I'll take that as a compliment. Right, I'm going to bring, just before you go, I just want to bring Jeremy and Chris on. Not you, Chris. It's not your doppelganger. So
that's fine.
Jeremy, welcome to the show.
Thank you much.
And Chris, welcome to the show.
Hi, Chris.
So I know Chris and Chris know each other.
Hi, Jeremy. Hey, Jeremy, sorry. And
Hello.
Andy, how you doing? Keep awake?
I'm just about. No, I'm not so bad. It's like you hit your second wind, and as soon as it voice started going, didn't it? It's like I don't.
How long have you been on now, Andy? You started
since 8 o'clock last night, but I've been awake since 7 o'clock yesterday morning.
Wow.
I know. I don't even know.
Hang in there, man.
Would you do it again, Andy? Would you do it again?
Do you want me to swear again? Why does it always end up swearing at you? What's going on?
Well, you know, there is something between love and hate, they say, mate.
No, I'm going to say no, but then I'm going to say yeah, but under different conditions.
Mm-hmm.
If it was, I think I'd have to have break. I know I did have half an hour break this morning, but I needed to get changed. I needed a wash, bathroom, brush my teeth, change my clothes, grab something to eat. And that 30 minutes, and then because it was downstairs because everyone was in bed, and then come upstairs and set all this up. Because it's like, even though it's set up, I've got to open the monitor and put the chair in position, the microphone and all that. If I leave it out, get out of bed, I'll end up, they're like Krypton Factory in the dark. So, it's not worth it. But I would do it again, but I wouldn't change it too much. It'd just be, I'd have to have set breaks. So,
okay.
Yeah. Right, you can F off now, Chris.
I'm going to hang around now then.
Let's see. Reverse psychology, it does work. So welcome, Jeremy.
Thank you much. It's good to meet you finally.
And thank you, Chris, for coming on. I wasn't sure because I sent you the 2 links. I know you weren't sure about the one earlier on because we're working that. So I thought if I send you the 2, then hopefully you'll be able to come on one of them.
Yeah, that was fine, mate. Got in, no probs.
Cool.
All good.
So Dominic, Jeremy, Chris, myself.
Hi, guys. Hello, Chris. Hello, Jeremy. Nice to see you.
Hello.
Hi.
Hello, guys.
Nice to meet you, Chris. With the UFO behind you. Nice to.
Oh, yeah. Thank you.
That's a great background.
Briefly, but it's still.
This is going to get confusing.
I was going to say something, but I'm not that cruel.
Okay.
No, I'm messing. You wouldn't think he's got an obsession with UFOs, would you? Right. So I'll just bit of background for everyone. So Chris, editor of Art Limits magazine, which is a digital online magazine that you can subscribe to. If you go on my website, there are links that will take you straight there. So if you do want to subscribe, or you can just click on it, it'll take you straight to his website. And then Scottish Paranormal podcast, Chris. So he does a podcast as well. And that's how we met, wasn't it? You was on Paul Sinclair, and then I kind of like got in touch with you, and then we did a few shows together about Skinwalker Ranch and a couple of other bits, but that kind of got lost in the shadows, so to speak, because we were just both busy doing other stuff. And hopefully in the new year we can get that, so I'll get something like that back on track. Same with you, Chris Evers, with the one with that was going to do with Earl Grey. Do that every couple of months or something.
Yep.
So I just need to get. I just wanted to get this out of the way first, and then I can concentrate on what's going on, and have a definite timeline. And Dominic does the auras. He does the TV show. It's a dating show where they match people on their. Please stop me if I'm getting this completely wrong.
No, I'm enjoying listening to you. Yeah.
So these people meet up like blind date, guessing like blind date or something, and then he'll go in and tell them about the auras and whether they match. Something like that.
That's my latest thing in America, which I just finished filming. But before that, I was sort of the resident medium at a place called Ghost House UK. I've done my own TV show on Sky. I do a lot of broadcasting as well. I have my own podcast on the paranormal called Twisted and Misunderstood, which is now morphed into Dial the Cosmos, which I do, as well as a lot of work with people, their energy signatures, and also looking at paranormal haunted locations, because I can find energy signatures for people rather than them trying to look for them. I can show them where they are. So, that's really what I get involved with, as well as everything paranormal, ufology, anything really, just fascinated by the whole subject.
Yeah. And Dominic's coming on. It will be the last Friday of the month as a regular panel chat. So he's going to be coming on with myself, Tommy, and Nicole. Nearly forgot their names then. So it's just I just want to do it different. I don't want to. No, I know I've been doing the guests coming on, but I just want to try different things and see what works and what doesn't. And I think so far it's just got a better twist to it. That's it. And it all feels right. It's like going in the right direction.
I know when I came on with you, Andy, a couple of weeks back, and we did it with Tommy and Nicole, it worked really well, didn't it? It was quite it was really fun to do. It was informative. And also we had a bit of a laugh at Tommy's expense. So it sort of covers all bases. Everything works really well that way. So
he just happened to be the ginger one on the screen at the time, so that was it.
Ginger racists. Shocking.
Yeah, I got dragged into that. That wasn't my doing. He's like wrong place, wrong time. No, Tommy takes it well, so it's all good. He enjoyed it.
Yeah, but we were also able to sort of squash some myths on some pictures, weren't we? And have a look at some imprinted energy that you had a conversation with, that sort of stuff. Yes. That's the stuff that really gets my interest when I see things that have something to look at and something to work out, a puzzle behind it sometimes.
A quick question for you, Dominic. In regards to the show you were doing in the US with the auras and the dating, did you find that when you pair people together or they got paired together, they stayed together?
Sure.
To normal kind of relationships.
Yeah, sure. Over the years, Chris, I've actually paired over 200 couples and we've got about 40 children as a result of those couples being together.
That's good.
Energy signatures and energy frequencies and vibrations has been something that's interested me for so long now. It's just a natural progression doing something on TV with it. But it wasn't something you go and search out. It's something that you get asked to do, and you go, oh, that sounds like fun. You're going to pay me to go to Los Angeles. Well, thank you, I'll go. And it sort of develops from there. The people that you meet are very much like, if you've ever watched any of the dating shows on any of the TV channels, they can be very much about them or very much about the show. This one, we tried to make it more interesting for people because we're introducing them to the concept that everyone has a unique color signature, that a lot of people invested in the paranormal will know that, will know about imprints, will know about walking through energy and things, but people in civilian life as such don't know that. They just think that they are just them. So when they get this guy writing reports on them and finding commonalities and personality, they are quite fascinated by it. And in America, it's really well received because it's something that they've never really thought about in this way that we do it. But I don't just do dating couples, I do personal profiles. So I do a lot of properties that are haunted. I go in there and find where people need to be, looking at how we cleanse those properties, and also working with paranormal groups that are interested in looking at things like shadow ghosts or looking at energies in different places. So it sort of opens up the door, and probably going to be doing something later on this year in America with some paranormal research groups out there about these creatures, things like Mothman and the Rake and stuff like that, and try and figure out where they originate from. Do they originate from our imagination? Do we create them, or are they actuality? Are they real? And we can look at some of the photos and signatures and figure that out as well.
Do you find that? Just a quick question, asking for a friend. Do you find that if you can see people's auras, colours, things like that, through time, can people's aura, your perception of it, can they change, or can they change colour in regards to, or can the auras change through time? Like a certain person, for example, let's say you looked at them 10 years ago, and you look at them like 10 years later. Could you, or have you seen a change in people's auras in regards to maybe their vibrations changed or whatever?
Okay, well, tell your friend that yes, it's literally.
That's the short answer.
Absolutely, yeah.
Yes, Chris.
It's every minute, every moment, Chris. And your aura is constantly changing. The best way for me to look at an aura is on a photograph, because digital photographs capture those signatures, and I can hold it still long enough to figure out the meanings of everything. But if you're looking at a person like, for instance, you're so tiny on my screen, but you've got your wee aura around you, like everyone else has, the same as Jeremy and Chris up here. And one of the fascinating things that I know Chris might find interesting is that aliens have different vibrational colors, different frequencies, and that's how you can spot aliens amongst us. And that's quite a fascinating subject we must talk about at some point, because I can point out some of the things that I've experienced due to energy frequency. So it's good. People also have things like walk-ins, walk-outs. They have personality shifts. Literally, they change from a moment. Can you imagine being at a Rangers Celtic match and the goal being scored? Can you imagine it? Whoever's scored, the whole stadium changes colour and changes frequency, almost immediately, especially with the voices. So there's so many occasions. I don't know where to start to sort of explain it to you in a way where it's just very, very basic and quite simple. Or get your friend on and we'll talk to them.
I'll go back to the reason I was asking.
It's all right.
It was me. When I was younger, when I was about probably 19 or something like that, and at that age, gone through a bit of strife in my life. And I could remember I was down to see my sister who stays down in the south of England, and there was some friend she had who was sensitive and said, "Oh, he's got a really, really dark aura." Right, which is attributed to what, right, at the time. But at the time, I was going through a lot of shit in my life, basically. So I always kind of thought about that in my head, about having like a dark aura and stuff like that.
Yeah, what I find is it's used as a bit of a throwaway line. You get a lot of psychics who go, "Oh, you've got a nice aura, you've got this aura, you've got that aura," but with Kalian photography, it sort of brought it to the fore. You know, that camera that takes the pictures. Yeah. But for me, I see the aura in 3 layers, basically. It's got an outer, inner, and middle layers to it. And no one has a dark aura. Some people have dark outer auras and quite bright inner auras. You know, other people have really light outer auras, but that actually means that there's something totally different going on with them. So really, I look at the frequencies, the colors, to actually confirm what I can see and what I can tell about a person. I don't trust what people tell me. I just watch their aura, and that often tells me a little bit different to what they're telling me.
I have a question for you.
Oh, sorry, can I just jump in quickly? Sorry.
Sure.
No.
Go to sleep.
Yeah, be quiet. Yeah.
You should go. You should do it on Naked Attraction.
What do you think? I'm going to get naked for people to do this?
Not you. Not you. Go on there. You should do the auras on Naked Attraction. God. I bet the colours change then.
Seems like the best time to see him, right?
Look at the size of his aura.
I know.
One.
Can you imagine the viewing figures? That would, I mean, if you wanted a comedy routine, that would be quite good. That one, Andy. Yeah, that'd be quite fun, wouldn't it? But that's more like the stage show. When I'm doing stage show and stuff, that's more the fun side of taking the mickey out of people, which is never too far away when I'm on stage. When I'm serious and finding entities or imprints and stuff like that, it's a far different person that has to be available there, because there's a comic side to it, which would be Naked Attraction, which I think has got quite a comedy value anyway, on the whole. Wow. And then there's the real serious side about looking for and finding and seeking out things that we're not too sure about and assisting in those areas.
Yeah. Sorry,
I
Jeremy.
have a question going back to, you said that aliens have a different vibration than humans. Do you think that might have some indication in the whole being transdimensional rather than interstellar?
There's so many different forms. There's so many different. I never seen 2 the same in the same color areas. Transdimensional is going to affect some travelers, some interplanetary, people that come around, and then there's other people that live, I think, in the earth, in hollow bases and stuff. So it all depends on where they originate from. There's not just one. There's multi. And each time the last time I saw an alien, gosh, it was in Malta. We're going back a few years now, but she stood out for being small and actually being able to, recognize the fact that I noticed her. And those sort of things really, give it away a little bit. But the actuality is the vibrational frequencies of people and of aliens are different, and they just stand out. I don't know if you've ever talked to Charles Hall, with the tall whites. His recognition of the tall whites were very lacking in aura, very lacking in energy around their bodies. And the photos that I've seen of those, that would actually show that. They would be very tight within their auras, but then they're very fragile and they're very delicate aliens. They hurt really easily and they take ages to heal. And in fact, they're probably very, very much the opposite to what we are. So lots of different colours, lots of different frequencies.
Yeah, I just wanted to ask Dominic, do an individual's health status, their health condition, does that affect the aura as well?
Absolutely. Yeah. Even where you live, if you live in a city, outer city, if you live in the country, if you live in, a place where there's lots of petrol fumes, I mean, everything affects. Primarily, the different colors really show what you're eating, how your fitness is, what your emotions is, how you feel, even some of the situations you've been through in the past. So it's a comprehensive color code really about who that person is.
I think mine's dead.
So there's no set color code, as you just said, for an individual. For example, red, green, amber, that kind of thing. So we all have different variations of colors, basically.
Absolutely, and it's moment to moment. Every moment we alter, we change. We keep a basic shape. Some people vent energy very easily. Some people hold on to it. Some people are very tired very easily, which is normally due to what they eat. Things like tobacco, alcohol, drugs do affect the energy that we have inside. So we all have individual lifestyles that are individually sourced and individually what we want them to be. But we never stick to one particular path. That's what makes it so fascinating. Everyone's different.
Yeah, and just my last question: do you have any British TV shows coming up?
Not now, no. I'm mainly based in Hollywood, Los Angeles at this moment in time. But I like to get about, as they say, as Andy knows. I like to go and meet people, talk to people, say the things and talk about things like this because people are interested. And the more that they're interested, I'm happy to answer questions and I'm happy to talk about it openly because we need to. I think we should all do it. We should all talk about what we know in an open way.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, agreed.
Right, gentlemen, pleasure to meet you all. Andy, brilliant, well done on getting to where you've got, and I wish you the best for the next hour and a half. And
I'm starting to hallucinate now, so if you see me doing this,
just hallucinate that I'm still sat here. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, guys. Pleasure to meet you all. Take care. Speak to you again at some point. All the best.
Speak to you soon, mate. See you later.
So, Dominic, I do have another question for you.
Okay. Is that you, Jeremy?
This is Jeremy, yeah.
Yeah, hi, Jeremy. I couldn't see your mouth moving. And
it's all this hair.
Yeah, I thought it was coming from the vast beyond. So
I try to lure in the Sasquatch by appearing as one, I think.
Now we could be talking. That's interesting.
So you see, you do the whole aura reading thing. Excuse me, my dog's getting restless. You do the whole aura reading thing, but you also do like the ghost hunting thing. So what kind of correlation do you draw between the living aura and the spirit? Do you see that as kind of the same energy just being shed by the physical, or is it a different sort of thing?
Totally different. First of all, I would never call it ghost hunting. It's actually exploring.
Fair enough.
Because I don't like the thought that we're trying to hunt down these entities that have every right that we do. The energy signatures are totally different. Some of the energy signatures are widely understandably interesting for me. Where the energy is, it depends on how it's formulated. Like people would widely understand shadow ghosts, or they call them shadow ghosts these days. But I look at them as just really quite dark energy, quite black, quite fast energy, and they always seem to appear to me as the negative part of someone's personality before they transcend, that's been left behind, and they find their own sort of place in dark corners in buildings and places. And we can go and discover them because they're emotional and they've got frequency and they actually are a living entity, and they're really quite interesting to come across, but quite difficult sometimes to actually study. And then you've got other things like poltergeists. People might say a poltergeist is a noisy ghost. I've been looking recently at invisibility and animals that cloak, like Bigfoot, that can cloak and can actually, allow not to be seen, but they still have a shadow and they still have a frequency. So those sort of things really interest me because I believe that there's lots that I don't see and there's lots that aren't seen, but they still have their frequency and they still have their vibration. So the colors do vary, and so do the entities where they are. And I think that the key to finding Bigfoot or Sasquatch is to go and find the signatures, the energy signatures of these creatures, because they're out there. Yeah, they just don't allow us to actually notice them how we would normally notice things. So we need to do it differently to what we have been doing previously.
Find new ways of looking to find the things we haven't seen before. Yeah.
Sure, absolutely. And it's that really fascinates me, because I don't believe that if we're doing something that is not working, we need to switch it. We need to change it. And that is where the fascination, the new knowledge, it comes from looking in places where we haven't thought to look before.
It's quite interesting, the correlation. I know this, it might sound extreme, but there's quite a lot of correlation between Bigfoot sightings and phenomena related to Bigfoot sightings and poltergeists. Although poltergeists are like usually internal on houses and things like that, but there's so much similarities between the two of them, because you've got. I mean, I'm not talking about if you're talking about the woo side of Bigfoot. No, actually, like people who obviously think it's an animal or whatever else, right? But if you're looking at the other aspect of it, where it's some type of spiritual being or whatever else, there's quite a lot of the same things in regards to contact, knocking, light phenomena, things banging the houses, chapping the doors, all that kind of stuff. You know what I mean? Although sometimes it happens out in the forest or round about somebody's property, it sometimes can be attributed to the same type of phenomena, where you get that happening in a property as well as outside it. Sorry, Andy, when you go.
No, that's right. Just want to let you know, if you see me laughing, it's not you guys. People putting stuff in the chat, and even if it's not funny, I'm finding it really funny. So just ignore me.
So we'll point and laugh at you as well, Andy. All right. So that's it. So
nothing new there.
The thing that I was just getting from Chris was something about orbs as well. There's a lot of Bigfoot sightings and orbs, and this sort of correlation between that energy, and also the other part. I don't know if you've seen the footage, Jeremy, or you, Chris, of the Bigfoot that was literally taken, but it was in shadow. So you couldn't actually see the mass. You just saw the shadow that mass cast. So you saw an invisible look through the Bigfoot, but the shadow was still there as well. And that was taken by night vision and also infrared cameras somewhere near Washington.
Interesting.
Yeah, it's fascinating stuff. It was probably the most interesting piece of footage that I'd seen on a film relating to Bigfoot for forever. Yeah, I mean, you see lots of shots from distance. You see lots of bits and pieces that are remote, or people spotting them and seeing these black figures running up and down snowy mountains. But what you don't see is close proximity, and you don't see where they shut the light out and cast shadows. Now, to me, that is a big thing that we need to be really thinking closely about, because I think we'll discover a lot more if we look there.
Right.
Yeah, definitely. That same type of phenomena where I know somebody who'd seen something like that in regards to in a forest, where they've seen like a bulky shadow type being at a short distance, and it basically walked into the side of a tree. The thing turned and kind of disappeared into sight. It's almost like they walked into something.
Yeah.
And that person went for like not being like a believer to like a total 100 and 200% believer in the whole phenomena.
There's a lot of argument for Bigfoot being some sort of portal guardian on its own level, where it can come and go, and it only appears when it wants to, and only when you get into certain situations or whatnot.
To me, as soon as you put in the possibility, and I'm only considering it, of invisibility, a lot of the things that we see as paranormal become something that we don't understand. Because if you leave your back door open and something can walk into your house and start throwing things around, your first thought is that's a poltergeist.
Yeah.
But is it a poltergeist? Is it just what we classify as a poltergeist? It's like if you see a Bigfoot in the woods and you see it merge into a tree. Are you thinking that's just a tree that is merged into, or is it that it actually has the ability to cloak itself?
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, the spectrum, believe me, when I talk about spectrum in colors, I mean, I've been seeing colors that other people haven't seen. And when you see the spectrum that is so wide, the stuff that we do not see, I don't see everything. I see a small section of where it's not always seen, but I know that there's a hell of a lot we don't see on that spectrum. And that's thing, that's the thing that we're interested in. Especially
we see a
people
tiny fraction of the actual spectrum of vibration. Humans only perceive a tiny little bit of that, you know.
Absolutely.
One of the best analogies I heard of that was one of the ones where our life, you're in the movie theater looking at the movie, but everything else is outside.
Yeah,
the movie theater.
And have you ever been on a you know, when you've been in a location where you've done a visual, you're sitting on a visual, and you can sense there's something going on.
Mm-hmm.
You sense it. You sense it long before you see it, but you sense it, you feel it, and you know there's something happening there. And it's just about being able to be patient enough to be able to record it and to be able to sense it and feel it and see it and acknowledge it. I think there's so much goes on that we miss because we get bored, or because we just move away, or we're looking for something to be absolutely stand out. The subtleties of things are so interesting to me, and the subtle signatures make the difference.
Yeah, the human psyche's. Oh, go ahead.
When you go, sorry, Jeremy.
I was going to say the human psyche has this natural tendency to think that we already know everything there is to know. Like if you look at the Renaissance, all of a sudden they thought they knew everything there was to know. If you look at the Enlightenment period, you know, the 1800s, they thought they knew everything there was to know, and now we think we know everything there is to know. What we need to realize is that we know very little of the whole, and we need to open ourselves up to the fact that there are more things to learn and there are more things to discover, because I think that's what holds us back so much in these more out of the box kind of things that we all like to deal in, is that so many people think we already know everything, and we're the ones who are going, no, we don't know everything. There's more to learn. You know, and that's really, I think, the mentality that needs to grow in order for us to find real answers in any of this stuff.
That's the thing as well, in that aspect here, is even sometimes when you have a fleeting glimpse or something off these things or whatever it is you see, just what you said there, Jeremy, we our brains are that inclined to no accept it, so you automatically, well, I know you wouldn't, right? Or I have even personally done it. I mean, but it's a case of you would rationalize it straight away as something else. And I'll go back to the thing where it happened actually not too long ago in this property where I was I've relayed this, it's a short story, but I was watching TV, and I had basically an adjacent room, and I had a kind of alcove where you could kind of walk through, and my back was to that, watching TV, sitting in the settee, and I I forgot to do something, so it was almost like I wasn't thinking about going to do this thing. It was just a thing popped into my mind that, oh, I need to do that, and I automatically jumped out my seat and spun myself into the next room. And as I done that, there was something there, like a dark mass. I could see it, and it blocked the light out for the kitchen. And it was only really a split second this happened, and then it disappeared. And it was like I kept walking as I was walking towards it, and it was like a split second. And half my brain was saying, I caught you. And half my brain was saying, it's a trick of the light.
Right.
And
exactly.
And it's like, and that was like I'm just using it as like an analogy, because we get to the point sometimes where your brain will constantly try and rationalize stuff that you see, or trying to fit it into some other box. If you can't put it in a box, you know what I mean? It's like that.
The thing is, right, Chris and Jeremy, when you're in this world and you're interested in exploration, your belief structure will change every other day, because something else will be introduced to you. Something else that you haven't even thought about will come into your thoughts, or you'll witness it by personal experience. So you're all the time you're altering your perception. That experience, Chris, would have given you a different perception of what it's like to live in your house and what it's like to be in your home, because you'd be waiting for that experience again. Same with you, Jeremy, with the things that you're experiencing. You're thinking about what there is to experience and why it's happening to you. So you're actually rationalizing, but you're being irrational at the same point. And it's very, very difficult to have the two perspectives of the rational belief in something and the irrational situation that we know doesn't exist. And you can talk about things like time, different dimensions. You can talk about different entities, imprints, all those areas. But until you start to break it down into one by one along the way, you will never, ever find the answers, because you can't correlate them all together. They're all a part of something different that's moving. And that's the fascination for me, is that every day I can wake up and I can go and explore something totally new. I'm sure same with you guys. You get calls from people and talk to people about things, and every time it's something different.
I mean, going back to the whole kind of poltergeist, as I was saying about the poltergeist, I'm just using that as a kind of example, poltergeist and Bigfoot, or even some other type of cryptid creature. When we were younger, we had basically three older sisters in the house, and there was we had strange phenomena in the house when I was younger. And externally the house, there was chapping at the door, or the handle going to the door and things like that all the time. And it got to the point where you would open the door and there'd be nobody there, right? And it wouldn't be a case. It wasn't. My mum actually at one point, she phoned the police thinking we had a prowler, because we're three young girls in the house and we thought it was some kind of strange weirdo creeping about the house. But we stayed in a place where the garden was high hedges at one side, high fence at the other. You couldn't escape that quick. So, and the handle of the door was a spring-loaded, quite a new door. So it was you could actually hear the spring going in the handle before you see it turning. And this happened on occasion, and we had a lot of kind of stuff in the house as well. So that's why I don't attribute it just to poltergeist activity. I mean, I believe in a lot of different multiple phenomena, but it's easy to just label it as that. But at the time, we had that going outside, stuff happening inside where people getting grabbed, touched. We've seen black masses coming out the floor, going into the adjacent wall. It culminated in a black ball bursting through a door and going around my dad's legs in the middle of a heated argument between him and my mum, right? But it's it's how this thing, whatever it was, it's linked between outside to try to get in. And if you actually look at, and I'm not going to say it's a Bigfoot or anything like that, so I'm not saying that, but I'm just saying if you look at some of the things that happens outside, quite a lot of that type of phenomena happens in Bigfoot cases and other type of cryptid cases where there's something prowling in their house or the outside of the house trying to get in, or it's kind of taunting or trying to make a bit of obviously a bit of fear induced for some reason.
Can I ask about something? Because I'm very interested, both Jeremy and you, Chris, about experiences of mimic ghosts. Ghosts that throw the voice or make a sound to attract people. Because it sounds to me like part of what you're describing to me, Chris, is a ghost that wants to draw attention to itself, or an entity that wants to draw attention to itself. And part of what I know about Bigfoot is that there's often babies crying or voices thrown in locations where Bigfoot are. So is this something
that's a common theme throughout all the paranormal stuff that I've gone into. When you deal with Bigfoot and skinwalkers and all kinds of different ghostly or cryptidy kind of stories, a huge percentage of them will have that sort of mimicry, whether it's a baby crying or it's your mom's voice calling you, but it's always just a little off. With the skinwalker, they can mimic, but they can kind of present as people, they can mimic them in the voice, but they can only say the last bit of whatever that person actually said to you. So they'll sound like that person, but it'll just if the last thing the real person said to you is, all right, I'll see you later, all they can say is, all right, I'll see you later. And it'll be a little distonal. You know, it'll sound almost exactly like them, but it will be a little bit off. I think that's why they like the crying, like the screaming woman or the crying baby more than the actual like talking, because they're so limited by that. Like it almost makes them obvious when they try to actually talk to you. So it's almost like a coyote. Like the coyotes in Arizona try to lure out my dog by screaming in a way that makes them, you know, the dog thinks, oh, somebody's hurt, I need to go help them. So they're doing that same thing to us. You know, they're just using the coyote trick.
Very primeval then, isn't it, within it? Yeah. You know, within that sort of section. Chris, did you ever hear anything like that during your time, you know, during those days? Did you ever get any sort of voices or any
No,
noises?
I mean, a lot of it I could remember. I was quite young when it happened. I was probably under the age of 12 anyway. I mean, I was up until I was 12 when we left the property.
Okay.
But we had things going on. My dad was a long distance lorry driver, and he was away during the week, and it was just a house full of adolescents and stuff. So you had all that energy going on, and then you would have things where my sister got grabbed once on the shoulder, and she thought it was mother's sister, but she was in the house herself. Somebody tried to give her a fright, and she turned around, and there was nobody there. So she basically ran out the house, sat in the step, and she stayed there until my mum came home. And she told my mum the whole story, and my mum told her this happened to me a number of times as well, but I wasn't want to say anything. So this kind of happened for a good while of different things happening. As I say, my mum seen this black thing come out the floor, and then just pass it to the next door neighbour's house. It was a semi-detached house. And as I say, it culminated in my mum and dad were in the verge of splitting up, and I had an argument and stuff like that. And there's a lot going on, and actually it's linked into the story. It's quite a long story, but they in the middle of their heated argument, the living room door burst open, and there was a black mass. It came in, it went round my dad's legs, and it went on the couch, and it was moving that fast on the couch they couldn't discern what it was, and then it disappeared. And then it was no longer after that, like the kind of split up and stuff like that. But there was another part of the story which was mad when a neighbour who knew my mum, it was linked within the podcast. I kind of caught up and then went and seen her for another story, and I asked her, do you know the story about the black thing? And she goes, oh, I know all about it. And she told me a bit more to it. And then she said there was actually, after that happened, there was like a small creature seen in the next room, and that disappeared. And it was just an odd story. This area though, I mean, this whole area, it's there's so much different activity being in this area over the years. It's unbelievable. So you've got, like, obviously you've had multiple UFO stories up here, cryptid sightings, a lot of different kind of paranormal stuff. You've got ancient burial sites and all that. And there's just loads of stuff over, like, if you look at it over decades, there's like so much different stuff. And that's one thing I was wanting to link to when you were talking, Jeremy, about the baby crying. I had basically somebody came with a story. They weren't wanting to relay it. They just wanted to tell the story. Didn't want to come on the podcast. Didn't want to basically outward tell it kind of thing. But I'd asked them if I could. They said I could relate if I wanted to, but they weren't interested in fame or fortune or want it out there. You're not going to be fame or fortune into it anyway. But they had multiple abduction type scenarios. Like, so they had like 3 beings since a young age coming into the bedroom, and it would start outside, and they would see a green light white thing, and it was almost like they came through the wall. And they used to
Chris,
yeah.
Can I ask you which area? Because I know I can tell you're Scottish, but
Yeah.
I don't know where you come from in Scotland.
So I stay right in this, like I stay in the Lothians of Scotland, so it's right next to, like, between West Lothian and Falkirk. I'm actually in Falkirk area, which is, if you know, like the whole UFO Bonnie Bridge Triangle type thing, it spreads into this area. So when people talk about the whole UFO aspect of Scotland, it encompasses this area. But I mean, there's broad stuff right across Scotland.
Malcolm Robinson's a friend. I've talked to him quite regularly, and the things that he tells me about Scotland are quite chilling sometimes. There's some quite really interesting stories that come from those areas, and I'm sure that we have this sort of split area, don't we? Because I'm sure, Jeremy, where you come from, there's lots of stories that go back and get told, and people probably use you as a reference as well now.
Northern Arizona in particular, because I live in Flagstaff, which is right in the middle of northern Arizona. It borders the Navajo Indian Reservation, which is the biggest, most populated reservation in the United States. And it's kind of the middle of nowhere. Like Flagstaff is considered the big city for northern Arizona, and there's not even 100,000 people here. And there's any direction you go, like the closest towns are 30 miles away.
Wow.
It's nothing in between. We got the Grand Canyon up here, and like the Navajo reservation's huge, and it's mostly empty. Like it's empty space. That's why I like northern Arizona, but it is a hot spot.
Jeremy, what's the energy like? What is the?
It's amazing, man.
Everywhere has a different energy, doesn't it? Everywhere you go,
you can feel it here. Like a guy like you, like Sedona would love you, dude. They're all about reading auras and things like that. They got the vortex energies. We have vortex energy spots here where there's like really strong energies coming up out of the ground. And northern Arizona is very interesting, but it really is a hot spot. One of the most famous UFO abduction stories ever, known as the Fire in the Sky. They wrote a book about it. They made a movie about it. Like, it's one of the most famous ones ever. That was like Strawberry and Overguard areas in Arizona. That's northern Arizona. I drive through those places all the time. Like, that's really close to where I live.
Walton one, isn't it?
What's up?
Travis
Walton.
Exactly. That's the one.
But this is another really good point. Do you think that certain energies are attracted to certain regions?
Oh, absolutely. Flagstaff has a mountain. It's like kind of the Lone Misty Mountain kind of mountain. 12,600 feet at its peak, and it goes downhill to sea level basically in every direction from the top of that thing. There is an energy of this mountain. It's one of the 4 sacred peaks of the Dene, which is all the tribes from, the original tribes from down in here and everything. And it's where they say that's where the Kachinas live. The Kachinas are basically their ancestral spirits, the spirits of their peoples, live in the mountain that I live in the southern basin of.
Right.
And I put a lot of stock in that, honestly, because I've been around. I haven't traveled the world extensively, but I have traveled the United States, North America, actually quite extensively at this point. And everywhere has its own feel. And part of the reason I'm still in Flagstaff is because I'm kind of magnetized to this place. I've tried to move out of Flagstaff and it won't let me. I know that sounds weird, but I literally just a year and a half ago, I was going to move to Tucson, Arizona. And all of a sudden, a friend of mine had a room for rent for insanely cheap, like cheaper than I first paid 14 years ago when I moved here. And I was like, I can't say no to that. Like, that's way cheaper than I'm going to pay anywhere. And I'm still in Flags. Like, it literally won't let some people leave. I have some friends here that will, like, when I say stuff like that, they're right there with me. They're like, yeah, I can't get out of here either.
It's full
like, we're literally magnetized to the spot.
Chris, is full cut similar, Chris, or are you allowed to leave?
I mean, there's definitely. I mean, I'd say this area we are right. There's so much. It's a total window area. Definitely is. It's a window area where things come through here, and that's kind of what I was getting at when I was talking about that witness where he had like UFO encounters, right? And it was like same area. Linked into beings coming to his room, but then you get things as he gets older where he had like, abduction type scenarios, and almost that's where I get to the baby crying thing. So he moved back in there, and for months he heard like growling, like something growling in the house, and it went on for a while. It was almost like it would start and it would stop, and it ended up it culminated in him like just screaming at it to stop, and it stopped. But he talked about that he could hear also like a baby crying in the woods and stuff like that. And he knew what foxes are like, and he knew the noises of the animals and stuff. So it's funny how you get this phenomena, and it's not just when you get like UFO scenarios or like nuts and bolts craft and things like that. It's like it's all totally mixed in with different type of cryptid scenarios. You've got poltergeist activity, you've got like shadow stuff, you've got just everything. It's all mixed in with it, and it's like it's hard to even pinpoint any one of them. But this area, it's like it's been like that for years. And as I said, like Malcolm Robinson and so Ron Halliday have written numerous books on like Scotland and the stuff up here. But there's still stories there. I mean, the amount of stuff I picked a story up quite recently. It's nuts. You know what I mean? And it's like, but you've got probably about 3 miles from here. You've got a place called Cairn Papel, it dates back 5,500 years. It's like an old henge. And you've got burial mounds and stuff like that up there as well. And I had a guy on last week who was talking about ley lines, and he was one of the main ley lines he was talking about running across the UK. It cuts right through that point as well. And it's interesting where it all connects to. It even goes through some prominent UFO places and all that kind of stuff. It's mad. This area, there's so much here.
Isn't it crazy that you both have so much in common?
It's so similar. Like if you took out the name, it almost sounds like you're describing Northern Arizona, because the tribes have been here for time out of mind. Like the Hopi say they've been here for over 10,000 years, and there's reason to believe them.
Yeah.
And it is like that. Like, you know, the old Aztlan, there's, you know, the old magical kingdoms that were rumored to exist in this part of the world were based on what is now the Navajo reservation, like Canyon de Chile and all that. But it's like certain places, and I think it does have something to do with the fact that it's been populated for so long, and there has been so much energy flowing through the place. Because like there's desolate places in the United States where, like, as far as we know, no one's ever really lived there. And those places feel very different than the places where people have, you know, we know that people have been living there for time out of mind, kind of thing. It really does take on a different form.
It definitely does with it. Sorry, Dominic, when you go.
No, it's okay. I was just going to answer Michelle's question, because she says why are Bigfoots always around Indian mountains or mounts? I don't think they are. I think they're everywhere. I think sometimes we recognize them in certain locations because we're looking for them in those locations. But I think that a lot of the things that we are seeing right now are timeless. We don't have a time. It is timeless. And it's whether we recognize them or don't recognize them. And the more I talk to you guys, I mean, and understand that you have similar experiences about different phenomenons, it just tells me that we're really tied in, and that depending on where we are, if we talk, we'll understand it better because we'll get different perspectives from different locations, but they'll primarily lead us to the same conclusions.
Absolutely.
So, I mean, the thing is as well, when you look at probably, like, people call it the woo factor or whatever, I don't like calling it that, but you have like more kind of spiritual phenomena going on, linked with like burial mounds and things like that and cryptid scenarios. But then here as well, you get nuts and bolts craft stories. There's been, like, within here alone, I mean, you've got the Falkirk kind of triangle or Bonnybridge, the main kind of place where people attribute UFOs in Scotland. I know it's a wider area, but that's like about 13 miles from here. You've got one of the most kind of prominent abductions that happened is about 10, 12 miles from here. You've got the Bob Taylor one. It was like back in the day where landed craft abduction scenario. Like if he did get abducted, that was going back. That's like about 5 miles from here. There was another 5 miles that way where it was massive kind of triangle in a field, and there was like police involved in everything. You know what I mean? It's like, and there was police involved in a few of the cases. And that's just like the nuts and bolts craft ones that people see and stuff like that. And the more you dig, the more you find. And the amount of people who don't come out with stories and they don't tell, and then you find out about them, they're like, some of them are amazing. And they don't want to actually tell because there's obviously still a stigma there and stuff like that. But it's just, I just find it so mad that you've got all that amalgamation of different things going on. It must be linked to some type of energy or place where these things can manifest from or come through or whatever.
Yeah, and it kind of comes back around to where we started this conversation with the vibration, because in the end, it's all just different vibrations
frequencies
interacting with each other. You know, the waves intersect, and some of them perceive each other and some of them don't. And sometimes you just catch a glimpse as it passes by and it's gone. Yeah, I mean, in the end, I really think it does come back to where we started, and we have a certain range of perceivability that we need to learn how to expand.
Yeah.
Andy?
Sorry. So they're coming up to 12.
Wow, an hour goes by
coming up to the 12-hour mark. I need to stop this one. Dominic's going to be coming on the bonus one to investigate. Are going to be on there, and Emily Watterson, who's the paranormal investigator. Either Chris and or Jeremy, if you want to come on, I can send you the link, and we can all do the last hour or so. As the missus has just been in and said it might go on a little bit longer, she's like, as long as it's not too late, it's fine. Well, she's just told me she's going away in a couple of weeks with the girls over the weekend. So
there you go.
Yeah, she owes me now.
Yeah.
So
But
if you guys
if you want to send me the link, Andy, I'll take a quick break and jump
Chris,
back on with you.
Yeah, send me the link, mate. If the missus is sleeping, I'll come back on.
Okay. It's great
Little
to
top
see.
jammer.
Yeah. Yeah. It's really good. I'm really nice to meet you guys. Yeah, nice to meet you, Chris, and you,
Dominic.
Jeremy.
Yeah,
because
same goes, Dominic.
There's some really good, interesting. I could talk for hours about these things, and I think that we've all got something we can sort of contribute through personal experience, which is going to be fascinating. I'm sure that the next guests as well will add something else to it. So, are you ready to go, Andy? Are you ready to close and?
I could do this forever. If I got paid enough, Mrs. actually said, if I got paid the equivalent to my wages, I could do this 24/7. She actually
I feel
said
that same way about my podcast, man. I feel the same
what I
way.
heard.
Like that's all I want to do.
Yeah, because what I heard, Jeremy, about your podcast, I've not got a chance to ask her. I've not spoke to Chris for months, so we need to catch up. When I phone him, he's usually on a plane or out shooting someone with his paintball gun. So, yeah, it's just one of them. So I am going to end this now. It isn't the end. If you go back onto the YouTube channel, it's the one that's called The Bonus. So if you click on that, Dominic, you've got the link, haven't you?
I've got the link already. Yeah, I'm going to nip off now, and I'll see you back in.
Yeah, you've got a few minutes, and just
about
jump
5
on whenever you
minutes.
want, and I'll bring you in.
Yeah. Okay. That's
cool.
Very thoughtful. Thank you.
No worries. Right.
Yeah. All right.
We'll see
All
you
right.
shortly.
See you on the other side, guys.
Sarcasm in that, then, Dominic.
Say again.
A hint of sarcasm.
No, not at all. Not me. No, I'd never be sarcastic. Especially, I wouldn't take advantage of your nature at this moment in time because I can see that you're not quite with it, and there's a sort of delay motion. It's a bit like pressing. It's a bit like pressing an alarm clock. Yeah, there's a delay motion before it actually responds, and it's quite tempting to just be a little bit more playful with you, but I'm not going to be.
24/7. There's no difference of that. What I am now. So, so I'm going to. I'll see you in a minute.
I'll see you in a minute, guys.
Right, I'm going to boot us all off here. I just need to re-upload everything, and I will see you guys in 2-3 minutes. So thank you everyone for coming on in the chat. I'm going to play the outro video so people do know it's the end, and while I'm doing that I'm going to get everything up on screen ready. So send you the link, Chris. I've done it on
Cool, mate.
I've done it on Messenger.
We'll check the messages first and stuff like that, and then see if I'm already come back. If you didn't see me, catch up you.
Yeah.
Get a drink of water or something. Drink of beer.
Yeah. Pint of vodka, no ice. See you in a minute, Chris.
See you in a minute. Cheers. Bye-bye.
Cheers. Right. Thank you, everyone in the chat. I'm just going to play the outro. So I'm not going to say see. I'll see you in a few minutes. I'm just going to switch over to this one. So thanks again, and see you on the next one.